Chapter 1. The funeral. On a crisp autumn morning, Kalmar Street bustled with pedestrians and horse-drawn carriages, showcasing a blend of modern European styles. There were freight carts laden with goods, akin to commercial vehicles, and passenger-laden cabs reminiscent of taxis. Elegant private carriages, drawn by purebred horses, resembled luxurious sedans. Men and women hurried to work, their footsteps brisk along the sidewalks, while housewives, clutching paper bags filled with provisions, returned home from their errands. Newsboys, slinging satchels across their shoulders, hawked their wares. Having had his breakfast, Phelan pushed open the door of the Phelan Appraisal Institute and was greeted by this vibrant scene. Though he had witnessed such a tableau for 2 decades, it still felt somewhat surreal, as if he were trapped in a dream. Phelan harbored a secret. His soul did not belong to this world, but hailed from a cerulean planet. Unlike many predecessors among the Traversers, he had yet to awaken any extraordinary abilities, at least not at this moment. Nonetheless, through his precociousness, he had acquired a valuable skill. At the tender age of 20, he had established his own antique jewelry appraisal institute, reaping a weekly income of approximately 4 gold pounds. 1 gold pound equated to 20 shillings, 1 shilling to 12 pence, and 1 penny was roughly equivalent to 4 of his former world's currency. Thus, his monthly earnings approximated a substantial 15,000 of his previous life's currency. In Constant City, few achieved such financial stature. Though he was not among the elite, he certainly surpassed the lower echelons, firmly securing a middle to upper class standing. Today he eschewed his usual formal attire, opting instead for an ensemble of somber black, a color signifying solemnity and mourning, as befitting the attire required for a funeral. He set aside his work to attend a burial, purchasing a bouquet of white chrysanthemums from a florist before boarding a cab to the cemetery on the outskirts of town. An hour later, the carriage came to a halt at the cemetery. A gathering of individuals clad in black had already assembled at a designated spot, and Phelan made his way towards them. As he approached, he recognized several familiar faces among the mourners, who in turn acknowledged him with a slight nod, refraining from vocal greetings, as the occasion was not one for idle chatter. At the cemetery, a rectangular grave had been excavated, and a headstone had been erected, inscribed with the name and life story of the deceased. The departed was Ray Romano, an esteemed archaeologist who had dedicated his life to unearthing historical truths and had made remarkable contributions to the field of archaeology, nurturing a host of exceptional students who had enriched the discipline with their talents. Teacher, Phelan murmured, conjuring the image of a frail old man in his mind. He was one of Ray Romano's many students. Having received invaluable instruction in the art of antique jewelry appraisal from him, it was through the guidance of Ray Romano that he had managed to open his own institute at such a young age. As more attendees trickled in, some of whom Phelan recognized while others remained strangers, a covered cart slowly approached at 10 o'clock, bearing the casket of Ray Romano. Following closely were his family members, his son, daughter-in-law, and grandchildren. His wife had passed away long before him. The gathered crowd turned towards the casket as a distinguished elder stood before it, reciting the eulogy. Mr. Ray Romano was a great archaeologist who devoted his life to. If there was one stark contrast between this world and the Europe of his former life, it was the absence of churches and priests. All forms of religious expression were strictly forbidden. Those who adhered to any faith were branded as heretics and hunted by the kingdom. Thus, the eulogy was delivered not by a priest, but by a man of considerable standing. After the eulogy, the casket was lowered into the earth, and one by one, mourners approached to lay down white flowers as tokens of their sorrow. With the conclusion of the ceremony, the crowd gradually dispersed, but Phelan lingered behind. Once the majority of attendees had departed, he approached Joshi Romano, Ray Romano's son, and called out, "Mr. Romano, you are my father's student, correct? Is there something you need?" Joshi Romano, his eyes slightly red, inquired upon seeing Phelan approach. "Yes, I am indeed a student of Professor Romano," Phelan replied, hesitating before asking. "The last time I saw him, he seemed in good health. How could this happen so suddenly?" "He succumbed to an illness contracted during a recent excavation," Joshi Romano replied, his voice heavy with grief. "How could this be? Wasn't he no longer entering tombs? How could he go down again?" The revelation of his teacher's demise weighed heavily on Phelan, for he believed it could have been prevented. It was an imperial-era tomb, highly significant to archaeology. Why father was reluctant to entrust it to anyone else, hence he descended himself, Joshi sighed. An imperial-era tomb? Phelan's expression shifted, beginning to comprehend why his teacher, who had vowed to cease such endeavors, had ventured below once more. In this era, the realm was dominated by the kingdoms of Heidelberg, Ilcano, and Porto, collectively referred to as the Kingdom period. However, some 6 centuries prior, it had been a time of principalities, with numerous duchies existing side by side, known as the Duchy period. Further back, approximately a millennium ago, there had been a singular, mighty empire that ruled over the territories now occupied by the 3 kingdoms, enjoying a reign that lasted for thousands of years. Yet, one fateful day, this formidable empire suddenly collapsed, leaving its downfall as one of archaeology's greatest unsolved mysteries, a subject of intrigue for nearly every archaeologist. How could a scholar of his caliber resist the temptation to investigate such a tomb? Not long after descending, one of the men began to cough up blood and soon perished. Joshi continued. My father and the others sensed something was amiss and promptly vacated the tomb. Yet even their swift departure could not save their lives. Much like the first victim, they too began to exhibit symptoms of coughing up blood. Although a healer was summoned, he was powerless to assist, and soon they all met the same fate, Joshi lamented. Did they perhaps come into contact with something toxic within the tomb? Phelan furrowed his brow, pondering. Long entombed and decaying, such places could easily harbor deadly substances. While living animals were sometimes used to test for air quality, it was impossible to be entirely certain of safety, as toxic agents could manifest not only as gases but also as mold or lichen on the walls. I do not know. Joshi shook his head in sorrow. Please accept my condolences. Phelan offered words of comfort to Joshi Romano before ultimately taking his leave. In the deepening autumn, the sky was shrouded in a gray haze, obscuring the sunlight. Though it was daytime, it resembled the twilight hours. Caw, caw, caw. At this time of year, many trees in the cemetery had shed their leaves. Several ominous black crows perched upon bare branches, emitting harsh, unsettling cries, their blood-red eyes fixated on the graves below, unblinking, as if they were observing something or someone hidden from view. The following morning, after a day of closure, Phelan resumed his work. The role of an appraiser, as the name suggests, involved evaluating jewelry and antiques. Most often, he was commissioned to assess items at the residences of wealthy merchants or nobles. After concluding his business at one such estate, Phelan took a cab back to his institute. Teacher's residence is just ahead. As he traversed a street, Phelan's gaze fell upon a familiar location. Having visited Ray Romano's home as a student, he recognized it lay on this very street. What is happening? Why are officers at my teacher's door? A group of uniformed police officers stood before the entrance, and Joshi Romano was engaged in conversation with them. An unsettling intuition warned Phelan that something dire had transpired. As Ray Romano's student, he could not turn a blind eye, and hastily instructed the cab driver to halt before the house. Mr. Romano, what has occurred? Phelan asked, turning to Joshi. This morning, the gravekeeper discovered that my father's tomb had been disturbed, and his body is missing, Joshi Romano replied, his countenance grim. Chapter 2. The stolen corpse, teacher's body, has been stolen. Phelan exclaimed in astonishment, unable to fathom such an occurrence. His expression darkened as he pressed on. What would anyone want with his body? Do you know who is responsible? Ray Romano was a figure he deeply respected, a man who had provided him with immense support. The thought of his teacher's body being desecrated ignited a fiery anger within him. I do not know. I have reported it to the authorities, and these officers are here to investigate, Joshi responded, his face drawn tight with concern. The abrupt loss of his father had already weighed heavily on him, and now the theft of his body compounded his sorrow. Excuse me, sir, may I have your name and your relationship with Mr. Ray Romano? Upon encountering the arrival of Phelan, a young policewoman in her 20s with chestnut hair approached him to conduct an inquiry. I am Phelan Stokes, a student of his, Phelan replied. Did Mr. Ray Romano have any enemies during his lifetime, particularly in recent times? The policewoman continued her questioning. Does the police suspect that the person who stole my teacher's body is someone who bore a grudge against him? Phelan perceptibly sensed the implication in her words and could not help but inquire. The case is still under investigation, and I cannot disclose further details at this time. Please answer the questions, the policewoman stated sternly. I apologize, Phelan said, reflecting for a moment before responding. Since starting my job, my contact with the teacher has diminished. However, to my knowledge, he maintained good relations with those around him and had no known enemies. Did you attend yesterday's funeral? Did you notice anything unusual? The policewoman pressed on. I did attend the funeral, but I did not observe anything out of the ordinary, Faline replied, shaking his head. The policewoman ceased her inquiries and soon departed with several other officers. Clearly, they were seeking clues to solve this case of body theft. Given the nature of the questioning, it seemed they had not gleaned any useful information that in light of these events. Faline did not rush back to the Faline Identification Office. Instead, he turned to Xiaoxi and suggested, Mr. Romano, while the police are investigating, I recommend hiring a detective for a more efficient inquiry. Those who serve as detectives are typically quite capable individuals. Without such capability, they would not be able to sustain themselves in this profession. After all, police officers do not require remuneration, whereas detectives do, often receiving substantial fees. Xiaoxi considered this and agreed with Faline's suggestion, asking, Mr. Faline, do you know any detectives skilled in this area? I do not know any personally, but I have heard of a detective named Coffee Cologne, who is particularly adept at missing person cases. If you lack a better candidate, I suggest hiring this detective, Faline replied. Shortly thereafter, Faline and Xiaoxi took a cab, which stopped in front of a detective agency after half an hour of travel. Knock, knock, knock. After rapping on the door, the two entered the agency. Inside, the office was furnished with desks, sofas, and coffee tables, though small. It was tastefully arranged at that moment. A man in his 30s sat at a desk, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and dressed in a white shirt with a black waistcoat, due to the cold weather. He wore a gray overcoat. Please, have a seat. He invited Faline and Xiaoxi to the sofa. Without rushing to inquire about their purpose, he first poured each of them a cup of red tea before settling on the opposing sofa and asking, Gentlemen, I am Detective Coffee Cologne. What brings you here? Mr. Cologne, I am Xiaoxi Romano. Last night, my father's grave was disturbed and his body stolen. I would like to commission you to investigate, Xiaoxi explained. Stolen body, you say? Mr. Romano, I would be delighted to accept your commission. However, I must inform you that my fees are quite high, amounting to 50 gold pounds, Coffee stated. That is not an issue, as long as you can recover my father's remains, Xiaoxi Romano replied without haggling, readily agreeing. While negotiation might have lowered the fee, he was not in the mood for such matters at that moment. Very well, sir, I accept your commission. Coffee extended his hand, and Xiaoxi shook it. Outside the city cemetery, Faline, Xiaoxi, and Coffee arrived at the location. Faline chose to accompany them. Ray Romano was his teacher, a person he held in high regard who had provided him with immense assistance, so he opted to help. After all, should they indeed locate the body, whether capturing the body snatcher or transporting the remains back, they would require additional manpower. Moreover, he was keen to uncover who had stolen his teacher's body and the motives behind such an act. The trio traversed the cemetery towards Ray Romano's grave that on the bare branches, crows perched, their presence unsettling. As if they had been there the previous day, the crows fixed their blood-red eyes upon the three, seemingly following their movements. The cemetery was devoid of anyone else, and with dark clouds looming above, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the scene. Damn it! Upon seeing the disturbed grave, Xiaoxi's face turned ashen, fists clenched as he struggled to contain his fury. Faline's expression mirrored his distress. Ray Romano was a figure he respected, and the disruption of his resting place filled him with indignation. Mr. Cologne, I implore you to ensure my father's body is recovered, Xiaoxi beseeched, suppressing his anger. Rest assured, this is my duty. Coffee nodded and transitioned into work mode that he first examined the excavated grave meticulously, then circled around it, scrutinizing the surroundings. Despite the high fee, he indeed possessed the skills. And soon he made a discovery. Come over here, he beckoned Faline and Xiaoxi. They approached him. This footprint is quite fresh. It hasn't been here long. I suspect it belongs to the grave robbers. Coffee indicated a footprint on the ground. Could it have been left by someone visiting the cemetery? Faline inquired, puzzled that it was merely a footprint, and he did not understand why Coffee was so certain it belonged to a grave robber. This direction is overgrown with weeds, making it difficult to traverse if it were a visitor. They would not have exited the cemetery this way, Coffee explained. Furthermore, the footprint appears quite recent. While I cannot be certain, there is a significant likelihood it belongs to a grave robber. I see. Upon hearing Coffee's explanation, both Faline and Xiaoxi felt enlightened, their anticipation of Coffee's capabilities growing. Using this footprint as a clue, Coffee began his pursuit. Due to the lack of rainfall in recent days, the footprints were sporadic, making it impossible to follow them continuously. Yet Coffee employed various methods, tracking the trail at times, he used trampled grass as a tracking clue. At other times, he focused on broken twigs or torn spider webs. Faline and Xiaoxi were astounded. What seemed ordinary to them often became Coffee's leads. Leading them, Coffee veered away from the cemetery and into the nearby woods, meandering through the trees. After roughly an hour of walking, they stumbled upon the corpse of an animal. Approaching for inspection, they found the remains of a gray-furred creature, approximately 4 feet long, lying in a pool of dried blood. "Why is there a dead dog here?" Xiaoxi exclaimed in surprise. "No, this is not a dog. It is a wolf," Coffee replied, shaking his head. "Dogs typically have drooping ears, while this creature's ears are upright. Moreover, compared to dogs, its snout is longer and more pointed, and its mouth wider. These are characteristics of a wolf. Could this have been killed by the grave robbers?" Faline asked. Coffee did not respond immediately. Instead, he crouched down to examine the wolf's body and its surroundings. That on the wolf's neck, there was a gaping, bloody wound where a significant portion of flesh was missing. Likely its fatal injury. The ground around it bore signs of disturbance. He made a judgment, stating, "It is unlikely this was killed by grave robbers unless they possess a penchant for combat like wild beasts and a habit of consuming flesh." The trio continued onward, and by this time, the sky had darkened, with nightfall imminent. Coo, coo, coo. Unknown birds emitted low calls from the forest. The encroaching darkness added to the unsettling atmosphere. The dense trees swayed in the evening breeze, creating the impression of something lurking within. Faline felt an inexplicable chill and unconsciously drew closer to Xiaoxi and Coffee. Xiaoxi also appeared somewhat uneasy. Glancing around, he said to Coffee, "Mr. Cologne, it's getting dark. Shall we return to the city for today and continue our investigation tomorrow?" "Mr. Romano, you are the employer. If this is your decision, I will comply. However, I must remind you that the longer we wait, the lesser the chance of recovery." Coffee halted and addressed Xiaoxi. "Then let us continue." Xiaoxi bit his lip and, despite his apprehension, resolved to press on with the investigation. "Very well." Coffee nodded, seeming to have anticipated this outcome. He reached into his gray overcoat and produced a bamboo tube, which he opened to reveal a torch. After igniting it with a match, an orange glow illuminated the forest, holding the torch aloft. Coffee led the way as the three continued their search. The torchlight cast exaggerated, elongated shadows upon the surrounding trees. As Faline walked at the rear, observing the dark silhouettes formed by the torchlight. He felt an increasing sense of unease rather than relief. As the torch moved, the inky shadows seemed to shift, almost as if they had come to life. He could not help but worry, wondering if there were demons lurking within those shadows, poised to leap out at any moment. "Who?" The one leading the way, Coffee, suddenly whispered sharply, prompting Faline to hastily shift his gaze from the surrounding shadows to the front. There stood a figure with their back turned towards them. The person had their head lowered, seemingly consuming something. Upon seeing this silhouette, Faline felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered a similar figure before. Unbeknownst to him, right in front of him, Joshi appeared to be witnessing an extraordinarily eerie sight. His complexion turning pale, Faline did not recognize it, but Joshi immediately identified the figure. This person's back bore an uncanny resemblance to that of his father. Almost identical. Moreover, the garments adorning this individual were the same as those his father had worn at the time of his burial. Chapter 3. Encountering the mysterious. Point 1. The appearance of Faline and his companions startled the figure facing away from them, who halted its feeding and turned around. The sight that met them was a gaunt, filthy individual with unkempt hair and a disheveled appearance. In their arms, they clutched the mangled remains of a beast, its body ravaged to the point of being unrecognizable, with intestines spilling out, leaving no trace of its original form. The grotesque manner in which they consumed the flesh left blood smeared around their mouth, resembling poorly applied lipstick. Beneath this sanguinary mess were jagged, yellowed teeth, with revolting mucus oozing from the gaps, and their barely closed mouth. That a closer look revealed that the muscles on either side of their mouth had been torn, nearly stretching to the roots of their ears, resembling a cavernous maw. An image most unsettling. In place of eyes were a pair of yellow, cold, bloodthirsty orbs, reminiscent of a monstrous predator. "Teacher." A wave of terror washed over Faline, sending shivers down his spine and cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Upon seeing this person's face, he finally recalled why the silhouette felt familiar. It was because this person was indeed his teacher, Ray Romano. Despite the blood smeared across his visage, Faline recognized him instantly through his familiarity with Ray Romano. Hadn't he been declared dead? How could he possibly be alive, and in such a grotesque, monstrous state? What on earth is happening? Faline trembled as he spoke this moment. He could not help but recall the chilling tales that circulated in Constant City regarding supernatural entities. When he had first heard those tales, he dismissed them as mere products of ignorance stemming from a lack of scientific understanding, as such phenomena had been prevalent throughout history. However, with the advancement of science, they had all received rational explanations. But the current situation defied any scientific rationale. The dead truly seemed to have risen, and in a bizarre, monstrous form at that. He conveniently overlooked the fact that his own crossing over was beyond scientific comprehension. Science had long ceased to provide explanations for the peculiarities that had befallen him. It's impossible. I witnessed my father's death with my own eyes. Joshi shook his head in disbelief, his expression one of horror. Upon seeing the silhouette, he had sensed a resemblance to his deceased father, and now, faced with the reality, he was horrified to confirm that this was indeed the man who should have perished. His heart raced in terror. He had witnessed his father's demise firsthand, having felt his fading breath and heartbeat, certain that both had ceased. Yet now, how could this be? His father, who had once been dead, was inexplicably alive. The notion that a person could return from the grave was unfathomable. He pondered the excavated grave. Had it truly been disturbed by someone? Could it be that his father had clawed his way out of the tomb himself? Could it be? Coffee swallowed hard, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. From Faline and Joshi's words, he discerned that this was the very corpse they had been seeking, though in its current state, it could hardly be considered a corpse. As a detective, he possessed knowledge far exceeding that of an ordinary person, aware that certain rumors might not be entirely fictitious. Though he had never encountered such a situation before, he had not anticipated that he would face one now. Roar. The bloodthirsty monstrosity that was Ray Romano clearly had no intention of reminiscing with Faline and Joshi. It discarded the mangled beast it had been gnawing on and lunged toward the trio that moment. In its eyes, Faline and his companions were unmistakably perceived as prey. Whoosh! Its speed was astonishing. Far surpassing that of its former self, it bore no resemblance to a man over 60. Rather, it resembled a champion sprinter in the blink of an eye. It closed the distance to Faline and his companions. With Coffee being the first target as a detective, he was often required to confront criminals, necessitating proficiency in combat. Upon seeing the creature charge, instinct honed by battle experience took over. Coffee reflexively swung the torch in his grasp at the beast. Thud! The torch struck the creature, flames licking at its flesh as the torch made contact, smoke billowed, accompanied by a hissing sound. Yet the creature seemed impervious to pain. After a brief stumble, it surged forward. Colliding violently with Coffee, it felt like being struck by a galloping horse, leaving half of Coffee's body numb, sending him crashing several meters away. With Coffee incapacitated, Joshi, now the closest to the monstrosity, became its next target. Dad! Gazing at his father transformed into a beast, Joshi was engulfed in horror, retreating rapidly. However, the creature lunged, tackling him to the ground and lowering its grotesque, slime-coated maw filled with yellowed teeth toward his neck, showing no regard for the fact that this was his son. Dad, it's me, Joshi. He struggled, desperately trying to fend off the beast. Yet, transformed into a monster, Ray Romano not only possessed enhanced speed, but also strength far exceeding that of an ordinary man. The bloodthirsty maw drew closer, repugnant slime dripping onto Joshi. The stench of decay mixed with the iron tang of blood assaulted his senses, inducing a wave of nausea. Encountering the mysterious point one. As the monster pinned Joshi down, a line of text flashed before Faline's eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Although he noticed the bizarre text, there was no time to investigate the anomaly afflicting him. The urgency of Joshi's predicament outweighed all else. His heart raced as if it might leap from his throat. Emotionally, Joshi was the son of his benefactor, and he could not bear to witness his demise. Logically, against such a creature, only unity could foster survival. He dashed toward the beast that loomed over Joshi, launching a kick at its side. Bam! The force of his kick, stronger than that of his hands, sent the creature toppling away from Joshi. Nevertheless, Ray Romano had transformed into a creature. His physical prowess vastly superior to that of an ordinary person, he quickly righted himself, those yellow eyes glinting with bloodlust as they fixed on Faline, clearly harboring a grudge in anticipation of the creature's retaliation. Phaline swiftly rolled to the side to evade its charge. So fast, the monster's speed was astounding. Even with his preparation, Phaline barely managed to dodge. He brushed past the creature, the foul stench of decay and blood overwhelming his senses. After rolling several times, he attempted to rise, but the monster reacted even quicker. It had already regained its footing and lunged at him once more. Bam! Suddenly, Joshi, having been saved by Phaline, surged forward and collided with the creature, sending it tumbling. After being rescued once, Joshi had now returned the favor. Phaline understood that running would only lead to their annihilation. Only through unity could they hope to survive, and he grasped this truth instinctively. Roar! The creature quickly regained its footing, this time setting its sights on Joshi, who had attacked it. Bang! Just as the monster lunged at Joshi, the crack of a gunshot rang out. A circular bloodied hole appeared in the creature's abdomen, the size of a coin, with ragged edges and a foul liquid seeping from it. However, it was not blood. Rather, it was a putrid yellow fluid, corpse water. The shooter was Coffee, who had been knocked back earlier and had taken a moment to gather himself before rising. He held a torch in one hand and a silver revolver in the other, the barrel still emitting smoke. As a detective, he often found himself in perilous situations, prompting him to invest heavily in acquiring a revolver from the black market for self-defense. Without a gun permit, he risked imprisonment if reported, but the urgency of the situation rendered such concerns trivial. Roar! The creature staggered, bewildered as it gazed down at its wounded abdomen, unable to comprehend how it had been harmed. Then, its gaze turned menacingly toward Coffee, now realizing that he posed the greatest threat. With a swift burst of energy, it lunged at Coffee, moving with the speed of a cheetah. Bang, 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 as the creature charged. Coffee's heart raced, prompting him to fire his weapon. The remaining 5 bullets from his revolver were discharged rapidly toward the beast. However, once the creature anticipated the attack, Coffee's aim faltered. Out of the 5 bullets, only one found its mark, and it struck a non-vital area, far from the head or heart. Yet, the gun's force was sufficient to momentarily deter the creature, instilling a sense of caution within it. Seizing the opportunity, Coffee quickly reloaded. Mr. Coffee actually has a gun. Both Phaline and Joshi expressed surprise at the sight of Coffee's weapon, a glimmer of hope igniting within them. Seizing the moment while the monster was momentarily deterred, they hurried to rendezvous with Coffee. Upon joining forces, both felt a wave of relief wash over them. Although the creature had not yet retreated, a slight sense of security enveloped them, for they were armed with a firearm, the most formidable weapon they knew of. In stark contrast to the astonishment displayed by Phaline and Josie, Coffee's expression was far from pleasant. He spoke in a grave tone. "Gentlemen, though I possess a gun, the situation remains dire. I have not brought an ample supply of ammunition. The 6 bullets in my handgun constitute my entire stock," he continued. "Moreover, given my marksmanship, it is unlikely that I can hit it. If either of you possesses any means of self-preservation, I implore you to employ them." Upon hearing this, the relief that Phaline and Josie had just experienced was abruptly replaced by trepidation. Unlike Coffee, who was a detective, they were merely ordinary individuals without any means of safeguarding their lives. "I have none," Josie replied, his face pale and cold sweat trickling down his brow. Phaline, too, felt a surge of panic. And in that moment, he recalled the mysterious text that had appeared earlier. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a translucent panel materialized before him. Name: Phaline jewelry and antique appraisal. Proficient, upgradable. Marksmanship, awkward, upgradable. Mystery points. 1 Chapter 4. 20 years late, could this be the long-awaited golden finger? Arriving 2 decades late. The familiar design of the interface reminded Phaline of the fantasies he once harbored about possessing a golden finger. Upon first traversing into this world, he had envisioned awakening such a power to lead a life of extraordinary fortune. Yet, as he matured, the golden finger had eluded him, leading to a period of despondency. Ultimately, he reconciled with the reality that, despite lacking a golden finger, he must not succumb to despair. Compared to the ordinary populace of this world, he possessed advantages. His early wisdom was one such asset. Thus, he diligently applied himself, gaining admission to the prestigious Jameson Academy in Constance City, where he studied jewelry and antique appraisal, ultimately becoming a well-compensated appraiser. The presence of the upgradable label for both jewelry and antique appraisal and marksmanship indicates the potential for skill enhancement, likely requiring mystery points. The interface was quite simplistic, even more so than the skill pages of games from his previous life, and Phelan quickly grasped how to utilize it. He understood why he had acquired skills in these two areas. Jewelry and antique appraisal was his profession, while marksmanship was likely linked to his visits to the shooting range. After all, as a man who does not harbor an interest in firearms, given the opportunity to handle a gun, he naturally seized the chance to experience it. It is evident what I should upgrade. He directed his gaze toward the marksmanship category. Faced with the threat of the monster, even a maximum-level jewelry and antique appraisal would be of no use. Only his marksmanship could prove beneficial. The only concern was that having just one mystery point seemed insufficient. Nonetheless, there was no choice but to give it a try. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. As he fixated on the marksmanship category, Phelan repeatedly chanted the word upgrade in his mind. His intention was to utilize all available mystery points to elevate his marksmanship to its utmost potential. Mystery points decreased by 0.1, transforming marksmanship into proficient, upgradable. Mystery points decreased by 0.2, transforming marksmanship into expert, upgradable. Mystery points decreased by 0.4, transforming marksmanship into master, not upgradable. The marksmanship category underwent 3 successive transformations, leaving him with only 0.3 mystery points. Whether he had reached the highest level or simply lacked sufficient mystery points, he could no longer upgrade his marksmanship. However, a flood of memories surged into his mind, all pertaining to his experiences with firearms. These memories depicted his evolution from a novice to a sharpshooter, culminating in a mastery that allowed him to hit his target with unerring accuracy. Dismissing the translucent panel, Phelan redirected his focus to the present. As for the panel, he would study it further once they were safe. The entire process, from the appearance of the panel to the upgrade of his marksmanship, had taken mere seconds, thanks to his familiarity with similar systems from countless games in his previous life. However, in those few seconds, the tense situation had shifted dramatically. As Coffee refrained from launching another attack capable of threatening them, the monster's hesitation towards him began to fade. Its mouth, grotesquely stretched to the ears, gaped wide to reveal rows of jagged yellow teeth stained with remnants of flesh, its eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty glint. Its body coiled slightly, akin to a bow drawn taut. In the next instant, it lunged forward, hurtling toward the 3 Phelan, Josie, and Coffee quickly retreated to evade the attack. Yet their speed was no match for the transformed Ray Romano. Bang, 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 bang. Although only 6 bullets remained, Coffee fired without hesitation. After all, if he refrained from shooting, the monster would close the distance, leaving him with no chance to fire at all. He unleashed 4 shots, the copper bullets whistling through the air toward the creature. Yet, as Coffee himself had stated, his aim was unlikely to hit a creature moving with the speed of a leopard. All 4 bullets whizzed past the monster, creating craters in the ground nearby, but failing to inflict any harm on the transformed Ray Romano. The situation grew increasingly dire as the monster closed in. Coffee grit his teeth, preparing to fire the last 2 bullets, hoping to fend off the creature with what little he had left. Killing it was beyond his expectations. "Give me the gun." With the situation reaching a critical point, Phelan shouted. Fearing time was of the essence, he lunged to seize the firearm from Coffee's grasp, having achieved mastery in marksmanship. His understanding of firearms and related techniques had reached an exceptionally high level, including the art of disarming. He gripped Coffee's hand firmly, causing pain to shoot through Coffee's wrist, compelling him to instinctively release the weapon. The silver revolver slipped from Coffee's hand, but before it could hit the ground, Phelan had already let go of Coffee's wrist and swiftly caught the firearm. That moment, the monster was barely 2 meters away from the trio, a distance it could cover in the blink of an eye. The stench of decay and blood from the creature was now palpable. "What are you doing?" In the midst of such peril, Coffee was incredulous that Phelan would seize the gun from him, his frustration boiling over as he shouted. Bang! Bang! Simultaneously, 2 gunshots rang out. With each shot, the creature lunging at them staggered, swaying before collapsing less than a meter away. By the flickering light of the torches, they could see that the monster bore coin-sized bullet wounds at its forehead and heart, yellowish ichor oozing from the wounds, intensifying the foul odor. The 3 of them instinctively retched and recoiled. "What?" Staring at the now motionless monster, Coffee's jaw dropped in astonishment. His earlier anger dissipated at this moment. He comprehended why Faline had needed to take the handgun. Faline's marksmanship far surpassed his own, while Coffee lacked the confidence to kill the creature. Faline possessed that ability, which was why he had taken the gun. Had he known of Faline's remarkable skill earlier, he would have unhesitatingly handed over the firearm. He must be comparable to a sharpshooter in the military. Removing his gold-rimmed glasses to wipe them, Coffee turned to Faline with astonishment. Although he held considerable confidence in his marksmanship, it paled in comparison to Faline's. The caliber of Faline's skill had likely reached that of a military sharpshooter. Igniting Coffee's curiosity about his previously unassuming companion, what was Faline's true identity to possess such marksmanship? It was important to note that such skill required not only ample ammunition, but also a natural talent for shooting. Without that innate talent, even unlimited bullets would not suffice for mastery. Father, gazing at the lifeless form of Ray Romano, Josie first experienced a rush of relief, followed by an overwhelming wave of sorrow. His father had come back to life, only to perish once more. The grief of witnessing his father die twice before his eyes was unfathomable. Yet he bore no resentment towards Faline, who had slain the father, for they would all perish if the monster remained alive. Moreover, he believed his father would never wish to live on in such a monstrous state. As for Faline's extraordinary marksmanship, it left him both shocked and intrigued. However, he was not particularly familiar with his father's student, making it inappropriate to inquire further. Such a significant improvement. Even Faline himself was taken aback by his newfound marksmanship. He was acutely aware of his initial level of skill, which had been decidedly that of a novice, as evidenced by the awkward classification. Although he had visited the shooting range a few times out of curiosity, he had never considered it a place for serious practice, as the financial cost of honing marksmanship there was exorbitant. Even beyond his current means, the TO think that such beginner-level skills could be elevated to the level of a sharpshooter was truly astonishing. Although the process was perilous, the task has nonetheless been accomplished. Mr. Josie, our employment relationship has reached its conclusion. Taking a deep breath to ease his emotions, Coffee turned to Josie and spoke. Had he known he would encounter such events, no amount of commission would have compelled him to accept the job. Fortunately, the matter has been resolved. While the journey was fraught with danger, it ended without calamity. I apologize for the trouble caused to Mr. Coffee. I shall provide additional compensation for the ammunition expended. Initially believing it to be merely a case of body theft, Josie was taken aback by the bizarre occurrences and thus decided to offer recompense. There is no need for that. The expenses incurred were part of the task and are accounted for in the commission. Coffee shook his head, then added, however, I do have a request that I hope that Mr. Josie and Mr. Faline will keep my possession of a firearm confidential, as I do not possess a gun license. Rest assured, Mr. Coffee, we shall not disclose this matter, both Faline and Josie assured him. They felt immense gratitude towards Coffee. Had it not been for his firearm, they could very well have perished that night. Chapter 5. The mysterious points should the extraordinary events of the night be reported. The existence of the firearm would undoubtedly be difficult to conceal. Moreover, the kingdom must be aware of the existence of these monsters, yet has chosen not to disclose such information, indicating an intention to keep related matters under wraps. Reporting the incident could lead to a gag order imposed upon the three of them, potentially restricting their freedom. Thus, after deliberation, they resolved to conceal the transformation of Ray Romano's body into a monster. Opting only to inform the guard department that they had retrieved the body to prevent any possibility of it resurrecting or triggering further anomalies, they chose to incinerate Ray Romano's remains on site. Taking the ashes back for a proper burial, as dawn approached, Faline, Josie, and Coffee parted ways and returned to Faline's appraisal office. Having gone an entire night without sleep, Faline felt physically exhausted, yet he was brimming with excitement. Caught in a state of exhilaration, although he had encountered extraordinarily bizarre occurrences the previous night, it had awakened his latent abilities. After a 20-year delay, his golden finger had finally manifested to him. The perilous experiences of last night were, in fact, a fortuitous turn of events rather than a misfortune. Hanging the closed for business sign for the day, he locked the door of the appraisal office and eagerly summoned the panel. The emergence of the golden finger instilled in him a sense of unreality, and he feared that all of this might merely be a dream, vanishing upon awakening. With a swish, as he called out, a semi-transparent panel materialized before his eyes. Name, Failing Jewelry and Antique Appraisal. Proficient, upgradable, marksmanship, master, non-upgradable, mysterious points, 0. 3. Seeing this semi-transparent panel once more, he finally confirmed that everything was indeed happening in reality and not just a figment of his imagination. Overwhelmed with excitement, he took a while to regain his composure and continued to explore the semi-transparent panel. Based on the reactions of Josie and Kathy earlier, it seems that this panel is visible only to me. At that moment, he had inadvertently triggered the conditions necessary to summon the semi-transparent panel. Fortunately, it appeared that others could not see it. Josie and Kathy remained oblivious to its presence. He suspected that the semi-transparent panel might be directly projected onto his retina rather than appearing in the external world, which would explain why others could not perceive it. The key to the panel lies in the mysterious points. His gaze fell upon the mysterious points section at the bottom of the semi-transparent panel. The skills in jewelry and antique appraisal and marksmanship were akin to skill panels from games in his previous life, while the mysterious points served as the equivalent of skill points. Only by expending mysterious points could he enhance his skills in jewelry and antique appraisal, marksmanship, and similar abilities. Thus, mysterious points were indeed the crux of this panel that asks for how to acquire mysterious points. Failing couldn't help but recall the initial line that had appeared before him. Contacting the mysterious points 1. This line, coupled with his encounter with Ray Romano, who had transformed into a monster, made the method for obtaining mysterious points abundantly clear. It was simply through engaging with mysterious events. There was no requirement to slay the monsters that triggered the mystery. In fact, killing them did not yield any mysterious points. He had already gained mysterious points during the encounter with Ray Romano. Yet after successfully dispatching the monster, no additional points were credited. I never imagined that such creatures as monsters existed in this world. Reflecting on his previous experiences, Failing felt a lingering trepidation. He had initially thought this world was merely one of advanced steam machinery, akin to a modern European setting. However, it was now evident that beneath this veneer of steam technology lay the hidden reality of resurrected monsters, a mystery known to only a select few. Perhaps such phenomena existed in my previous life as well. I simply never encountered them as an ordinary person. Failing mused to himself. As an ordinary individual, if one were to realize that monsters existed in this world, it would undoubtedly incite panic and lead to societal chaos. It was likely for this reason that the kingdom opted to conceal the existence of such mysteries. In his previous life, there may have also been monsters, but the government chose to keep such matters secret for similar reasons. Should I actively seek to engage with the mysterious? A choice lay before Failing. To acquire mysterious points, he must interact with the enigmatic. Yet such engagement would inevitably entail danger. While it was unnecessary to kill the monsters, merely encountering them would pose its own risks. Thus, he faced two options: refrain from attempting to engage with the mysterious, thereby missing out on mysterious points, and continue leading a relatively safe, ordinary life. If fortune favored him, he might live a stable existence, or dare to engage with the mysterious, acquire mysterious points, and embark on an extraordinary life, albeit fraught with repeated peril. To settle for the mundane would render such a life exceedingly dull. Without excessive hesitation, Failing made his decision in his previous life, he had led a life of mediocrity. In this one, he refused to remain ordinary. Even if it meant facing danger time and again, he would proceed without hesitation. How should I go about engaging with the mysterious? Having resolved to pursue the extraordinary path of the mysterious, Failing began contemplating how to initiate such contact. From the bizarre events of the previous night, it was not difficult to infer that some circulating tales of ghosts and monsters might indeed be linked to the mysterious. If he wished to engage with the mysterious, these tales would serve as a potential pathway. However, recklessly pursuing contact with the unknown without any understanding would be tantamount to courting death, even with his masterful marksmanship. He couldn't claim to be invulnerable. After all, some of the creatures mentioned in ghostly tales were physically formidable, impervious to gunfire, while others existed in a spectral state, rendering firearms ineffective against them. Though he had resolved to engage with the mysterious, he had no desire to meet his demise. Since there exist monsters and such mysteries, there must also be secret organizations that handle these matters. The safest way to engage with the mysterious would likely be to join such an organization. Failing pondered. Should a secret organization dedicated to dealing with mysteries truly exist, Then joining it would undoubtedly allow him to gain a more comprehensive understanding of monsters and related enigmas, thus facilitating safer encounters with the mysterious. Furthermore, he harbored a vague suspicion: if there were monsters possessing mysterious abilities, might there not also be individuals within these organizations who wielded similar powers? Perhaps within such organizations, there were methods to master mysterious abilities through study. For someone like him, who possessed a panel, regardless of his innate talent, he was confident in his ability to grasp the mysterious. How should I locate such organizations? Having resolved to join a secret organization, another question arose before him. Even if such organizations existed, they would undoubtedly be exceedingly clandestine, unknown to the average person. How could he find and successfully join such a mysterious organization? Perhaps he might know. Failing suddenly thought of someone, an individual who might possess knowledge regarding how to find these secret organizations. Chapter 6. Extraordinary traits after a restorative sleep. Failing felt rejuvenated, albeit quite famished. Having gone an entire day without nourishment, he filled his stomach at a nearby restaurant before promptly hailing a cab. His next destination was to visit the individual who might possess information on locating the mysterious organization. The cab halted before a detective agency, and after knocking and receiving permission, Failing entered. The interior of the detective agency was furnished with desks, sofas, and coffee tables. Though modest in size, it was elegantly appointed. That moment, seated at a desk was a man in his 30s wearing gold-rimmed glasses. This man was none other than Cafe Cologne, whom Failing had seen not long ago. Indeed, Failing believed that the person who might know how to locate the mysterious organization was the detective Cafe. As a detective, he was among the most well-informed individuals, inquiring about the mysterious organization. Failing concluded that Cafe was the most likely candidate to possess such knowledge. What brings you here? Cafe looked at Failing in surprise, having just seen him recently. After a moment's pause, as if recalling something, he quickly added, "You're not here to request another commission, are you? Let me make it clear. If it's anything like the previous one, I want to take it. I'd like to live a few more years." "You misunderstand. I'm not here to request a commission, but rather to gather information. Of course, I am willing to offer compensation." Observing the somewhat jittery detective Cafe, Failing chuckled and shook his head. "Isn't this an occasion to send out a commission?" "Well, that's a relief," Cafe exhaled, inquiring, "What news do you wish to uncover? As for the reward, consider it a token of gratitude for saving my life previously. Given the existence of monsters and entities wielding mystical powers, could it not be surmised that there are also enigmatic organizations possessing such powers?" Failing reined in his smile, his expression turning solemn as he questioned, "What is your interest in this matter?" Cafe chose not to respond directly, instead posing another question. "You evidently possess knowledge regarding this topic," Failing remarked, his excitement palpable as he deduced from Cafe's reaction that he was privy to information about these mysterious organizations. "Indeed, such organizations do exist, yet you have yet to divulge your reasons for this inquiry," Cafe said, removing his gold-rimmed glasses to polish them before replacing them. "I wish to join one of them," Failing stated plainly. For this was not something he felt needed to be concealed. "Join one of them." "Precisely, to become a member," Failing affirmed with a nod. "Creatures of the night are exceedingly perilous, should I encounter them again. Survival is not guaranteed. I aspire to become part of such a mysterious organization to acquire methods of harnessing their arcane powers, thereby gaining the strength to combat these malevolent beings." Understanding Failing's intentions, Cafe reassured him. "In truth, there is no need for excessive concern. While these entities are indeed dangerous, the likelihood of encountering them is quite low. In all my years as a detective, last night marked my first encounter with such a thing. Yet when confronted, the consequences can be fatal. I refuse to place my life in the hands of mere chance," Failing insisted, shaking his head earnestly. "That is a valid point," Cafe conceded, reflecting on the harrowing events of the previous night. Although the odds were scant, the repercussions were dire. Had it not been for his firearm and Failing's sharpshooting skills, the three of them might very well have perished. He could empathize with Failing's desire not to gamble his life on such uncertain probabilities. "How does one locate such a mysterious organization and successfully gain entry?" Failing asked, gazing expectantly at Cafe. However, Cafe shook his head in response. "While I am aware of the existence of such organizations, I am not privy to the means of locating them." Hearing this, Failing's heart sank in disappointment. If even a detective of Coffey's caliber was unaware of how to find these organizations, his quest would undoubtedly be fraught with difficulty. Just as despair threatened to engulf him, Coffey continued. However, while I may not know how to find them, I do know how to join one. You know how to join. All traces of disappointment vanished, replaced by an involuntary thrill in Phalene's heart. The inability to find such organizations was of little consequence, as long as he could learn the means to join them. After all, his ultimate goal was to become a member of one of these enigmatic groups. He regarded Coffey with a hint of suspicion, feeling as though the detective was preparing to reveal a surprising twist. As if he were indulging in a playful jest, he inquired, "What must one do to join these mysterious organizations?" "Demonstrate your exceptional abilities," Coffey replied succinctly. "Which specific abilities must be showcased?" Phelan asked, his brow furrowing slightly. "It could be extraordinary strength beyond that of an average person, exceptional vision, or remarkable technical skills, such as proficiency in forensic analysis or marksmanship. As long as one surpasses the ordinary in some aspect, there exists the possibility of being noticed and recruited by the mysterious organization," Coffey elucidated. "Marksmanship is also acceptable." Phelan's mind raced with the thought of his own gun skills, which had reached a masterful level. Surely, his prowess would exceed that of an average individual, suggesting that he could attract the attention of these enigmatic organizations and gain entry through his marksmanship. "According to my understanding, it is indeed possible," Coffey affirmed. Gazing at Phelan, "You elicit a tinge of envy in me. Upon learning of the existence of these organizations, I too once contemplated joining. Regrettably, the only skill I could claim was my detective abilities, which did not reach a level far beyond the ordinary, thus failing to capture the attention of these organizations. But you, on the other hand, have undoubtedly achieved a marksmanship level that far exceeds that of the average person, significantly increasing your chances of being noticed and successfully joining these organizations." Upon hearing Coffey's words, Phelan felt a surge of excitement, while simultaneously realizing that Coffey's earlier demeanor had likely been a playful ruse. Contemplating the peculiar criteria these organizations employed for recruitment, he curiously asked, "Why do these mysterious organizations seek out individuals with extraordinary traits, seemingly without particular preference, as long as they possess some exceptional quality?" "I cannot say. Were I aware, I would likely be a member of one such organization now, rather than working in this detective agency," Coffey replied. Somewhat irked, he felt like a failure, while the prospect of Phelan's potential success only deepened his inexplicable sense of bitterness. The Constant City Guard Bureau is situated within a 5-story building at the heart of Constant City, AT. This moment, the premises are bustling with officers clad in blue uniforms. Some are seated at their desks, the sound of their pens scratching on paper filling the air. Others have holstered their firearms, preparing for duty, while some are holding documents, ready to report to their superiors. Among these busy officers, one individual appears remarkably relaxed. She is a woman in her 20s, with curly brown hair cascading to her shoulders. Rather than donning the standard blue uniform, she is dressed in a deep black gown that a beauty mark lies beneath her left eye, complementing her striking features and commanding presence. Against the backdrop of her elegant black dress, she resembles a stunning black rose, beautiful yet thorny. Several officers have attempted to approach her, only to find themselves leaving in disarray. "Miss Harlowen, here are the complete records of the corpse theft case," one officer said, hurrying forward with a folder in hand that he dared not meet her gaze, lowering his head as he handed the document to her. His reluctance stemmed from her extraordinary beauty, fearing he might embarrass himself, as well as from the knowledge that she hailed from the kingdom's most secretive agency, the Kingdom Security Bureau. His understanding of this department was limited. Yet the high-ranking official's cryptic demeanor and their insistence that he fully cooperate indicated its significance. This woman, originating from the Kingdom Security Bureau, was undoubtedly someone to be reckoned with. "Thank you." Lindy Harlowen gracefully accepted the folder, placing it on the desk beside her and perusing its contents. Surprisingly, there is no report of reanimation. As she finished reviewing the report, her brow furrowed in surprise. According to her information, all others who had entered the Imperial-era tomb had undergone reanimation upon death, transforming into ghouls. Yet, in the case of Ray Romano, despite his corpse having gone missing for a time, it was subsequently recovered without any records of reanimation. This was clearly abnormal, suggesting that someone was concealing the truth. The individual who recovered the body was Ray Romano's son, Josie Romano, along with Ray Romano's student, Phaline Socks, and Detective Coffee Cologne. It appears that they are the ones who resolved the ghoul issue. Although it is merely a ghoul, their ability to defeat it indicates that at least one among them possesses extraordinary traits, making them suitable candidates for recruitment. She closed the file, rising and making her way outside. The gazes of the officers in the office followed her, a sense of loss permeating as they watched her depart. Entirely unaware that she was a woman capable of single-handedly dismantling the entire Guard Bureau's strength, a true rose with thorns. Chapter 7. Master-level marksmanship. After leaving Coffee's detective agency, Phaline took a cab to the shooting range he had visited on several occasions. If he intended to showcase his marksmanship, it was imperative to head to the shooting range, the only venue where individuals without gun licenses could wield firearms openly, and with witnesses present to disseminate the news. After all, he desired his skills to be recognized, not concealed. The cab ride took a considerable amount of time before arriving at the Drake shooting range, located on the northwestern edge of the city. Spanning several square kilometers and offering various shooting modes, it not only provided the thrill of shooting, but also ensured that the diversity of options prevented monotony. It was a favored pastime for both men and women alike. Although the costs were prohibitively high, even someone like Phaline, with a middle to upper income in Constant City, could not afford to frequent the establishment regularly. "Sir, welcome to the Drake shooting range. I will be your personal attendant during your visit." A lovely woman in a black and white dress greeted him as he entered the facility. "We offer fixed target modes, moving target modes, hunting modes. What shooting mode would you like to select?" Phaline's gaze briefly wandered over the woman's alluring figure, understanding why the Drake shooting range commanded such high fees. Clearing his throat, he redirected his attention and replied, "Moving target mode. Very well, please follow me," she said with a sweet smile, leading him onward. They first proceeded to retrieve a handgun and purchase ammunition, which was exorbitantly priced. One round cost 1 shilling. And a single gold pound could buy only 20 rounds. Though Phaline maintained a composed expression, his heart ached at the expense that in order to capture the attention of the mysterious organization, he has indeed invested significantly, hoping to truly elicit their involvement. This room just happens to have one vacant spot. After procuring bullets, Phaline, under the guidance of a woman clad in a black and white dress, entered a shooting range. Within the shooting range, there were a total of 4 shooting positions, 3 of which were already occupied by 3 young individuals, 1 male and 2 females, who were conversing while shooting, indicating their familiarity with one another. Whoosh! A flying target was launched into the air by the target operator from a secure position at the Drake shooting gallery. The young man, believing himself to be quite dashing, raised his revolver to take aim. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed, and the airborne target was struck. The bullet's formidable penetrating power created a hole that pierced through from front to back, causing the target to fall to the ground, where it rolled a few times before coming to a halt. Whoosh! Another flying target was sent skyward by the operator, and once again, the young man lifted his gun to shoot. Bang! The target was hit again, dropping to the ground and rolling next to the previous one. "I didn't expect your marksmanship to be so impressive," one of the young women, with chestnut hair, praised him upon witnessing the young man's consecutive hits. "Remarkable," echoed the other young woman, who had blonde hair. "The challenge of hitting a flying target is far greater than that of a stationary one, and to strike 2 in a row showcases exceptional skill." "Not too shabby," the young man replied modestly, though the subtle smile that crept onto his face betrayed his true feelings that he had devoted considerable time and money to attain this moment of glory, and it seemed his efforts were worthwhile. "Someone's coming." Just then, the trio noticed Phaline entering the room. Upon realizing that the newcomer was merely a man, the young man cast a fleeting glance before diverting his attention. However, the 2 young women, intrigued by Phaline's rare black hair and fairly handsome features, stole a few more glances. "Sir, how many flying targets would you like to have launched at once?" the woman in the black and white dress inquired, seeking to confirm the number of targets to communicate with the operator. "Let's start with 3. Phaline pondered for a moment, articulating a number that, for his masterful marksmanship, could be deemed conservative. He intended to begin with 3 targets to gauge his feel, planning to increase the number once he became accustomed to the gun in his hand. Puff! The young man, who had been unimpressed, nearly burst into laughter at Phaline's response. He had initially thought himself to be quite the show-off, only to find someone who could outdo him in that regard. It was certain that Phaline would fail. The airborne targets had a fixed flight time, meaning that if 3 were shot at simultaneously, the aiming and shooting time would have to be reduced to a third of the original. Such a hasty aim and shot would surely compromise accuracy. Even if the other party's marksmanship exceeded his own, achieving such a feat would be exceedingly difficult, and he certainly did not believe Phelan's skills could surpass his own. The two young women, though not as overtly taken aback as the young man, regarded Phelan with polite smiles that belied their curiosity. Very well. The woman in the black and white dress paused for a moment. Not entirely convinced that Phelan could succeed, but nonetheless agreed and approached the target operator to relay his request. As his dedicated servant, her duty was to follow orders. Her employer's potential embarrassment was of no concern to her. Before long, the woman returned, having communicated with the operator. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At Phelan's signal, 3 flying targets adorned with red edges and white centers were simultaneously launched. They ascended quickly, reaching their apex before beginning their descent. In that moment, Phelan commenced shooting. Compared to the young man's flamboyant shooting stance, Phelan's posture was rigidly precise, lacking an aesthetic flair but remarkably standard, akin to textbook perfection. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and Phelan ceased firing. Simultaneously, each of the 3 descending flying targets bore a clean hole, having been struck. 3 shots, 3 bullets, each successfully hitting a target, with none left unscathed. Plop, plop, plop. The 3 targets fell to the ground, bouncing a few times before coming to a rest. The young man, the 2 young women, and the woman in the black and white dress, Phelan's devoted servant, were all left in astonishment as they gazed at the 3 fallen targets. He actually achieved it. They had initially expected him to embarrass himself, yet he truly possessed such marksmanship. Moreover, upon closer inspection of the holes in the targets, it was evident that each was centered perfectly in the red bullseye. Not only had he hit all 3 targets, but he had also struck their centers. The difficulty of this shooting surpassed merely hitting 3 flying targets, indicating that 3 was not the limit of his skills. Continue. Phelan urged the somewhat dazed operator to resume launching targets. Coming back to their senses, the operators began to throw the targets once more. Bang, 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 bang. The operator launched 3 additional flying targets consecutively, each one struck by Phelan, with not a single shot missing the mark. Furthermore, every hit remained within the central red area of the targets. Add 3 more flying targets, Phelan declared, now completely familiar with his firearm and ready to increase the challenge, eager to showcase an even more formidable display of marksmanship. After all, his sole purpose for visiting the shooting range was to demonstrate his extraordinary skills that far exceeded the ordinary, to attract the attention of the mysterious organization, and thus gain entry into their ranks. Understood. The woman in the black and white dress responded eagerly, rushing to communicate with the operator while her heart brimmed with anticipation. She wondered if he could manage to hit 6 flying targets simultaneously. Should he succeed, he would shatter the records held since the Drake shooting gallery's inception. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A total of 6 flying targets ascended into the air. Even with his masterful skills, Phelan felt a heightened sense of seriousness at this moment. Compared to the previous 3 targets, the challenge of hitting 6 was not merely doubled but increased exponentially. With the rising number of targets, the difficulty escalated geometrically rather than linearly. Bang, 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 bang. With his focus honed to a razor's edge, Phelan commenced a rapid series of aim and fire. 6 shots rang out as he emptied his revolver, which could only hold 6 rounds. The barrel of the revolver emitted smoke, growing warm to the touch. The result: each of the 6 flying targets in the air bore a hole in their central red star. 6 bullets, hitting 6 targets, none missed. The hallmark of a master marksman. Hiss! A gasp of awe escaped the young man's lips as he witnessed the central red spots of the 6 flying targets being struck. His eyes widened in disbelief. The shock he felt upon seeing Phelan hit 3 targets was now dwarfed by the astonishment of witnessing him hit 6. "Sir, your marksmanship is astounding. Would you be willing to teach me?" the young man exclaimed, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he approached Phelan, abandoning his 2 female companions. After all, what could be more important than learning from such a sharpshooter? If he didn't seize this opportunity to glean some wisdom, he would surely regret it later. Meanwhile, the 2 young women gazed at Phelan with enticing expressions, their lips slightly parted. Such a skilled man was undeniably attractive. After demonstrating his extraordinary marksmanship, which stirred quite a commotion within the shooting gallery, Phelan eventually departed. He felt a sense of satisfaction with the stir he had caused, believing that such a spectacle would surely reach the ears of the mysterious organization. The only aspect that left him dissatisfied was the toll it took on his purse. Each round of flying target shooting consumed 6 bullets, and bullets were indeed quite pricey. In total, he had purchased 300 rounds, costing him 15 gold pounds, nearly equivalent to his monthly income. That if such a substantial investment failed to attract the attention of the mysterious organization, he feared he might be left in a state of discontent. Chapter 8. The spatial labyrinth. Constant City, located in the interior of the Kingdom of Heidelberg, is one of the most prosperous cities in the kingdom following the advent of the steam mechanical era. Naturally, such a city is home to a considerable number of nobles and wealthy merchants. The Eastern District is the area with the highest concentration of nobles and affluent merchants, housing over 90% of Constance's elite. Amidst the numerous villas of these nobles and merchants stands one that appears quite ordinary, at least on the surface. This is the Constant branch of the Kingdom's Security Bureau. The Kingdom's Security Bureau is an organization dedicated to managing affairs related to the mysterious world for the Kingdom of Heidelberg, with branches established in several key cities throughout the realm. Although it is an official organization, it operates covertly, handling matters related to the arcane, and thus cannot be as overt as the Guard Department. Deputy Director. It has been confirmed that the student of Ray Romano, Faline Sox, who possesses extraordinary marksmanship, is responsible for eliminating the ghoul. At that moment, in an office, a young woman with golden hair and thin-framed glasses, approximately 20 years old, was reporting to Lindy Harlowen, who had previously appeared at the Guard Department. Her name was Julie Kate, Lindy Harlowen's secretary, entrusted with assisting with administrative tasks and held in high regard by Lindy. To think it would be him. Lindy Halloween reclined in her office chair, her slightly languid posture accentuating the impressive curves of her bosom. Yet regrettably, no man was present to witness such a tantalizing sight. Surprised by Julie's report, she immediately mobilized the kingdom's intelligence network to investigate upon suspecting that one among Josh Romano, Cafe Cologne, and Phelan Sox possessed extraordinary traits. However, the primary focus of the investigation was not Phelan Sox, but rather the detective, Cafe Cologne, a detective who might possess firearms. Cafe Cologne was more likely to be the individual responsible for the death of the ghoul, with extraordinary characteristics. Yet, the investigation yielded unexpected results. It was not the detective Cafe Cologne who possessed extraordinary traits, but rather Phelan Sox, the appraiser among the three, who was ostensibly the least likely candidate. How old is Phelan Sox? Just turned 20 a little over a month ago, Julie replied without glancing at the report in her hand, for her memory, far superior to that of an ordinary person, had already retained every detail verbatim. Of course, this was merely a fraction of her extraordinary memory capabilities. Should she choose, she could effortlessly memorize a thick and weighty dictionary within an hour. To achieve mastery in marksmanship by the age of 20 is indeed commendable. Linty nodded in acknowledgement. For various reasons, clandestine organizations like the Kingdom Security Bureau tend to recruit individuals who exhibit exceptional traits or reach master-level proficiency in their skills. While reaching mastery at the age of 20 is impressive, it is not uncommon within the Security Bureau, thus the qualification could only be deemed adequate. Deputy Director, I hold a differing opinion. I believe this individual's talent transcends mere excellence and should be classified as extraordinary. Julie asserted, shaking her head, in matters related to work. She dared to contradict even her superior. This was an unchangeable aspect of her character, a trait that had led to her dismissal by previous superiors multiple times. It was only upon becoming Linty Halloween's secretary that she had stabilized her position and avoided further dismissals. What is the basis for your judgment? Linty, unperturbed by Julie's rebuttal, appreciated her diligence. She required an assistant who could genuinely assist her, rather than a mere sycophant. According to the records, Phelan Sox lost both parents at a young age, has an elder sister who is now married, and came from a modest background before starting work at 18. Before he began working, he lacked the financial means to acquire firearms, which means that although he has reached the age of 20, he has only spent 2 years honing his marksmanship to a master level. Records obtained from the Drake shooting range corroborate this. The earliest documented practice sessions were 2 years ago. Julie adjusted her glasses as she presented her reasoning, achieving mastery in marksmanship within 2 years. Linty cradled her chin with her fair hand, her expression revealing a hint of astonishment. While there were many within the Security Bureau who had reached mastery in certain skills as teenagers, These individuals had typically been exposed to relevant techniques at a very young age. If Phelan Socks truly achieved mastery in marksmanship within 2 years, it would indeed merit an extraordinary classification. Deputy Director, I recommend we immediately recruit Phelan Socks into the Security Bureau. If we delay, we risk losing him to other clandestine organizations, Julie urged, within the Kingdom of Heidelberg, aside from the Kingdom Security Bureau. There existed various other covert organizations, all unofficial. These organizations frequently competed for talent, and with the emergence of an extraordinary individual, they would not let the opportunity slip away. Very well, let us depart at once. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, Linty rose from her chair. Adjusting her black gown, which had become slightly disheveled from her relaxed posture, she swiftly opened the door and exited the office behind her. Julie adjusted her glasses and hurriedly followed. Though he has reached the age of 20, the fact that he has achieved mastery in marksmanship in just 2 years is undoubtedly sufficient to qualify as extraordinary. Within a private carriage, 2 men of distinct bearing engaged in conversation as they made their way to the street where Phelan resided. Just as Julie had surmised, it was not only the Kingdom Security Bureau that had taken notice of Phelan's rapid mastery of marksmanship. Other clandestine organizations were also aware of this remarkable fact. Individuals with extraordinary qualifications were exceedingly rare in any covert organization. Upon learning of such a talent in Constant City, they had promptly mobilized to recruit him. What is taking so long? Why have we not arrived yet? One of the men suddenly frowned amidst their discussion. The carriage had been traveling for quite some time, and logically, they should have reached their destination at Phelan's appraisal office by now. That he pulled back the carriage curtain and inquired of the driver. How much longer until we arrive? Sir, we should be nearing. But the driver stammered, clearly anxious, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. But what? The man pressed, frowning further. It south, just this street it seems to stretch on endlessly, no matter which way I turn. I cannot find the end. The driver's voice trembled, large drops of cold sweat trickling down. Having been a driver for decades, he was intimately familiar with every street in Constant City. He could navigate them with his eyes closed. Yet today, he found the once familiar streets had morphed into a perplexing maze, as if they had no conclusion. This is not good. Upon hearing the driver's response, both men silently cursed their misfortune. Stop immediately. They instructed the driver to halt the carriage, then jumped down, bracing themselves against their surroundings. All clandestine organizations practiced a force known as the secret technique, and those who trained in this power were referred to as secret practitioners. The appearance of a mysterious phenomenon indicated that they were either encountering something enigmatic or other secret practitioners, having fallen into the trap of another secret technique, given that it was daytime. The likelihood of encountering a secret practitioner was considerable, but in combat, the element of surprise was paramount. Being ensnared in an enemy's secret technique placed them in a highly disadvantageous position. That it must be a secret space maze. We have fallen into a secret space maze. The first man stated gravely, since they have not attacked us, it seems the intention is merely to confine us. The other man frowned. After exchanging a look, their expressions turned grim. Damn it, we've been outmaneuvered. They're clearly after the extraordinary talent. To prevent us from contacting the extraordinary talent, they have ensnared us in this space maze. That it was highly probable that the other party, like them, was also aiming for the extraordinary talent to thwart their interaction with him. They had resorted to confining them within the space maze. By the time they managed to extricate themselves, the other party would likely have already persuaded the extraordinary talent to join their organization. They realized that this recruitment effort was likely doomed to fail. In truth, it was not just these 2 men. Other individuals from various clandestine organizations attempting to approach Phelan were similarly trapped in the space maze. Deputy Director, 5 groups attempting to approach this location have already fallen into the space maze, Julie reported to Lindy outside Phelan's appraisal office. Adjusting her glasses, the creator of the space maze was none other than her, despite her usual appearance as a mere office worker. She was, in fact, also a secret practitioner. The space maze she wielded, while lacking in combat capability, was an exceptional technique for ensnaring enemies. Once ensnared within this technique, unless one possessed a similar mastery over spatial techniques or possessed overwhelming strength to shatter the spatial confines, escape was nearly impossible within the duration her technique could be maintained. Excellent. Keep them occupied. During this time, I will persuade Phelan Socks to join us. Linty, clad in a stunning black gown akin to a black rose, smiled slightly as she approached Phelan's appraisal office and knocked on the door. Chapter 9. Recruitment, please enter. Mistaking the knock for a customer, Phelan straightened his attire to appear professional and composed before responding. Since returning from the Drake shooting range, he had been in a state of anxious anticipation. Although Kaffee had assured him that his marksmanship would undoubtedly attract the attention of mysterious organizations, the prospect still left him feeling tense. After all, Kaffee was not a member of any clandestine organization. The assumption that demonstrating master-level marksmanship would captivate these organizations was merely Kaffee's conjecture. Not a certainty. Creak. The door to the appraisal office swung open, revealing a woman in a black dress, appearing to be in her 20s. With her curly, chestnut hair and strikingly beautiful features, Phelan found himself momentarily entranced. Having lived for 20 years in this world, he had encountered numerous beautiful women, some even surpassing the allure of Western celebrities from his previous life. Yet none could compare to the woman before him. Her visage was a masterpiece of divine craftsmanship, flawless in every regard. The beauty mark beneath her left eye only enhanced her enchanting aura, adding a touch of seduction to her already exquisite appearance. What a pity she is a woman I cannot afford to marry, Phelan thought to himself, as his discerning eye, honed as an appraiser, recognized the exquisite quality of the black dress she wore. Clad in black silk that is several times more precious than gold, tailored by the finest of craftsmen, and adorned with 3 diamonds the size of a thumb on her chest, the woman before him was draped in garments that could easily rival his entire fortune. If not surpass it, such a woman was beyond his reach, at least for the time being. Regaining his composure, he gestured for her to take a seat on the sofa and prepared a cup of his finest black tea for her. Before inquiring, "Good day, madam. Are you here for the appraisal of jewelry or antiques?" "No, I am not here for an appraisal." Lindy took a sip of the tea but found it lacking to her taste, setting it down lightly as she introduced herself. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lindy Harlowen, representing the Kingdom's Security Bureau." While Fairling assessed her, she too scrutinized him, having noticed his momentary stupor upon encountering her beauty. She felt no anger at his reaction. She was well aware of her allure, and such responses were entirely normal. The Kingdom's Security Bureau. Fairling's expression was one of skepticism. He had heard of the Kingdom's Tax Bureau, the Health Bureau, and the Civil Affairs Bureau, but never had he encountered mention of a security bureau. "Our department operates under the Kingdom's shadow, a realm known to very few. We primarily handle matters involving the arcane, such as the undead creature you recently encountered, which falls within our jurisdiction," Lindy elucidated. "The Kingdom's shadow, undead creatures?" Fairling felt a surge of excitement at her words. That it was understandable for Heidelberg, one of the 3 great kingdoms, to have a department dedicated to handling mysterious affairs. Now that this department had sought him out, could it be that, as Kaffee had speculated, they were interested in recruiting him for his masterful marksmanship? Yet, as she continued, his anticipation transformed into anxiety. Despite his attempts to conceal the incident involving his teacher's transformation, it seemed he had not succeeded, and the kingdom's secretive department had become aware of it. It was likely that others who had ventured into that imperial-era tomb had undergone similar transformations. The intent of the Security Bureau was now open to speculation. Were they here to issue a gag order, or perhaps to investigate his illicit use of firearms? To eliminate a ghoul. One might indeed need a firearm, do not worry. I am not here to scrutinize your transgressions. If there were to be any inquiries, I certainly would not be the one to conduct them, Lindy remarked, seemingly reading his thoughts. "What is your purpose, then?" Fairling exhaled, relieved, yet his heart raced with trepidation. If it was not to pursue him for his unlawful actions, it was likely an invitation to join them, yet he remained cautious in his assumptions. His entry into that enigmatic world would soon be revealed. "Let me put it this way, Mr. Socks. You possess an innate talent that qualifies you to join our ranks," Lindy stated with a slight seriousness in her tone. "On behalf of the Kingdom's Security Bureau, I extend to you an invitation to become one of us." Upon hearing this proposition, Fairling felt an overwhelming sense of relief wash over him. He had finally received an invitation to enter that mysterious realm. Kaffee's conjecture had proven correct, and the money he had spent to showcase his prowess had indeed garnered the attention of this enigmatic organization. Although he was eager to join, he made a conscious effort to remain composed and replied, "As this is my first encounter with such a clandestine organization, I have a few questions before I respond. The Kingdom's Security Bureau, being an official entity, should not be malevolent. However, he desired a deeper understanding of the organization before making a decision. Of course, Lindy acquiesced. His reaction was entirely normal. Even with an official backing, it was unreasonable to expect someone to join without hesitation. Such fervent dedication to the kingdom was typically found among military personnel rather than civilians. What will I gain? And what will I be expected to give in return? Fairling posed his first and foremost query. You will receive a generous salary, along with various privileges, including the right to carry firearms. In return, you will be tasked with addressing mysterious incidents on behalf of the kingdom, which, I must admit, carries inherent risks, she replied candidly. I will not deceive you by claiming there are no dangers involved. Such a falsehood would be easily exposed. The Security Bureau does not recruit individuals merely to assign them to mundane, idle positions. Are there any other secret organizations aside from the Kingdom Security Bureau? Fairling pressed on, as the nature of gains and sacrifices was within his expectations. Indeed, there are other clandestine organizations, but they operate outside of official channels. To be candid, your rapid ascent to master level in just 2 years speaks volumes of your talent. There are 5 other organizations vying for your allegiance. However, I assure you that in terms of benefits, the Kingdom's Security Bureau offers the most favorable conditions. Given our backing by the entire Heidelberg Kingdom, Lindy declared with pride, with the weight of an entire kingdom behind her. She felt justified in making such a guarantee. I understand the general gist, Fairling nodded, having gleaned enough from the initial questions to form a clearer picture of the advantages and disadvantages of joining the Security Bureau. After a moment of contemplation, he reached a decision. I am willing to join the Kingdom's Security Bureau. With the backing of the kingdom, the Security Bureau was undoubtedly one of the largest organizations among the clandestine factions. To navigate the mysterious world without being subjugated by other organizations, joining such a prominent entity was essential. While others might be reluctant to engage in handling mysterious incidents, he welcomed the opportunity. For to earn mysterious points, one must delve into the unknown. His desire to enter this enigmatic realm stemmed from a yearning to confront the mysteries that lay within. Welcome aboard, Lindy beamed upon hearing Fairling's acceptance. Successfully recruiting this exceptional talent into the Kingdom's Security Bureau, with her smile, her already captivating allure intensified, her figure graceful, and her crimson lips inviting. She resembled a blooming black rose, exuding an intoxicating charm that compelled one to kneel at her feet. Fairling found himself momentarily entranced, quickly averting his gaze to regain his composure. Do you have time now? If so, I shall escort you to our base to complete your registration and guide you into the realm of the mysterious, Lindy inquired. Her smile now subdued. I have time, Fairling hastily replied, knowing that even if he were otherwise occupied, he must make time. Ever since encountering the undead creature, he had awaited this moment, and compared to it, nothing else could take precedence. Suddenly, the door to the appraisal office swung open with a creak that a group of several individuals surged into the office, transforming the previously spacious room into a somewhat cramped space. Among them were both men and women, young and old, each radiating an indescribable aura. You are late. Fairling Socks has already agreed to join the Security Bureau, Lindy remarked with a calm smile upon seeing the newcomers. Humph. Had it not been for your bureau's meddling, we would not have arrived at this hour. An elderly man, wielding a gem-encrusted cane, scoffed, then turned to Fairling and inquired, Is what he said true? It is true. I have agreed to join the Security Bureau, Fairling confirmed with a nod. If he was not mistaken, these individuals belonged to other secret organizations, similarly seeking to recruit him. However, he had indeed committed to the Security Bureau. Moreover, he believed that engaging with the kingdom to address mysterious affairs would be far more fitting for him than the alternatives these individuals represented. You have not formally taken up your position yet, have you? I represent the Golden Society, one of the larger organizations. Would you be interested in joining us? A man with a mouthful of gold teeth smiled at Fairling. Nick King, Fairling Socks has already joined the Security Bureau. Are you attempting to poach him from us? Lindy's demeanor shifted, her eyes deepening with a shadowy intensity upon hearing the gold-toothed man's words. Is he not yet officially employed? That should not count as a breach, Nick King stammered. Recalling the rumors surrounding Lindy, the vice director of the kingdom's Security Bureau in Constant City, and feeling a wave of trepidation. Though not yet officially employed, I intend to honor my commitment, Fairling interjected firmly. Not only was the Security Bureau the most suitable clandestine organization for him, but he would never retract his word at this juncture, knowing that such a reversal would surely provoke the Bureau's ire and jeopardize his future prospects within the mysterious realm. Seeing Fairling's resolve, Nick King and the others from the other secret organizations understood that their recruitment efforts had failed and reluctantly withdrew. Moments later, Fairling and Lindy exited the appraisal office, preparing to head to the Security Bureau's branch in Constant City. Chapter 10. The mysterious gun stepping out of the appraisal office. Fairling and Lindy approached the street where a pristine white carriage, drawn by two pure white horses, awaited them. Beside the carriage stood a young woman with golden hair. Likely in her 20s, wearing thin-rimmed glasses and possessing a tall, slender figure. Instead of a dress, she wore a yellow top paired with beige trousers. The attire worn by women of this era is indeed rare, though it represents a modern trend that has yet to gain acceptance among the majority of the upper-class women. Has the deputy director successfully recruited? She inquired upon seeing Fairling emerge alongside Lindy. Yes, the recruitment has been successful, Lindy affirmed with a nod, subsequently introducing Fairling. This is Julie Kate, my secretary, who recognized your talent. Greetings, Miss Kate. Fairling greeted courteously, acknowledging her as undoubtedly his benefactor in this life. Hello, Mr. Socks. Julie extended her hand. Fairling promptly took her hand. Its delicate, pale form was soft to the touch, yet cool, as I see. To avoid any impropriety, he released her hand gently. Shall we return? Lindy proposed, having noted their exchange. She was the first to board the carriage, followed closely by Julie, with Fairling following suit. Perhaps due to its designation as a ladies' carriage, the interior was adorned with feminine decor, imbued with a lingering fragrance indicative of prolonged female use. The coachman pulled the reins, and the carriage set off smoothly, heading eastward into the affluent district where nobles resided, finally arriving at a villa that appeared quite ordinary amidst a sea of opulent estates. This was the Constant City branch of the kingdom's Security Bureau. Upon disembarking, the trio traversed the interior of the building. Deputy Director. Deputy Director. The branch was sparsely populated, with only occasional encounters, leaving one uncertain whether it was typically quiet or if many members were engaged in external missions. Those they met greeted Lindy politely, casting curious glances at the unfamiliar figure of Fairling. Entering Lindy Harlowan's office, the three settled onto a sofa. With Fairling's expertise in antique and jewelry appraisal, he quickly discerned that the office's furnishings were anything but ordinary, possessing an exorbitant value. Notably, the leather sofa they occupied was the most costly, crafted from the rare leather of silverback whales. Julie Kate poured a cup of red tea for each of them. Lindy took a sip before turning to Fairling, inquiring, Mr. Socks, have you ever heard of secret arts? No, Fairling replied, shaking his head. Prior to Lindy's recruitment, he was merely aware of the existence of clandestine organizations, utterly ignorant of the powers they wielded or how they battled entities of the monstrous variety. A thought struck him, and he queried, could it be that these secret organizations rely on such powers to combat monsters? Indeed, they do. The secret arts constitute the very foundation of our power, and those who wield such powers are known as secret practitioners. Lindy nodded affirmatively. Secret arts. A fervent yearning ignited within Fairling. This was precisely the power he longed for. He hastily asked, surely I possess the aptitude to cultivate secret arts? Undoubtedly, this is precisely why we sought you out. Not only do you possess the qualifications to practice secret arts, but your potential is exceptionally high, Lindy confirmed. Is it because I have achieved mastery in marksmanship within just 2 years? Fairling asked, somewhat sheepishly. Knowing one's own strengths and weaknesses, he recognized that his talent in marksmanship could only be described as mediocre. His mastery stemmed entirely from his panel's enhancements. Indeed, Lindy replied, tucking her curly brown hair behind her ear, revealing her exquisite ear adorned with blue gemstone earrings, which lent her an allure that was distinctly captivating. Struggling to resist such charm, Fairling diverted his gaze and inquired, does the kingdom's Security Bureau recruit other professions that have also reached mastery? Certainly. Most professions with individuals who attain mastery fall within our recruitment scope, responded Julie, well versed in this area of operations. Do they all possess the aptitude for secret arts? Fairling asked, astonished. Precisely, they all possess such qualifications, Julie affirmed. What exactly is this aptitude for secret arts? Fairling found it hard to believe. You should be asking what secret arts are, Julie smiled. And without waiting for Fairling to pose his question, she began to elaborate. In truth, aside from a select few secret arts requiring exceptional innate talents such as photographic memory or superhuman strength, Most secret arts are advancements achieved after reaching mastery in a conventional profession. Most secret arts are advancements from conventional professions reaching mastery. How is that possible? Faline stammered, rendered speechless. The notion that skills in appraisal or forensic investigation could evolve into secret arts after attaining mastery struck him as utterly bizarre. It was inconceivable that commonplace professions would intertwine with the extraordinary powers associated with the mystical. Under ordinary circumstances, it would indeed be impossible. Yet when combined with mysterious potions or items that induce a qualitative change, such feats can be accomplished. Haven't you already had first-hand experience in this regard? Julie reminded him. First-hand experience. Are you referring to my teacher's resurrection? Faline couldn't help but recall his teacher, Ray Romano, who had become a monster after returning from death. He was once an ordinary person, but due to exposure to a certain potion used for tomb robbery prevention, he died and was subsequently resurrected as a ghoul. Isn't this precisely the transformation of an ordinary individual through contact with mysterious forces? Julie nodded in agreement. My teacher's transformation was a result of encountering that potion used in tombs. Recognizing the truth behind his teacher's demise brought a wave of sadness and clarity to Faline. Considering the transformation of his teacher's corpse, it seemed plausible that elevating a conventional profession to the realm of secret arts was indeed achievable. Having absorbed Julie's thorough explanation of secret arts, Faline was now somewhat enlightened. Lindy interjected, given your mastery in marksmanship, the secret art suited for you is the mysterious gun. The mysterious gun. Faline felt exhilarated. Was this to be the secret art he would pursue? Simultaneously, a wave of apprehension washed over him. While he had attained mastery in marksmanship, it was not through his own insight but rather through enhancements provided by his panel. His innate talent in marksmanship could only be described as ordinary. Would this hinder his ability to learn the mysterious gun? Although the panel allowed for improvements, what if he found himself unable to learn the mysterious gun, thus preventing it from appearing on his panel? If the mysterious gun failed to manifest on his panel, no amount of mysterious points would enable him to acquire it. This secret art was conceived over a century ago, shortly after the advent of gunpowder weaponry, and it utilizes mystical power as ammunition, possessing greater potency than conventional firearms from the very outset. Lindy continued. What is this mystical power? Faline inquired, intrigued by the unfamiliar term. It is the fundamental force that drives all things mysterious, whether in secret arts or the extraordinary powers held by monsters. This force is essential. You may liken it to steam that propels steam-powered machinery, Lindy elucidated. This force is omnipresent, though its density may vary across different regions. How does one harness this mystical power? Faline pressed further. Every secret practitioner generates their own mystical organ upon becoming a practitioner. This organ contains the essence of the mysterious and allows for the manipulation of mystical power, Lindy explained. Prepare the ceremony, she added, directing her gaze toward Julie, indicating her command. Yes, I will prepare it at once, Julie acknowledged, rising from her seat and exiting the office. Half an hour later, she returned, informing them that the ceremony was ready. The three departed the office, descending the staircase into a room within the basement. There, they found a complex and mysterious purple circular pattern drawn on the floor, approximately 5 meters in diameter, with a silver revolver placed at its center. Engaging with the mysterious points 1. As soon as he stepped into the room, a line of text appeared and vanished rapidly before Faline's eyes. The sight of this text filled him with delight. Having just joined the kingdom's security bureau, he had already received mysterious points. Clearly, joining this secret organization was the right choice, as it not only granted him access to the extraordinary powers of secret arts, but also allowed him to engage with the mysterious and earn points. The ceremony involves drawing intricate mystic patterns using potions infused with various mysterious materials, and employing a firearm imbued with extraordinary powers as a spiritual component. This is the initiation ceremony for the mysterious gun. For all individuals absorbed into the organization, an initiation ceremony corresponding to their secret art will be prepared. However, ordinary individuals must repay this after becoming secret practitioners. As for you, as a special talent, all of this is entirely free of charge, and this is merely one of the many privileges afforded to special talents, Lindy informed Faline. If repayment is required, how much would it entail? Faline inquired curiously. Preparing this initiation ceremony costs approximately 2,000 gold pounds, Julie replied. 2,000 gold pounds, Faline exclaimed, taken aback. Having opened an appraisal agency, he earns approximately £4 weekly, which calculates to roughly £17 a month. Given his current income, repaying the £2,000 would take nearly a decade, even if he were to forego food and drink. After joining the security bureau, the income is quite substantial. Typically, it would suffice to repay within 2 years, Julie urged as she handed Faline a fruit knife. This secret potion is time-sensitive. Once it expires, it must be reconfigured. You must commence the ritual at once. Step into the enlightenment ritual and let your blood drip onto the gun to initiate the process. Understood, Faline replied, advancing toward the enlightenment ritual. Although he possessed master-level marksmanship, he lacked the innate talent for it, leaving him uncertain about his ability to complete the enlightenment. Yet, he had no choice but to proceed with determination. Chapter 11. The Enlightenment Ritual. Reaching the center of the ritual, Faline took a deep breath to steady his anxious heart. He then grasped the fruit knife with his right hand and, with the tip, pierced the fingertip of his left index finger. Inflicting self-harm was an experience he had never undertaken. And he hesitated, but steeling himself, he drove the blade in future encounters with mysterious events. Injury would likely be unavoidable. In comparison, what did his current discomfort amount to? With a swift motion, the sharp knife created a small wound, and crimson blood quickly welled up, coalescing into a single drop. Faline hurriedly let this drop fall onto the nearby gun, which was steeped in mystery. The bright red blood contrasted sharply against the silver surface of the weapon. In the next moment, an eerie transformation occurred. The drop of blood seemed to diminish. Upon closer observation, the blood appeared to seep into the gun, as though the silver firearm had transformed into a leech, absorbing the life essence. Soon, the drop vanished entirely. However, even after the blood was consumed, the enlightenment ritual showed no signs of activation. Is the blood insufficient? Faline anxiously squeezed his injured fingertip, forcing out drop after drop of blood onto the silver gun. In total, he had dripped more than 10 drops. Yet, the silver gun continued to absorb the blood, and still, there were no signs of any change or activation. Panic began to grip him. Could it be that the issue lay not with the quantity of blood, but with his inadequate marksmanship talent, rendering him incapable of triggering the ritual? During the half-hour Julie had spent preparing, he had subtly probed Lindy about the requirements. According to her, only those with master-level marksmanship could successfully invoke the enlightenment ritual, with no exceptions. But could there exist an implicit requirement unbeknownst to even Lindy? Perhaps marksmanship talent itself. However, those who achieved mastery in marksmanship invariably possessed exceptional innate talent. Thus, this hidden condition had gone unnoticed, and no one attempting the enlightenment ritual had failed, until now, when he, with average talent yet having reached the master level through sheer effort, encountered this obstacle. At that moment, a voice reached his ears. Deputy Chief. Something seems amiss. Despite the numerous drops of blood, there has been no reaction. Julie's voice was tinged with confusion. Indeed, it doesn't seem right. Logically, only 2 or 3 drops should suffice to activate it. How could so much blood be required? Lindy echoed her bewilderment. Hearing their words, Faline's heart sank. He had correctly surmised that the issue was not merely about the quantity of blood, but rather something else. With his mediocre marksmanship talent, it was likely he could not activate the enlightenment ritual. His anxiety intensified as he racked his brain for a solution, with the only glimmer of hope resting on the panel. Though unsure if it could resolve the current predicament, it was his only option. Panel, he called, and it promptly materialized before him. Name: Faline Jewelry and Antique Appraisal. Proficient, upgradable, marksmanship, master, upgradable, mystery points, 1. 3. Upon viewing the panel, he instantly noticed differences from before. Not only had his mystery points increased by 1, but even the previously marked not upgradable section for marksmanship had transformed into upgradable. It was uncertain whether this change stemmed from the increase in mystery points or from being within the enlightenment ritual. Upgrade. Given the current circumstances, the only avenue for breaking through lay in enhancing his marksmanship. Without hesitation, he selected the upgrade option in the marksmanship section. Swish, 1 mystery point vanished, leaving him with 0.3. The marksmanship section underwent a significant transformation. Mystical gun. First ring, not upgradable. The original marksmanship section had disappeared, replaced by mystical gun, and the master level designation had been supplanted by first ring. Buzz. As the panel transformed, the external world, previously devoid of any activation within the enlightenment ritual, suddenly exhibited change. the purple ritual sigils illuminated with a dazzling violet light. Resembling a neon display. As the sigils glowed, the silver gun seemed to defy gravity, slowly levitating and positioning itself level with Phelan's chest. In that moment, Phelan felt an uncontrollable wave of recollections regarding marksmanship flood his mind. As if he were forging a profound connection with the gun, infusing it with his understanding of marksmanship. As the gun absorbed these memories, it began to morph visibly. It transitioned from a tangible form to an ethereal state, transforming into a shimmering silver silhouette. Once fully transformed, the gun shot toward the back of Phelan's left hand. A searing sensation coursed through his hand, as if someone were branding him with a hot iron. He let out a muffled groan. Fortunately, the pain was fleeting, dissipating almost as quickly as it had come. He glanced at the back of his left hand, astonished to find a silver tattoo in the shape of the gun, a miniature representation of the very firearm. Crack! A sharp sound echoed beneath him, prompting Phelan to look down. The violet ritual sigils appeared to have fulfilled their purpose, their light extinguishing and disintegrating into dust. With that, all anomalies faded. It should be a success. Unable to resist, Phelan's gaze returned to the gun-shaped tattoo on his left hand, and he exhaled in relief. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the enlightenment ritual had successfully activated, and he had acquired the mystical technique, mystical gun. The most compelling evidence lay in the disappearance of the marksmanship section, now replaced by the mystical gun. Deputy Chief, what just transpired? After dripping so much blood, the ritual nearly didn't activate. I almost thought it had failed. Julie, too, breathed a sigh of relief, with Phelan's confirmed mastery of marksmanship. If the ritual had failed, it would likely have been due to her errors during the preparation, resulting in her facing penalties. I'm not entirely sure. It may have been affected by the varying amounts of mysterious energy contained within the materials used, Lindy replied, shaking her head. That certainly seems plausible, Julie pondered, agreeing with the assessment. The materials infused with mysterious energy were fortuitously generated rather than artificially manufactured. Even identical weights could contain disparate levels of mysterious energy, leading to significant deviations from the standard and the near failure of the enlightenment ritual. Once his emotions stabilized, Phelan approached the two women and inquired, "Have I successfully mastered the mystical technique?" "Yes." "Indeed. Congratulations. You are now a practitioner of the mystical arts," Julie responded with a smile, relieved not to face reprimand for a work-related error. Her spirits were lifted. "Thank you." Phelan felt a weight lift off his shoulders, despite the challenges. He had ultimately succeeded in becoming a practitioner of the mystical arts through the panel. "Give it a try. See if you can summon the gun," Lindy suggested, her gaze fixed on the tattoo on the back of Phelan's left hand. "All right." Phelan nodded, mentally focusing on manifesting the gun that had previously vanished. As he concentrated on this thought, the back of his hand began to warm. Not painfully so, just a gentle heat, entirely within acceptable limits. Then, a silver gun emerged from his hand, first the grip, followed by the barrel, until the entire weapon was fully formed. Almost instinctively, he caught it with his right hand. The moment he grasped it, he felt an inexplicable connection, as though the gun were an integral part of him, akin to his own hand or foot. "This gun has become your mystical organ, serving as a bridge between you and the mysterious energy. Through it, you will wield extraordinary power," Lindy explained. Mastering mysterious energy and gaining extraordinary power. Phelan tightened his grip on the gun, realizing that with this weapon, he could command the mysterious forces and possess the strength to confront monsters. Having not accompanied Phelan for long, Lindy soon departed, leaving Julie to assist him with the subsequent procedures. As the deputy chief, she was not obligated to guide new recruits, but Phelan's exceptional talent had drawn her attention, prompting her to offer her guidance. In the afternoon, Phelan departed from the Kingdom Security Bureau's Constant Branch, which masqueraded as an ordinary villa, aboard a black private carriage. The interior of the carriage was adorned in a distinctly masculine style and appeared quite new, suggesting it had yet to be put into service. This carriage, along with the coachman, was one of the perks of his employment with the Kingdom Security Bureau. T.O. put it in the terms of his previous life. It was akin to being provided with a complimentary vehicle and driver. Of course, both the carriage and the driver belonged to the Kingdom Security Bureau. He possessed only the right to use them, not to dispose of them. Nevertheless, this arrangement was a remarkable privilege, one he had never experienced in his past life. In terms of salary, the Kingdom Security Bureau was exceedingly generous, offering a weekly wage of 50 gold pounds. which was more than 10 times the income from the appraisal office. With such earnings, within a year or two at most, he could purchase a home on a bustling street. In fact, he no longer felt the pressure of homeownership, as the Kingdom Security Bureau had directly allocated him an apartment. Although he lacked the right to dispose of it, he enjoyed the privilege of occupancy. In addition, there were numerous other benefits, amounting to dozens in total. He struggled to recall them all at once, which underscored the richness of his entitlements. To his astonishment, he found himself in a position to enjoy such privileges in this life, evoking a sense of happiness akin to reaching the pinnacle of existence. After instructing the coachman to return for him at 8 o'clock the next morning, Faline disembarked from the carriage. I cannot manage both sides any longer. The appraisal office must be closed down. Tomorrow, transfer the items to the residence assigned by the Security Bureau and return this one. Casting a glance at the sign of Faline's appraisal office, he entered the building. However, once inside, he was taken aback. Is someone there? From within the inner room, the sound of footsteps was unmistakable. Chapter 12. Sister, is someone there? Sensing another presence, Faline's heart skipped a beat. Yet he quickly composed himself, realizing that besides him, there was indeed another individual with a key to the appraisal office. He called out, Sister, is that you? His parents had succumbed to a contagious disease, leaving him with only one remaining relative, his sister, who was now married. Due to her family commitments, their meetings had become infrequent. Yet their bond remained strong. Periodically, she would visit to tidy up his place. Though he wished to decline her help, he could not resist the pull of familial duty and inevitably handed over a spare key. Who else could it be? Came a somewhat exasperated voice. Following the voice, two women emerged from the inner room. The first, a woman in her mid-20s with hair as dark as Faline's, possessed striking beauty. Her hair was elegantly styled, adorned with jeweled hairpieces, and she wore a cream-colored gown. She was none other than his sister, Roland Socks. The second woman, dressed in a maid's uniform and appearing around 18, was the maid employed by Roland's household. It's only been a week since my last visit, and this place has already become a pigsty. How can I possibly rest easy knowing you live here alone? Roland chided. It's not that dirty. There's just a bit of dust, Faline defended. And what about the pile of dirty laundry in the washroom? Roland shot back, her eyes narrowing. Despite being shorter than Faline, she managed to convey an air of authority. I was planning to wash it all together, Faline weakly protested, his voice barely audible. Still stubborn, thinking that just because you're older, I can't manage you anymore. Roland feigned anger as she playfully tugged at Faline's ear. Sister, I'm all grown up now. Please have some mercy on me, Faline quickly pleaded. The young maid beside them couldn't help but chuckle, witnessing Faline's usual composed demeanor falter in the face of his sister's teasing. Come to my place for dinner later, Roland instructed, releasing her grip on Faline's ear. I think I'll pass, Faline replied somewhat reluctantly, not particularly eager to go. His sister's husband hailed from a baronial family, and although he had no claim to inheritance, his family connections afforded him a respectable and lucrative job, while the brother-in-law treated Roland well. He was somewhat snobbish. When Faline had just graduated and struggled to establish his reputation, his business at the appraisal office was dismal, and at that time, his brother-in-law had looked down on him, even harboring some reservations, fearing Faline's meager income would force him to provide financial assistance. It wasn't until the appraisal office began to thrive that his brother-in-law's attitude softened. Yet, given their past experiences, Faline found it challenging to grow close to him. You haven't visited Kasha in a while. She mentioned wanting to see you a few days ago. Why not go check on her? Roland suggested, hoping to mend the relationship between her husband and brother, as both were irreplaceable to her. All right, Faline hesitated before agreeing. Kasha was Roland's daughter, now 4 years old. Unlike her father, Roland's daughter was very affectionate towards him, and he adored her in return. The three of them boarded a hired carriage, which stopped in front of a 2-story house enclosed by wrought iron railings on a bustling street near the Eastern District. This was Roland's current home. Kasha, look who has come, Roland exclaimed as they entered the house. Immediately, a little girl with golden hair came running towards them, her footsteps echoing with glee, clad in a white dress, with bright blue eyes and fair skin. She resembled a porcelain doll. Upon seeing Faline, the little girl's face lit up with an innocent smile as she rushed forward and hugged his leg, exclaiming, Uncle. Faline beamed, lifting little Kasha into his arms. Just then, a man appeared, dressed in a waistcoat and black trousers, sporting a pair of mustaches and golden hair. Brother-in-law, Faline greeted, recognizing Roland's husband, Claude Dre. Ah, you've arrived, Claude Dre nodded, his demeanor far from warm. Phelan had no desire for closeness. And Claude, naturally, would not lower himself to be amiable in the evening. Phelan, Roland, Claude, and Kasha gathered around the dining table for dinner, with the maid standing by to serve. The meal was lavish, featuring pan-seared foie gras, dissy oysters, and baked lobster, delicacies that a typical household might only enjoy a few times a year. Even in his previous life, Phelan had not indulged in such feasts regularly. Claude's baronial lineage ensured a life of comfort, despite lacking inheritance rights. How's business at the appraisal office lately? I have a colleague looking to engage in an antique transaction, and I have recommended you to him, Claude said, wiping his mouth with a napkin after the meal. I no longer plan to continue running the appraisal office. Phelan hesitated before revealing his intentions to close the office. After all, Roland visited almost every week, and such matters were impossible to conceal. What do you plan to do instead? Claude's brow furrowed slightly. With the closure of the appraisal office, Phelan would inevitably lose his source of income, and eventually, he would exhaust his savings and might need to rely on his brother-in-law's assistance. Why not continue? Roland echoed her husband's surprise. Looking at Phelan with wide eyes. To her knowledge, the appraisal office yielded about £4 weekly, a decent income, so she couldn't fathom why Phelan would consider shutting it down. A company has hired me, and I can't manage both, so I must close the appraisal office, Phelan explained. That's good to hear. Roland sighed in relief. She cared little about whether Phelan kept the office open, as her primary concern was his well-being. With Phelan secured in a stable job, she felt reassured. What company? Claude's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, but he remained concerned that he worried that if Phelan's income at this new company was too low, he would still have to provide financial support. It's the Great Wheater Auction House, Phelan replied. This was no fabrication. It was a role specifically arranged for him by the Kingdom Security Bureau, verifiable at the Great Wheater Auction House. The Great Wheater Auction House? You're working there? Claude exclaimed in astonishment, unable to believe Phelan had secured a position at such a prestigious establishment. What's so special about the Great Wheater Auction House? Roland asked, perplexed. Though she had heard of the auction house, she was not well acquainted with its reputation and could not understand why her husband reacted so unexpectedly to Phelan's employment there. The Great Wheater Auction House is owned by the Holloway-Duke family. With branches across many regions of the kingdom, their benefits are outstanding, but recruitment is incredibly selective. I never imagined Phelan would be fortunate enough to join, Claude remarked with a hint of envy. During his own job search after graduation, he had attempted to apply to the Great Wheater Auction House, but the connections of a baronial family proved insufficient, and he ultimately settled for a position arranged by his family at the post office. How's the salary? It's normal for starting pay to be lower. Work hard, and it will undoubtedly have more prospects than your previous job, Claude advised earnestly. For the first time, he regarded his wife's brother with newfound respect, believing that at least he would not require financial assistance. I earn £50 weekly, and I also receive a carriage and a detached residence in Valente, Phelan stated candidly, while the salary was impressive. The provision of a carriage and a standalone residence would surely attract attention, and there was no need to conceal it. Ahem, Claude coughed repeatedly, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Phelan. He could hardly believe he had heard correctly, mistaking £5 for 50, and the mention of the carriage and residence seemed like an illusion. Roland, equally astonished, quickly transformed her surprise into delight. £50. Did I hear that correctly? How can it be so high? I serve as the chief appraiser at the Great White Auction House. After all, being part of management, it is only natural for the salary to be somewhat elevated. Phelan revealed the identity prepared for him by the Security Bureau. The Great White Auction House is, in fact, a family business of Deputy Director Lindy, and leveraging this connection allows Lindy to effortlessly secure cover from the auction house. As expected of the Great White Auction House, the benefits are truly remarkable. Realizing it was indeed £50 and not merely 5, along with the provision of a carriage and a residence, Claude felt somewhat disheartened. He held the position of branch chief at the post office, earning £20 weekly, which was 5 times what his wife's brother used to make. Thus he had always felt a sense of superiority over him. To his surprise, the brother-in-law he had always looked down upon had turned the tables. With a salary significantly higher than his own, most notably, he was also provided with a carriage and a standalone house. Sister, I plan to move into the company-provided residence tomorrow and relinquish the front of the appraisal office. Are you free to help me move? Phelan inquired of Roland. Moving tomorrow? But I have already arranged to visit a friend with your brother-in-law, Roland replied, somewhat troubled. Logically, she should attend her brother's housewarming, but she had prior commitments. And most importantly, it had already been agreed upon. Visiting a friend can be done at any time, but moving to a new home cannot be postponed. I will assist you with the move tomorrow. And I will write to that friend to apologize. I am confident he will understand. Claude interjected promptly, sensing Roland's dilemma. With Phelan's newfound high salary, Claude saw this as an opportunity to deepen their relationship. The previously cool rapport with Phelan could be mended through this move. That would be wonderful. Observing her husband's shift in attitude towards her brother, Roland felt a wave of happiness. Thank you for your help, brother-in-law. Despite her less than favorable impression of him, Phelan did not refuse. He had to consider his sister's feelings and not let her be put in a difficult position. We are all family. There's no need to mention trouble, Claude replied with a smile. Chapter 13. Endless ammunition. After spending a day moving and setting up the new house while relinquishing the front of the appraisal office the next day, Phelan boarded the exclusive carriage that arrived punctually at 8 o'clock to head to the Kingdom Security Bureau's branch in Constant City. He was to commence his official duties at the bureau. While seated in the carriage, he took out the newspaper he had purchased before boarding and began to read. As his gaze fell upon the paper, a striking headline caught his attention. Mysterious eye-gouging murderer discovered. Upon reading the headline, he furrowed his brow slightly. Last night on Cat Street in the West End, a heinous murder occurred. 2 men and a streetwalker were killed on the darkened street, with their eyes gruesomely gouged out. No remnants of the eyes were found at the scene, leading investigators to suspect the perpetrator had taken them. The police theorized that the killer possesses a highly distorted and perverse psychology, likely exhibiting a penchant for random killings and collecting eyes. His Excellency Mayor Wilton has expressed grave concern, urging the Guard Department to solve the case swiftly. Minister Campbell of the Guard Department has assured that they will concentrate their forces to resolve the case as quickly as possible to ensure the safety of the citizens. Citizens are also advised to refrain from lingering outdoors after dark unless absolutely necessary. After finishing the article, he felt a deep frown form on his brow. In this world, the lack of advanced technology such as DNA testing, trace analysis, and surveillance footage led to a lower rate of case resolution, exacerbating the audacity of criminals and resulting in crime rates far exceeding those of his previous life. Recently, there had been a spree rapist who specifically targeted single women in their homes. Now, a new eye-gouging maniac had emerged, not only committing murder but also brutally removing the victim's eyes. Could it truly be a murder? He pondered, a flicker of thought igniting within him. Having experienced resurrection after his teacher's death and now joining the Kingdom Security Bureau, an organization dedicated to handling mysterious incidents, he couldn't help but let his thoughts wander into the realm of the enigmatic. Could this be a mysterious event? Perhaps it was the work of a creature akin to his resurrected teacher. Sir, we have arrived, the driver announced as Phelan mulled over the matter. The carriage had reached the Security Bureau, which was disguised as an ordinary villa. The driver, a sturdy man with dark skin named Ken Darby, regarded Phelan with respect and awe. He was no ordinary individual but an active military personnel well aware of the formidable power of sorcerers. Due to the multitude of secrets surrounding sorcerers, it was unsuitable for common folk to serve as their drivers, which was why he had been assigned to this role. Though merely a driver, he was still quite exhilarated, for he had the honor of serving a powerful sorcerer. Thank you, Phelan said to Ken Darby as he alighted from the carriage and made his way toward the villa's complex. Suppressing his baseless speculations, his mood brightened once more. Although he had recently learned the mysterious art of the sorcerer's gun, he was still only scratching the surface of this profound skill point 2 days prior. Julie had mentioned she would be teaching him the practice of this mystic art today, which he eagerly anticipated. After undergoing the enlightening ritual, he understood that even with sufficient mystical points, he would likely require certain conditions to elevate his skills in sorcery. To enhance the mastery of the sorcerer's gun to its mystical form, the enlightening ritual was necessary. Moreover, to further develop the sorcerer's gun, one would need the corresponding methods of practice. Only by obtaining the teachings of the sorcerer's gun and engaging with the mystical through tasks could he acquire enough mystical points to advance his skill. Knock, knock, knock. As Julie was a secretary, she had her own office. 2 days prior, he had accompanied her to her office. Eager to reach Julie's office, he knocked on the door. However, after waiting for quite some time, there was no response. Could it be that she hasn't arrived yet since it's not time to start work? Phelan mused, pulling out his pocket watch to check the time, realizing that there was still about half an hour until 9 o'clock. The Bureau's working hours commenced at 9 in the morning, so she likely had not yet come in. What shall I do with this half hour? He pondered, recalling that Julie had mentioned there was a dedicated shooting range in the basement. Having learned the sorcerer's gun, he had not yet tested its power, so he decided to take this opportunity to do so. Descending the stairs into the basement, he soon found the room labeled as the shooting range. Pushing the door open, he entered a room filled with targets, the innermost wall reinforced with thick steel plates. It should be more powerful than a regular handgun. I wonder just how powerful it can be. Removing his left-hand glove, Phelan revealed a silver handgun tattoo. Concerned that the tattoo might expose his identity as a sorcerer, he had intentionally worn a glove on his left hand. Sorcerer's gun. Taking a deep breath, Phelan summoned the silver handgun. The silver handgun appeared as if it were an illusion, mysteriously emerging from the back of his left hand. Despite having witnessed this phenomenon before, he was still filled with a sense of wonder. The idea that the handgun could conceal itself within his body made him curious about its form within him. Grasping the handgun with his right hand, he felt the familiar sensation of bloodline connection. As if the weapon were an extension of his own being. Aiming at a target, he squeezed the trigger. Bang! With a resounding gunshot, a black bullet, condensed with mystical energy, shot forth from the barrel at supersonic speed. Striking the target. In the blink of an eye, a hole the size of an infant's fist appeared at the center of the target. The black bullet continued through the target, colliding with the steel plate behind it and producing a crisp sound, leaving a distinct indentation on the steel. The power is several times greater than that of an ordinary handgun. Phelan marveled at the destruction wrought by a shot, exhilaration coursing through him. A standard handgun could merely leave a hole the size of a coin on a target. But this shot had created a hole the size of an infant's fist, vastly exceeding the damage of a typical firearm. This meant that the sorcerer's gun possessed at least several times the power of a conventional handgun. Had he learned the sorcerer's gun when confronting the resurrected teacher, even without aiming for a vital spot, it would have sufficed to deliver a fatal blow. Truly, the mystical arts held immense power, having only just begun to learn. He already wielded such formidable might. Another advantage of the sorcerer's gun is that it does not require the reloading of bullets like conventional firearms. As long as the mystical energy persists, bullets will continuously materialize. Gazing at the sorcerer's gun in his hand, Phelan was captivated. Utilizing a gun as a weapon presents a critical weakness, the limited capacity of the magazine. Once the bullets are expended, one must reload. Even a master marksman requires at least 1 to 2 seconds to reload, and that brief window could provide the enemy with an opportunity to turn the tide of battle. The sorcerer's gun, however, sidesteps this flaw. As long as the mystical energy stored within it remains, bullets will flow forth endlessly. Unfortunately, the sorcerer's gun currently possesses too little mystical energy. Phelan lamented slightly as he sensed the remaining mystical energy within the gun. As a newly initiated sorcerer, the sorcerer's gun could only produce around 10 bullets at present. Exceeding this number would necessitate a wait for the gun to absorb more mystical energy. Fortunately, the capacity for storing mystical energy can be enhanced. And as the sorcerer's gun's rank increases, the endless supply of bullets will eventually become a reality. As of now, he can only carry a gun for unforeseen circumstances, and naturally, he possesses a permit to do so. Bang, bang, bang. At 9 o'clock, Phelan appeared punctually before Julie's office door and knocked. "Come in," came Julie's voice from within the office, confirming her presence. Phelan pushed the door open and stepped inside, where he found Julie seated at a desk piled high with a mountain of documents. She looked as she had during their last meeting, sporting delicate framed glasses and her golden hair secured behind her with a hairpin. However, today she wore a beige, open-collared sweater, revealing a generous expanse of fair skin at her neckline. "It seems you are quite eager to learn the methods of practicing the mystic gun," Julie said with a warm smile upon seeing Phelan. She understood his fervent desire to acquire the secrets of the mystical techniques, for she had once felt the same urgency herself. Yet, she wondered if his enthusiasm would persist upon viewing the tomes of mystic knowledge. "I must admit, I am indeed a bit impatient," Phelan confessed, acknowledging his eagerness, which had compelled him to arrive at the security bureau so early. The ranks of the mystics are divided into 12 tiers, and as a newly minted mystic, you currently stand at the lowest tier. Julie rose from her desk, retrieving a thick volume resembling a dictionary, and handed it to Phelan. "This book contains the methods for practicing the mystic gun from the 1st to the 3rd tier. It can only be perused within the department. It cannot be taken outside, nor may you disclose its contents to others. Once you reach the 3rd tier, you may use this book to exchange for further tomes of mystic techniques. And this is merely the method for progressing from the 1st to the 3rd tier. Yet it is so extensive." Phalen's earlier excitement waned as he stared at the dictionary-sized tome, an inexplicable sense of dread creeping over him. Was this truly a manual of mystic techniques, and not merely a dictionary? That is still considered modest. After reaching the third tier, each subsequent tier will require a similar volume. Especially at the higher tiers, a single book will no longer suffice. At least 2, or even 3, will be necessary. Observing Phalen's expression, Julie chuckled softly. She relished witnessing the trepidation of newly initiated mystics confronted with the daunting tomes. Phalen was not the first to exhibit such a reaction, and he certainly would not be the last. After the third tier, each rank will necessitate such a volume, and at the higher tiers, a single tome cannot fully encompass the knowledge. Phalen felt a throbbing in his head. The initial thrill of obtaining the methods for the mystic gun had all but vanished. Was he destined to return to the arduous days of academia? Do not worry. You have ample time to study. During your first month in the Security Bureau, you will not be assigned any tasks, Julie reassured him with a smile. The organization is indeed considerate, Phalen replied with a hollow chuckle. At that moment, Julie's smile appeared to him as if it were that of a demon's. Well then, I have work to attend to, so I shall not keep you. There is a lounge in the bureau. You may choose to use one that is unoccupied. Noticing Phalen's distressed demeanor, Julie felt her own frustration ease, and she waved him off. Clutching the dictionary-like tome of mystic techniques, Phalen left Julie's office with a heavy heart, already envisioning how his forthcoming life would unfold. This lounge is empty. He pushed open the door and entered a spacious room devoid of occupants. It was more expansive than Phalen's office at the appraisal agency, with an opulent carpet covering the floor and an expensive crystal gas lamp hanging from the ceiling. The room was furnished with a desk, a coffee table, and a sofa, all crafted from fine brown hardwood, exuding an air of luxury. There were also cabinets filled with renowned literary works and a safe made of thick steel plates, all of considerable value. The overall ambience of the room conveyed a sense of opulence, a testament to the clandestine organization that boasted the entire kingdom as its backing and was not short on funds. Upon entering, he noticed the warmth of the room, likely due to the steam heating installed beneath the floor. He removed his coat and hung it on a rack, sinking into the plush sofa as he began to peruse the mystic tome in his hands. What met his eyes were dense passages of text, intricate mathematical formulas, and illustrations outlined with precision. At noon, he rose from the sofa and stretched. The difficulty exceeded his expectations, true to its nature as a book of the arcane. It was exceedingly obscure and challenging. He had barely managed to read a little over 10 pages in half a day, in comparison to the dictionary-thick volume. His progress felt painfully slow. It is time for lunch. Securing the mystic tome in the safe, he donned his coat and exited the lounge, making his way towards the dining hall situated on the side of the villa. The expansive dining hall was adorned with over a dozen tables, each large enough to serve a wealthy family for decades. A few individuals had already arrived, but there were only about 10 people present. Likely some were still engaged in tasks outside. Some sat alone, their expressions cold and distant, while others conversed in pairs or small groups. As a newcomer, Phalen recognized only Lindy and Julie, both of whom were absent, so he chose a solitary table to sit at. No sooner had he settled in than a maid approached, presenting him with a menu. As he perused the offerings, he could not help but swallow hard. The cuisine rivaled that which he had experienced in the homes of certain affluent clients during his time as an appraiser. And the most remarkable aspect was that this was a staff meal, entirely complimentary. I would like a serving of creamy cheese-baked lobster, a portion of grilled spine fish, a bowl of creamy soup, and a fruit salad, he ordered. Selecting dishes he had long hesitated to indulge in at high-end restaurants. He did not have to wait long before the chef delivered his selections, lifting the silver cloche, an enticing aroma wafted towards him, instantly invigorating his appetite and dispelling the gloom he felt from his slow progress with the mystic tome. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching the dining hall, prompting him to instinctively glance up. Before him stood a young woman clad in a white gown paired with a white fur coat. She appeared slightly younger than him, likely around 18 or 19, with a long ponytail of blue hair. Beneath her blue locks was a face of extraordinary beauty. If Lindy embodied a sultry allure, this young woman exuded an air of frosty elegance. She approached with a stoic expression, opting for an unoccupied table as well. Rather than joining the others, Phalen briefly glanced at her before averting his gaze, wishing to avoid inciting any animosity from the young woman. As a newly initiated mystic, he was likely the weakest presence in the room, and he had no desire to provoke an unknown mystic's ire. For the next half-month, Phelan immersed himself in the thick mystic tome at the security bureau, just as Julie had promised. The bureau had not assigned him any tasks, allowing him the peace of mind to study. After this time, he had managed to study the tome to its halfway point, grasping the methods for progressing from the first to the second tier. However, he refrained from delving into the methods for advancing from the second to the third tier, as he deemed it unnecessary for the moment, and he eagerly began practicing the techniques for progressing from the first to the second tier. Another half-month passed, and within the shooting range, 2 targets were stacked upon one another, positioned before them. Phelan held a gun in his right hand, his expression serious. The firearm in his grasp was not the mystic gun, but rather an ordinary revolver. This was a special request he had made to the security bureau, complete with proper documentation, allowing him to carry it with him. Due to the limited capacity of the mystic gun to harness mystical energy at present, he would require a conventional firearm as an auxiliary for some time. Moreover, the methods for progressing from the first to the second tier also necessitated the use of such a weapon for practice. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as a brass bullet erupted from the barrel, striking the target. Thud! The first target was pierced. Thud! The second target was likewise penetrated. The bullet tore through both targets, striking the steel plate behind them with a resounding clang. It has been half a month, and I have made no progress whatsoever. Phelan stepped forward to inspect the bullet holes on the 2 targets. After a moment, disappointment flickered across his face. From the 2 bullet holes, it was evident that the trajectory of the bullets was perfectly linear, showing no deviation, indicating that his shot had once again yielded no improvement. After half a month, he had made no headway in the methods for progressing from the first to the second tier. Relying solely on practice for advancement is indeed impossible. Phelan shook his head in resignation. The mystic tome had devoted considerable space to elucidating the methods for advancing from the first to the second tier, and if it could be summarized in a single sentence, it would be to master the arcane shooting technique. As the name suggests, the arcane shooting technique involves firing bullets that follow an arc trajectory. Mastering this technique allows for the bullets to take on a significant curve, enabling one to avoid obstacles and strike targets hidden behind them. Additionally, it renders the enemy incapable of predicting the bullet's trajectory, leaving them uncertain of where to evade, making it an unpredictable and formidable skill. He had devoted half a month to practicing this technique as outlined in the mystic tome. Yet regrettably, his progress was nearly non-existent. He could hardly discern any advancement. This once again underscored his lack of talent and marksmanship. It seems that relying on self-training for improvement is out of the question. The only way to enhance my skills is through mystic points, yet currently, I possess a mere 0.3, which is insufficient for any upgrades. Phelan summoned his interface, gazing at the section pertaining to the mystic gun. Name: Phelan Jewelry and Antique Appraisal. Proficient, upgradable, mystic gun. First tier, not upgradable. Mystic points, 0.3. At the end of this section, it was clearly stated, not upgradable. Having acquired the methodology to ascend from the first ring to the second, he still had yet to see the words upgrade available. The only plausible reason for this was a deficiency in mysterious points. This was, however, to be expected. His transition from master-level marksmanship to the mysterious firearm of the first ring had already consumed a significant point of mystery. Thus, the journey from the first to the second ring would undoubtedly require even more. A mere 0.3 mysterious points was far from sufficient. Fortunately, a month has passed, and the security bureau should begin to assign me tasks, he thought. Feeling a slight uplift in his mood, as long as he could engage with the mysterious, he would be able to accrue mysterious points, and with those points, he could expedite his advancement. Of course, he was aware that peril was an inevitable companion on this path. Yet, having chosen this treacherous route in defiance of mediocrity, he must confront the challenges it entailed. Moreover, the security bureau, having invested considerable resources in his training, would not likely send him out as mere cannon fodder. The initial tasks assigned to him would be manageable, probably akin to dealing with reanimated ghouls. With his current marksmanship skills, complemented by the arcane technique of the mysterious firearm, he felt confident in confronting 3 to 5 ghouls without difficulty. Creak! A soft sound accompanied the opening of the shooting range door behind him. Turning to look, he immediately spotted a golden-haired woman wearing thin-framed glasses. She was clad in a beige coat over a white shirt, the collar of which dipped low enough to reveal the snugly filled fabric of her blouse. This woman was none other than Julie. "I knew you would be here," she remarked upon seeing him, her expression confirming her expectations. "So how goes your practice?" Although she had not sought him out during the past month, she had been kept informed about his progress by the staff. This was not due to any surveillance, but rather the monitoring protocols of the Security Bureau. "It's going well. I feel I've gained a lot," he replied with a casual smile. With the aid of the panel, his advancement in strength would undoubtedly accelerate. Thus, maintaining the image of a prodigy was imperative. "That's good to hear. The deputy director has called for you to her office. She likely has a task to assign." Julie nodded, acknowledging his special talent and the progress he had made. "All right," he responded, his spirits lifting at the prospect of being assigned a task. Just moments ago, he had contemplated the likelihood of receiving a mission from the Security Bureau. And to his pleasant surprise, it had arrived so swiftly. The shooting range was routinely cleaned by the staff, so he need not concern himself with tidying up. He bid farewell to Julie and made his way to Deputy Director Lindy's office. Knock, knock, knock. Upon arriving outside the office, he gently tapped on the door. "Come in," came Lindy's melodious voice from within. The image of a beautiful woman with a beauty mark beneath her left eye flashed in his mind. He pushed the door open and, looking toward the desk, indeed found a stunning woman, a veritable masterpiece of divine artistry. She possessed wavy, chestnut hair and porcelain skin, due to the steam heating in the room. She had removed her outer garment, donning a blue, high-collared sweater that accentuated her alluring figure. However, in addition to Lindy, there was another woman present, clad in a beige long skirt and a yellow fur coat. The figure faced away from him, obscuring her visage, yet her silhouette was undeniably striking. Chapter 15. Ivy Freeman, you're here. Lindy greeted him warmly as he entered, then turned to address the woman with her back to him. "This is Faline Socks. He will be your partner from now on." "I don't need a partner," the woman replied coldly without turning to face him, her tone resolute. Faline, having just entered the office, was momentarily taken aback by their exchange. It seemed he was regarded with disdain. "Mystics are required to operate in pairs. It is a regulation designed to enhance the efficiency of task completion," Lindy stated with a slight furrow of her brow. "I believe that solo operations are more efficient. Others would only become a burden to me." The woman reiterated her refusal, leaving Faline feeling unjustly criticized even before commencing his first mission with the Security Bureau. Lindy appeared to grow irritated by the woman's words. With a piercing gaze, she addressed her sternly. "Do not underestimate others. And especially do not underestimate your upcoming partner. He is, like you, a top-tier talent. Moreover, he has elevated his marksmanship to master level in just 2 years. In terms of talent, he may even surpass you." Perhaps intimidated by Lindy's imposing presence or taken aback by her remarks, the woman finally turned to face Faline. She was not merely an attractive figure, but possessed a beauty that matched her physique. With high cheekbones and striking features, her complexion was fair, and beneath that beauty lay an air of icy aloofness. "It's her." Faline recognized the woman. She was the same individual he had encountered alone in the Security Bureau cafeteria. Yet, despite her beauty, it was evident that she was not an easy person to get along with, as her earlier words had indicated. If given a choice, he would prefer a different partner. While a beautiful partner was certainly pleasing to the eye, a difficult personality could prove unpleasant. He wondered if he might still be able to change partners. "He may possess greater talent than I, but I still insist on working alone. I do not require a partner," she declared, casting a glance at Faline before turning back to Lindy. "Team formation with Faline Socks is a decision made by the Security Bureau after comprehensive consideration of both your mystical traits. Execute the order," Lindy stated, her expression now serious as she spoke firmly to the young woman. Then, turning her gaze to Faline, she explained, "Socks, as you have just heard, mystics are mandated to operate in pairs. This is Ivy Freeman, your partner moving forward. I accept the organization's arrangement. However, I have a question," Faline said. Recognizing from Lindy's earlier tone that switching partners was not an option, to voice such a request would likely backfire on him. "What question?" Lindy inquired, her mood lifting slightly at his compliance, her expression softening. "Why does the organization require pairs for missions?" Faline asked. "Mystical abilities often have specific inclinations, resulting in certain strengths and weaknesses regarding various mysteries," Lindy explained patiently. "For instance, your arcane technique, the mysterious firearm, possesses formidable destructive power but is ill-equipped to handle ghostly mysteries. The rationale behind pairing mystics is to ensure that their abilities complement each other, filling in gaps in their respective skill sets. Is it possible to study multiple mystical arts simultaneously?" Or is one limited to a single focus? Phelan pondered aloud. As long as the mystical organs do not conflict, one can study several techniques concurrently. I understand what you're thinking. However, that notion is not practical, Lindy continued. Individuals with master-level talent are already rare. Those who can achieve mastery in 2 or more arts are even scarcer. Moreover, even if one possesses such talent, it would still require several years to elevate them to master level. Crucially, pursuing multiple mystical arts simultaneously will inevitably impede the progress of each individual practice. Ultimately, the defining factor of a mystic's strength lies not in the number of arts they have studied, but in the level of their most proficient technique. Listening to Lindy's explanation, Phelan fell into contemplation. Most mystics, due to the limitations of their innate talent, could not elevate a second discipline to master level. However, he was different. The existence of the panel allowed him to advance virtually any profession to mastery. With that, he realized he had the potential to study multiple mystical arts concurrently. Of course, pursuing multiple paths would slow the progress of each, and even he would not be exempt from that reality. After all, if mysterious points were distributed among several disciplines, the advancement speed of each would inevitably diminish. This led him to hesitate regarding the decision to pursue multiple mystical arts. Just then, Ivy Freeman interjected. If it is best to focus on a single mystical art, then why is there a requirement to pursue multiple arts after reaching the 12th ring? There are higher realms beyond the 12th ring, and the expectation to study multiple arts at that stage. Phelan could not help but be astonished. With the panel's assistance, he was confident he would eventually reach the 12th ring. That if there was indeed a requirement for concurrent study beyond that point, he need not worry about whether he should pursue multiple arts in the future. Since it would be necessary, he might as well begin early to address his weaknesses. Of course, he should not overextend himself. Ideally, he would only pursue 1 or 2 additional arts to remedy his shortcomings. The realms beyond the 12th ring, and the requirement for concurrent study at that time, are still too distant for you. That if you possess that level of talent, someone will inform you when the time comes, Lindy replied, shaking her head, signaling her intent to move away from that topic. Now, back to the matter at hand. The reason I have gathered you both today is twofold: to inform you of your team formation and to assign you a task that is suspected to be related to the mysterious. What task? Phelan inquired. His anticipation palpable. He had long been eager to undertake tasks related to the mysterious, for without engaging with the arcane, one could not acquire mysterious points, and thus, one's strength could not be enhanced. Have you heard about the eye-gouging criminal that was reported some time ago? Lindy inquired. I recall seeing it in the newspaper. Could it be related to the mysterious? Phelan asked. When he first saw that news, he had speculated about its potential connection to the arcane, and now it seemed there indeed was a link. This eye-gouging criminal has struck again. Although the security department is making every effort to investigate, there has been no progress. I suspect it may be related to the mysterious, which is why I took the case from the security department. Lindy nodded. Your task is to ascertain whether this case is connected to the arcane. If it is, then we shall address the related mysteries. Understood, Phelan replied promptly, while Ivy Freeman frowned at the overly enthusiastic Phelan before responding. I understand. Upon exiting the deputy director's office, Ivy Freeman wore a stern expression as she proceeded forward, prompting Phelan to hastily follow. Receiving his first assignment, he possessed no experience in handling such matters, and naturally, he needed to accompany Ivy Freeman, the seasoned veteran. Moreover, Ivy Freeman, as a stalwart of the Security Bureau, undoubtedly held superior strength compared to him. Teaming up with Ivy Freeman would certainly ensure greater safety. As for seeking the limelight by uncovering the truth before Ivy Freeman and vanquishing any lurking monsters, such notions had not crossed his mind. By following Ivy Freeman, he would still earn the necessary mysterious points without exposing himself to undue risk, navigating through the vast expanse of the Security Bureau. Ivy Freeman arrived at the area where the carriages were stationed. Among the 10 or so carriages of various styles, she boarded one that was entirely blue and exuded an air of luxury. This carriage did not appear to belong to the Security Bureau. Rather, it seemed to be privately owned. Phelan hesitated for a moment between boarding this carriage or taking his own, but ultimately chose to join Ivy Freeman. He feared that if he took his own carriage, he might lose sight of Ivy Freeman. The interior of the carriage was adorned with dark carpets, and Phelan maintained a respectful distance from Ivy Freeman. Seating himself on the opposite side, Ivy Freeman cast a glance at Phelan but made no effort to dismiss him from the carriage. With a cheerful jingle, the carriage set in motion, departing from the security bureau. Where are we headed? Phelan hesitated momentarily before asking Ivy Freeman. To the security department, Ivy Freeman replied coldly, and thereafter fell silent. The carriage fell into a hushed stillness, save for the melodic chime of the bells ringing from outside. Phelan paid little mind, as he was content to act in unison and earn mysterious points. The carriage had not traveled long before it came to a halt. Ivy Freeman exited swiftly, and Phelan hurried to keep pace. Before him stood a 5-story building, prominently displaying the emblem of the kingdom's security department. Composed of a castle, shield, and firearms. The shield and firearms signified the strength of the kingdom's security department, while the castle symbolized the Heidelberg Kingdom. The castle held tremendous historical significance for the Heidelberg Kingdom, as it had once served as a bastion during a tumultuous period, enabling them to repel enemies and ultimately achieve victory, leading to the present-day Heidelberg Kingdom. This is the security department. No outsiders are permitted entry. As Ivy Freeman approached the entrance, a guard promptly intercepted her. However, upon recognizing Ivy Freeman's countenance, he hastily allowed her entry and reported her presence. Clearly, Ivy Freeman was no stranger to this place, while the general populace remained unaware of the kingdom's security bureau. The officers were certainly informed of its existence and had heard whispers of its nature. Miss Ivy, and this colleague of yours, are you here to take over the case of the eye-gouging criminal? Soon. A woman in blue police attire, somewhat older in age, approached. She bore 3 diagonal stripes on her shoulders, indicating her rank as a captain overseeing a team of over 10 officers, and she was familiar with Ivy Freeman. Yes. Please take us to view the bodies. Ivy Freeman replied with a nod. Guided by the female officer, Phelan and Ivy Freeman descended into the morgue located in the basement of the security department. The basement, with its consistently low temperature, was typically where morgues were situated. Upon entering the morgue, a line of text flashed before Phelan's eyes, quickly appearing and disappearing. Engaging with the mysterious points 0.2. Chapter 16. Autopsy. Engaging with the mysterious points 0.2. Upon witnessing the rapid appearance and disappearance of the text, Phelan's reaction was not one of joy, but rather a chilling apprehension coursed through him. His body tensed, and he instinctively reached for the holster at his waist. The sight of the corpses within the morgue, coupled with the message, invoked memories of his teacher's death and subsequent revival that a sudden dread gripped him. He feared that the bodies in the morgue might also rise as his teacher had. Oddly enough, the morgue, which had only felt somewhat chilly, now felt intensely cold, as if a draft of icy air were emanating outward. However, the calamity he feared did not unfold. The corpses did not suddenly sit up to attack them, nor did they exhibit any signs of reanimation. Instead, Ivy, standing beside him, noticed his defensive posture. Yet, she seemed to interpret it as mere nervousness due to his first encounter with the morgue, merely casting a glance in his direction without further comment. These 2 corpses are the victims of the eye-gouging criminal. One is a middle-aged man. We have already contacted his family. The other is a young woman. We have yet to reach her family. The morgue housed several bodies draped in white sheets, with the older female officer leading the way, oblivious to Phelan's unease. She approached the 2 bodies and gestured towards them. Listening to her words, Ivy stepped forward and approached one of the corpses. She donned a pair of white gloves, lifted the sheet covering the body, and gazed upon it. Phelan followed suit, also directing his gaze towards the corpse, having chosen to join such a mysterious organization as the Kingdom's Security Bureau. Encountering corpses was inevitable. Nevertheless, he maintained a safe distance, ensuring he had ample time to react should the body suddenly revived. On the examination table lay the corpse of a young woman, positioned face up. A strong metallic scent of blood emanating from her. Where her eyes once were, there were only 2 deep, hollow sockets, with gaping bloodstains that appeared quite unsettling. Devoid of eyes, she seemed to be gazing at Phelan and Ivy through those ghastly openings. Below her face, on her neck, lay a dark crimson mark, which was the cause of her demise. The immense pressure had distorted her neck, causing it to sink inward. No one could survive such a constriction. Ivy Freeman reached out to touch the contorted neck, as if feeling for something. After a moment, she withdrew her hand, replaced the sheet over the young woman, and then uncovered the other body. The eyes of the middle-aged man were similarly gouged out, and his neck bore the same twisted mark. The manner of death mirrored that of the young woman, yet he was unmistakably a man. That will suffice. After covering the middle-aged man's body, Ivy discarded her gloves into the trash bin. nodded to the older female officer, and exited the morgue. Phelan promptly followed suit, having no desire to linger for even a second longer in the presence of those corpses. The older female officer was the last to leave the morgue. And once the three of them had exited, there was still no sign of reanimation or transformation. Why did I gain mysterious points without encountering any danger? As they distanced themselves from the morgue, Phelan's initial vigilance gradually subsided, yet a perplexity began to surface. The accumulation of mysterious points indicated that he had indeed engaged with the arcane. However, the absence of any peril throughout the process baffled him. Could it be that the corpses are in the midst of transformation, yet not fully transformed? He speculated. Perhaps the bodies in the morgue were already undergoing a transformation, albeit not entirely resurrected, which would explain the lack of danger, the reason for the modest increase of only 0. 2 points might be attributed to the incomplete state of their revival. It is also possible that the entity triggering the alert is not the corpses themselves, but a ghost residing within the morgue. Although he was now a practitioner of the arcane arts, his expertise lay predominantly in physical destruction, ill-equipped to confront spectral beings, and thus he could not perceive any ghosts that did not actively reveal themselves. It was conceivable that a ghost lurked within the morgue. Their lack of aggression could be attributed to the daylight. Another possibility is that these individuals were slain by a monster, due to their demise at the hands of a creature. They may have become tainted with arcane energy, triggering the panel's response. Phelan considered this last hypothesis as the most plausible, given the case's suspected connection to the mysterious, and the likelihood that these two had indeed fallen victim to a monster. So, what do you think? Can you discern any connection to that sort of entity? An older female police officer cast a glance at Ivy, her expression shrouded in an unspoken gravity. She was aware of the existence of monsters and had even witnessed one firsthand on a prior occasion, had Ivy not arrived in time to save her. It could be said with certainty that she would have met her demise at the hands of the creature. The wounds found on the necks of the two corpses were not inflicted by an ordinary person, leading to the firm conclusion that they were connected to the mysterious. The officer, cognizant of the monster's existence, did not shy away from the truth as she replied, "It really is related to those things." The officer's complexion turned pale, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. As a member of the police force, she had faced the most heinous criminals without fear, yet the thought of encountering such creatures filled her with dread. For they were beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals like herself. That night, 5 officers, including her, had stood powerless before the monster. Their firearms, which they relied upon, offered no sense of security, as the bullets passed through the creature without causing any harm. On the contrary, should the monster pierce their bodies, they would fall lifeless to the ground in an instant. The helplessness of that experience was something she would never forget in her lifetime. It is essentially confirmed that they were killed by the monster, thus tainted by its mysterious aura. Upon hearing Ivy's conclusion, Phelan formed a judgment in his mind. The reason they could acquire mysterious points was due to the fact that the two individuals had been slain by the creature, their bodies now imbued with its essence. He anticipated that one could also obtain mysterious points from the corpses of those killed by monsters, in addition to direct encounters. However, this was advantageous for him, as it not only broadened the channels for acquiring mysterious points, but, more importantly, posed no danger when interacting with the bodies of those who had fallen victim to monsters. The only regret was that the points gained through this method were minimal. The two corpses yielded merely 0. 2 points, whereas the last encounter with a teacher who had transformed into a monster had provided a full point. That I need to know the exact locations of their deaths, Ivy stated coldly. Both corpses were discovered on Iron Cross Street, albeit some distance apart. If you wish to visit the scene, I can guide you there, the older officer replied, despite her deep-seated fear of those monsters. It was daytime now, and there was little cause for concern about their appearance. Moreover, she was accompanied by 2 professionals from the Kingdom's Security Bureau. While she was unsure of the other's abilities, she had witnessed Miss Ivy's strength firsthand. She was undoubtedly formidable. Very well, Ivy responded without hesitation, nodding in agreement. Accompanied by the officer, the trio departed from the precinct, taking the same carriage as before, heading towards Iron Cross Street. Compared to the previous oppressive atmosphere, the presence of an additional person lightened the mood within the carriage considerably. "I am Jaman Estre, holding the rank of sheriff. What may I call your colleague?" The older officer inquired, glancing at Phelan. Tob accompanying Miss Ivy suggested he was undoubtedly a remarkable individual from the Kingdom's Security Bureau, someone endowed with extraordinary powers. Establishing a rapport with such a person could prove invaluable. potentially saving her life in critical moments. I am failing socks. It seems we will likely be interacting frequently in the future, so I hope for your kind assistance, Failing replied with a smile. The precinct wielded significant power within the city, truly a department of authority. Previously, even his attempts to befriend someone of her standing would have been met with failure. Yet now, she was initiating conversation and seeking a connection. He distinctly felt that joining the security bureau had not only enhanced his income, but also significantly elevated his status and position. You are too courteous. If there is a need, we will certainly cooperate fully, Jemana Streck quickly responded with a smile. Although she held considerable sway within the precinct, she dared not be presumptuous in front of such individuals. Iron Cross Street, located in the western district of Constant City, derived its name from its cruciform layout. Most of its residents were factory workers of modest means. The carriage halted at Iron Cross Street, and the three disembarked. The officer guided Failing and Ivy to a corner of the street, saying, "This is where the woman was found dead. The man's body lies about 100 meters away from here. Once we finish here, I will take you there, and no need to see that. This location suffices." Ivy replied, shaking her head, disinterested in viewing the second side of death. She began to wander around, seemingly searching for something, when she spotted a stray cat rummaging through a garbage bin for food. She came to a halt. With a snap of her fingers, she beckoned the cat. In the next moment, an astonishing occurrence unfolded. The stray cat, as if receiving some signal, abandoned what it had deemed an enticing meal and approached her instead. Chapter 17. Could you lend me a pair of eyes? Meow. The cat, as if responding to a call, walked directly towards Ivy. Stopping before her and emitting a weak meow. It was a scraggly, yellowish-brown cat. Its prolonged malnutrition rendering it emaciated, with its fur clinging tightly to its bones, almost devoid of any flesh. Ivy, kneeling gracefully while holding her skirt, extended her index finger to gently touch the cat's head. The moment her finger made contact, the cat seemed to receive yet another signal, turning and walking in a specific direction. Ivy followed closely behind, the three of them, Failing and the older officer Jemana, hastily keeping pace. Is this her secret technique? Failing mused, casting a curious glance at Ivy before observing the obedient stray cat leading the way. There was no doubt that Ivy was employing her secret art. Otherwise, the untrained stray cat would not be so compliant. He wondered whether her secret art involved beast taming or some other capability to control animals. What intrigued him further was the nature of Ivy's secret organ. Deputy Director Lindy had mentioned that every practitioner of secret arts acquires a secret organ upon their initiation. The study of the mysterious gun also referenced secret organs, which could be either external objects or modifications to a part of the body. Ivy's secret organ was not as immediately visible as the mysterious gun, suggesting it was likely the latter. He was left pondering which part of her body it could be. Following the stray cat, the trio arrived at a secluded area rarely frequented by others. Here, they encountered numerous lethargic stray cats sprawled on the ground. Black, gray, and calico cats of various colors lay there, all sharing the common trait of being emaciated. Much like the cat that had led them. In a city where some people struggled to find sufficient food, it was little wonder that neglected stray cats suffered even more. Meow upon noticing the newcomers. The startled cat scattered, fleeing in every direction. At that moment, Ivy snapped her fingers again, the sharp sound resonating from her hand. As the sound reached the ears of the stray cats, they halted their escape. Turning back towards Ivy and gathering around her, the number swelled to dozens, creating a rather impressive sight. Fortunately, it was Failing and Ivy who were present, individuals familiar with the mysteries and who had encountered the peculiar before. A mere ordinary person witnessing such a scene would likely be taken aback. Could you go buy some bread? Ivy inquired, frowning as she gazed at the emaciated stray cats, then turned her attention to Failing. Of course, Failing replied without hesitation. Ivy was clearly preparing to utilize the stray cats for her investigation, and as the only one who had contributed nothing thus far besides accompanying her, he had no qualms about running an errand to fetch bread. "I'll go," Jemana chimed in before Failing could act, eagerly taking on the task of purchasing bread. Her motivation for personally guiding them to Iron Cross Street was to foster relations with these two extraordinary individuals, and she would not miss the opportunity to build rapport by running errands for them. "Then I appreciate your help," Failing said, understanding Jemana's intentions. He could empathize with her. Before joining the security bureau, he had also sought ways to connect with extraordinary individuals that on one hand, he harbored aspirations of joining their ranks. On the other, he yearned to befriend such people, hoping that in future encounters involving the mysterious, He would have a reliable ally that its no trouble at all, Jemana insisted, shaking her head as she swiftly departed. Shortly thereafter, she returned, a large paper bag filled with bread in her hands, its size suggesting it contained several pounds. Accepting the bread, Ivy distributed it among the stray cats. With a rare opportunity to feast, all the cats eagerly devoured the offerings. The scene of a multitude of stray cats feasting, while a beautiful young woman watched over them, was one of striking harmony. Had there been a photographer present, they would have undoubtedly captured the moment without hesitation. As evening fell, only Faline, Ivy, and the carriage they had arrived in remained at the gathering spot for the stray cats. Jemana had departed before nightfall, knowing that the case was related to monsters. She could not risk staying after dark. Meanwhile, it seemed that Faline and Ivy would have to endure the night. Snap! As Ivy removed an oil lamp from the cart and ignited its flame with a snap of her fingers, she immediately captured the attention of all the stray cats, their green eyes glimmering ominously in the night. Under the cloak of darkness, those luminous orbs evoked an unsettling sensation. Unperturbed, Ivy strode purposefully in a particular direction, with all the strays trailing closely behind. Phelan naturally accompanied her. Even if he chose not to follow, Ivy likely would not have cared. He had no intention of showcasing his thoughts before her. Yet, refraining from following would mean missing out on the mysterious rewards that awaited him. In the dimness of the night, a woman holding an oil lamp walked ahead, followed by a multitude of stray cats whose eyes sparkled with an eerie green glow. This scene was enough to instill a chilling sense of foreboding. Fortunately, the night was still young, and the streets were relatively deserted, especially in light of the recent murder that had occurred nearby. With the company of the strays, Ivy arrived at the location where the young woman had met her demise, and with 2 sharp snaps of her fingers, she commanded the cats. In response, they encircled the area where the tragedy had unfolded before swiftly scattering into the surrounding shadows. Is she intending to utilize the cat's sense of smell? Phelan mused silently. Observing Ivy's actions. In his previous life, the police trained dogs as search animals to leverage their keen sense of smell. However, Phelan knew that cats possessed a far superior olfactory ability compared to dogs. The reason they were not trained for such purposes was simply due to their inherently stubborn nature. Yet, before Ivy, who seemed to possess the mystical ability to control animals, this was evidently not a concern. Without offering Phelan an explanation, Ivy turned back towards the gathering of stray cats, lamp in hand. With Phelan hastily following her, the chill of late autumn swept through the air, causing him to shiver involuntarily. Upon reaching the assembly of strays, they entered the cart, and before proceeding inside, Ivy cast a glance at the driver, who was huddled in the cart. "Juan, come inside and rest." "No need, miss, I'm fine out here." The driver, a seemingly simple man, quickly shook his head upon hearing Ivy's command. "Get inside the carriage and rest." Ivy's tone was firm and cold. "Yes, ma'am," the driver conceded, following her into the carriage. Phelan regarded Ivy with mild surprise. She did not seem as cold as her demeanor suggested. Over the following days, Phelan spent his nights stationed at Iron Cross Street. Returning to his lodging only to sleep during the day, he finally understood why. During meals at the Safety Bureau, he encountered only a handful of individuals. The others were undoubtedly out on assignments. Just as he was now. What a hardship. Another night passed, and within the confines of the carriage, Phelan sipped on a deliberately brewed bitter coffee, forcing himself to muster some energy. The strays had yet to uncover any trace of the creature, and the monotonous vigil was becoming increasingly tedious. If he could, he would have liked to bring along the thick tome of mystical arts to alleviate the tedium of waiting. However, to prevent any potential leakage of secrets, the tome was strictly prohibited from being taken outside the Safety Bureau. "I hope tonight brings some results." With one sent home at Ivy's behest, Phelan turned his gaze towards the only other occupant of the carriage, Ivy, who sat quietly reading. This evening, Ivy was not clad in a dress, but rather wore a sweater and a fur coat atop fitted trousers that emphasized the graceful lines of her legs, which were typically concealed beneath her skirts. With her slender and proportionate limbs, high nose bridge, and well-defined features, she was undeniably a woman of stunning beauty, despite being alone with such a captivating figure in the dimly lit carriage. Phelan felt no joy. This beauty was notoriously difficult to engage with. Their exchanges over the past days had barely exceeded 5 words. On Red Oriole Street, 2 blocks away from Iron Cross Street, a man named Rudin ambled alone along the dimly lit street, an oil lamp in hand. Employed at a nearby factory, he was fortunate to have a wife and 2 children, managing to support his family on a meager monthly salary. Today, due to his supervisor's nitpicking, he had been unable to complete his work before the end of his shift, fearing that leaving tasks unfinished would result in a deduction from his already paltry wages. To him, a day's pay was crucial for his struggling family. So despite hearing about the murder that had occurred nearby, he persevered to finish his tasks before finally departing, clad in insufficiently warm clothing. He hurried home, his body hunched against the biting wind. Who goes there? Suddenly, Rudin's heart raced as he spotted a figure ahead, the recent murders weighing heavily on his mind. The silhouette remained still, unresponsive, seemingly lifeless. After a moment's hesitation, he summoned his courage and approached. By the flickering light of his oil lamp, he discerned that it was a woman, her head bowed, clad in scant attire, shivering in the night air. She appeared to be in distress. "Miss, are you in trouble?" Rudin sighed, recognizing that she might be in a predicament even worse than his own, and stepped forward to inquire. The woman finally responded, her voice soft yet haunting. "May I borrow a pair of eyes?" Chapter 18. The eyeless woman. Borrow what? Money? A gust of cold wind swept through, obscuring the woman's words. Rudin could not fully grasp what she had said, but he caught the mention of borrowing. A self-deprecating smile crossed his face as he tugged at his worn clothing. "Miss, do I seem like someone with spare money?" Before she could reply, he continued, "The best I can offer you is a place to stay for the night. If you don't mind, you may come to my home." He had no ulterior motives. He was simply a kind-hearted man wishing to offer shelter to a distressed soul. "May I borrow a pair of eyes?" the woman repeated. "Borrow eyes? Miss, you must be joking." Rudin finally understood her request. She did not seek money but rather his eyes. That a chill crept up from his toes to the crown of his head. Before him stood a seemingly frail woman, yet her request filled him with an inexplicable dread. "Are you unwilling to lend them to me?" Her voice took on a tone of anger at Rudin's refusal. How could anyone lend their eyes to another? What would you do with them? Rudin's heart raced, and he felt an overwhelming urge to flee from this eerie encounter. "Because my eyes are gone," she replied, lifting her gaze to reveal the horrifying voids where her eyes once were. Ghastly wounds exposing the soft tissue beneath. "Ah!" Rudin stumbled back in terror, his oil lamp slipping from his grasp and shattering upon the ground, igniting into a fiery blaze, despite the cold and the gust of wind. Sweat poured down his brow. "Apparently, you are also unwilling to lend me your eyes." The woman, devoid of eyes, seemed to possess an uncanny ability to see. She fixed her hollow gaze upon Rudin, her voice laced with cold fury. In an instant, she lunged forward, catching Rudin by the throat with her delicate yet unyielding grip, as if he were caught in a vice. Struggling for breath, he instinctively lashed out at her, but his blows seemed to have no effect. As if he were striking air, she extended her right hand, her fingers slowly approaching his eyes. That he longed to scream, yet the pressure on his throat only allowed for muffled whimpers. Inside the blue carriage, Phelan had draped himself in a thick coat, his eyelids growing heavy with sleep. He suspected he would be waiting in vain once more tonight. When would that creature reappear, and how many more nights would he have to endure this vigil? Meow! Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air outside the carriage. Instantly alert, Phelan shook off his drowsiness. Ivy, quicker than he, had already grasped the oil lamp, flung open the carriage door, and leapt down. He hurriedly followed her descent. There, by the carriage, stood a sleek black cat, the source of the earlier meow. Upon seeing Ivy, it swiftly turned and darted off in a particular direction, as if leading the way, with lamp in hand. Ivy hastened to follow, and Phelan did the same. "Wait here and observe," Ivy called back to Phelan as they ran, uttering her fifth sentence to him in days. "All right." Phelan nodded in agreement, unbothered by the potential slight. Unlike someone else, he did not feel insulted. Having lived 2 lives, his psychological maturity far exceeded his physical age, leaving behind the need to compete. To accomplish the task without engaging in battle, yet receiving rewards equivalent to the mysterious points. Such a favorable proposition was hard to refuse. To her surprise, Phelan agreed with remarkable decisiveness, prompting Ivy to glance at him, sensing a stark contrast between Phelan and the peers she had previously encountered. Nevertheless, she refrained from voicing her thoughts. Phelan's willingness to comply was precisely what she desired. They proceeded swiftly, the trio of 2 individuals and 1 cat arriving at Honging Street, just 2 blocks away from Iron Cross Street. Huff huff, after running for 2 blocks. Phelan was already breathless. The enhancement provided by the secret arts primarily focused on the secret organs, with only minimal improvements to physical capabilities. Furthermore, as a newly minted practitioner of the secret arts, having only undergone a single enhancement, his physical fitness was rather lacking. There, upon reaching Honging Street, they immediately spotted a man being choked by a woman. The woman, though seemingly slender, possessed tremendous strength, rendering the man helpless in her grasp. With one hand constricting his throat, she extended her other hand, poised to gouge out his eyes with her fingers. The gust of cold wind swept through, lifting the hair that obscured her face, revealing her hollow, eyeless sockets. Engaging with the mysterious points 1.5. A line of text flickered before failing eyes, swiftly vanishing, signifying an addition of 1.5 mysterious points to his account, compared to the resurrected Ley Romano. This tally exceeded by 0.5, indicating that she was likely a creature far more formidable than the resurrected Ley Romano. As the woman's fingers approached the man's eyelids, about to pierce into his eyes. A sharp clap pierced the night. Ivy snapped her fingers. The sound had no effect on Faline or the stray cat, yet it profoundly impacted the eyeless woman mid-assault. Her fingers halted, trembling violently as if struggling against some unseen force. In contrast to the stray cat, she was significantly more powerful, capable of resisting Ivy's control. Woo! The man, choked and gasping for breath, began to roll his eyes back, nearing unconsciousness, if he was not rescued from the clutches of the eyeless woman swiftly. He would succumb to asphyxiation, even without losing his eyes. Release him. Sensing the severity of the situation, Ivy commanded coldly. Instantly, the eyeless woman's grip on the man's throat loosened, though her hand trembled and fought against the command. She could not defy Ivy's order and ultimately released him. A monster, there's a monster. Barely escaping death, Rudin cried out in terror, hastily fleeing towards Ivy, the one who had saved him. He had witnessed everything unfold. Recognizing her as his savior, a woman with the strength to contend with monsters, who bore him no ill will, instinctively, he sought refuge with her. Come over here. Faline called out to him, urging him to join his side to avoid disturbing Ivy. All right. Rudin hurriedly ran towards Faline. This man and the woman who had just rescued him were evidently allied, likely possessing formidable strength to protect him. The eyeless woman continued to writhe, attempting to escape Ivy's control, her body shaking increasingly, signaling her imminent breakout. Ivy frowned, raising her right hand to reveal an extravagant gemstone ring adorning her middle finger. The ring, glimmering in a golden hue and shaped like a cross, emanated an aura of extraordinary value. With a swift motion, as Ivy displayed the ring, the cross-shaped gem began to radiate a blinding golden light. Accompanied by this brilliance, a resplendent golden cross sword materialized, traversing the distance of over 10 meters to pierce the eyeless woman's chest. The cross sword, imbued with devastating burning power, created a gaping wound in her torso. Thud! The sword vanished, and the eyeless woman collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Could it be that I misjudged earlier? Is that ring her secret organ? Moreover, does she wield two distinct forms of secret arts? No, that ring is likely not a secret organ, but rather a remarkable object imbued with extraordinary power. As previously mentioned by the deputy bureau chief, Faline gazed curiously at the gemstone ring on Ivy's middle finger. If his assumptions were accurate, this ring, rich with mysterious power, must surpass even the weapon he had consumed during the Enlightenment ritual. That gun, along with other materials, was valued at a staggering 2,000 gold pounds. Thus, this gemstone ring was likely worth several thousand, perhaps even reaching 10,000 gold pounds. This sort of item is beyond my current means to acquire. Faline shook his head. During his 2 years as an appraiser, he had amassed over 100 gold pounds in savings, and with the salary from the security bureau this past month, he barely reached 200 gold pounds. Such a sum was insufficient to procure even a fraction of that item. It would be more pragmatic to focus on accumulating mysterious points and hastening the enhancement of his abilities. After nearly a week of waiting, I have finally succeeded. Gazing at the lifeless body of the eyeless woman, he exhaled a breath of relief, his spirits lifted. Just then, whoosh, the seemingly dead eyeless woman suddenly sprang to life, scrambling away rapidly. It turned out she had not perished but had merely feigned death. Unprepared for such cunning, Ivy realized too late, and by the time she reacted, the eyeless woman had already escaped beyond 20 meters. Beyond the reach of her secret arts, the eyeless woman prepared to flee. Bang, bang, bang. 3 gunshots rang out in succession. .3 pitch-black bullets, propelled at supersonic speed, struck the eyeless woman's head, with the addition of 3 more wounds to the 2 already present. Her running form abruptly halted, collapsing once more. However, unlike the previous instance, this time she would not rise again. Chapter 19. The Second Ring. A monster can be so cunning. Clutching his mysterious gun, Faline was taken aback, astonished that a creature would resort to such deception. Fortunately, while he had not intended to engage in battle, He had been prepared. Summoning the mysterious gun to hand, it was precisely this foresight that allowed him to react swiftly, using the gun to eliminate the fleeing eyeless woman. Observing the fallen eyeless woman, now marked with 3 bullet wounds, Ivy understood that it was Faline who had thwarted her escape. She glanced back at him, her expression complex. Had it not been for Phaline's timely intervention, their efforts tonight might have been in vain. Reflecting on her earlier words to him, her emotions grew increasingly intricate. After a moment of silence, she spoke, "You stay here. I will summon some officers from the nearby guard station to transport the body." "All right." Phaline nodded, feeling no sense of triumph for having slain the monster. In terms of strength, Ivy undoubtedly surpassed him. He had merely been fortunate to encounter the eyeless woman's ruse, seizing the opportunity to act. Under normal circumstances, Ivy would have effortlessly dispatched the eyeless woman. Thus, there was no cause for pride. After a brief wait, a carriage emblazoned with the guard department's insignia arrived, from which Ivy and 3 officers emerged. These officers likely belonged to the night shift at the local guard station. If the guard department resembled the public security bureau of Phaline's previous life, then the guard stations were akin to precincts scattered across various districts. "Officer, is this the body?" The lead male officer respectfully inquired of Ivy. Earlier, she had showcased her credentials from the Kingdom's Security Bureau, and he had merely heard whispers of its existence. "Yes, this is the body," Ivy confirmed with a nod. "Package it up," the lead officer commanded. Immediately, the other 2 officers approached the eyeless woman's corpse, placing it into a body bag before lifting it into the carriage. Subsequently, everyone boarded the carriage, including Rudin, who had just escaped a near-death experience. Although he was the victim, as a witness to the mysterious events, he was required to accompany them for questioning and to sign a confidentiality agreement, prohibiting him from disclosing the events of the night. After all, should ordinary people learn of the existence of monsters, of beings possessing extraordinary powers capable of causing widespread destruction, it would undoubtedly incite panic and disrupt societal stability. Upon arriving at the guard department, Rudin was escorted inside for questioning, while the eyeless woman's corpse was discreetly transferred to the security bureau via a specialized carriage. Given that the body retained a potent aura of mystery, improper handling could potentially trigger subsequent mysterious disasters, necessitating meticulous care. "Let us all return home tonight. Tomorrow at 9, we will regroup outside the Deputy Bureau's office to report our experiences during this mission," Ivy instructed Phaline. "Oh, all right." Phaline nodded, relieved that he could finally enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. After the guard department's carriage delivered him, Phaline returned home. He lay down on his bed, hoping for a restful slumber, only to find that sleep eluded him entirely. After encountering the eyeless woman, he was engulfed in a state of exhilaration, utterly devoid of drowsiness. This was only his second encounter with a monster. How could he swiftly calm himself after such an experience? Panel. With no inclination to sleep, Phaline summoned the panel. Encountering the eyeless woman, I accrued 1.5 mysterious points, which, combined with the previous 0.5 points, brought my total to 2 points. I am uncertain whether these 2 points suffice to meet the upgrade requirements for the arcane mystical gun. Name: Phaline. Jewel and antique appraisal. Proficient. Upgradable. Mystical gun. First ring. Upgradable. Mysterious points. 2. It has become upgradable. Phaline's gaze swiftly darted towards the mystical gun, and the next moment, a look of delight graced his face. At the end of the mystical gun section, the previous notation of not upgradable had been replaced with upgradable. This signified that the mystical gun could indeed be upgraded. Upgrade. Phaline decisively chose to upgrade the mystical gun, shedding the title of the weakest agent in the bureau that very night. Whoosh. A wealth of memories pertaining to the curved shooting technique materialized in his mind. In these memories, he practiced the curved shooting technique repeatedly, without fail, day after day. With practice, his mastery of the technique grew exponentially. Bullets began to trace arcs, evading obstacles, and striking targets hidden behind barriers. Ultimately, he completely mastered the curved shooting technique. Even with the curved shooting technique, he could shoot with the same precision as with straight shots. Simultaneously, a searing heat radiated from the silver pistol tattoo on the back of his left hand. It was not the usual mild warmth when summoned, but rather a scorching sensation as though in contact with something boiling hot. Accompanied by this heat, the mystical gun emerged from the tattoo, seemingly defying gravity. Floating above him, it began to automatically absorb the memories related to the curved shooting technique from his mind. These memories, or rather insights into the technique, served as the finest nourishment for the evolution of the mystical gun. buzz. As the memories were assimilated, the silver body of the mystical gun turned crimson, becoming intensely hot. Its shape underwent subtle transformations as if being reforged. After a considerable time, this transformation concluded, and the mystical gun reverted to its silver hue, albeit with adjustments that made it fit Phaeline's hand more snugly. It was no longer a standard revolver but a custom-made revolver tailored to the contours of Phaeline's palm. Whoosh! Accompanied by a burning pain, the revolver reformed into a tattoo on the back of his left hand. Furthermore, a gentle warmth spread through the tattoo, coursing through his left hand and radiating throughout his body. Under this mild heat, his physical prowess noticeably enhanced. The increase was modest, for he had practiced the arcane mystical gun, which primarily augments the gun itself. Even so, it elevated his physical condition to that of a soldier who is trained rigorously, unlike moments ago, when he would be breathless after running just 2 blocks. I am one step closer to infinite bullets. Through the tattoo, Phaeline could already sense the state of the mystical gun that he discovered that the amount of mysterious power the gun could store had significantly increased, now reaching approximately 3 times its previous capacity. This meant that the current mystical gun could condense around 30 bullets. 30 bullets were more than sufficient for a single battle, with plenty to spare. After all, he was a sharpshooter, and he rarely wasted a shot. Especially now that he had mastered the curved shooting technique, the trajectories of his bullets became even more elusive. The following morning, Phaeline arrived at the safety bureau. Due to his mission, he had not visited the bureau for several days. The bureau's cafeteria provided breakfast, and he ordered a gourmet black pig bacon, fully cooked camellia chicken omelet, soft white bread with jam, and freshly baked mushrooms with sauce, given that the ingredients were of high quality. Such a breakfast would cost several shillings in a restaurant. Yet here at the bureau, it was complimentary. He felt grateful for such treatment once again, affirming that choosing to join the Safety Bureau over other unofficial organizations had indeed been the right decision. He had arranged to meet Ivy to report to Deputy Director Lindy at 9 o'clock, and with some time to spare, Phaeline made his way to the underground shooting range, retrieving 12 targets. He stacked them 2 by 2. After stepping back, he drew a standard revolver from its holster. Bang! With a gunshot, a brass bullet shot forth from the revolver, not in a straight line, but following an arched trajectory. Whoosh! The bullet flew past the first target, striking the second without making contact with the first, leaving a hole in the second target. Bang, bang, bang. He did not pause, continuing to fire the second, third shots. The remaining 5 bullets in the revolver flew out, each following an arched path towards their respective targets. Without exception, the other 5 obscured targets were also struck, while the obstructing target remained completely unharmed. Not bad. Phaeline approached to examine the 6 targets that had been hit. Noting that all the bullet holes were centered perfectly in the red bullseye, he nodded in satisfaction. With the front targets in place, he could not see the back ones. Nonetheless, with his current shooting skills, he was already capable of blind shooting. Even without sighting the rear targets, he could infer and shoot the bullets into the bullseye of the back targets. The time agreed with Ivy is fast approaching. Taking out his pocket watch, Phaeline checked the time. Realizing that he was nearing the appointed hour with Ivy, he left the shooting range and headed toward Deputy Director Lindy's office, where he had arranged to meet Ivy outside. Just as Phaeline departed, a staff member, having learned of the shooting range's use, entered to prepare for cleaning. However, upon seeing the arrangement of targets and the bullet holes within, the staff member's pupils dilated in shock. Working in the Safety Bureau, he was no ordinary person. Although not a practitioner of the arcane arts, he was a retired military veteran who had undergone multiple security screenings. The military is undoubtedly where the greatest marksmen are born. And as a retired soldier, he had previously encountered a practitioner of the arcane mystical gun, providing him with some understanding of it. Upon observing the 6 targets that had been struck, he instantly realized that Phaeline had mastered the curved shooting technique. To master the curved shooting technique in just over a month? As a staff member, he was part of the oversight mechanism of the Safety Bureau. Previously, he had been reporting on Phaline's status to Julie regularly, understanding the significance of mastering the curved shooting technique. He hastened to inform Julie in charge of this matter without taking the time to clean. Chapter 20. Ivy's past. Arriving at Deputy Director Lindy's office door, Phaeline found Ivy already present. She wore a light green long dress, complemented by a purple fur coat. With her beautiful blue hair cascading down, she exuded an air of nobility, resembling a noble woman who had been groomed in grace from a young age. Perhaps not merely resembling, but actually being one. Phaline's thoughts drifted to the ring on her right hand, worth several £1,000. With a few minutes remaining until 9 o'clock, Ivy had evidently arrived early. After all, they were colleagues. And he greeted her with a simple good morning. Upon hearing Phalene's greeting, Ivy's cold, expressionless face seemed to show a flicker of change, though it was hard to tell, just when Phaleene thought he might not receive a response. She replied in a cool voice, "Good morning." Surprised to receive a reply, Phaleene stole a glance at Ivy, astonished that she would respond to him. Tap, 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 accompanied by the sound of footsteps, a stunning woman with curly brown hair, dressed in a purple dress and a brown coat, approached at a beauty mark graced her left cheek, identifying her as Deputy Director Lindy. "Are you waiting for me?" Upon seeing Phaleene and Ivy outside her office, she inquired. "Yes, we have completed the task you assigned to us and are here to report," Ivy replied. "Oh, it's already completed?" Lindy nodded, pushing open the office door and gesturing for Phaleene and Ivy to enter. "Come in." Phaleene and Ivy stepped into the office. Closing the door behind them, Lindy sat at her desk, retrieving a folder and flipping to a specific page before addressing them. "Please elaborate on the entire experience of the task. We first went to the guard department to inspect the bodies of the two victims." And then, Phaleene and Ivy promptly recounted their experiences during the mission, while Lindy interjected with questions from time to time. A few minutes later, the task report concluded. "Well done." Lindy nodded in approval. The two had rescued the ambushed Rudin and successfully dealt with the eyeless woman before further casualties could occur. Overall, the mission was executed commendably. Knock, knock, knock. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. "Come in," Lindy responded. The office door swung open, revealing Julie, dressed in a sweater and trousers that accentuated her long legs. She approached Lindy and whispered something in her ear. Upon hearing her whisper, a look of surprise flickered in Lindy's eyes as she glanced at Phaleene in the office. Julie did not leave immediately but stood behind Lindy. Lindy turned to Phaleene and Ivy, saying, "You two have worked hard these past few days. I am granting you 3 days off. Enjoy your rest, and from now on, Room 201 will serve as your group's exclusive lounge." "Understood." Phaleene and Iway both responded with a sound. While Iway's feelings remained a mystery, Phaleene was undeniably elated. The sleepless nights of recent days had left him somewhat mentally fatigued, and the prospect of 3 days of rest was nothing short of splendid. "Deputy Director, we shall take our leave then," he said. The two turned to exit the office, but Lindy suddenly spoke up. "Socks, you stay behind." "Huh?" Confused as to why he was being singled out, Phaleene felt a flutter of anxiety as he remained. "There's no need to be nervous. The only reason for your presence is that I have a few questions to ask." "It is not a reflection of your performance," Lindy said, resting her elbows on the desk in a relaxed manner. "How has your interaction with Iway been these past few days?" "We have exchanged no more than 10 words, Phaleene replied with a slight shrug of resignation. Despite Iway being an exceptionally beautiful woman, it must be noted that she was not an ideal partner for collaboration, as her demeanor was exceedingly cold and not conducive to communication. "I see," Lindy remarked with a slight furrow of her brow. Given that they had been in the same group, it was rather unusual that their exchanges had been so scant. "I didn't realize the impact of that incident was so profound." Beside them, Julie couldn't help but frown as well. "That incident?" Hearing Julie's words, Phaleene's curiosity was piqued. It seemed Iway's demeanor stemmed from a particular event. However, he hesitated to inquire further. Noticing Phaleene's intrigue, Lindy spoke up. "In fact, before you, Iway had a teammate." "Had?" Phaleene keenly caught the nuance of that word. "Yes, had," Lindy nodded solemnly. Ruko Bowman, Iway's former teammate, possessed only average talent, unlike Iway, who achieved exceptional prowess. Considering they were already acquainted prior to joining the security bureau, they were paired together, but that was a misguided decision. A misguided decision? Phaleene felt a sense of foreboding. Indeed, a misguided decision. Pairing individuals with such a vast disparity in talent was ill-conceived. Lindy nodded, pausing for a moment before continuing. As a prodigious talent, Iway's capabilities advanced rapidly, soon reaching the 3rd tier, while the average Ruko Bowman remained at the 1st tier. During one mission, they encountered a formidable anomaly. Iway, having reached the 3rd tier, survived, while Ruko Bowman, still at the 1st tier, perished in the line of duty. As expected, Phaleene sighed inwardly, his premonition confirmed. The individual named Ruko Bowman had indeed met a tragic fate. Because of this incident, Iway became reluctant to team up with others and had been tackling missions alone for some time before you arrived, Julie added, letting me observe from the sidelines and not allowing me to engage in combat. Was she protecting me? Phaleene recalled Iway's words from the previous night. Initially, he had assumed she found his strength too lacking to be of any assistance, but it now seemed she might have been safeguarding him. Socks, Iwei's reluctance to engage with you is not a personal affront. She simply is yet to emerge from her past shadows. I hope you can understand, Lindy said earnestly, gazing at Failing. I understand. He nodded, his perception of Iwei having shifted after their conversation. Huh. Lindy exhaled deeply, as if expelling the frustrations that had been weighing on her. With this motion, her alluring figure became even more captivating, accentuating her graceful curves. Now that we have addressed those concerns, Socks, have you reached the second tier? She looked at Failing with a hint of surprise in her eyes. Just moments earlier, Julie had rushed in to report this very news. So soon. Failing thought, surprised that Lindy had learned of his advancement so quickly that he surmised it was likely due to the recent assessment in the shooting range, which revealed his progress. However, he had no intention of concealing it. After all, showcasing his talent was essential for garnering the Kingdom's Security Bureau's attention and respect. Thus, he readily affirmed, yes, I recently achieved the second tier. Excellent. To attain the second tier in just over a month. Your talent exceeds my expectations. Lindy smiled upon receiving his confirmation. Different secret arts presented varying levels of training difficulty at each stage. So one could not merely compare the advancement timelines of individuals practicing different arts as a standard for assessing talent. Nonetheless, progressing from the first to second tier in just over a month was indicative of Failing's remarkable aptitude. He was likely the most gifted individual in the Constant City branch of the Kingdom's Security Bureau in recent years, even surpassing Iwei. Impressive, advancing to the second tier so swiftly. No wonder I had faith in you, Julie chimed in. She had been the one to recognize Failing's true potential, and discovering such a talent for the organization brought her immense satisfaction. In a dim underground chamber, the suffocating stench of blood hung heavily in the air. This repugnant odor emanated from a colossal pentagram drawn upon the floor, adorned with blood-red depictions of monstrous entities. At the center of this grotesque design lay the bodies of a man and a woman, both devoid of their eyes, leaving only empty, bloodied sockets in their wake. Standing beside these lifeless forms was a man of average build, clad in BL, not at all. There are still some pieces of furniture lacking at home. I plan to procure a few items on my way back, for if I delay, the furniture store will surely close. Failing offered an excuse, though he indeed harbored thoughts of acquiring additional furnishings. As his current residence was somewhat spacious, and the furniture from his previous move proved insufficient. Very well then, Roland conceded, relinquishing her attempts to persuade him, and escorted Failing to the gate. Failing, you've arrived. Are you preparing to leave? At that moment, a carriage came to a halt, and from it descended his brother-in-law, Claude Dre. Upon spotting Failing, his demeanor was markedly warmer than usual, given that Failing not only worked at the Great Wade Auction House, but also earned a salary considerably higher than Claude's. He sought to mend their previously strained relationship. Yes, I came this morning and am now ready to head back, Failing replied with a nod as he prepared to board the carriage. Wait, Failing, don't leave just yet. There's a rather rare banquet happening tonight. Why not join us? Claude called out with enthusiasm. Is that really appropriate? Failing hesitated, not wishing to accompany Claude to any banquet, citing its inappropriateness as a means of declining. This banquet is of a social nature and permits guests. In fact, it encourages them to bring companions. Moreover, many young women from esteemed families will be attending this event, presenting an excellent opportunity for you to meet potential partners. Claude added with a wink. I think not. I have matters to attend to later. Failing began to refuse, wishing to expand his business if he were still an appraiser, but deemed it unnecessary now. However, before he could finish, someone grasped his shoulder. Set aside all other matters. You must accompany us to this banquet tonight, Roland asserted firmly, her grip unyielding. Given the nature of this particular gathering, which was a social event rife with young women from illustrious backgrounds, it was an opportunity not to be missed. She had been fretting over Failing's marital prospects and saw this as a chance to scout suitable candidates for him. Faced with his sister's resolute stance, Failing found it hard to refuse, though he did return home briefly to change into a black formal suit. The Freeman Villa was situated in the affluent eastern district of Constance, a hub for nobility and the wealthy. Even among the many opulent villas in the area, its grandeur was unparalleled. The owner, Wilton Freeman, not only held the title of mayor of Constance, but was also a highly esteemed earl within the kingdom. As evening approached, a steady stream of private carriages arrived at the Freeman Villa, each more exquisitely designed than the last, resembling a grand showcase of carriages, from a carriage that could be deemed ordinary among the collection. Faline, Roland, and Claude disembarked, entering the banquet hall. The vast banquet space was adorned with a crimson carpet, pleasantly warm due to underfloor heating. Long dining tables laden with an array of exquisite dishes and fine wines were spaced throughout the room, where elegantly dressed guests mingled, reuniting with old friends and forging new acquaintances. Among them were numerous young women, just as Claude had mentioned, many hailing from distinguished families. "Darling, I must begin my inquiries and won't be able to accompany you while you greet your friends," Roland declared, her eyes sparkling as she left Claude's side to blend into the throng of ladies, eager to gather information on the young women present. Meanwhile, Faline made his way to the dining table, taking a plate to help himself to some food, for he had yet to dine since arriving at the banquet. However, his moment of leisure was short-lived, as Roland soon reappeared, ready to introduce him to notable young women at the event. The one in the ruffled gown is Sharon Murphy, the third daughter of the Murphy baronial family. Her lineage is quite respectable, though her looks are rather average. That one in the white gown is Vanessa Notary. Her father works at Windsor Company. She is quite beautiful, but unfortunately, her family background is somewhat lacking. The young lady in the pink dress is Mina Savali, daughter of a wealthy merchant whose family is involved in tea trading. Both her lineage and appearance are commendable, making her a worthy target. As Roland continued her detailed observations, Faline found himself genuinely impressed by her adeptness at gathering intelligence. In a short span, she had amassed such a wealth of information. Suddenly, Faline's attention was captured by a striking figure. Deity was a young woman with blue hair, clad in an exquisitely crafted beige gown, possessing an ethereal beauty but an air of aloofness. He recognized her as Ivy, whom he had encountered that very morning. "Brother, that one is out of your league," Roland remarked, noticing where Faline's gaze lingered. "Do you know her identity?" he inquired, intrigued, from the ring that surely cost several £1,000s. He could surmise that Ivy's background was likely quite distinguished. "Ivy Freeman, the second daughter of Earl Wilton, who dotes on her immensely," Roland explained. "I've heard that the Earl organized this banquet to cheer her up, hoping she would make some new friends," she added with a serious tone. "While I too wish for you to find a noble woman as a potential spouse, even if it means marrying into her family. The disparity in status is simply too vast. Not only is she extraordinarily beautiful, but she is also the daughter of an earl, far beyond what our family can aspire to." "Rest assured, I have no such intentions," Faline reassured, shaking his head at his sister's anxious demeanor. While he had suspected Ivy might be of noble lineage, he had not anticipated her status to be so elevated, being the daughter of a renowned earl. A question arose in his mind. Given her stature, it seemed unnecessary for her to join the kingdom's security bureau. What could possibly compel her to do so? "That's a relief," Roland sighed, evidently relieved. She had feared that her brother might recklessly pursue Ivy, a path that would only lead to heartache. Suddenly, as if sensing their gaze, Ivy's eyes turned toward them, locking onto Faline's. That he found himself in a predicament. Had he not met her gaze, he could have pretended not to see her, but given their mutual recognition, it was customary to acknowledge one another in such a social setting. After a moment's hesitation, recalling the information he had heard about Ivy that morning, he stepped forward to approach her. "Hello, Faline, what are you doing?" Roland exclaimed, having exhaled in relief only to be met with her brother's unexpected movement. She hurried after him, intent on pulling him back, but by then, Faline had already reached Ivy. "Miss Ivy," he greeted. "Yes," Ivy replied, her expression unchanged, yet she acknowledged him just as she had that morning, noticing Roland at his side. She politely inquired, "And who is this?" "This is my sister, Roland Dre," Faline introduced. After her marriage, Roland had adopted the Dre surname, in line with tradition, sharing her husband's last name. Chapter 22. The Revelation After Exchanging Pleasantries. Faline tactfully withdrew, harboring no thoughts of lingering. As he stepped aside, Roland gazed at him with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. "You actually know Miss Ivy. How did you come to be acquainted?" In her mind, Faline and Ivy, the daughter of an earl, belonged to entirely different worlds, and their paths should never have crossed. Yet she was astonished to learn of their acquaintance, deeming it utterly improbable. "You know, I work at the Great Weight Auction House. Due to work, I've met Miss Ivy a few times," Faline replied, partially truthfully. While he had indeed become acquainted with Ivy through work, it was not through the auction house, but rather through the kingdom's security bureau. His affiliation with the Bureau required discretion, even from family. Thus he could only convey that much. Ah, I see. Roland mused. Realizing that their connection stemmed from his employment at the auction house, it was not unusual for someone of IVS stature to frequent such establishments. The fact that they know each other, could it be? A bold thought flickered in her mind, only to be swiftly extinguished. Though they had met by chance, the vast chasm of their social standings rendered any further relationship impossible. My brother-in-law is arriving with his friends, Faline announced, having noticed Claude Dre approaching with several companions, prompting Roland to regain her focus. Oh, she replied, shaking off her musings as she moved to greet them. Allow me to introduce you. This is my wife, Roland Dre, and this is my wife's brother, Faline Socks, currently employed at the Great Wade Auction House. Claude Dre introduced Roland and Faline with great enthusiasm to his friends. To think that Mr. Socks is working at the Wade Auction House is truly remarkable for someone so young and accomplished. Upon hearing that Faline was employed at the Wade Auction House, Claude's friends cast polite glances toward him. The Wade Auction House is renowned for its exceptional treatment of employees. However, gaining entry is no easy feat. To secure a position there, one must either possess extraordinary talent or come from an impressive background, either of which is worthy of acquaintance. It's merely a stroke of luck. May I inquire where you are all employed? Faline sought to divert the conversation, hoping to swiftly conclude any discussion regarding his association with the Wade Auction House. After all, not having genuinely worked there, he was not well versed in its operations and feared that the more he spoke, the more inconsistencies would surface. Mr. Socks is far too modest. The places we work cannot possibly compare to the Wade Auction House. I truly apologize for bringing it up in your presence. Let's not dwell on it. What is your role at the Wade Auction House? However, Claude's friends were unwilling to shift the focus away from Faline. Them. He undoubtedly represented a person worth befriending, and they were keen on cultivating a relationship with him. As Faline pondered how to redirect the conversation once more, Claude proudly proclaimed, he serves as the head of appraisals at the Wade Auction House, earning a weekly salary of 50 gold pounds, along with a carriage and a house. Although this privilege did not belong to him, Faline was his wife's brother, and this familial connection filled him with a sense of pride. A weekly salary of 50 gold pounds, along with a carriage and a house. Upon hearing about Faline's compensation at the Wade Auction House, Claude's friends were filled with envy. While they were aware of the excellent benefits provided by the Wade Auction House, they had not anticipated such a generous arrangement. Their gazes toward Faline grew increasingly enthusiastic, and their minds began to race, especially those with eligible daughters among them. By the way, I have a friend who also works at the Wade Auction House, named Timothy Bellamy. I wonder if Mr. Socks knows him. Suddenly, one of the stout men interjected. I have only recently joined the Wade Auction House and do not know many people. I am not acquainted with Mr. Timothy Bellamy, Faline replied, shaking his head, a sense of unease creeping into his mind as he sensed impending trouble. Indeed, in the next moment, his premonition came true. Not acquainted. No matter, I shall fetch him and introduce you. So you may become familiar with another colleague at the Wade Auction House, the stout man said enthusiastically. This is bad, Faline thought, his heart sinking. Although the security agency had forged his identity as the head of appraisals at the Wade Auction House, they had merely communicated with the upper echelons to facilitate the investigation. It was highly likely that the ordinary staff at the Wade Auction House were unaware of his nominal position. I have some matters to attend to shortly. Perhaps we can connect another time. He hastily interjected to prevent any suspicion, but it was too late. Timothy, the stout man called out to a tall, slender figure holding a glass of red wine in the distance. Upon hearing the call, the tall man approached. Timothy, allow me to introduce you. This is Faline Socks, who, like you, is employed at the Wade Auction House. You both work at the Wade Auction House. You must make an effort to connect more often, the stout man said enthusiastically as he made the introductions. Also employed at the Wade Auction House, Timothy Bellamy regarded Faline with a scrutinizing gaze, appraising him up and down. Having worked at the Wade Auction House for several years, he recognized all personnel aside from the ordinary employees. However, this individual left him with no recollection, nor had he heard of his name. He suspected that this person was impersonating an employee of the Wade Auction House, attempting to deceive others. According to his knowledge, many fraudsters favored using the identity of a Wade Auction House employee due to its ducal connections. Since he had encountered this individual, he could not allow them to continue impersonating a staff member, especially since some of his friends might have already fallen victim. However, Before taking action, he needed to ascertain whether this person was indeed a fraud. He cautiously inquired, "May I ask which department you are employed in, Mr. Faline?" "The appraisal department," Faline replied, bracing himself for Timothy's skepticism regarding his identity. "Mr. Faline is the head of appraisals. Timothy, you should make an effort to connect with him." The stout man, oblivious to the tension between Faline and Timothy, chuckled. "Head of appraisals?" Upon hearing this title, Timothy's expression turned cold as he regarded Faline with disdain, his voice icy as he remarked, "To my knowledge, the highest position in the appraisal department is chief appraiser. There is no such title as head of appraisals." "Mr. Faline, you must not be affiliated with the Wade auction house." By the end of his statement, his tone was frigid. "Mr. Timothy, are you suggesting that Mr. Faline is not affiliated with the Wade auction house? Is there a misunderstanding here?" Claude's friends were taken aback, their gazes darting between Faline and Timothy. "Faline, what is the meaning of this?" Rowling asked anxiously, concern etched across her face. "How dare you commit such an act?" Claude's face flushed with anger as he glared at Faline. Having already accepted Timothy's assertion that he had found it peculiar from the beginning that Faline, without any connections, had managed to join the Wade auction house. Now, the answer had emerged. Both he and Rowling had been deceived. Faline had never joined the Wade auction house. Not only had he lied to them, but he had also caused them to lose face in front of their friends. The thought of this infuriated him. What terrible luck! Faline's mood soured as the worst-case scenario unfolded. Thoughts raced through his mind as he quickly formulated a plan to deceive this Timothy Bellamy and navigate through the night. Tomorrow, through the security agency, he could ensure that his identity as head of appraisals became a reality. "Socks." Just then, a melodious voice rang out. A woman, clad in a black evening gown exuding an aura of endless charm, approached. Upon seeing her, Faline felt an immediate sense of relief, for this woman was Lindy, the deputy director. The Wade auction house was part of the Harlowen family's enterprise, and with her presence, all doubts would dissipate. "Deputy, Miss Lindy." He instinctively began to address her as deputy director, but recalling the need for discretion regarding his security agency role, he quickly adjusted his words. "You know Miss Harlowen." Timothy regarded Faline incredulously, casting doubt on his previous judgment. However, he could not afford to clarify the situation at that moment, his excitement and nervousness prompting him to bow respectfully to Lindy. "Miss Harlowen, I am an employee at the Wade auction house. It is an honor to meet you." As a staff member of the Wade auction house's Constant City branch, he had been fortunate enough to see Lindy at a previous meeting, and he felt a surge of excitement at this reunion. However, having just inadvertently offended a friend of Miss Harlowen, he was also filled with trepidation, for she could easily determine his future at the Wade auction house with a single word. "Hello." Lindy nodded slightly in acknowledgement before turning her gaze to Faline. "Socks. Let us converse as we walk." "Certainly," Faline quickly agreed, aware that Lindy was providing him with cover. Overawed by Lindy's commanding presence, Rowling, Claude, and Claude's friends remained silent. Once Lindy and Faline had distanced themselves, someone finally spoke up. "Timothy, you just claimed that Faline is not affiliated with the Wade auction house. What is the meaning of this?" the stout man inquired. "I must have made an error. The position of head of appraisals must be a newly established title, of which I was simply unaware." Timothy quickly shook his head. Realizing that Faline was evidently acquainted with Lindy, he decisively retracted his earlier judgment. "Are you sure it was a mistake?" Claude asked, frowning, seeking a definitive answer regarding Faline's claim of being the head of appraisals at the Wade auction house. "I am certain it was a mistake," Timothy affirmed. Then added enviously, "I never imagined he would know Miss Lindy Harlowen, and it seems their relationship is quite close." The Wade auction house is indeed part of Miss Lindy Harlowen's family enterprise. It takes but a word from her to secure even the position of branch manager in Constant City, he lamented, regretting not having investigated further before challenging Faline's socks, thereby offending someone who was acquainted with Miss Harlowen. With this thought, he turned to Rowling and Claude, saying, "I must apologize to Mr. Socks for my earlier offense. I hope you both will assist me in conveying my regrets." Chapter 23. The Triggered Panel. "Thank you, Deputy Director, for coming to my aid." Faline expressed his gratitude as he followed Lindy to a corner of the banquet hall. Had it not been for Lindy's intervention, he might not have managed to navigate through the evening unscathed. "No need," Lindy replied, her alluring figure accentuated by her black gown, as she shook her head. "You should truly express your gratitude to Ivy." "Miss Ivy?" Farron inquired, somewhat perplexed. It was Ivy who discovered your predicament and sought me out to assist you, Lindy elucidated. Oh, I see now, Farron replied, his realization dawning. After greeting Ivy, he had encountered his brother-in-law, and Ivy must have been nearby. Thus, overhearing their conversation, he had previously found Lindy's timely arrival rather curious, and now the reason was clear. Parting ways with Lindy, Farron sought out Ivy to convey his appreciation. Miss Ivy, I am immensely grateful for your assistance in securing the deputy director's intervention. Initially, Ivy had struck him as rather aloof. Yet through their recent interactions, he had come to perceive her as far warmer than her exterior suggested. No need for thanks, Ivy replied, shaking her head, clad in an exquisitely crafted beige gown that complemented her ethereal beauty. She was a vision of elegance. After bidding Ivy farewell, Farron hesitated momentarily before approaching his brother-in-law and the others, motivated solely by the presence of his sister, Roland, who remained there. His brother-in-law's earlier reaction had left him with a rather unfavorable impression. Sister, I shall not partake in the upcoming banquet. Very well, Roland replied. She had hoped to introduce Farron to suitable young ladies, but given the recent events, it was clear that Farron was in no mood for socializing, and staying would only exacerbate matters. Casting a somewhat reproachful glance at her husband, she nodded in agreement. Farron, I apologize for my earlier misunderstanding, Claude said awkwardly after receiving a glare from Roland. Earlier, Timothy had insisted that Farron was not affiliated with the Davidson auction house, and Claude had naively accepted this, reprimanding Farron loudly. Now, faced with the realization that he had erred in judgment, he felt acutely embarrassed. Farron chose not to respond, opting instead to ignore him, as Claude's earlier reaction had been deeply disappointing. Mr. Socks, I regret jumping to conclusions and mistakenly accusing you of impersonating someone from the Davidson auction house. I sincerely apologize and will come to make amends, Timothy earnestly offered. He could not afford to be insincere. The connection between Farron Socks and Miss Lindy Harlow was too significant to overlook. Although Timothy had his own background that allowed him to join the Davidson auction house, it paled in comparison to Farron's standing. Let it go, Farron said, shaking his head, wishing to move past the incident. Timothy had not acted out of malice, he had merely been misled. However, it was his brother-in-law's demeanor that truly irked Farron. As he turned to leave, a figure brushed past him, and in that fleeting moment, a line of text flashed before his eyes. Encounter the mysterious, 2 mystery points. Farron's heart raced in astonishment. The panel had been triggered at this banquet, and it had been instigated by a person. He grew instantly wary. This individual was suspicious. Striving to maintain a composed expression, he turned his gaze toward the passerby. The person was clad in a formal black suit, of average height and appearance. Yet the singular detail that stood out was the black eye patch covering their left eye, making them the only one at the banquet with such an accessory. Could they be a creature capable of fully disguising themselves as a human? Farron's heart raced, and he could not suppress his speculations. The person's demeanor was entirely unremarkable, unlike that of a monster. Yet, one could infer from the eyeless woman that certain creatures possessed remarkable intelligence, making it entirely plausible for them to masquerade as human. Could this be a monster in disguise, infiltrating the banquet? While Farron pondered this, the man with the eye patch had already moved away. Who was this person, and why are they wearing an eye patch? He feigned curiosity about the eye patch, inquiring of Timothy and others nearby, seeking any information on the individual. Mr. Socks, that person is named Ariel Soto, a sheriff, Timothy informed him. As for his eye, it is said to have been blinded during a confrontation with a criminal. Having recognized Farron's stature, Timothy was quick to provide this information, eager to impress. A sheriff, indeed. Farron raised an eyebrow, beginning to doubt his earlier judgment. Since someone recognized this individual, it indicated their authenticity, thus diminishing the likelihood that they were a monster in disguise. After all, even a creature capable of changing their appearance would likely not maintain such a ruse indefinitely, especially not one of a rank that could potentially interact with the Kingdom's Security Bureau. Could it be that he has been tainted by some mysterious force? Farron pondered. Previously, the 2 corpses, which had been violently slain by a monster and had their eyes gouged out, had triggered the panel due to their mysterious affliction, granting him mystery points. Was it possible that the sheriff had also been affected by mystery, thus activating the panel? No, while such a possibility exists, it is likely minimal. Farron shook his head internally at if merely being tainted by a mystery could yield 2 mystery points, surpassing the points provided by the eyeless woman. One could only wonder how formidable the mystery involved with this individual truly was. With such potent mystery, how could this person remain alive? Could it be that he possesses an item imbued with extraordinary power derived from the mystery? Farron considered another possibility. Might it be that he carried an object infused with the essence of mystery, thus triggering the panel? During the enlightenment ceremony of the mystical gun, an item imbued with extraordinary power had successfully elicited a response from the panel, granting him a mystery point. This indicated that items possessing such qualities could indeed activate the panel. However, there remained a question Farron could not quite resolve. He had been in close proximity to Ivy. Yet her ring, which was clearly imbued with extraordinary power, had not triggered a response from the panel. Why had Ivy's ring, evidently possessing exceptional qualities, not elicited a reaction? He speculated that perhaps the item infused with mystery had been part of a ceremonial arrangement, or that the panel operated under a triggering rule he had yet to decipher. Regardless of the reason, this individual undoubtedly harbors some form of mystery, which has triggered the panel. To avoid drawing attention from the individual by staring too long, Farron averted his gaze. He then turned to his sister. Sister, I nearly forgot that we arrived here together by carriage. If I leave first, it may inconvenience your return, so I shall wait for you. I am feeling a bit hungry. I will go find something to eat. Despite sensing the presence of mystery surrounding the sheriff named Ariel Soto, he could not report it to Lindy. After all, his mystical gun lacked the ability to probe, leaving him unable to explain how he discerned the mystery surrounding the individual. He resolved to remain for now, keeping a discreet watch on the sheriff. He was not overly concerned about the potential for chaos erupting at the banquet. As a sheriff, the individual likely recognized Lindy's identity. He did not believe the sheriff would act rashly in the presence of the deputy director of the Kingdom Security Bureau. As Farron had anticipated, the remainder of the banquet concluded peacefully, with Ariel Soto's conduct exhibiting no peculiarities. However, there was certainly some mystery about him, and Farron resolved to keep a closer watch on the individual moving forward. After resting for 2 days and enjoying a 3-day holiday, Farron arrived at the Security Bureau. He first proceeded to the lounge where he kept his mystical tomes, retrieving them from the safe before heading to room 201. From now on, this room would serve as the retreat for both him and Ivy. Upon entering, he found that Ivy had not yet arrived, and he began to survey the lounge. The space was comparable in size to the previous temporary lounge. With a similar layout, for 2 individuals, it was more than sufficient. 2 safes have already been prepared. How considerate, he noted with satisfaction upon seeing the 2 safes within the lounge. Both he and Ivy would possess personal belongings, and having 1 safe each was just perfect. Already at the 2nd tier, it is time to study the methods for advancing to the 3rd tier. Brewing himself a cup of black tea with the tea leaves provided in the lounge, Farron turned his attention to the mystical gun's tome.to progress from the 2nd tier to the 3rd. Even with the panel's assistance, he still required the relevant mystical knowledge. Now that he had reached the 2nd tier, he was eager to learn the methods for this advancement. This is even more challenging than progressing from the 1st to the 2nd tier. As he perused the text, Farron's expression soured, akin to having consumed a bitter cup of coffee. He had initially thought the knowledge required for advancement from the 1st to the 2nd tier was already quite obscure, but he soon discovered that the knowledge for advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd tier was even more perplexing. He harbored a sense of foreboding that the mystical knowledge to come would only grow increasingly convoluted. The door to room 201 creaked open, and in walked Ivy, her long blue hair cascading down her shoulders. She was dressed in a light yellow gown complemented by a white fur coat, her beauty striking, though her demeanor remained as cold as ever. However, Farron, having come to know her better, understood that she was far warmer than her exterior suggested. "Good morning," Farron greeted. "Good morning," Ivy replied, removing her white fur coat and hanging it on a rack before taking a seat on another sofa. Taking out a book that had long been prepared, Faline began to quietly peruse its pages. Casting a glance at Ivy before retracting his gaze, the 2 remained engrossed in their respective readings without disturbing one another. As noon approached, Faline, having barely managed to read through a few pages, gained a rudimentary understanding of the overarching framework regarding the methods for advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd ring of the mysterious gun. Isn't this akin to armor-piercing rounds from my previous life? If the training methods for progressing from the 1st to the 2nd ring were designed to enhance his marksmanship skills, taking him further beyond the master level, then the techniques for advancing from the 2nd to the 3rd ring involved modifying the bullets condensed from mysterious power, imbuing them with formidable penetrative capabilities to pierce through the bodies of foes. This bore a striking resemblance to the effects of armor-piercing rounds from his former existence. Chapter 24. Eternal Slumber. Should the training prove successful, I wonder how much more powerful they could become? Phelan found himself filled with anticipation. The disparity in power between ordinary bullets and armor-piercing rounds in his previous life was staggering. Even the most potent sniper bullets could merely penetrate a steel plate by a mere dozen millimeters. In contrast, armor-piercing rounds, designed specifically to combat tanks and armored vehicles, could effortlessly breach several hundred millimeters of steel, boasting an enhancement factor of dozens of times. While he did not expect the armor-piercing rounds of the mysterious gun to achieve such a dramatic increase, even a mere enhancement of tenfold would certainly result in an overwhelmingly exaggerated power. It was important to note that the bullets condensed from mysterious power already possessed a potency several times greater than ordinary ammunition. Thus, an additional enhancement of tenfold would undoubtedly escalate their might dramatically. The mysterious gun would undoubtedly experience a qualitative leap in power. Because the panel reacted unexpectedly last night, I now possess 2 mysterious points. I believe I am not far from the next upgrade requirement. However, my studies on the methods for progressing from the second to the third ring of the mysterious gun have become a hindrance. I must hasten to master these techniques. Knowing that the power would surge dramatically upon advancing to the third ring, Phelan suddenly felt invigorated. Wasn't it merely reading? Having traversed the arduous path of college entrance examinations in his previous life, and now being enrolled in the prestigious Constant City First Academy, he had little to fear. Finally, it's noon. As the clock struck noon, Phelan stretched lazily, concluding his reading. The knowledge recorded in the Tome of Mysteries was extraordinarily complex and taxing on the mind, rendering him nearly exhausted after a morning of study. Fortunately, it was now lunchtime, a perfect opportunity to relax and restore his spent energy. Clap, clap, clap. The sound of footsteps echoed in the lounge, prompting Phelan to glance over. He observed Ivy placing her book upon the coffee table, donning a white fur coat, and turning to exit the lounge, presumably to head to the dining hall. Phelan also stood up, but instead of leaving the lounge at once, he approached the safe to securely lock away the mysterious tome. While Ivy was likely reading something of little consequence, he could not afford to lose the book he was currently studying. Should it go missing, even with his current esteemed status within the Security Bureau, he would likely face repercussions, for the tome was fundamental to the training of practitioners of the mystic arts and held immense importance. By the time Phelan secured the mysterious tome and arrived at the dining hall, he found it already populated by more than 10 individuals. Although he could not name most of them, their faces were no longer unfamiliar. After having been employed for over a month, he frequently encountered them during meals, and a few had even exchanged names and pleasantries. Among the group, Ivy had arrived first. Her stunning beauty accentuated by her white fur coat, exuding an air of aloof elegance, sitting alone at a table that made her stand out like a crane among chickens, gazing at the table where Ivy sat. Phelan hesitated momentarily before approaching. "Miss Ivy, may I join you at this table?" The news of their partnership would likely spread quickly among the others. As members of the same team, it was preferable for them to sit together. Otherwise, it might lead others to believe there was discord within their group. Ivy lifted her gaze to meet Phelan's, neither rejecting nor affirming, but merely nodding in agreement. With her permission granted, Phelan pulled out a chair and signaled to a maid to place his order. However, the gazes of many in the dining hall inevitably gravitated toward him. After all, Ivy Freeman was renowned within the Security Bureau as a cold beauty, and anything related to her would inevitably attract attention. This newcomer actually dares to sit at the same table as Ivy Freeman. "And she hasn't rejected him as usual," exclaimed a man with short, light hair, astonished. The rumors of Ivy Freeman's icy demeanor were well known, largely due to the numerous individuals who had previously encountered her wrath. "It seems you haven't heard the news," replied a brown-haired man seated at the same table, chuckling at the short-haired man's surprise. "Heard what?" the short-haired man inquired, puzzled. "Miss Ivy has teamed up with that newcomer. They are now considered members of the same group," the brown-haired man explained, casting a glance toward Phelan. "Ivy Freeman has actually partnered with that newcomer. No wonder she didn't refuse him," the short-haired man responded, realization dawning upon him. "After all, they are on the same team," the brown-haired man added. "That newcomer seems to have stumbled upon a stroke of luck, coincidentally paired with Ivy Freeman after the other members of her group faced misfortune." The short-haired man expressed a hint of envy, followed by a light chuckle. "However, teaming up with Ivy Freeman may not necessarily be a boon for this newcomer. Have you forgotten how the last person who teamed up with Ivy Freeman met their demise? The previous partner, Reiko Bowman, had ostensibly perished due to their group's encounter with a formidable monster. Yet the true reason lay in the fact that, as Ivy Freeman's power grew, the Security Bureau began assigning increasingly challenging tasks to their group. This escalation led to their confrontation with the powerful monster, resulting in the death of those who had partnered with Ivy Freeman. While there were numerous advantages to being part of a team, there were also drawbacks, particularly when there was a significant disparity in strength. The mortality rate for weaker members would drastically increase. Before the brown-haired man could respond, the short-haired man continued. That newcomer has just joined the Security Bureau. It's evident how limited his capabilities must be. Judging by his age, his talent is likely average at best. With Ivy Freeman's extraordinary talent, the gap in their abilities will only widen, and this newcomer could very well meet his end during a mission, he concluded. In his view, teaming up with Ivy Freeman was both a stroke of fortune and a harbinger of doom. Your reasoning is indeed sound, but this time, you've misjudged, the brown-haired man said with a smile. Misjudged? The short-haired man was taken aback. Indeed. You've underestimated him this time, the brown-haired man affirmed. This newcomer possesses considerable talent, perhaps even surpassing Ivy Freeman's, he asserted. That newcomer must be around 20 years old. He joined the Security Bureau later than Ivy Freeman. And given his age, how could his talent possibly exceed hers? The short-haired man expressed disbelief. What you may not know is that this newcomer joined the Security Bureau based on his marksmanship skills. Although he is already 20, he has mastered his marksmanship to a master level in just 2 years, the brown-haired man explained. Mastered marksmanship to a master level in just 2 years. Such talent is sufficient to qualify as exceptional. I had no idea he was so gifted. The short-haired man raised an eyebrow. However, to claim his talent exceeds Ivy Freeman seems a bit exaggerated, considering she also possesses exceptional talent. Naturally, there is a reason for this assertion. The brown-haired man lowered his voice. I heard that just a few days ago, this newcomer advanced to the second ring. Only a little over a month, and he's already at the second ring. The short-haired man's eyes widened in disbelief that it was simply astonishing that this newcomer possessed such talent. He recalled that it had taken him a full year to progress from the first to the second ring, while this newcomer had achieved the feat in just a little over a month. His advancement time was barely 1/10 of his own. I remember that Ivy Freeman took over 2 months to reach the second ring, while he accomplished it in just over a month, the short-haired man noted. Even accounting for the varying difficulties of different techniques at different stages, this newcomer's talent must undoubtedly surpass Ivy Freeman's. The brown-haired man spoke with palpable envy. After lunch, Failing and Ivy Freeman returned to the lounge, each engrossed in their reading without disturbing the other. The subsequent days passed in a similar fashion. As night fell, the city of Constant illuminated with the glow of countless lights. Wealthy households lit gas lamps, their bright flames casting a daylight-like radiance within. Meanwhile, poorer families managed to afford candles, utilizing them for illumination. The flickering glow of the candlelight, though dim, brings illumination to a room engulfed in darkness, infusing the home with warmth. In a modest household, a table is adorned with candles as a family gathers around it to partake in their evening meal. This is a family of 3, accompanied by a stray dog, a father, a mother, and their 7 or 8-year-old daughter. Their dinner consists solely of wheat bread, broad beans, and vegetable soup. While not a lavish feast, they radiate happiness, each face adorned with joyful smiles. The husband gazes tenderly at his wife, who in turn looks affectionately at their daughter. They are content with their life. Although their means are modest, they are at least able to fill their stomachs. And compared to others in the city who struggle to eat, they consider themselves fortunate. Moreover, they believe that through their joint efforts, their lives will continue to improve. After finishing their dinner, the family retires for the night. But this slumber turns out to be eternal. The following day, when a neighbor discovers the family's unusual silence and forces the door open, they find that this family has indeed slept forever. Chapter 25, Strange Deaths. Trans Street, located in the western district of Constant City, is a dilapidated thoroughfare. Scattered refuse can be seen intermittently, and the surrounding buildings are mostly low, run-down structures. The residents here are primarily families whose members work in factories. At this moment, outside one of the single-story homes, more than 10 police officers clad in blue uniforms have cordoned off the area with barricades. Curious onlookers and passers-by gather, yet they are kept at bay, unable to approach. With the jingling of bells from a horse-drawn carriage, a blue cart halts nearby. A man and a woman disembark and stride towards the police cordon. The man, with dark hair and a youthful visage, appears to be in his 20s, while the woman, with flowing blue hair, is strikingly beautiful and exudes an air of aloof elegance. This pair is none other than Phaline and Ivy. This assignment couldn't have come at a worse time. Phaline laments inwardly as he walks alongside Ivy. In just a few days, he has only skimmed the surface of the remaining half of the secret technique book he possesses, which details the transition from the second to the third circle of practice. He had intended to master this technique swiftly, but the sudden mission necessitated a temporary halt to his studies. "Stop, you cannot enter." A young officer immediately calls out as Phaline and Ivy approach. Although the Security Bureau collaborates with the police department, not all officers are familiar with personnel from the Bureau. In fact, most are not. Given the Bureau's clandestine nature, Phaline prepares to produce his credentials when a woman's voice interrupts. "We're with the Bureau." A woman in police uniform, adorned with 3 diagonal stripes on her epaulets, strides forward. That it is Jemana Keed, an acquaintance of Ivy and someone with whom Phaline has previously crossed paths. "Miss Ivy, Mr. Phaline, I didn't expect you both to be the ones dispatched," she greets them. "What is the situation?" Ivy inquires. She and Phaline rushed over upon receiving the assignment, knowing it was likely related to the mysterious, but lacking specific details. Earlier this afternoon, someone reported that a family of 3 had died in their home. Upon my arrival, I discovered the circumstances of their deaths. Quite perplexing, so I notified your department, Jemana explains, her voice tinged with trepidation. "What makes it so perplexing?" Phaline furrows his brow, recalling the gruesome sight of the 2 corpses he had seen previously. Their eyes gouged out in a horrific manner. "Is it similar to those 2 bodies?" "It's difficult to describe. The bodies are inside. You should see for yourselves," Jemana replies, her complexion paling at the mere thought. The trio approaches the surrounding single-story house, where the deceased family lies within. However, as they reach the entrance, Ivy halts, her gaze fixated on the door, which has clearly been subjected to violent force, now hanging loosely from its hinges. "What happened to this door?" Ivy questions. The person who discovered them found the door locked from the inside and received no response, no matter how loudly they called, so they used an axe to break it down, Jemana explains. Entering the house, they observe the sparse furnishings indicative of the family's modest economic status. Arriving at the bedroom door, they peer inside. On a simple bed lie a man, a woman, and a young girl, all seemingly at peace. This is the ill-fated family. Upon entering, Jemana hesitates, clearly shaken, reluctant to witness the scene again. Phaline and Ivy exchange no words as they step past her into the bedroom. Encountering the mysterious grants a 0.3 to the mystery skill. The moment Phaline crosses the threshold, a line of text appears and vanishes rapidly before him. He presses forward, though an unsettling chill runs down his spine that Jemana's assessment is indeed accurate. These 3 have met a fate intertwined with the supernatural. Likely at the hands of some monstrous entity. The panel's reaction serves as irrefutable proof. The corpses, similar to the 2 he had seen before, are tainted by the aura of the unknown, triggering the panel's response. The bedroom is not expansive, and soon Phaline and Ivy stand before the bed, their eyes drawn to the 3 lifeless bodies. Ugh, Phaline's scalp prickles as he comprehends why Jemana spoke of their deaths with such reticence. Clad in nightclothes, the 3 bodies show no signs of injury, appearing as if they are merely asleep. Yet, an eerie smile lingers on their faces, a smile so unsettling that it sends a chill deep within. It is a smile that, once seen, instills a profound sense of dread. Thankfully, it is daytime. Had this been nighttime, the sight would have been even more harrowing. Despite the gruesome nature of the earlier 2 corpses, Phaline feels that they pale in comparison to the sight before him. He glances at Ivy, who furrows her brow, clearly unsettled by the scene, despite her extensive experience with the mysterious. "You will examine the bodies this time, and I will guide you from the side," Ivy states, her expression softening. "All right," Phaline replies, surprised by Ivy's unexpected willingness to assist him. During their first mission, she had shown him little regard, yet now she seems inclined to actively mentor him. He feels the shift in her demeanor, which he welcomes, as mastering the art of autopsy is crucial for his role in the Security Bureau. "Put on these medical gloves," Ivy instructs, handing him a pair of white gloves. Phaline dons them, feeling the coldness of the deceased even through the layers of material. Begin by examining the male corpse's head for any wounds beneath the hair, and then check his eyes and mouth. Ivy continues. Taking a deep breath, Phaline embarks on his first autopsy. As his hands make contact with the male corpse, an immediate chill envelopes him, akin to touching a block of ice. The frigidness of the body raises questions. whether it is due to the autumn chill or the presence of some otherworldly essence. A wave of discomfort washes over him, prompting goosebumps to rise on his skin that he suppresses the unease and proceeds with Ivy's instructions. Gently parting the male corpse's hair, he scrutinizes for any signs of injury. After inspecting the scalp, he opens the eyes and mouth for further examination. Fortunately, the bodies have not begun to decay, and the cold air mitigates any foul odors after more than half an hour. With Ivy's guidance, Faline concludes his examination. The 3 corpses reveal no signs of injury, not even the slightest bruise. Their skin coloration shows no indications of poisoning. It is clear they did not die from toxic substances. The findings lead him to conclude no visible injuries, no signs of poisoning, and the method of death remains unknown. As Faline and Ivy exit the bedroom, Jemana, who has been anxiously awaiting outside, immediately inquires, "What did you find?" "There is a strong likelihood that we should have the bodies removed," Ivy replies. "Understood." Jemana nods in agreement. "Who was the first person to discover these bodies? Can we summon them?" "I have some questions." Faline surveys the room, seeking information. The individual's name is Nick Dempsey, a local resident. "I will have someone fetch him immediately," Jemana assures them. Ivy casts a surprised glance at Faline. She believes that the family was likely slain by a monster, which has since departed, rendering inquiries with ordinary citizens unlikely to yield fruitful information. Nonetheless, she refrains from voicing her objections, recognizing Faline's autonomy in the matter. Although he is a newcomer to the Security Bureau, his standing among them is equal to hers. Before long, a man is brought forward by an officer in his 40s, dressed in inexpensive clothing. He exhibits evident anxiety, suggesting he is indeed Nick Dempsey. "Officer, I swear I did not kill them," Nick exclaims upon seeing Faline and the others, panic evident in his demeanor. "No need to be anxious. We do not suspect you of the crime. We merely have a few questions to ask," Faline reassures him. "Officer, please ask away. I will not conceal anything from you," Nick Dempsey responds, visibly relieved. "You discovered that the door was locked from the inside when you suspected that something had happened to this family. Can you confirm this?" Fairling inquired. "I can confirm it. I pushed against it several times without success, and ultimately had to resort to using an axe to break it open," Nick Dempsey asserted confidently. "Upon entering, were the windows locked or open?" Fairling pressed further. "Officer, I was so concerned about the well-being of the 3 individuals that I did not take note," Nick Dempsey replied, shaking his head. "Think carefully again. Were the windows indeed locked or open?" Nick Dempsey shook his head once more. He truly had not paid attention at that moment. "Allow me," Ivy interjected. Having gleaned Fairling's intent from his questioning, she snapped her fingers lightly while gazing at Nick Dempsey and said, "Recall whether the windows were locked." In a hypnotic manner, she induced Nick Dempsey to delve deeper into his memories. "They were closed." "Yes, they were closed." Nick Dempsey, now in a trance, recounted the situation. "All right, we have completed our inquiries. You may leave," Ivy stated, snapping her fingers again. Nick Dempsey remained oblivious to having been hypnotized, merely feeling a sudden flutter of his eyelids. The officer, who had brought him in, cast a look of awe at Ivy, having never witnessed such an extraordinary technique before, and then escorted Nick Dempsey away. These 3 were killed in a sealed room, and it is highly likely that the creature responsible possesses the ability to pass through walls. Fairling remarked that he had summoned the individual to confirm whether the murders occurred in a confined space, thereby determining if the creature that killed the 3 had the ability to traverse walls. "It is very likely a spirit-type creature." Ivy nodded in agreement. She had encountered similar entities capable of passing through walls. As night fell, the crime scene tape remained, but the officers had withdrawn. Fairling and Ivy re-entered the deceased's residence, this time accompanied by a number of stray cats under Ivy's control. They intended to employ these cats to search for the creature by scent. Just as they had done previously, snap, snap, Ivy snapped her fingers twice, and all the stray cats began to sniff around the room. Fairling observed the cats, knowing they would soon disperse to track scents. Yet, he wondered how many days this endeavor would take. He hoped they would find something quickly, as he was eager to return to his studies on advancing from the 2nd ring to the 3rd. Gradually, he noticed something unusual. Although the cats were searching for scents, they did not scatter as they had before. It was as if they were unable to detect any scent. "Is it that they could not find a scent?" Fairling asked Ivy, who had also noted the cat's peculiar behavior. "Indeed," Ivy replied, her delicate features creased in concern. "The reason they could utilize the stray cats to search for creatures was that most monsters emitted a distinct scent. one potent enough to instill fear in other beings, akin to that of tigers and leopards. This made it possible for animals with keen olfactory senses to conduct searches. However, not all monsters bore scents that evoked fear in other creatures. In fact, some could eradicate or even disguise their own scents that it appeared that they had encountered such a creature this time. If we cannot rely on the stray cats to search, what should we do next? Fairling felt the challenge becoming daunting. Ivy's method had proven ineffective, and his own secret technique, the mysterious gun, excelled in combat, but boasted no means of searching whatsoever. We must pause our efforts for tonight and seek permission from the Security Bureau tomorrow morning to borrow a cursed object that possesses searching capabilities, Ivy proposed after a moment's thought. Is the cursed object one that is imbued with extraordinary power through mysterious means? Fairling inquired. Precisely. Ivy confirmed with a nod. The ring you possess must be a cursed object. Then, Fairling's gaze fell upon the ring adorning Ivy's hand. Sensing a shift in her demeanor, he posed a question he had been curious about. No, this is an alchemical item, Ivy replied, shaking her head. An alchemical item. So, it is not a cursed object but rather an alchemical creation? What distinguishes the two? Fairling was astonished to learn that, apart from cursed items, there existed alchemical artifacts with extraordinary powers. A cursed object is one that has acquired extraordinary power under specific circumstances, while an alchemical item is crafted by a practitioner with the appropriate techniques. Though both possess extraordinary capabilities, cursed objects require a price to be paid, whereas alchemical items do not. However, alchemical items are exceedingly difficult to create and are even rarer than cursed objects, often costing several times more than equivalent cursed items, Ivy elucidated. Several times more. Fairling gasped, unable to suppress his astonishment at the expense. He had previously surmised that the ring on Ivy's finger was worth at least several thousand gold pounds, perhaps even tens of thousands. Now, it seemed he had severely underestimated its value. An alchemical item more expensive than a similarly ranked cursed object. The ring was likely worth conservatively over 10,000 gold pounds, possibly reaching several tens of thousands. Could it be? A flash of insight struck Fairling, and he comprehended why the gun used in the Enlightenment ceremony could evoke a response from the panel. While Ivy's ring could not point, one was a cursed object steeped in mystery, while the other was an alchemical item forged by technique. Only the former could elicit a response from the panel, while the latter could not. The third triggering mechanism of the panel was finally elucidated. Snap! Ivy snapped her fingers, and the feral cats under her control were released from their influence, scampering out of the house in panic. She turned to Fairling and said, "Let us return to rest for the night. Tomorrow we shall visit the Security Bureau to borrow a mysterious object with searching abilities." Indeed, Fairling nodded, acknowledging that this was their only recourse for the evening. The following day, Fairling and Ivy found themselves in Lindy's office. "Deputy Chief, we attempted scent tracking for this mission but were unsuccessful. We would like to request the loan of a cursed object suitable for searching." Fairling and Ivy addressed Lindy. A request for a cursed object for searching. Lindy, clad in a splendid purple gown, her figure a harmonious blend of beauty and allure, raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression turning serious. "Very well, but be advised that cursed objects may carry side effects. Although the Security Bureau permits only those with milder repercussions, caution is still warranted." Both Ivy and Fairling were individuals she valued highly, and she did not wish for them to suffer irreparable harm from the use of cursed items. Understood. They both replied in unison. "Please wait here for a moment." Lindy instructed them to remain in the office as she donned a coat and exited. After a considerable time, she returned, carrying a flat object covered in cloth, measuring roughly 1 foot square. Approaching Fairling and Ivy, she lifted the cloth to reveal a flat, square drawing board with a black iron clip on one side. This is the Doom drawing board. To search for a target, use this board in conjunction with an object that the target has come into contact with, and it will reveal hints and clues regarding the sought-after target. However, as a price, the individual utilizing the Doom drawing board will be subject to misfortune for the next several hours, she explained. Misfortune? Fairling regarded the drawing board with trepidation. While misfortune may not inflict direct harm to the body, it should not be underestimated. If one were to attract misfortune, a series of unfortunate events would ensue, and the resultant damage could be just as severe as direct bodily harm. The reason the Security Bureau allows the use of the Doom drawing board is that its associated misfortune is not particularly severe. To date, 9 individuals have utilized the Doom drawing board, and no one has died. The worst case merely resulted in serious injury, Lindy reassured, observing Fairling's concern. No deaths? That is somewhat reassuring, Fairling responded, feeling a measure of relief. It seemed the misfortune inflicted by the board was not lethal, otherwise he would have lacked the courage to use it. The Doom drawing board is now in your possession, while no fatalities have occurred thus far from its use. Exercise caution. It is advisable not to use it consecutively. As of yet, no one has verified whether the misfortune can accumulate, Lindy stated as she handed the board to Ivy and Fairling. Understood, they both nodded in agreement. With the Doom drawing board in hand, Fairling and Ivy departed the security bureau and headed toward the guard department. The use of the drawing board necessitated an object that the victims had touched, and the bizarrely deceased family members' bodies should suffice to meet this condition. As their carriage progressed halfway, a vehicle emblazoned with the guard department's insignia rushed toward them. Upon spotting their carriage, the curtains of the vehicle bearing the guard department's emblem were drawn back, and someone leaned out, calling, "Miss Ivy, Mr. Socks." Hearing their names, Fairling and Ivy lifted the curtains of their carriage to peer outside. Before them, a carriage emblazoned with the emblem of the guard department came into view. An older woman poked her head out. It was Jemana, whom they had encountered the day prior. "Miss Ivy, Mr. Socks, another person has perished," Jemana exclaimed, her voice laced with panic. The news of yet another death caught her off guard. She had been en route to the safety bureau to seek out Ivy and Phelan when she stumbled upon this grim revelation. Another death? Phelan and Ivy's expressions hardened as they instructed the driver to halt the carriage and swiftly disembark. At that moment, Jemana had also leapt from the carriage and rushed to their side, breathlessly recounting. "Today, another family has died, and their demise mirrors that of yesterday's victims. The creature is remarkably active," Phelan and Ivy remarked, their faces etched with concern. Although they bore no direct responsibility for the new victims, they were nonetheless implicated. Had they managed to locate the creature the night before, this family might have been spared. Yet, they had been powerless, unable to utilize the stray cats for their search. And even borrowing cursed objects from the safety bureau was only an option for today, as the director had already departed for the evening, and only he possessed the password to the repository of cursed items. Moreover, the deceased are Nick Dumpus and his family, the very first to discover the bodies, Jemana added, her anxiety palpable. It appeared the creature had set its sights on those who had come into contact with that family, and she was among those who had. This meant she too could easily become a target. Perhaps after tonight, she and her family would join the ranks of the victims. Nick Dumpus and his family are the deceased? Phelan and Ivy exchanged startled glances, a flurry of thoughts racing through their minds. This was no mere coincidence. There had to be some connection at play. Those who had interacted with the bodies likely carried a peculiar aura, which the creature could use to track its prey. "Miss Ivy, Mr. Socks, the creature may well be targeting us. I implore you to save us," Jemana pleaded in distress. "Take us to the residence of Nick Dumpus' family, and have all individuals who came into contact with the bodies gathered there. We will provide you with protection," Ivy declared after a moment's contemplation. "Very well, I shall notify them at once," Jemana Strelly responded urgently as she dashed back to her carriage to instruct the officer at the reins. Upon receiving her orders, the officer quickly turned the carriage around and sped away, while she returned to Phelan and Ivy's side, stating, "I will lead the way." In such dire circumstances, only Phelan and Ivy could offer her protection. She had no intention of straying from their side. As a high-ranking officer of the guard, this display was somewhat embarrassing, yet her life took precedence over pride. Agreed, Phelan and Ivy nodded in acquiescence. They understood Jemana's sentiments and bore no contempt. In her shoes, they would likely exhibit similar trepidation. The carriage arrived at Nick Dumpus' residence, where Phelan and Ivy began their examination of the bodies. As with the previous family's remains, they lay lifeless in their beds, seemingly peaceful in eternal slumber, devoid of any visible wounds, save for the chilling, grotesque smiles etched upon their faces. Additionally, Phelan noted the addition of 0.4 mysterious points to his account. Chapter 27. The erroneous pattern of murder. Given that we have ascertained the creature's pattern of killing, the use of the Doom board is no longer necessary, Phelan suggested to Ivy. While thus far, no one had perished due to the Doom board, it was preferable to avoid its use entirely. Indeed, its use is unwarranted now, Ivy concurred, recognizing the wisdom in his words. Exiting the house, they found over a dozen officers on guard, their expressions fraught with anxiety. For Jemana had relayed the troubling news that they might be targeted by the creature. As Phelan and Ivy emerged, the officers surrounded them, eyes filled with hope. acutely aware that only Phelan and Ivy could shield them from the looming threat. How many individuals had close contact with the bodies? Ivy inquired. More than 20 in total, Jemana calculated and replied. Have the bodies removed, and gather all individuals who had close contact with the bodies from yesterday and today. They must convene in this house tonight, Ivy commanded. Stay in this house overnight. The suggestion elicited discomfort among many. For this was the abode of the deceased, and even the bravest officers felt an unsettling chill at the thought of spending the night in such a place. Should you prefer not to stay here? Does anyone have a nearby residence large enough to accommodate 20 or more? Phelan probed, sensing their trepidation. I do. My home is nearby and spacious. A middle-aged male officer raised his hand, declaring, Then all shall rest at your place tonight. Instruct your family to temporarily stay with relatives or rent a lodging elsewhere, Phelan directed. Yes. Of course, the middle-aged officer promptly acquiesced. As night fell, over 20 individuals congregated in the living room of one house. Some occupied the sofas, others perched upon chairs, while a few sat on the floor. As there were insufficient seats for everyone, these individuals had all been in contact with the bodies from the previous and current days, comprising primarily officers with a handful of civilians among them. In an adjacent room, Phelan and Ivy remained vigilant, attentively observing the happenings in the living room. Beside them lay the doom board, shrouded in cloth. I wonder if it will come. Phelan mused internally. The 20-plus individuals who had interacted with the bodies were now corralled together. Any rational person would sense the abnormality of the situation. If the creature possessed a certain level of intelligence, it would likely recognize the anomaly and deduce it was a trap, thus refraining from appearing. They had considered this possibility, yet with only the two of them. It was impossible to separately protect everyone. Moreover, requesting reinforcements from the Safety Bureau was impractical. Mobilizing such a significant force for a single operation was out of the question. Their only hope lay in the creature's intelligence being insufficient to unravel the trap they had laid. As time passed and the creature remained absent, the anxiety among the gathered grew palpable. Phelan's gaze drifted to Ivy, who, dressed in trousers instead of a skirt for ease of movement, accentuated her long legs. He hesitated before asking, Do you think the creature might have an alternative method of killing? An alternative method? Ivy lifted her gaze to Phelan, her cool demeanor betraying a hint of contemplation as she inquired, What are your thoughts? Nick Dumpus was among those who had close contact with the bodies. Yet he was also the first to discover and interact with them. Might the creature's focus on his family be related to this? Phelan proposed. Do you suspect that the first person to touch the body triggered some sort of mark left by the creature? Ivy queried, her brow furrowing in thought. That is one possibility, but another exists. Phelan nodded before continuing. From the circumstances surrounding these two families' deaths, it appears the creature strikes after its target has fallen asleep, which may be linked to its abilities. Perhaps, when the first individual entered the scene, the creature had not yet departed, but rather concealed itself from view. Ivy contemplated. When the first contact returned home, the creature would have stealthily followed them in, waiting until the family was asleep to strike. Phelan elaborated. Upon hearing Phelan's second hypothesis, Ivy's expression shifted dramatically. If the creature operated according to this theory, it was likely hiding within the home of one of the individuals present. Placing that family in grave danger, she stood abruptly and ventured into the living room, asking, Who was the first to come into contact with today's bodies? It was I, sir. Why do you ask? A slender man, devoid of a uniform, responded. Suspecting that the creature may be lurking in your home, you must lead us there immediately, Ivy stated with gravity. Ah, the creature lurking in my home. The man's countenance shifted to one of panic as he realized his family was at risk. And he desperately pleaded, Sir, please save my family. Quickly, take me there. We may still have time, Ivy urged. Yes, yes. The slender man hastily led the way. Ivy turned to Phelan, saying, I can go alone. You should remain here. As this is merely our conjecture, and these individuals may also be targets. Understood. Phelan nodded in agreement. Someone needed to remain for protection. Ivy was indeed the most suitable choice to confront the potential danger. As the slender man and Ivy departed, Phelan chose not to return to the room, but instead remained in the living area with the gathered group. His vigilance heightened. He was now their sole protector, should the creature strike. He needed to respond swiftly. Otherwise, casualties could arise, and if the creature targeted him first, his own safety would be at stake. Half an hour after Ivy's departure, the ominous sound of footsteps echoed. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, footsteps echoed outside, gradually drawing nearer. Despite the presence of more than 20 individuals within the room, A profound silence enveloped them, with no one daring to speak. The unexpected sound of approaching footsteps was instantly discernible. Something is coming. A tremor coursed through someone's body, their words stumbling forth as if tangled. A monster. It must be a monster. Another person turned pale, their complexion ashen, devoid of any color. Phelan's body tensed abruptly. He raised his hand in a gesture for silence. Disregarding the presence of ordinary individuals around him, swiftly summoning the mysterious gun from the back of his left hand into his grasp, the footsteps intensified, the sound becoming increasingly pronounced, indicating that their source was drawing ever closer. Ultimately, the footsteps seemed to halt right at the door. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of knocking reverberated suddenly, causing cold sweat to trickle down some faces. Yet at that moment, a voice emerged. "It's me. Open the door." It was Ivy's voice from outside. "Miss Ivy." It's Miss Ivy and her companions who have returned. A collective sigh of relief washed over them as Jemana approached the door and swung it open. Outside stood Ivy along with several others. In addition to the previously encountered Slender Man, there were two elderly individuals and a young woman, presumably the family of the Slender Man. Nothing? Phelan stowed the mysterious gun away, following Ivy into the inner room. Glancing at her as he inquired, "Have you found anything?" "No. I've thoroughly searched the entire residence, and indeed found nothing. Just to be safe, I brought some people along." Ivy replied, her brow slightly furrowed. "It seems my earlier conjecture was misguided." Phelan's brow furrowed slightly in agreement. If his assumptions were indeed incorrect, then the monster's target remained those who had come into contact with the corpses. Was it truly so? His gaze fell upon the ominous painting board beside him. And after a moment's hesitation, he spoke. "I still feel something is amiss. I intend to use the ominous painting board to investigate. It's best not to use such things unless absolutely necessary. Should we not wait a while longer?" Ivy, aware of the dangers associated with such objects, expressed her reluctance to employ the ominous painting board. "I have no intention of waiting. Thus far, those who have used it have only suffered severe injuries at worst." Phelan shook his head. Reaching for the ominous painting board and unveiling it by removing the cloth, he took a blank piece of paper and placed it on the board, then retrieved a garment from the side and brought it close to the ominous painting board. This garment, taken from the deceased Nick Dumpus, would undoubtedly carry the scent of the monster. As the garment approached the board, the paper underwent a transformation. A multitude of oil colors appeared out of thin air, chaotically mingling together, as if someone had indiscriminately splattered paint across the surface. This was merely the beginning of the change. The colors on the paper seemed almost alive, shifting and moving about. Gradually, the chaotic splashes began to take form, revealing items such as tables and chairs. Ultimately, the paper depicted an indoor oil painting. Within the scene were a dining table, chairs, and a gas lamp hanging from the ceiling. Beneath the table lay a small dog, its fur a pristine white, peacefully sleeping. Could the monster be here? Phelan contemplated the painting. While no monster appeared within it, it was likely that the creature was indeed situated in the locale depicted. It must be connected to someone outside. Ivy leaned in closer to observe, her blue hair wafting a fragrant scent of shampoo. "Let us take it outside and inquire." Phelan promptly lifted the painting and stepped outside, calling out, "Does anyone recognize this place?" Upon hearing Phelan's query, the more than 20 individuals in the living room gathered around, peering at the oil painting in his hands. "I don't recognize it." "Neither do I." Many shook their heads, stepping back to allow others a chance to view it. This is my home." Suddenly, a young female officer in uniform exclaimed in alarm. The painting unmistakably depicted the interior of her family's dining room. Chapter 28. Ominous Fate. "This is your home?" Both Phelan and Ivy turned their gazes swiftly toward the young officer. The monster had indeed ventured into the home of someone who had come into contact with a corpse. Except it was not the first individual to encounter the corpses, but rather the home of this young officer. "Sir, what is happening? How could this painting show my family's dining room?" The young officer's complexion turned ashen, a sense of foreboding gnawing at her heart. "I cannot disclose the reasons, but the monster is likely in your home right now," Ivy stated. "How could this be?" The young officer's face was a mask of panic. "Think carefully about what you did today at Nick Dumpus' house." Phelan suspected that the monster's appearance in the young officer's home was not mere coincidence. She must have done something that summoned the creature to her abode. I didn't do anything." "Oh, right. I saw that the family was deceased, so I took their pet dog home with me." The young officer stammered, her mind in disarray. "That dog is problematic." Ivy's expression turned grave, her gaze fixated on the white dog in the painting. "Is this the dog in question?" "Yes, that's the one." Tears streamed down the young officer's face, her worry palpable. "Mom, Dad. Oh, I've brought this upon you. Sir, please save them. I would do anything if it meant you could rescue them. We must leave immediately. There may still be hope," Faline urged. Shortly thereafter, a carriage sped down the deserted streets following midnight, carrying Faline, Ivy, and the young officer. This time, Faline and Ivy had opted not to leave anyone behind to guard the premises. After all, it was already determined that the monster resided in the young officer's home, and the others were not in immediate danger. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed mid-journey. The carriage lurched backward, causing all three inside to tumble against one another. Fortunately, none were injured. They quickly scrambled to their feet, retrieving the oil lamp from the carriage and hastily exiting. "What happened?" Faline inquired of the officer driving the carriage. "Sir, the axle on the back of the carriage has broken." The driver, a brown-haired man, looked thoroughly disheartened. The trio turned to see the rear axle of the carriage had fractured in the middle, displaying irregular cracks. Due to the broken axle, the rear of the carriage sagged, now resting on the ground. "Sir, what shall we do now?" The brown-haired officer understood the urgency of the situation, realizing how unfortunate it was for the carriage to fail at such a critical moment. "This must be my fault." Faline chuckled bitterly. This was undoubtedly the misfortune mentioned by Deputy Chief Lindy regarding the consequences of using the ominous painting board. He addressed Ivy. "The horse should still be rideable. You take her and ride ahead. We will follow." With only one horse available, Ivy would certainly be unwilling to share it with him. In this era, unless one was extremely close to another, no woman would ride alongside a man. Moreover, he worried that given his current streak of bad luck, if he were to mount the horse, it might suddenly go lame. "All right." Ivy removed the harness from the horse and swiftly mounted, pulling the young officer up with her. With a gentle nudge to the horse's side, it took off at a brisk pace. Her movements were fluid and graceful. As a noblewoman, she was well acquainted with riding. "Let us go. We'll catch up." Faline lit an oil lamp he had retrieved from the carriage and instructed the driver. Although by the time they arrived, the battle would likely have concluded, he still wished to make the trip, as encountering the monster could yield mysterious points. He was uncertain, however, whether the points obtained from a monster's demise would be diminished. Minutes later, the brown-haired officer exclaimed, "Sir, be careful." As Faline jogged, his foot unexpectedly landed in a pit, causing him to stumble and nearly fall to the ground. Just as he was about to hit the ground, the oil lamp in his hand threatened to shatter upon impact. With the enhancements gained from the secret arts, his body had become stronger, granting him excellent balance. He managed to right himself, avoiding both a fall and the destruction of the oil lamp. Truly, misfortune seems relentless. Faline sighed in resignation. Undoubtedly, this was yet another instance of the ominous painting board's ill fate, despite his foreknowledge. The severity of this misfortune was staggering. Within less than half an hour, he had faced two unfortunate incidents. The only small comfort was that thus far, none who had used it had succumbed, and he hoped not to become an exception. "Take this." Faline handed the oil lamp to the brown-haired officer, then pressed on a head. He feared that if he continued to hold the lamp, it would inevitably break. With no moonlight illuminating their path, the oil lamp was their sole source of light. Without it, they would be left in utter darkness. "Miss Ivy, over there. That's my home." The young officer pointed toward a house. "There are no lights on inside." Ivy followed the direction of the young officer's finger and noticed a two-story house on the left side of the street. She observed that there were no lights illuminating the interior. A sense of foreboding washed over her. Based on deductions, it was highly likely the monster would strike once its target had fallen asleep. The absence of light suggested that the young officer's parents had likely gone to bed and were now in danger. "Find a place to hide." Leaping from her mount alongside the young policewoman, Ivy instructed her briefly before seizing the oil lamp from the young officer's grasp and hastening towards her residence. Upon arriving at the doorstep, she delivered a powerful kick to the door with her booted foot. Bang! The door was flung wide open, crashing heavily into the interior. Though she appeared delicate, she was anything but. Ivy was a third-ring sorceress, her physique having undergone 3 enhancements during her ascension to sorcery. These enhancements endowed her with physical prowess surpassing that of elite soldiers. Thus, this relatively flimsy wooden door was no match for her strength. At that moment, from the second floor, a sudden cry of alarm erupted. A mixture of male and female voices filled with terror as if they had witnessed something horrific. "They are not yet harmed." Ivy's heart raced, and she swiftly ascended the stairs, heading towards the source of the commotion. The door to the room stood ajar, and by the light of the oil lamp, the scene within unfolded before her. Clearly a bedroom, a man and a woman cowered in the furthest corner of the bed, their faces etched with fear. Standing beside their bed was a towering figure, 6 feet in height, humanoid yet cloaked in a coat of white fur, with a tail of the same hue trailing behind. This was the true form of the white puppy, the creature that had been brought home by the young officer, a monster responsible for the deaths of 2 families. The puppy's guise had merely been a disguise. This was its authentic appearance. Sensing movement behind her, the white-furred figure turned. It possessed a human body but bore the head of a wolf, with sharp fangs protruding from its jaws and eyes glowing a blood-red hue. Muscular and powerful, its hands and feet ended in razor-sharp claws. With a sudden burst of energy, it abandoned its targets and lunged towards Ivy. Slap. As the beast charged, Ivy quickly extended her right hand and snapped her fingers. At the sound, the charging creature was ensnared in a trance, its body freezing as if bound by an invisible force, rendered immobile. Seeing it trapped, Ivy activated the ring on her right middle finger. Adorned with a cross-shaped gem. She did. The gem began to radiate a brilliant golden light, and 3 shimmering swords of light materialized, shooting forth to pierce the white-furred monster. Howl! The creature roared in response. Thrashing in fury, Ivy, a third-ring sorceress, faced an adversary equal in strength, a mysterious being that matched her in capability. The invisible bindings were broken, and the beast regained its freedom. Yet, by that time, 3 swords of light had already pierced its body. With a sickening sound, the swords inflicted grievous wounds, creating 3 gaping holes, each large enough to see through. However, the monster demonstrated remarkable vitality, refusing to succumb even with such significant injuries. With determination, Ivy conjured 3 new swords of light, sending them hurtling towards the creature once more. Enraged, the wolf-like monster cast a furious glance at Ivy before dashing towards the window, crashing through it with a tremendous force. The glass shattered, scattering in all directions as the beast leaped from the 2nd floor, landing with a thud on the street below. Meanwhile, Ivy's 3 swords missed their mark, failing to strike the elusive creature. Not good. Realizing the white monster had evaded her assault and escaped, Ivy felt a surge of alarm. With no time to comfort the terrified family huddled in the corner, she too leaped through the shattered window, crouching as she landed to absorb the impact before pursuing the fleeing beast. Yet, despite her enhancements, her speed paled in comparison to that of the monster, and the distance between them widened rapidly. Boom, 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 as Phelan and the brown-haired officer raced towards the young policewoman's home. They were suddenly met with a series of thunderous sounds echoing from the street ahead. Growing ever closer. What is that noise? Phelan and the brown-haired officer peered ahead, their expression shifting to one of shock. In the distance, a figure bounded forward, leaping several meters with each stride, resembling a grotesque amalgamation of human and wolf. Its muscular form brimming with power. Werewolf! Phelan exclaimed, recognizing the creature's resemblance to the legendary werewolves of European folklore. He could hardly believe he was witnessing a creature of myth. A sense of dread filled him. Surely this encounter was another stroke of misfortune. The calamity that had befallen him had now summoned a monster. If he were not careful, he might meet his end this very night. That creature is injured. Those wounds, they were inflicted by Ivy's alchemical artifact. He observed closely, noting the blood and the 3 gruesome wounds that pierced through the beast's body. Such injuries led him to deduce that Ivy was indeed responsible, and this werewolf was likely the very monster that had claimed 2 families. As the werewolf charged forward, undeterred by the presence of the 2 humans, it perceived them as mere insects, easily crushed in light of the formidable foe pursuing it. Monster, it's a monster, the brown-haired officer stammered in horror, trembling as he fumbled for his weapon, but his hands quaked uncontrollably, preventing him from drawing his gun. Encountering the mysterious grants, 3.2 points. Phelan's eyes widened as words flashed before him, quickly disappearing. The significant surge of 3.2 points did not elate him. Instead, it filled him with dread. From the transformation of his teacher into a ghoul and the encounter with the eyeless woman, he understood that the stronger the monster, the more mystery it contained, thus yielding greater points. The werewolf before him had offered a bounty of 3.2 points, more than double that of the eyeless woman. The sudden increase in points signified that this werewolf was far more powerful than the previous creatures he had faced, and he felt the weight of the challenge ahead. Mystical gun. Ordinary bullets would be of little consequence against the werewolf. Phelan decisively summoned the mystical weapon and fired without hesitation. Bang! Bang! 2 bullets, infused with mysterious power, shot forth at supersonic speed. With his current marksmanship, he could not miss one bullet aimed for the werewolf's head, while the other targeted its heart, uncertain of the beast's weaknesses. He chose 2 critical points that were generally vulnerable in most creatures. Whoosh, the bullet sped towards their target, moving at a velocity beyond the grasp of ordinary eyes, yet the werewolf's keen senses detected the threat and reacted swiftly. With a powerful kick, the werewolf propelled itself to the side, shattering the cobblestones beneath its feet and causing a spiderweb of cracks to form. Leveraging the force of its leap, it evaded both bullets with remarkable agility. Ivy's previous swords had struck true only because the werewolf had been immobilized by her sorcery. Now, it was free. Such speed. Phelan's pupils dilated in shock. The werewolf had evaded bullets traveling at supersonic speeds. If it could dodge such projectiles, the strength of this creature, which granted 3.2 points, was beyond what he had faced previously. Without hesitation, he fired again, unleashing 3 additional shots. The bullets, spaced apart, formed a triangular pattern as they sped towards the creature. Anticipating the werewolf's movements, he ensured that no matter which direction it dodged, left, right, or even standing still, one bullet would find its mark. Clang, the sound of metal colliding rang out. The werewolf did not evade this time. But it also sustained no injury. Just before the central bullet could strike, the beast swiped at it with its claws, attempting to intercept the projectile with its flesh. Such a reckless act was astounding. Yet it succeeded. The collision sparked, leaving traces of light in its wake. What? Phelan's heart raced. The werewolf had opted not to dodge, but to confront the bullet head-on. He could not suppress the rising dread within him, his scalp prickling with unease. Howl. Although it had blocked the incoming bullet, the werewolf was momentarily hindered, forced to halt its advance. Realizing that a formidable foe was hot on its heels, it let out a furious roar, its form shifting into a blur as it lunged towards Phelan. Run! Escape as far as you can! Phelan bellowed at the brown-haired officer, who was so tense that he could scarcely draw his weapon. Raising his enigmatic gun to fire 3 consecutive shots, the bullets formed a triangular pattern as they hurtled towards the advancing werewolf creature. Meanwhile, Phelan retreated repeatedly, creating distance between himself and the monstrous being. After undergoing 2 enhancements, his physical prowess now rivaled that of a soldier with years of training, yet he was still woefully outmatched by the inhuman werewolf, should the beast close in on him. His body would be torn to shreds without a hint of resistance. Ding! Ignoring the bullets infused with mysterious energy that flew past him, the werewolf swung its claws, as sharp as fine iron, to intercept the central bullet. As expected, the bullet was deflected by the creature. Beneath the night sky, sparks flew as the collision occurred. The werewolf prepared to leap at Phelan once more, but suddenly sensed danger. 2 bullets, one on each side, altered their trajectory and arced towards it from the flanks. In the face of a creature capable of evading and deflecting bullets, Phelan employed his newly mastered arcing shooting technique, causing the bullets to deviate and mislead the werewolf's judgment on their impact points. Realizing the imminent threat, the werewolf leaned back abruptly to evade. However, at that moment, the 2 mysterious energy bullets were perilously close. Moreover, due to its injuries, the werewolf was not as agile as usual, failing to operate at peak performance. Thud, thud, the werewolf's shoulders, one on each side, were struck by the energy bullets, each creating a blood hole the size of an infant's fist. Though the bullets did not penetrate its body entirely, they burrowed deep, inflicting significant damage. Awoke, the werewolf howled in fury, its crimson eyes fixed on Phelan with a murderous glare, eager to rend him limb from limb and feast upon his flesh. However, after casting a venomous glance at him, it chose not to attack again, instead turning to flee down a nearby alley. Currently, it was not in its prime state, and with a formidable adversary in pursuit, it opted for retreat. Otherwise, it would have pursued Phelan relentlessly until he was utterly destroyed. Bang! 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 Seeing the werewolf attempt to escape, Phelan hastily fired to prevent its flight. The creature was gravely wounded, presenting the perfect opportunity for him to eliminate it, should it escape to recover. The chance to kill it would become exceedingly difficult. With his current strength, he might not even stand a chance. Furthermore, he could not fathom how many more souls would fall victim to the werewolf's attacks in the meantime. Thud! Another bullet struck the werewolf, creating a blood hole the size of an infant's fist in its back. Yet at that moment, it had reached the entrance of the alley and was on the verge of slipping from Phelan's view. Once it vanished from sight, the likelihood of killing it would plummet to nearly zero. As Phelan entered the alley, the werewolf would have long since vanished. Click! Just as Phelan grew anxious, a crisp sound rang out, causing the werewolf, nearly at the alley's entrance, to freeze in place. It's Ivy's secret technique. Faline deduced immediately, recognizing that the werewolf had fallen victim to Ivy's mystical powers, without a moment's hesitation to search for Ivy. He seized the opportunity to eliminate the immobilized creature. He fired 3 shots in rapid succession. Bang, bang, bang. The bullets were aimed directly at the werewolf's head. Sensing the fatal peril, the werewolf roared in rage, struggling mightily to break free of the invisible restraints and regain control of its body. Thud. Before it could regain its autonomy, 3 bullets, traveling at the speed of sound, struck its head, each creating a gaping hole the size of an infant's fist. Blood and white matter oozed from the wounds. The werewolf staggered momentarily before collapsing with a thud, lifeless. Ultimately, it was the cooperation between Faline and Ivy that led to its demise. In the street ahead, Ivy approached, oil lamp in hand, her alluring figure accentuated by her deep breathing exertion. Upon witnessing the slain werewolf, she let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it had been killed before it could escape. Otherwise, the number of victims would surely have increased. It's a good thing you arrived in time, Faline remarked as he approached, feeling somewhat relieved. Had Ivy not shown up promptly, the werewolf would undoubtedly have managed to escape. Ivy glanced at the approaching Faline, a flicker of complexity crossing her eyes. Due to past experiences, she was reluctant to team up with anyone again. The deputy bureau chief's orders had forced her into partnership with Faline. But she resisted internally. Nonetheless, in their 2 missions together, he had played a crucial role. This unintended reliance stirred a mix of emotions within her. Chapter 30, Masterful Autopsy in a villa located in the Eastern District. Beneath a grand crystal chandelier, a room adorned with understated luxury housed a sophisticated woman in a black gown, her alluring figure reclining on a sofa that would cost an ordinary person a lifetime of savings. In her arms, she cradled a cat with pure white fur on the sofa and carpet. 2 more cats and 3 dogs lounged, all without a trace of color, their coats pristine white. She favored black clothing, complemented by the color white, which is why all her pets were of that hue. So quickly dispatched. Upon hearing of the werewolf's demise, the aristocrat furrowed her brow slightly. The werewolf had been one of her pets, dispatched to exploit its dream-killing abilities to eliminate souls and procure an undamaged corpse for use in her dark rituals. To her dismay, it had been killed merely 3 days after its deployment. Humph. The Safety Bureau certainly acts swiftly. I shall remember this, and it won't be long before I demand recompense. A cold smile graced her lips. The following day, Faline and Ivy arrived at the Safety Bureau's Lindy office to report in. Deputy Chief, the mission has been completed, and we are returning the cursed object, the Doom painting. Today, Lindy wore a long-sleeved purple gown, exuding both beauty and elegance. She reached out to take the Doom painting, unveiling it to confirm its identity before placing it on her desk and inquiring, "Have you used it?" "I used it once," Faline replied. "After using the Doom painting, I sustained no injuries. It seems your previous luck was quite favorable." Lindy scrutinized Faline, ensuring he was unharmed, and smiled. "I cannot say whether my past luck was good, but last night was particularly unfortunate." Faline chuckled wryly. After slaying the werewolf, he feared that his bad luck would once again damage the carriage, so he declined the escort service and walked home alone. Upon sitting on the second-hand sofa he had purchased, it collapsed, sending him tumbling. After tidying up the mess left by the shattered sofa, he prepared for bed, only to find that the faucet would not turn off. Ultimately, he had to shut off the main water supply. Planning to contact the water company for repairs the next day, throughout the night, he endured a string of misfortunes that surpassed anything he had experienced in years. It's good that you know, in the future, try to use the Doom painting sparingly. This applies not only to the Doom painting, but to other cursed objects as well, Lindy advised. "Yes, I understand." Faline nodded, now acutely aware of the misfortunes associated with the Doom painting, which had instilled a psychological shadow regarding cursed items. Unless absolutely necessary, he vowed never to use such objects again. Alchemical items were far superior, lacking curses, but their exorbitant prices rendered them unattainable for him. Presently, his income surpassed that of 99% of the population in Constance City, marking him as a high-income individual, envied by many. However, compared to the elite few at the very top, the disparity was immense. "Please elaborate on your mission experience," Lindy said, her expression growing slightly serious as she questioned Faline and Ivy about their mission. Upon receiving the task, we proceeded to the crime scene and encountered the deceased family. Faline and Ivy recounted their experiences. Another family perished afterward, Lindy inquired. Yes. Another family died. It is our responsibility. Had we acted swiftly to locate and eliminate the threat, that family might have been spared, Ivy answered. This isn't your fault. Identifying the monster takes time. And it's unavoidable for more victims to appear during that period, Lindy replied, shaking her head. The emergence of additional victims during a mission was a common occurrence, perhaps even a universal phenomenon. She could not hold the task's practitioners accountable for such events. After reporting their completed mission, Failing and Ivy left the office and returned to room 201 to rest. This time, Lindy did not grant them a break. However, they were entitled to 2 days off each week. And as it happened, tomorrow and the day after would be their scheduled days off. After today, they could enjoy a consecutive 2-day respite. Upon returning to room 201, Failing carefully sat on the sofa, wary of a repeat incident from the prior night. Thankfully, nothing untoward occurred. The sofa remained intact. It seems the misfortune has ended. Failing sighed in relief, grateful that such bad luck only persisted for a few hours and did not linger indefinitely. Otherwise, he might have been driven to the brink of despair. Panel. He summoned the panel to review his recent achievements. Name: Failing Jewelry and Antique Appraisal, Proficient, Upgradable, Mystical Gun, Second Ring, Non-Upgradable, Autopsy, Unfamiliar, Upgradable, Mystical Points. 7-inch an additional skill in Autopsy has been acquired. Previously, under Ivy's guidance, Failing had examined corpses. This endeavor granted him the skill of Autopsy, or perhaps it would be more aptly termed a proficiency. However, its current level is quite low, classified as unfamiliar. Much like his prior efforts to enhance his marksmanship through the panel. With 7 mystical points accumulated, it should suffice for an upgrade. Failing speculated that such a wealth of mystical points might be enough to elevate the mystical gun from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring. Yet, the mystical gun section still indicated that it could not be upgraded, as he had yet to complete the relevant content in the arcane tome for the transition from 2nd to 3rd ring. He anticipated it would take approximately another fortnight to finish the remaining portions. With so many mystical points, even if I were to upgrade the mystical gun from the 2nd ring to the 3rd ring, there would surely be a surplus. Perhaps I should allocate some mystical points to enhance other skills. After a moment's contemplation, Failing resolved to expend a portion of his mystical points to improve skills other than the mystical gun. Mystical points remain merely a string of numbers when used, offering him no assistance. Only by investing them into skill enhancement could they become truly beneficial. I no longer rely on appraisal to sustain myself. Thus, advancing my proficiency in jewelry and antique appraisal holds little significance for me. Failing's gaze initially lingered on the proficient level of jewelry and antique appraisal but quickly shifted away as he dismissed the notion of upgrading it. He had moved beyond the profession of an appraiser, and further enhancement in this field seemed of little utility to him. Had the corresponding arcane arts offered something of immense value, he might have considered an upgrade. However, the specifics of the subsequent arcane arts related to jewelry and antique appraisal remained unknown. Thus he refrained from making any hasty decisions. I must find the time to visit the library at the Safety Bureau to borrow some books related to the arcane. To fill the gaps in my mystical knowledge, he mused. The Safety Bureau possesses a dedicated library filled with numerous tomes on the arcane, from which Ivy often borrows her reading materials, Failing to wish to borrow some texts on the arcane. Yet his rapid ascension in strength consumed nearly all his time, leaving little opportunity for reading those related works. He could only wait for a more opportune moment to borrow books. Most of his time had been devoted to studying the arcane tomes, which he regarded as a trouble stemming from his swift advancement. Nonetheless, he harbored no dissatisfaction. Others would envy such a trouble, yet find themselves devoid of the chance. The autopsy skill is indeed useful to me. Failing's gaze settled on the autopsy section. As a practitioner of the arcane, particularly one affiliated with the kingdom's safety bureau, dealing with corpses was inevitable. Thus, the skill of autopsy was of considerable benefit, even if he did not intend to elevate this skill to the level of arcane mastery. It would certainly not be a waste. Upgrade. Failing focused on the autopsy section and chose to enhance it. Instantly, he observed his mystical points diminish from 7 to 6.9, while the autopsy skill advanced from unfamiliar to proficient. Concurrently, a wealth of memories flooded his mind, memories of conducting autopsies on dozens of diverse corpses. With the absorption of these memories, he found himself devoid of any psychological aversion to corpses and would no longer feel uneasy at the mere touch of one. He estimated that Ivy's autopsy skills were at this level. Now, his proficiency had reached parity with hers. Ivy had been with the Safety Bureau for less than a year, and the number of corpses she had encountered likely mirrored this quantity. Continue to upgrade. Without hesitation, Phelan opted for another enhancement, reducing his mystical points to 6.7 as the autopsy skill ascended from proficient to expert, filling his mind with an abundance of new memories of performing autopsies on hundreds of corpses. Absorbing these memories, he became intimately familiar with the internal anatomy of corpses, capable of accurately locating the external positions corresponding to internal organs. Undoubtedly, his autopsy skills had surpassed Ivy's. Further enhancement. Unwavering, Phelan persisted in upgrading, decreasing his mystical points to 6.3 as the autopsy skill advanced from expert to master. An overwhelming influx of memories surging into his consciousness, memories of conducting autopsies on thousands of corpses. With the assimilation of these memories, his understanding of the corpse's anatomy reached an extraordinary level, whether it be internal organs, blood vessels, or specific muscles. He could pinpoint their corresponding locations with remarkable precision. With a mere dagger, he could dissect a corpse with the finesse of a master butcher. He had attained a level that most could only dream of, even with a lifetime of effort. After all, achieving mastery requires not only diligence, but also inherent talent. Without the requisite aptitude, even a lifetime of striving would yield no success. Take, for instance, Detective Coffee Colon, who, despite being on the brink of mastery, had never quite crossed that threshold. Though yearning to delve into the arcane, he remained forever excluded from its depths. As afternoon work hours concluded, carriages departed from the safety bureau, dispersing into the city streets. Phelan found himself seated within one of those carriages, now a member of the carriage-owning elite. How shall I spend these 2 days of respite? While seated in the carriage, he pondered how to enrich and enjoy his 2 days off. He certainly planned to visit his sister, though he did not intend to linger long, as he felt little affinity for his brother-in-law, a sentiment that had only intensified since that fateful banquet. As it was the end of the workday, the streets were bustling with carriages, weaving in and out of each other. On narrower roads, they were compelled to navigate slowly to avoid collisions. At a constricted intersection, a carriage passed by the one in which Phelan was seated, and his expression shifted abruptly. There's the stench of decay. With memories of dissecting thousands of corpses, he had developed an acute sensitivity to the odor of death. Just moments ago, he had detected the unmistakable scent wafting from the carriage that had passed him by. Chapter 31. The Blood 6-Pointed Star. What a fortune to encounter a corpse transport. Phelan's countenance darkened as he reflected on how unfortunate it was to come across a vehicle designated for transporting the deceased. He suspected that the remnants of the misfortune board lingered. Otherwise, how could he have stumbled upon a corpse transport so fortuitously? Drawing aside the carriage curtains, he peered at the passing vehicle. Wait. This is not a corpse transport. The carriage that had passed him was black, its windows obscured by dark fabric, rendering its interior invisible. However, it was not a transport for the dead, considering the regulations against the private transportation of corpses in Constant City. Any such activity was strictly managed by the municipal government through designated mortuary companies. Prior to transport, guards skilled in autopsy were dispatched to verify the cause of death, ensuring it was indeed natural. Furthermore, to alert pedestrians and other carriages during transit, mortuary vehicles were uniformly marked in black and white, clearly identifiable from a distance. The carriage before him did not belong to any mortuary company, indicating it was engaged in illicit transportation of a corpse. This route does not lead out of the city. Something is amiss with this carriage. A thought flashed through his mind as Phelan approached the front of the carriage. Addressing the driver, Ken Darby. Darby, turn around and follow that carriage that just passed us by. Be cautious not to attract attention. The act of transporting a corpse illicitly, especially without leaving the city, certainly hinted at something unusual. And as a member of the Safety Bureau, he keenly sensed the extraordinary nature of the situation. Understood, sir. Ken Darby, a former soldier whose duty was to obey orders, recognized the unique nature of Phelan's position. Thus, upon hearing Phelan's request to follow, he posed no questions and immediately complied. The carriage swiftly turned around, trailing the one ahead. Thanks to his military background, Darby was adept at following targets, maintaining a careful distance, close enough to avoid losing sight, yet far enough to remain undetected. After a brief journey, the carriage came to a halt, and Phelan gazed ahead at the still-moving carriage, puzzled. What is the hold-up? Why have we stopped? Sir, the road ahead has become secluded, and the number of carriages has diminished. Continuing to follow may lead to detection, Darby explained. The road is narrow, and our target isn't moving quickly. I suggest you follow on foot, Darby offered. That's a valid point. I'm grateful for your reminder. Phelan promptly disembarked from the carriage. opting to pursue on foot. Although the number of carriages had dwindled, pedestrians still populated the streets, allowing Phelan to blend in seamlessly. He maintained a prudent distance, trailing the carriage at a safe range. However, just minutes later, the carriage turned into a street lined with abandoned buildings, and the absence of pedestrians rendered Phelan's pursuit conspicuous. Fortunately, at that moment, the carriage halted, entering a walled property, ensuring the area was deserted. Phelan approached the iron gate, peering through the gap to glimpse within. Thanks to the enhancements from the arcane mystical gun, Phelan's physical prowess now rivaled that of elite soldiers. His vision had also received a boost, while not quite akin to an eagle's sight. It certainly surpassed that of an ordinary person. Through the crack of the door, he beheld a desolate courtyard overgrown with weeds. On a path paved with gravel, two men were hoisting a long fabric bag. The bag, bulging as it contained something, caught the attention of Phelan, a master in forensic examinations, who could instantly discern that it concealed a human corpse. He scrutinized the two figures transporting the body. One was clad in black attire, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s, with a slightly dark complexion. The other, dressed in gray, had a medium build, and, due to his back being turned to Phelan, his face remained unseen. At that moment, the man in gray turned to face the entrance. "It's him." Phelan gasped in surprise upon recognizing the man's features. He bore an unremarkable visage, save for a black eye patch over his left eye, and was indeed the individual who had triggered a reaction from the panel at the banquet. According to his inquiries, this man was named Ariel Soto, a sheriff-level officer. It was astonishing that someone of his rank was clandestinely transporting a corpse. Such an act was unequivocally improper. And Phelan felt an increasing sense of unease. The fact that this individual could provoke a reaction from the panel only intensified his suspicions. Why is he smuggling a body? Could he truly be a monster in disguise? Phelan pondered. He had previously speculated on the reasons behind the panel's reaction, dismissing the notion that the man might be a monster disguised as a guard, believing the likelihood to be minimal. However, witnessing the secretive transport of a corpse now made that possibility seem more plausible, especially since he knew that many monsters had a penchant for human remains. This is bad. They have finished moving the body and are about to leave. At that moment, Phelan noticed the dark-skinned man seated in the driver's position, seemingly preparing to drive the carriage. While Ariel Soto approached the iron gate, he quickly retreated from the doorway, glancing around before hiding in a nearby abandoned building that lacked even a door. Creak. Just as he concealed himself within the derelict structure, the iron gate swung open, and Ariel Soto emerged, followed closely by the dark-skinned driver. Soto cast a wary glance around, ensuring no one was in sight before locking the iron gate and climbing onto the carriage. The vehicle retraced its path, soon vanishing from the desolate street. Phelan emerged from the dilapidated house, opting not to follow the carriage but instead returning to the now-locked iron gate. The secrets of Ariel Soto must lie within. He gazed at the secured entrance. Soto's act of transporting a corpse inside implied that there were undoubtedly secrets within, and if he could gain entry, he might uncover the mysteries surrounding Ariel Soto. As for the possibility of others being inside, he was not overly concerned. The lock was secured from the outside, rendering it impossible to open from within. The fact that Soto had locked it suggested there was likely no one else present. After stepping back a good distance, Phelan suddenly broke into a swift run. Crack. He dashed toward the wall, using his foot to propel himself upwards, reaching for the top of the 2-meter-high barrier, with the physical prowess akin to elite soldiers. He exerted force with his arms, scaling the wall and quietly leaping into the courtyard. The courtyard was just as he had seen through the door crack, untended and utterly abandoned. Venturing further inward, he arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated house. The door was locked, but Phelan had confidence that he could breach it with his firearm. However, doing so would undoubtedly alert Ariel Soto upon his next visit. Raising suspicions, he circled the derelict building, searching for another point of entry. Being an abandoned structure, he believed there must be another way in. Soon, he discovered a shattered window with missing glass, but it was boarded up with wooden slats, preventing entry. Nevertheless, this location offered more potential than the previously locked door. Unlike a lock that, once broken, could not be repaired, this could be mended by simply renailing the boards. Finding a piece of wood, he inserted it into the gap and pried at the slats one by one. The boards loosened, revealing an opening. Clambering through the window, he entered the interior. This was a miscalculation. Remaining undetected will prove exceedingly difficult. He found himself in a small room resembling a bedroom, the floor thick with dust, and as he stepped inside, he inevitably left footprints. Exiting the small chamber, he entered a dimly lit hallway, due to the wooden slats blocking the windows throughout the house. The corridor was shrouded in darkness. He retrieved a match, struck it, and used its flickering light to illuminate his path. The flame flickered out, prompting him to quickly ignite another match. Using its glow, he traversed from room to room, seeking secrets hidden within this abode. However, after scouring every room, he found nothing but abandoned furniture. Even the corpses he had anticipated encountering were absent. It seems there is a basement. Farron conjectured that it was quite common for standalone houses to possess basements. Much like the one he currently resided in, basements, with their cooler temperatures, served as storage for food, wine, and other supplies. Proceeding cautiously from the entrance, he meticulously searched until he stumbled upon a nondescript room. The dust accumulation within had left footprints from both himself and Ariel Soto, leading to this very spot. Pushing aside a bookshelf, he uncovered a tunnel with stone steps descending. Additionally, he spotted an oil lamp. Lighting it, he grasped the lamp and descended the staircase. As he ventured deeper, a strong metallic scent filled the air, causing him to furrow his brow. Given the context of the transported corpses, he doubted the source of the smell was anything other than human blood. At the bottom of the staircase, a vast chamber unfolded before him. In the center, a massive hexagram painted in blood drew his attention, emanating a potent scent of blood. Is it painted in human blood? He frowned at the imposing hexagram, an instinct telling him it was likely a gruesome depiction. The sight of this enormous symbol evoked memories of the mysterious Gun's Enlightenment ritual. Could this be a ceremony of a similar nature? Yet the use of human blood was decidedly not indicative of an authentic ritual. The Security Bureau would never employ such methods for an Enlightenment ceremony. That he pondered deeply, oblivious to the figure creeping up behind him. A pair of feminine hands reaching out to grasp his neck. Chapter 32. The Ritual of Sorcery, Encountering the Mysterious. Mysterious Points 1.5. Just as he stood bewildered before the suspected blood-painted hexagram, Farron suddenly caught a whiff of a putrid stench behind him. Words flickered rapidly before his eyes, then vanished. Danger! The combination of the foul odor and the panel's response jolted him into instinctively dodging to the side. Crack! But before he could evade, he felt a powerful grip tighten around his neck. The strength of those hands rendered him voiceless, the sensation excruciating. Moreover, he sensed his neck straining under the immense pressure. Fearing it might snap at any moment, crash, the oil lamp fell to the floor, shattering and igniting into flames. The mysterious gun. He swiftly summoned the weapon, aiming it behind him. With a bang, the bullet from the mysterious gun struck flesh, the sound of penetration echoing in the chamber. Under normal circumstances, a person would have loosened their grip upon being shot. However, the entity gripping him was evidently no ordinary individual. Despite being shot, it maintained its hold. Bang, bang, bang. Panic coursed through him as he fired repeatedly behind him. It was not until one bullet struck the thing's head that the grip around his neck finally relented. He hastily shoved the hands away, and the creature behind him collapsed with a thud. Cough, cough. He gasped, the fire in his throat excruciating, as if he might cough up blood. Turning to ascertain what had attacked him, he suddenly noticed a new message on the panel. Encountering the mysterious points 1. 5. His expression shifted dramatically. There was more than one of these entities. Almost reflexively, he rolled to the side. The very moment he dodged, another pair of hands appeared where he had just been standing. Had he delayed his escape, he might have found himself ensnared once more. The previous encounter had nearly cost him his life. Should he face another, he might lack the strength to break free. Utilizing the illumination from the shattered oil lamp, he glanced back at his former position and beheld a man dressed in tattered clothing. Where his eyes should have been were two gaping, blood-soaked holes. The eyeless man. The sight of him brought forth memories of the eyeless woman he had previously encountered. The figure bore an uncanny resemblance to her, only differing in gender. Whoosh! The eyeless man lunged in his direction. Despite lacking eyes, he seemed capable of perceiving his surroundings. Bang! Farron decisively fired, a bullet imbued with mysterious power hurtling toward the eyeless man's head at supersonic speed. In the center of the forehead of the eyeless man, a gaping wound the size of an infant's fist appeared. His forward motion abruptly halted, and his body collapsed to the ground, almost crushing him beneath its weight, before he could catch his breath. A chilling notification flashed before him once more. Encounter with the mysterious. 1.5 points of mystery added. Encounter with the mysterious. 1.5 points of mystery added. Encounter with the mysterious. 1.5 points of mystery added. The panel's notifications appeared in rapid succession, indicating that yet another creature had attacked him, and there were 3 in total. He quickly rolled on the ground to evade another beast that had lunged at him from behind, illuminated by the flickering flames of the shattered oil lamp. He discerned 3 tattered figures advancing towards him. 2 men and 1 woman, all devoid of eyes, their sockets oozing with grotesque bloodstains. The 3 eyeless monsters charged at him from 3 directions. Bang! He swiftly fired a shot, striking the nearest eyeless man in the head and killing him instantly. Without hesitation, he rolled away to avoid the 2 other eyeless creatures that had closed in on him. Whoosh! The 2 eyeless monsters turned and pursued him with a speed that rivaled even the most elite soldiers. Bang! Bang! Having gained a momentary reprieve, he fired 2 shots in quick succession. Each of the remaining eyeless creatures was met with a gaping wound the size of an infant's fist in their heads, before they fell lifeless to the ground. Huff! Huff! With a vigilant gaze scanning the surroundings and seeing no further monsters, he finally breathed a sigh of relief, panting heavily. The preceding skirmish, though brief, had been exceedingly perilous. He had faced 5 eyeless monsters in total, and a moment's carelessness could have cost him his life. His initial assumption that the house was uninhabited had emboldened him to infiltrate it. Little did he expect, despite the absence of people as he had surmised, there existed an even greater threat in the form of eyeless monsters. Why are there so many eyeless monsters here? He pondered, staring at the 5 corpses, his mind awash with uncertainty. The presence of these 5 eyeless monsters in the basement could not be unrelated to Ariel Soto, who had apparently been breeding them in secret. How had he managed to exert control over these creatures? What was the connection between the eyeless woman he had previously encountered and Ariel Soto? Armed with the mysterious gun and on guard against the possibility of these eyeless monsters reanimating, he approached the corpses. How could her body be here, transformed into an eyeless monster? Upon seeing one of the female eyeless monsters, astonishment crossed Phelan's face. He recognized this corpse as one of the 2 that had been found with their eyes gouged out at the security department. A sense of foreboding surged within him as he hurriedly examined the other bodies. Soon, he spotted the other corpse that had also been deprived of its eyes at the security department. The bodies were not destroyed. They have transformed into eyeless monsters. Phelan had initially believed that the corpses had been incinerated by the security department and returned to their families in ashes. However, it appeared that not only had they escaped destruction, but they had also become eyeless monsters. I recall that there were 5 victims killed by the eyeless woman. Could it be that these are the very 5? As he recalled the number of victims he had seen reported in the newspapers, speculation bubbled up within him. The previous eyeless woman must have been connected to Ariel Soto. She was likely under his control. He manipulated the eyeless woman to commit murder, creating the gouged eye corpses, and then, using his position as sheriff, secretly disposed of these bodies to transform them into eyeless monsters. A chill ran down Phelan's spine as he felt he was beginning to grasp the truth of the matter. Wait, what about the bodies that were moved here earlier? His gaze swept the basement until he quickly located the bundles that had been brought in. Approaching them, he untied one of the bags and peered inside. A face, eyes closed and bearing an eerie smile, met his gaze. A shiver coursed through him. This corpse belonged to one of the families that had been slaughtered by the werewolf monster. He unwrapped the remaining bags. Examining the bodies within. In total, there were 7 bags, all containing the remains of the families murdered by the werewolf monster. Could it be that the werewolf monster is also connected to Ariel Soto? Or perhaps the werewolf is unrelated, and Ariel Soto merely sought to utilize these corpses to create eyeless monsters? Various theories churned in his mind. Whether the werewolf monster is tied to Ariel Soto remains uncertain, but the eyeless woman is undoubtedly linked to him. I must report this matter to the Security Bureau immediately and initiate the capture of Ariel Soto. Illuminated by a match, Phelan swiftly exited the basement. He used the mysterious gun to destroy the door leading outside, then returned to rendezvous with Ken Darby. Sir, I'm relieved you're unharmed. Upon seeing Phelan return, Ken Darby exhaled in relief. The carriage they had been tracking had turned back and passed by here not long ago. But Phelan, who had been following the carriage, had vanished without a trace, causing Ken to worry. He had prepared to report to the Security Bureau if Phelan did not show up soon. Thankfully, Phelan had appeared. Prepare the carrier pigeon. I have urgent matters to report to the Security Bureau. Phelan nodded slightly to him, then spoke earnestly to his knowledge. Every carriage provided by the Security Bureau was equipped with a pigeon for emergency communication. Understood. Ken Darby quickly opened a hidden compartment in the carriage and retrieved a birdcage. Inside, a pigeon awaited, with a small metal cylinder attached to its leg. Faline entered the carriage, took out paper and a pen, and wrote down the recent events in the most concise manner possible. He then exited the carriage and handed the paper to Ken Darby. Ken Darby promptly folded the paper, inserted it into the small metal cylinder on the pigeon's leg, secured the lid, and released the bird. The pigeon soared into the sky, heading eastward, the direction of the security bureau. Meanwhile, Faline instructed Ken Darby to drive the carriage back to the abandoned street they had previously visited, before reinforcements from the security bureau arrived. He needed to ensure that the clues in the basement remained intact. In less than half an hour, a carriage pulled by 2 white horses arrived swiftly, stopping beside Faline's carriage. From the carriage emerged a woman dressed in a purple gown, a tear mole beneath her left eye. It was Lindy. "Faline, are you all right?" Upon seeing him, she hurriedly inquired. "My neck was choked a bit, but I'm otherwise unhurt." Faline touched his neck and shook his head. "That's good to hear." Noticing that aside from a slight redness and choke marks on his neck, Faline bore no other injuries, Lindy finally felt a sense of relief. Faline was a precious talent of the highest caliber, possessing a higher aptitude than most in his category, and she regarded such talent with utmost importance. "I rushed over from my residence. Security Bureau colleagues will be arriving shortly. Let us go. Take me inside to see what's going on." "All right." He lit an oil lamp he had taken from the carriage and led Lindy into the basement. A ritual of dark sorcery. Upon witnessing the enormous pentagram drawn in what appeared to be human blood, Lindy's expression shifted with alarm. Chapter 33, The Fangs of Devourment. What is a ritual of dark sorcery? Hearing a term he had never encountered before, Faline asked with curiosity. A ritual of dark sorcery is a common practice within the realm of dark magic, often depicted using human blood. It is a gruesome and malevolent rite. Lindy gazed intently at the pentagram design, her tone grave. Dark sorcery. Faline echoed the unfamiliar term. Although he had become a second-ring sorcerer, his knowledge of the mysterious remained nearly non-existent, prompting him to feel an increasing necessity to visit the library and borrow books related to the arcane. "You must have heard of cults, right?" Lindy refrained from answering directly and instead posed a question. "I've heard that the kingdom prohibits any religious beliefs and labels all religions as cults, eradicating them upon discovery." Faline recounted what he knew. Despite the kingdom's strict prohibitions, there will always be those who are secretly seduced into the worship of cults. Those who worship cults are known as cultists, and some of these cultists possess knowledge of dark sorcery, which differs from the practice of sorcery. Lindy explained. "A practice of sorcery that differs from the norm?" Faline was taken aback, surprised to learn that there existed an alternative system of practice beyond sorcery. "Indeed. It is a system of practice that diverges from conventional sorcery." Ivy nodded, turning to Faline with utmost seriousness. "Because the acquisition and utilization of dark sorcery is often exceedingly bloody and evil, and its practice can lead to various detrimental effects on one's psyche, the kingdom forbids anyone from engaging in dark sorcery. Even if one were to acquire dark sorcery, they must never practice it. Once they do, there is no turning back, and they will be hunted for life by the kingdom." "I understand." Faline nodded solemnly. The mere prospect of psychological ramifications rendered him utterly disinterested in pursuing dark sorcery. With the ability to learn any sorcery through the panel, he had no reason to endure the drawbacks of psychological influence or to risk becoming a fugitive of the kingdom by engaging in dark sorcery. Ariel Soto is a cultist. The reason he stole bodies from the security department is likely that his dark sorcery requires corpses. Lindy's gaze returned to the bloodstained pentagram. "Have any measures been taken to apprehend this individual?" Faline inquired. "Before our arrival, the security bureau had already dispatched personnel to apprehend." Lindy nodded as she spoke. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed as someone descended the stone steps. Faline and Lindy turned their gazes in unison, and with the illumination of the lights, 3 figures emerged from the stone staircase. Among them was a woman with golden hair and thin-framed glasses, Julie. The other 2 were men. One possessed short, light-colored hair, while the other had brown hair. Although Faline could not recall their names, he had encountered them frequently at the Security Bureau's cafeteria. "They're here," Lindy acknowledged, nodding towards the trio. "Faline, allow me to introduce you." She gestured towards the man with short hair. "This is Don Bating." Then she pointed to the man with brown hair. "And this is Kevin Long. Greetings. Esteemed seniors. I am Faline Socks." Faline courteously greeted them. As fellow members of the Security Bureau, he understood the necessity of establishing rapport, thus he endeavored to be polite. Hello, Socks. I hope you don't mind us addressing you in that manner. Both Don Bading and Kevin Long responded warmly. They were aware that Faline had recently ascended from the first ring to the second ring in his mystical abilities within just over a month, which highlighted the high regard the upper echelons of the Security Bureau held for him. Though Faline's current prowess was inferior to theirs, it was evident that he possessed boundless potential for the future. Such a prodigy was someone they were eager to befriend, as he might one day prove invaluable. Of course. I don't mind, Faline replied, sensing their desire for camaraderie, which aligned with his own aspirations. After exchanging pleasantries with Don Bading and Kevin Long, he turned his attention to Julie. Miss Julie. Socks, congratulations. You've made quite the achievement this time. Rewards are certainly forthcoming, Julie remarked with a slight nod. Once the introductions were completed, Lindy addressed Julie. Julie, please take a look at this sinister ritual and see if you can ascertain its nature. With her photographic memory, Julie was akin to an encyclopedia of esoteric knowledge, which was precisely why she had been summoned. Let me examine it, Julie said as she picked up an oil lamp, braving the acrid scent of blood as she approached the massive hexagram pattern exuding a foul odor. After a considerable time of scrutiny, she frowned slightly and proclaimed, "This ritual is not documented in the library's collection. However, based on its similarities, it bears a striking resemblance to the style of the long-extinct Tooth of Devouring cult." The Tooth of Devouring. Is this heretical sect rising from the ashes? Upon hearing that name, Lindy, Don Bading, and Kevin Long's expressions shifted with unease. Julie, can you be certain? Lindy asked solemnly. The likelihood is substantial. The ritual closely resembles those previously associated with the Tooth of Devouring cult, Julie affirmed. Moreover, based on the intelligence Faline relayed earlier, this ritual likely involves the creation of monsters from corpses and their subsequent control, which is precisely the dark art that the Tooth of Devouring excelled in. Senior Long, what can you tell us about this Tooth of Devouring cult? Noticing the atmosphere grow heavy upon hearing the name, Faline inquired of Kevin Long, who was nearest to him. Kevin Long replied gravely, like our mystical organization and other cults. There are classifications such as small, medium, and large. The Tooth of Devouring was once a large cult that stood at the pinnacle of the esoteric. More than a decade ago, the Kingdom's Security Bureau, the Golden Society, the Temple, and the Silver Sword formed an alliance to eradicate the Tooth of Devouring. That battle exacted a heavy toll on all four organizations, ultimately leading to the downfall of the large heretical sect. The Tooth of Devouring. Who could have anticipated its resurgence? A large heretical organization. Faline finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The Tooth of Devouring was indeed an entity of the same caliber as the Kingdom's Security Bureau. Although it had been annihilated by the combined forces of four significant organizations, it was evident that it had not been completely extinguished. Deputy Chief, the Tooth of Devouring has resurfaced. We must immediately report this to headquarters, Julie stated with a serious expression directed at Lindy. I understand, Lindy replied. Equally solemn, the revival of a once-extinct large heretical organization posed a severe threat. It was imperative to alert the headquarters of the Kingdom's Security Bureau in Connate Castle, ensuring they were prepared to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. She turned to Faline, her demeanor softening slightly. Faline, you have performed admirably this time. After you return from your rest, the rewards for your efforts should be forthcoming. It is merely my duty, Faline humbly responded. Although the process had been fraught with peril, the outcome was not unfavorable. He had uncovered hidden followers of the Tooth of Devouring and would be rewarded by the Kingdom's Security Bureau. Given the Bureau's notorious lavishness, he found himself anticipating the reward with eager interest. Oh, by the way, Lindy suddenly recalled, if you have the opportunity, it would be wise to make an appearance at the David auction house. This will help solidify your fabricated identity and minimize the chances of exposure. Very well, I shall go tomorrow, Faline agreed. It was indeed necessary to make an appearance. Otherwise, incidents like those that transpired at the banquet could easily recur. Last time, Lindy had come to his aid, but there was no guarantee that he would be so fortunate in the future. Knock, knock, knock. As night fell, a man with a broad hat, obscuring most of his face, rapped upon the back door of a villa. Who is it? A deep voice called from behind the door. It is I. I have urgent matters to discuss with the master, the man replied softly. Creak. The door swung open, revealing a man clad in brown attire. He scanned the area behind and around the visitor, confirming that no one else was present before stepping aside to allow the man entry. As soon as the visitor stepped inside, the door was swiftly shut, The man in brown guided the visitor through several corridors until they arrived at a brightly lit room, where he knocked on the door. "Master, Ariel has arrived. Let him in," came the voice of a middle-aged man from within. Upon receiving permission, the visitor entered, removing his hat to reveal an unremarkable face, save for a black eye patch over his left eye. Ariel Soto. Inside the room sat a portly gentleman dressed in high-end bespoke clothing. Upon seeing him, Ariel Soto hastily exclaimed, "Master, I may have been compromised." "How could this happen?" the portly man shot back, his gaze growing cold with displeasure. "This afternoon, following Lord Malevol's instructions, I smuggled the required corpses to warehouse number 3, but shortly after my departure, I sensed that the 5 guardians of the warehouse had been killed one by one. Realizing I might have been exposed, I dared not return to my residence and came directly to report to you as soon as night fell." Feeling the chilling glare of the portly man, Ariel lowered his head, trembling slightly. "What a useless fool. You can't even handle this simple task. Have the minor followers involved in this matter been dealt with?" the portly man inquired, his brow furrowing before he continued coldly. "As soon as I sensed something was amiss, I took immediate action," Ariel replied hurriedly. "Master, I suspect the Security Bureau will soon initiate a citywide search for me. Although the Bureau wouldn't dare search your residence, I beg you to allow me to hide here for a few days." "That will not be necessary. I have better plans," the portly man replied icily, his gaze growing even colder. "Better plans?" Ariel felt an ominous shift and quickly raised his head to meet the portly man's icy stare. The plan must not fail. Any potential factors that could lead to its failure must be eliminated. Thus, "You must die, as the dead keep secrets more effectively," the portly man stated coldly. "No, you cannot do this. I have done so much for the organization," Ariel cried out in terror, attempting to flee towards the door. However, before he could reach the exit, the portly man's clothing rippled open, and a massive tentacle erupted from his body. Splat! The enormous tentacle pierced through Ariel Soto's body, lifting him into the air. "You are ruthless." Ariel spat blood, his eyes filled with despair as his body went limp. The gigantic tentacle withdrew, leaving no trace behind, save for the torn fabric of the portly man's attire, which testified to the monstrous appendage that had just emerged. Chapter 34. David Auction House. The following day, after having breakfast and perusing the day's Tianan Daily, Faline departed in a carriage at 9 o'clock. Winter had set in, and the weather had grown increasingly frigid. The streets were sparsely populated, with the occasional passerby hurrying along. The carriage halted before the David Auction House, and Faline alighted. Making his way toward the entrance, the entrance stood 4 men clad in matching uniforms. Their attire resembled police uniforms, but bore distinct differences. As they were typical of security personnel, each individual possessed a robust physique and was armed, indicating that they were not merely for show, but rather capable individuals. In observing them, Faline sensed a temperament akin to that of the coachman Ken Darby, likely sharing the same background as a veteran. "Sir, the David Auction House is not currently holding an auction. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit?" As Faline approached, one of the 4 men, sporting a bushy beard, stepped forward to address him. "I am here to commence my duties," Faline replied, producing his employee badge from David Auction House, which had yet to be utilized. The bearded man took the badge and immediately noticed the prominently displayed title of Chief Appraiser. His expression shifted to one of surprise as he scrutinized Faline from head to toe before returning the badge with both hands, saying, "Chief Appraiser Socks, please keep your badge safe." About a month prior, Faline had received notification of the addition of a new chief appraiser at David Auction House. However, he had yet to encounter this individual until now. Accepting the employee card, Faline felt a sense of relief wash over him. Initially, he had expected to engage in lengthy explanations to prove his identity, but it was evident that David Auction House had informed the security personnel in advance, thus sparing him considerable hassle. Nevertheless, he was aware that an office had been prepared for him at David Auction House. Unsure of its location, he inquired, "As today marks my first day at David Auction House, would you kindly guide me to my office?" "Certainly, please follow me," the bearded man readily responded. Holding a supervisory position at David Auction House undoubtedly placed him among the upper echelons, and becoming familiar with such a high-ranking individual would greatly benefit Faline's future prospects. He believed that his 3 colleagues on duty alongside him would not miss this opportunity either. Indeed, the trio currently sharing the shift cast envious glances in his direction, admiring his good fortune in making a favorable impression on a supervisor. Under the guidance of the bearded man, Phelan entered the expansive interior of David Auction House, which was divided into various zones: an auction area, an office section, a guest lounge, and a dining area. The building was constructed primarily from high-quality granite, complemented by other luxurious materials. Ornately crafted crystal gas lamps illuminated the corridors, while the decor and wall-mounted oil paintings were of considerable value, some even being antiques or works by renowned artists. The phrase understated luxury inadvertently surfaced in Phelan's mind. Upon reaching the office area, they entered a 5-story office building on the 4th floor. Within the appraisal department, Phelan discovered his own office, labeled Chief Appraiser. Fortunately, he had the foresight to have the security guard escort him. Otherwise, he would have spent an indefinite time searching for his office. His spacious office exceeded 100 square meters, furnished with a desk, sofa, coffee table, and bookshelves, rivaling the elegance of a security bureau's lounge. Thanks to the daily cleaning by staff, the office was devoid of dust. "Thank you for your guidance," Phelan expressed to the bearded man. "It was my duty, and it is my honor to assist you," the bearded man replied courteously. Having achieved his goal of becoming familiar with Phelan, he soon departed. After surveying the layout of the chief appraiser's office, Phelan exited and entered the common office area of the appraisal department. Here, more than 10 ordinary employees assisted the appraisers in their work at that moment. The chief appraiser and 4 senior appraisers had learned from their subordinates that the mysterious chief appraiser had arrived. They promptly left their respective offices and gathered in the common area. "Greetings, I am Phelan Sachs, the chief appraiser." Phelan introduced himself, as his purpose in visiting David Auction House today was to establish his presence. "Hello, Chief Sachs. I am appraiser Pamela Austin. I am appraiser Victor Barella. I am appraiser John Kerr. I am appraiser Matthew Belcher." The 4 senior appraisers, 1 woman and 3 men, were all notably courteous toward Phelan. Before his arrival, they reported to the chief appraiser, and now they merely had an additional superior, which did not significantly impact their roles. However, Chief Appraiser David Richella was less than pleased with Phelan's presence. Having always held the highest position in the appraisal department, he was now faced with an airily appointed superior, which naturally irked him. "I am Chief Appraiser David Richella. May I inquire where Chief Sachs was employed previously?" he asked. Suppressing his irritation, "I previously operated a private appraisal firm," Phelan replied. "That must have been quite a substantial operation. Which firm was it?" David Richella probed. "It was merely a small firm, consisting of just myself." Phelan shook his head. "Only one person in your firm?" Upon hearing that Phelan managed a modest appraisal firm, David Richella could no longer contain his displeasure, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "How remarkable that you were appointed as chief appraiser so swiftly. You truly are a young achiever." While he suspected Phelan had connections, David Richella, having risen to the position of chief appraiser himself, was not one to fear offending him. "It was merely a stroke of luck. I was just testing the waters and did not expect to be successful," Phelan responded. Sensing the thinly veiled contempt in David Richella's words, that it appeared that the chief appraiser viewed him as a rival encroaching upon his domain. In reality, Phelan's role as chief appraiser was largely nominal, and he would rarely be present in the office, posing no threat to David Richella's position. Yet, it was clear that David Richella remained oblivious to this fact, perceiving Phelan as a usurper. "Speaking of which, it is quite fortuitous that you arrived, as I happen to be facing a particularly challenging antique. If you have a moment, perhaps you could lend your expertise," David Richella proposed, his irritation simmering beneath the surface. The notion that an appraiser from a small firm could overshadow him was increasingly intolerable to David Richella, who soon devised a scheme to embarrass Phelan within the appraisal department. He possessed a highly convincing replica of an antique that had nearly eluded his discerning eye. Fortunately, his caution had prevailed, and after multiple examinations, he had ultimately discerned a minute flaw that revealed the object to be a replica. "Very well, let us take a look," Phelan replied in a measured tone. While he understood the reasons behind David Richella's resentment, comprehension did not equate to submissiveness. "Excellent. I shall retrieve it immediately," David Richella responded, a smile gracing his face. Albeit insincerely, he made his way to his office and soon re-emerged with a bottle-shaped bronze artifact in hand. Placing it upon the coffee table and gesturing for Phelan to proceed with the appraisal. "Could I trouble you for a pair of gloves?" Phelan requested, knowing that sweat could tarnish the bronze artifact. After borrowing a pair of white gloves, he delicately lifted the bronze piece. Examining its intricate details, after a thorough inspection, he concluded that it was indeed an authentic artifact. However, He was acutely aware that David Ricella would not present such an item without ulterior motives. If he declared it genuine, he would likely face ridicule from David Ricella. Initially believing his proficiency in antique appraisal would suffice, he now realized he might be outmatched. Conversely, simply claiming it to be a replica would not suffice either. David Ricella would undoubtedly press for specifics regarding any discrepancies, and failing to provide such details would lead to further mockery. Nonetheless, having accepted David Ricella's challenge, Faline was confident in his abilities, particularly with the aid of his panel. Panel, he summoned, and it promptly materialized in his vision. Name: Faline Antique Appraisal, Proficient, Upgradable, Mystery Gun, 2 rings, Non-upgradable, Corner, Master Level, Non-upgradable, Mystery Points. 12.3, he selected the Antique Appraisal category for an upgrade. The mystery points decreased by 0.6 to 11.7, and his antique appraisal proficiency ascended to master level. With this elevation, an abundance of memories regarding antique appraisal flooded his mind, significantly enhancing his expertise in a matter of moments. Originally, he had no intention of upgrading his antique appraisal skills, but to maintain the credibility of his role as appraisal consultant, he found it necessary. Fortunately, having accumulated 6 mystery points the previous day, his current reserves were ample, and the expenditure of 0.6 points was negligible. Moreover, to avoid a repeat of the previous evening's embarrassment, he deemed the investment worthwhile. Chief Socks, what do you think? Is this antique genuine? David Ricella inquired, a smirk of satisfaction playing at the corners of his mouth as he observed Faline's prolonged silence. Clearly relishing the moment. Chapter 35. Rewards. Upon hearing David Ricella's inquiry, Faline set down the bottle-shaped bronze artifact. With his masterful expertise in antique jewelry appraisal, the flaws of this particular bronze vessel became glaringly apparent to him. He spoke, "This is a high-quality imitation. However, despite its status as a replica, it bears a striking resemblance in terms of shape, craftsmanship, inscriptions, and decorative patterns. It is no wonder that Chief Appraiser Ricella was unable to discern its authenticity." David Ricella sought to put him in a difficult position. Yet Faline had no intention of yielding him any grace. "Since you claim to be unable to judge accurately, I shall presume your skills are lacking and that you truly cannot discern. Oh, I wonder from what basis the Chief Appraiser has concluded that this is a replica." Unfazed by Faline's assertion of imitation, David remained composed. "Whether your guess is correct or not is inconsequential. What truly matters is identifying the flaws. I am exceedingly confident regarding that particular flaw. Even I only discovered it after several attempts, and I do not believe someone from a minor appraisal firm could possibly uncover it. This is a high-quality imitation of a bronze artifact dating back over 1,000 years from the late Empire period. The inscriptions indeed feature the yellow script from the Empire era, which poses no issue. However, here, Faline paused momentarily before continuing. Every era of writing possesses its distinct stylistic features, while this bronze vessel's inscriptions are accurate. Its typographical style exhibits the serpentine form characteristic of the Duchy period. The typographical style of the Duchy period appearing on artifacts from the Empire period is evidently problematic. Faline cast a sidelong glance at David Ricella and remarked, "It seems Chief Appraiser Ricella's understanding of inscriptional styles requires further refinement. He actually disowned it. This fellow has managed to see through it." At Faline's identification of the typographical issue, David's earlier composure evaporated, replaced by astonishment. The fact that someone from a minor appraisal firm could possess such discernment, able to identify flaws that he himself had nearly overlooked, all while taking far less time, left him seething with frustration and fury that he could not express. Under the pressure of the situation, he begrudgingly replied, "Director Socks speaks the truth." Although intended to undermine Faline Socks's reputation, the outcome was the opposite. Leaving David in a state of acute embarrassment, suddenly, a round of applause erupted, darkening David's expression. How dare they applaud to mock him? If he could not manage Faline Socks, how could he possibly contend with a mere subordinate? His gaze shifted toward the source of the sound. However, upon seeing the applauding individual, his scowl faded, replaced by even greater frustration. This was yet another person he could not handle. Impressive, truly impressive. Hiring Mr. Socks as the appraisal supervisor was undoubtedly the right decision. A bespectacled man with a small mustache approached, extending his hand to Faline with a smile, saying, "Mr. Socks, I am Nisa Harlowin, the general manager of Great Wide Auction House." The appraisal department personnel recognized the discord between the chief appraiser and Faline, choosing to remain uninvolved. Yet, as the general manager of Great White Auction House, Nisa was unconcerned, for he held the highest position at the Constant City branch and was not beholden to anyone's whims. "Hello, General Manager Nisa." Recognizing Nisa Harlowin's goodwill, Faline shook his hand. "Mr. Socks is truly young and accomplished," Nisa Harlowin remarked, examining Faline with a smile. His presence here was due to his arrangements for monitoring the appraisal department situation. As soon as Faline Socks appeared, he received a report. Over a month ago, the young lady of the main family, Lindy Harlowin, had requested him to arrange a nominal position for this individual at the auction house. Having Lindy Harlowin personally intervene on his behalf suggested that Faline's connection to her was likely significant, which piqued his curiosity about Faline. "General Manager Nisa, you flatter me," Faline responded with a smile. The same words from Nisa Harlowin carried a markedly different weight than when uttered by David. "Since it's your first day, how about I show you around the various departments and introduce you to the respective supervisors?" Nisa Harlowin offered warmly. "That would be most appreciated," Faline agreed without hesitation, as his purpose for visiting the auction house today was to make his presence known. Before long, Faline and Nisa Harlowin departed. The personnel in the appraisal department exchanged glances with the visibly displeased chief appraiser before dispersing. The chief appraiser's attempt to embarrass the newly appointed appraisal supervisor had evidently failed, and it appeared that the new supervisor had considerable backing, as evidenced by Nisa's polite demeanor towards him. After enjoying a staff meal at Great White Auction House, Faline left, purchasing some pastries to take to his sister's home. After spending some time with little Kasha, he departed before his brother-in-law's return. While Faline spent his leisure time, two visitors arrived at the security department's office in the heart of Constant City. One was a stunning woman clad in a purple dress, with curly brown hair and a teardrop mole beneath her left eye, who served as the deputy director of the Constant City Security Bureau. Lindy. Cough, cough. The other individual, appearing to be in his early 40s, yet already sporting a head of white hair and a frail demeanor, was the enigmatic director of the Constant City Security Bureau, Dorgy White, whom Faline had never encountered. "I am ashamed. The security department has produced such a disgrace." The security department head, named Duff Campbell, a portly man, expressed his embarrassment upon the arrival of the deputy and deputy director of the Security Bureau. "Director Campbell, there is no need for self-reproach. Cultists are adept at concealing their true identities, and considering you are merely an ordinary person, it is entirely understandable that you could not detect it." Dorgy White reassured him. "There is no comfort in that. Ariel Soto was a subordinate I promoted, and my failure to perceive his true identity is a grave oversight on my part." Duff Campbell shook his head. "Director Campbell, Ariel Soto is currently unaccounted for, that we have come today to inquire about individuals acquainted with him, in hopes of gathering some useful information," Lindy stated. "Certainly, the security department will fully cooperate. I only hope the Security Bureau can swiftly apprehend this disgrace within our ranks," Duff Campbell promptly affirmed. "Thank you." Additionally, to ensure the authenticity of the information, the Security Bureau may employ certain unconventional methods, and I hope for your understanding. Lindy hesitated before adding, "I am aware of the Security Bureau's protocols. Do not let it burden you. Please proceed without reservation." Duff Campbell nodded in understanding. He was well aware of what Lindy referred to as unconventional methods, likely involving hypnosis or lie detection techniques. While he was reluctant, given the circumstances within the security department, he had no grounds to refuse. A day later, as the holiday concluded, Faline arrived at the Security Bureau in the morning, pushing open the door to the lounge. Inside, the heated room was occupied by Ivy, dressed in a white sweater and a black skirt. Seated on the sofa with a book in hand, the snug sweater accentuated her figure, showcasing her golden proportions. Upon noticing Faline's entrance, she lifted her gaze. "Good morning." "Good morning," Faline greeted her. Her response was devoid of emotion, and she quickly returned her attention to the book in hand. Faline chose not to disturb her further and instead approached his safe, retrieving the tome on the Mystic Gun's secrets, with an ample supply of mystic points. He now sought the cultivation method for advancing from the second to the third ring, requiring him to swiftly complete the remaining content of the book in order to enhance the Mystic Gun. Moreover, given his current lack of mystic knowledge, he was eager to delve into related literature to broaden his understanding. There was much to read, and he hoped for a period of tranquility ahead, allowing him ample time to explore the relevant texts. Knock, knock, knock. Just before noon, There was a knock at the lounge door. "Come in," Faline called out, and a woman with golden hair and thin-framed glasses entered. It was Julie. She addressed Faline, saying, "Faline, the deputy director wishes to see you in her office." "All right, I'm on my way." Faline recalled Lindy's promise from the other day, and his heart raced with anticipation. He promptly stood and made his way to Lindy's office. Ivy glanced at Julie, then at Faline. Her curiosity piqued as she wondered what was transpiring. However, she was not one to indulge in excessive curiosity, and her attention soon returned to her book. Arriving at Lindy's office, Faline knocked before entering. "You're here." Seeing Faline rush in, Lindy's previously furrowed brow relaxed, and a faint smile appeared. "Deputy Director, have we apprehended Ariel Soto?" Faline inquired, unable to mask his eagerness. The faceless creatures are likely connected to Ariel Soto, and since then, he has gone into hiding, and we have yet to capture him. Lindy shook her head. We haven't caught him." Faline was taken aback. What had begun as a mere casual inquiry unexpectedly unveiled a startling revelation. The eyeless monstrosity was somehow linked to Ariel Soto, who had astonishingly foreseen that his exposure was imminent. "Do not fret. Although you did not apprehend Ariel Soto, your efforts have drawn the attention of the security agency to the resurgence of the Tooth of the Devourer, which is a significant achievement. Your reward will be considerable," Lindy remarked with a smile. "I am not concerned about that," Faline hastily clarified. "No need to be anxious. I was merely jesting," Lindy interjected, halting Faline's explanation with a raised hand. The light-hearted banter alleviated her earlier vexation, and a smile graced her face as she continued. "After conferring with Director Doji, it has been decided to reward you with an alchemical artifact." Chapter 36. The Eye of Appraisal, an alchemical artifact. The prospect of such a reward ignited a look of surprise on Faline's face. Alchemical artifacts are extraordinary items crafted by adept alchemists possessing remarkable abilities. Unlike cursed items, they bear no adverse effects, yet their cost is exorbitant. Even the most modest among them commands thousands of gold pounds, with some reaching tens of thousands. While aware of the security agency's customary generosity, Faline was unprepared for the magnitude of their kindness in bestowing upon him an alchemical artifact. "Here it is. Take a look," Lindy said, pushing a palm-sized wooden box to the edge of the desk. Faline approached eagerly and lifted it with palpable excitement. Upon opening the box, an oddly peculiar puppet emerged, carved from the heartwood of a white bali tree. The craftsmanship was, by Faline's appraisal standards, merely average, far from exquisite. Yet, the surface of the puppet bore bizarre blue patterns that seemed neither carved nor painted but rather appeared to be a natural growth. According to Faline's knowledge, the heartwood of the white bali tree could not possibly bear blue markings. The blue lines resembled strange tattoos, enveloping the puppet in an inexplicable aura of mystery. "Deputy Director, what extraordinary ability does this alchemical artifact possess?" Faline inquired, anticipation evident in his voice. "This artifact is known as the substitute puppet. It can transfer any harm inflicted upon its owner onto itself. Upon usage, the corresponding area of the puppet will sustain damage, which will automatically repair itself, but it cannot be used again until the damage is fully restored," Lindy explained. "A substitute puppet? It can transfer received damage?" Upon hearing Lindy's description, Faline's eyes sparkled with fervor. A remarkable item, indeed. Although it lacked offensive capabilities, it was an invaluable alchemical artifact, one that could undoubtedly save his life in critical moments, whether it be transferring damage or negative status effects. It could prove to be a lifesaver. Even more precious was the fact that this item was not a one-time use, but could automatically regenerate and be reused. Such an alchemical artifact was undoubtedly exceedingly rare. "It seems you are quite pleased," Lindy observed with a slight smile at Faline's captivated demeanor. "Absolutely. I am exceedingly satisfied," Faline quickly replied. "This is a Type 2 alchemical artifact, and it is priceless, as no adept or secret organization would ever consider selling it," Lindy stated. "A Type 2 alchemical artifact?" Faline realized he had underestimated its value. His understanding of esoteric knowledge was lacking, but having encountered both alchemical artifacts and cursed items, he had previously inquired with Ivy about their classifications. Alchemical artifacts and cursed items are ranked numerically, with higher numbers indicating stronger abilities. A Type 2 artifact possesses extraordinary capabilities of at least the 4th tier, with some powerful enough to reach the 6th tier, conservatively. A Type 2 alchemical artifact would be valued at tens of thousands of gold pounds, with the most valuable potentially exceeding 100,000. He had not anticipated that the security agency would reward him with such a precious alchemical artifact. The use of this alchemical artifact requires a drop of blood to establish a connection. once that is done. It can be carried at all times and activated in moments of danger, Lindy elucidated regarding its usage. While the Kingdom's security agency is notably generous towards its adept practitioners, such a degree of favor is unprecedented. The decision to reward Phaelin with such a precious alchemical artifact was due, in part, to the critical intelligence regarding the resurgence of the Tooth of the Devourer, and also because of a recent revelation concerning Phaelin himself. With this in mind, she spoke up. Phaelin, there is something I wish to inquire. What is it? Phaelin asked, his attention shifting from the substitute puppet with curiosity. Has your expertise in jewelry and antique appraisal reached a master level? Lindy asked with a hint of anticipation in her expression. Phaelin was taken aback by this inquiry. Although he knew the security agency placed great importance on master-level skills and had been diligently monitoring related information, he had not expected their intelligence capabilities to be so astute that they could deduce his mastery from a single antique appraisal. Nevertheless, he saw no reason to conceal the truth. There was no need for subterfuge, as demonstrating sufficient talent would only garner further investment in his development. He carefully organized his thoughts and replied, I believe so. But I cannot be entirely certain, as I lack a suitable reference. That should be correct, Lindy said with a smile. The security agency once observed David Richella for a period, as his appraisal skills were close to the master level. With the potential to achieve mastery, however, upon further observation, it was concluded that he had exhausted his potential for reaching mastery. Given that your appraisal skills surpass those of David Richella, it is reasonable to conclude that you have indeed achieved mastery. Mastery in a single esoteric skill peaks at the 12th tier. And to progress further, one must study a second esoteric discipline. Phaelin's ability to attain mastery in both marksmanship and appraisal suggested that he possessed the potential to exceed the 12th tier. Even if it was merely potential, it was sufficient for the security agency to invest significantly in Phaelin. This is why they rewarded him with a rare Type 2 alchemical artifact when he was merely at the 2nd tier. Deputy Director. What esoteric skill corresponds to the master-level appraisal? Seizing the opportunity, Phaelin inquired about information he had intended to research in esoteric texts. It is the esoteric skill known as the Eye of Appraisal, Lindy replied. The Eye of Appraisal? What kind of esoteric skill is that? Phaelin continued to question. Lindy clasped her hands, resting her elbows on the desk, and explained. It is a skill that transforms one's eyes into esoteric organs, leaning towards supportive abilities, allowing for the appraisal of items, including alchemical artifacts and cursed items, to ascertain their capabilities and side effects. Does it solely possess appraisal capabilities? Upon hearing this, Phaelin felt a twinge of disappointment. While the ability to appraise is indeed practical and indispensable in any organization, especially prior to containing cursed items, where understanding their capabilities and side effects is crucial, he yearned for a skill that would complement the mystical gun and address its deficiencies. From that perspective, the Eye of Appraisal did not align with his aspirations. Not merely that, Lindy countered, shaking her head before continuing. The Eye of Appraisal possesses a second ability. A second ability? What is it? Phaelin asked eagerly. The second ability of the Eye of Appraisal is to mitigate the side effects of cursed items, enabling them to be utilized at a lower cost. Lindy smiled as she explained. To reduce the side effects of cursed items, the Eye of Appraisal possesses such a capability? Phaelin was taken aback. Cursed items invariably have side effects, which restrict their use and prevent them from being wielded as freely as alchemical artifacts. The Eye of Appraisal's ability to lessen the side effects of cursed items would allow some powerful cursed items, previously deemed unusable, to be employed. Its significance was self-evident. I trust you can now grasp the importance of this esoteric skill, Lindy remarked, gazing at Phaelin. Indeed, Phaelin replied, nodding with a buoyant spirit, the prior disappointment and disdain he felt towards the Eye of Appraisal having evaporated. However, a question lingered in his mind, and he posed it. Deputy Director, how can the Eye of Appraisal possess both appraisal and mitigation abilities, which are so vastly different? To date, there is no universally accepted explanation for this question, Lindy contemplated before responding. However, one theory posits that the mechanisms behind the creation of cursed items may share similarities with the appraisal mechanisms of the Eye of Appraisal. It is believed that this similarity allows the Eye of Appraisal to reduce the side effects of cursed items to some extent. The mechanisms behind creation and appraisal share similarities? Phaelin noted this explanation, hoping to one day verify whether this hypothesis held any truth. What do you intend to do? Will you wait until the mystical gun reaches the 12th tier before studying the Eye of Appraisal? Or will you begin your studies now? Lindy asked, her expression slightly serious. I intend to start studying the Eye of Appraisal now, Phelan replied after some consideration. He was aware of the drawbacks of dual training, which could hinder the progress of his original esoteric skill due to the dispersion of focused eye in his case. This meant that his mystical points would be divided between the Eye of Appraisal and the mystical gun, resulting in a slower advancement rate for the latter. Nonetheless, he was inclined to pursue dual training. Since he would eventually have to do so, it would be more beneficial to begin early, allowing the esoteric skills to complement and compensate for one another's weaknesses. On the other hand, as a member of the Security Bureau, he was destined to confront a myriad of monsters and cultists endowed with various abilities. In the face of such diverse adversaries, mastering multiple arcane arts would render him less susceptible to defeat, thereby enhancing his survival capacity. For you, the sequential and concurrent practice of these arts each has its own merits and drawbacks. Since you have already made your decision, I shall refrain from further comments, Lindy remarked with a nod. The cultivation of the Eye of Arcane Appraisal necessitates both the Enlightenment Ritual and the Langle Potion, which together are valued at approximately 3,000 gold pounds. As a distinguished talent, the Security Bureau will provide you with the Enlightenment Ritual for free, but only for the first time, since this is your second. It falls outside the realm of complimentary services. Considering that you currently lack the means to produce such a substantial sum, the Bureau will cover the cost initially, deducting it from your weekly salary until it is repaid. I have no objections, Phelan agreed. Having already been rewarded with an alchemical item worth at least several tens of thousands of gold pounds, he felt the Bureau had treated him exceptionally well, and he did not harbor expectations that the costs for a second cultivation would also be waived. After all, as a vast organization, the Security Bureau could not concentrate all its resources solely on him. With a hint of anticipation, he inquired, "When will the Enlightenment Ritual take place?" "The arrangement for the Enlightenment Ritual can be completed by Julie. But the Langle Potion cannot be stored for extended periods. It requires a potion maker with the ability to craft it on-site," Lindy explained after a moment of thought. "The Security Bureau's Constant City Division does not possess such a potion maker. Come with me to a certain place this afternoon, where I will enlist assistance in crafting the Langle Potion." "All right," Phelan readily acquiesced, though soon felt it inappropriate to impose on a deputy director for his personal affairs. "You needn't worry. I happen to have some matters to discuss with the person in charge there," Lindy replied with a shake of her head. "Oh, very well." Reassured that Lindy was not making the trip solely for him, Phelan felt at ease. That afternoon, a white carriage drawn by 2 white horses conveyed Phelan and Lindy away from the Security Bureau. After approximately 20 minutes, the carriage halted before a building. The structure, entirely white and featuring a pointed roof, bore a red cross emblem at its entrance. Peering inside, one could observe men and women in white lab coats moving about. It was a hospital of considerable size. At a hospital, Phelan thought, surprised, as he held a wooden box containing the materials needed for crafting the Langle Potion. The ability to create potion spells falls under the arcane art known as the Hand of Elixirs, with the prerequisite profession being that of a potion maker, Lindy elucidated. No wonder, Phelan realized. Were better for a master-level potion maker to conceal their identity than within a hospital? There could be no more suitable environment for a potion maker possessing master-level qualifications to operate discreetly. Furthermore, such an environment would undoubtedly facilitate the cultivation and discovery of suitable candidates for the Hand of Elixirs. As they entered the hospital, the two ceased their conversation, mindful of the many ordinary individuals unaware of the arcane. Ascending the hospital's staircase, they were ultimately halted by an iron gate. After knocking, a young woman in a white lab coat with a ponytail answered the door, stating, "This floor is a restricted area. Please proceed to the lower floors for consultations." "We are seeking Professor Christine," Lindy replied. "You are looking for Professor Christine, are you?" The young woman, likely around Phelan's age, with beautiful brown hair and striking blue eyes, inquired tentatively. In reverence to the arcane, Lindy placed her hand flat against her abdomen and bowed slightly. In reverence to the arcane, the young woman promptly mirrored the gesture, a customary method of identity verification among unfamiliar practitioners of the arcane. In reverence to the arcane, observing their exchange, Phelan quickly emulated the gesture. "Please follow me," the young woman said, opening the iron gate and leading Phelan and Lindy to a room, where she knocked and announced, "Professor Christine, you have visitors. Please let them in." A woman's voice responded from within. Upon entering, they encountered a room adorned with a carpet reminiscent of a sitting area. A large crystal gas lamp hung from the ceiling, and potted plants, seemingly medicinal herbs, surrounded the space. In the center, several sofas encircled a coffee table, and a middle-aged woman in a white lab coat, with her brown hair elegantly pinned up, stood to greet them. Exuding an air of refined grace, this woman was undoubtedly Christine. "Miss Lindy, what a pleasant surprise to see you here," Christine remarked, clearly recognizing Lindy. "I am here seeking your assistance. We require the crafting of a potion. But as you know, the Security Bureau's Constant City Division lacks a practitioner of the hand of elixirs." Lindy explained her purpose. "I had a feeling you were quite busy lately. It turns out it's for this reason," Christine acknowledged with a nod. The mysterious organization she belonged to was known as the Society of Elixirs. Though it was a medium-sized organization, its expertise in potion crafting often attracted requests for assistance from larger groups. The Security Bureau had sought help from the Society more than once, so this was no surprise to her. Her gaze shifted to Faline. "And who is this?" "This is Faline Socks, a new member of the Security Bureau," Lindy introduced. "Is he not the distinguished talent who recently sparked a bidding war among various organizations?" Christine recognized the name Faline Socks. She was aware that he had recently drawn the attention of several mysterious societies, ultimately being claimed by the Security Bureau. However, she felt no envy. Her society had not participated in the contest for Faline, as it maintained strict limitations on the types of master-level qualifications it would accept, only admitting those with the talent of a master-level potion maker. "Indeed, that is him," Lindy confirmed, then turned to the young woman who had guided them. "I must congratulate you on acquiring another student." "Thank you," Christine replied graciously. The cultivation of the hand of elixirs diverged significantly from ordinary arcane arts. Merely possessing the tomes was insufficient. Without guidance from a high-level practitioner of the same art, one would find it exceedingly difficult to truly enter this realm. Therefore, within the Society of Elixirs, mentorship was essential, allowing new practitioners to swiftly navigate this domain. "What potion are you looking to craft?" "The Langle potion," Lindy stated. "The Langle potion is required for the enlightenment ritual of the Eye of Arcane appraisal. It necessitates the subject's blood, and the collection must occur within half an hour. You are aware of the conditions for crafting the Langle potion. Why did you not bring the subject along?" Christine inquired, puzzled. "He is the one," Lindy indicated, looking at Faline. "Is he not studying the arcane art of the mysterious spear? Could it be?" Christine hesitated, then regarded Faline with incredulity, appraising him from head to toe. To practice the mysterious spear and simultaneously pursue the Eye of Arcane appraisal indicated that Faline Socks possessed two distinct arcane talents. Such a duality was a prerequisite for reaching the 12th tier, suggesting that Faline had the potential to ascend to that esteemed level. Although she had heard tales of his exceptional talent, having mastered spear techniques within a mere 2 years, she now perceived that the public had indeed underestimated his capabilities. Retracting her scrutiny, she smiled and remarked, "If old Nick from the Golden Society were to learn of this, he might regret missing out on such a remarkable talent." "Please keep this confidential," Lindy requested. This was one of the reasons she had accompanied Faline. "Rest assured, I maintain strict confidentiality regarding my client's information," Christine assured her, then turned to the young woman who had escorted them. "Helen, remember not to disclose our earlier conversation." "I understand. I will absolutely not speak of it," Helen Meschel promised, still somewhat astonished as she glanced at Faline. This individual, who was likely of similar age, had achieved mastery of spear techniques within 2 years, prompting fierce competition between major factions like the Golden Society and the Kingdom Security Bureau. To her, this was already impressive. What she did not anticipate was that his talents extended beyond this, possessing not only exceptional aptitude, but also the rare gift of dual arcane abilities. Noticing Helen's gaze lingering on Faline, filled with curiosity, Christine inwardly mused, "Youth is truly a blessing," before addressing Helen. "Helen, the Langle potion is a Type 1 potion, and I have already taught you how to craft it. You shall take charge of its preparation." "Me? No, teacher, I am not yet proficient enough. I fear I might fail." Upon hearing that the teacher had unexpectedly assigned her the task of concocting the Linger potion, Helen Meschel was taken aback, shaking her head repeatedly. "It doesn't matter if you fail. I have all the materials required for the Linger potion here. If it doesn't work out, we can simply try again. Don't fret about failure. What alchemist has ever succeeded without encountering setbacks?" "I too have traversed the path of failure in my early days," Christine encouraged. But Helen Meschel still appeared somewhat hesitant. "This is a task I have entrusted to you. Now, go forth and accompany Mr. Furlan to the potion room to brew the linger potion. Christine commanded in a tone that brooked no argument. Yes, teacher. Recognizing the futility of refusal in light of her teacher's insistence, Helen Mesher acquiesced. As they exited the room, Furlan extended his hand and said, "Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Furlan Sox from the Kingdom's Security Bureau. Hello, I am Helen Mesher of the Secret Potion Society." Fearing she might seem impolite, Helen quickly reached out to shake Furlan's hand. After their introductions, Furlan followed Helen into a chamber filled with an array of glassware and instruments. The glass vessels resembled graduated cylinders, triangular flasks, and test tubes from a bygone era, while the instruments included balance scales, alcohol lamps, and thermometers reminiscent of another time. Furlan nearly believed he had returned to a chemistry class from his past life. Mr. Furlan, I need to take a small sample of your blood. About 5 drops will suffice," Helen announced. Approaching him and interrupting his reverie, in one hand, she held a test tube, and in the other, a fine needle. Nearby, a container filled with alcohol awaited, into which she had already sterilized the needle. "Oh, all right," Furlan complied, extending his hand. Compared to the rather brutal bloodletting ritual of the Enlightenment ceremony involving a dagger, this procedure felt considerably gentler. With a swift motion, Helen pricked the tip of Furlan's index finger, causing a small droplet of blood to emerge. She grasped his finger, applying gentle pressure as she focused intently, her demeanor transforming from previous nervousness to extraordinary concentration. The fragrance emanating from her was now discernible to Furlan. As she leaned in closer, Chapter 38. The bell of yesterday, 1 drop, 0.2 drops, 0.3 drops, 0.4 drops, 0.5 drops. The 5 drops of blood were meticulously extracted and deposited into the test tube as soon as she obtained the blood. Helen's focused expression faded. Realizing the closeness between them, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks and neck, prompting her to step back from Furlan. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to meet his gaze, she hurried to the nearby apothecary table. Remembering the materials needed for the linger potion, she quickly returned to grab a wooden box containing the ingredients. Opening the wooden chest Furlan had brought, she began to prepare the potion. Once she commenced her work, she fell back into that same state of intense focus. The shyness vanished from her countenance, replaced solely by concentration. She meticulously weighed the solid ingredients, ground them in a mortar-like container, measured the liquid components in a graduated cylinder, and combined the solid powder with the liquid. Each movement was executed with remarkable precision, as if she had practiced these steps thousands of times. During this process, her left hand began to emit a green luminescence. The green light illuminated the transparent glassware, interacting with the solid and liquid materials within. It appeared as though a catalyst had been introduced, triggering a vigorous reaction among the components. The solids began to dissolve and merge with the liquid, soon becoming indistinguishable from one another. "Is this the hand of the secret art of potions?" Furlan mused, observing the green glow emanating from Helen's left hand. Since Helen practiced the secret art of potions, it was likely that her magical organ was the very hand producing this verdant light. This green radiance bore resemblance to a catalyst from his past life, capable of accelerating the reaction speed of the materials, and perhaps even enabling interactions between substances that would otherwise remain inert. Of course, this was merely Furlan's conjecture. He could not assert its accuracy. No wonder only practitioners of the secret art of potions can concoct the secret potion. Furlan pondered. The formulation of the secret potions required not only precise control over the quantities and timing of the ingredients, but also the presence of this green light, which functioned like a catalyst. Such a phenomenon could only be harnessed by those adept in the secret art of potions, thus explaining why only they could produce these potions. However, it seems Julie can also prepare secret potions, as she crafted the potion necessary for the Enlightenment ceremony of the mysterious gun. Yet, that potion must be of the lowest grade, not reaching type 1. It should be considered a non-classified potion, as the solids dissolved into the liquid. Fully integrating, Helen added Furlan's 5 drops of blood to the mixture. The introduction of his blood triggered another reaction. The liquid within the container bubbled vigorously as it interacted with Furlan's blood. The reaction was swift but ephemeral, with the bubbles ceasing almost as quickly as they had appeared, transforming the liquid into a hue reminiscent of the sea. Helen retrieved a bottle with a blank label, inscribed "Linger Potion" on it, and carefully poured the azure liquid inside before sealing it. Phew! Helen exhaled deeply as she emerged from her concentrated state, her chest visibly rising and falling beneath her white garment due to the exertion. Although she was not entirely proficient in the crafting of the linger potion and had experienced failures in past attempts, this time she had succeeded. After Helen and Ferlin exited the room, I came here not only to brew the linger potion, but also to request the borrowing of the cursed object. The bell of yesterday, Lindy stated to Christine. Borrowing the bell of yesterday? It seems the rumors might hold some truth, Christine replied, somewhat taken aback. Recently, whispers had circulated in the mysterious circles of Constant City regarding the re-emergence of the long-vanished cult known as the Tooth of the Devourer. Now, Lindy's request for the bell of yesterday confirmed her suspicions about the veracity of these rumors. If you are referring to the rumors concerning the Tooth of the Devourer, then indeed, they are true, Lindy admitted candidly. I never expected the Tooth of the Devourer to rise from the ashes. Christine's expression turned grave as she inquired, what is the current state of the Tooth of the Devourer? Are they merely remnants, or do they still possess considerable strength? I do not know, Lindy shook her head. Though we discovered a member of the Tooth of the Devourer, all our tracking efforts have failed, and we could not apprehend them. This is why I have come to request the bell of yesterday. The bell of yesterday has minimal side effects when used briefly, but prolonged use can lead to significant drawbacks. Oh, by the way, the Eye of the Secret Art has the ability to reduce curses. It seems you were already prepared, having known of Ferlin Sock's aptitude for the Eye of Appraisal, Christine remarked, somewhat astonished. No, that was merely a coincidence. The Security Bureau has only recently become aware of his talent for the Eye of Appraisal. Moreover, his decision to pursue the Eye of Appraisal was entirely his own. With no interference from the Security Bureau, Lindy clarified. Considering the needs of the Security Bureau, they should have encouraged Ferlin to pursue the Eye of Appraisal to facilitate the use of the bell of yesterday. However, she refrained from doing so, as she did not wish for Ferlin to harbor any resentment towards the Bureau. After all, Ferlin was not an ordinary member but a talent of immense potential, one who might even surpass the 12th ring. The Security Bureau certainly places great importance on him, Christine remarked, understanding the rationale behind their actions. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks echoed, accompanied by Helen's voice. Teacher, the linger potion has been successfully concocted. Well done. Come in, Christine replied with a smile. Ferlin Socks exhibited considerable talent, but Helen's abilities were equally impressive. For the Secret Potion Society, she was a talent on par with Ferlin Socks. The door opened. Ferlin and Helen entered the room, with the carefully crafted linger potion held in Ferlin's hands, an object crucial to the practice of the Eye of Appraisal, deserving of utmost care. What is the fee? Lindy inquired, glancing toward Christine. I shall charge you 200 gold pounds, Christine replied. For an adept of the first ring in the secret art of potions, charging 200 gold pounds for a mere 10-minute endeavor might seem exorbitant. Yet it was reasonable. Each practitioner of the secret art of potions underwent extensive training, necessitating substantial investment in materials, not to mention compensation for any failures in potion making. Thus, the fee of 200 gold pounds was indeed justified. Aware of the circumstances, Lindy did not attempt to haggle. Lacking a 100 gold pound bill, she handed over 4 50 gold pound notes to Christine, stating, "Please issue a receipt." Understood. Christine approached a desk in the room, placed the money in a drawer, and soon returned with a completed receipt, handing it to Lindy. Please wait here. I will fetch the bell of yesterday you wish to borrow. Christine departed from the room and returned after a considerable interval, cradling a clock approximately half a foot wide and a foot long in her hands. The clock's casing, crafted from brass, had developed verdigris in certain areas due to the passage of time, raising concerns about its condition. However, the clock was intact, with the second hand moving at a visibly discernible pace. At the bottom of the clock, a pendulum swung rhythmically from side to side. An antique clock. Ferlin surmised this was indeed an aged yet functioning timepiece, exhibiting a crude craftsmanship that suggested it was not the work of a renowned horologist. Yet, this was surely just the surface. Christine was no ordinary individual. She was a practitioner of considerable rank in the arcane arts, and the clock she held was likely an alchemical artifact, or perhaps an object of curses. Ding! Contact with the mysterious Mystery Point 6. A line of text flashed rapidly before Ferlin's eyes, only to vanish just as swiftly. There was no need for speculation. This was undoubtedly a cursed object, and a significant one at that, providing him with a generous 6 mystery points. He recalled what Lindy had mentioned about seeking out the person in charge here, namely Christine, presumably concerning this clock. Yet, he remained curious about the extraordinary abilities this clock possessed that warranted the attention of the Bureau of Safety. Thank you. Then we shall take our leave, Lindy remarked as she accepted the clock, also cradling it in her hands, and nodded slightly to Christine before speaking. After departing the hospital, Ferlin and Lindy returned to the Bureau of Safety via carriage. Upon their return, they encountered Julie, who was, in fact, awaiting them. Deputy Director, Socks, the enlightenment ritual for the appraisal I has been prepared, Julie announced. She wore a white top and beige trousers, accentuating her long legs. Thank you, Miss Julie. Ferlin expressed his gratitude. No need for thanks. It is my duty, Julie replied. Shaking her head, the three proceeded to the basement and opened the door to a chamber within. Immediately, they were met with a circular pattern approximately 7 meters in diameter. The design was rendered in blue, featuring a massive eye at its center, with its edges touching the circular outline. Intricate and complex patterns adorned the entirety of the circular motif, both within the eye and in the space surrounding it. Step into the center of the enlightenment ritual and drink the langle potion to activate the ritual, Julie instructed Ferlin. Understood, Ferlin nodded. Moving to the center of the ritual, retrieving the langle potion, uncorking it, and swallowing its contents. The taste was bitter, reminiscent of drinking juice extracted from bitter melon. As anticipated, no adverse reactions occurred. Lacking the master-level appraisal talent, he was unable to activate the arcane appraisal as enlightenment ritual. Panel. He quickly summoned the panel. Name. Ferlin. Appraisal of jewelry and antiques. Master. Upgradable. Mystery gun. Second ring. Non-upgradable. Corpse examination. Master level. Non-upgradable. Mystery points. 17. 7. With mystery points totaling 17.7. A sense of extreme abundance washed over him, akin to possessing a fortune of several thousand gold pounds. The appraisal category for jewelry and antiques had transitioned from non-upgradable to upgradable. Gazing at the appraisal section, he swiftly opted for the upgrade. Chapter 39. The most suitable arcane art. Whoosh. As Ferlin selected the upgrade for the jewelry and antiques appraisal, his mystery points immediately decreased by 1. The section transformed into the appraisal eye. Outside, the blue enlightenment ritual emanated a radiant blue glow, akin to a colossal mysterious eye opening and gazing intently at Ferlin. A sharp pain surged through his right eye, as though a blade had been plunged into it, twisting within. The color of his right pupil shifted, the original black replaced by blue. This transformation was a result of the panel activating the enlightenment ritual in conjunction with the langle potion he had just consumed, converting his right eye into an arcane organ. Hiss. Ferlin gasped in pain, instinctively shutting his eyes and pressing his hand against the throbbing right eye, hoping to alleviate the agony. Yet, it proved futile. The pain persisted, prompting him to crouch down, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. After what felt like an eternity, the blue glow of the enlightenment ritual faded, and so did the pain. Ferlin opened his eyes, and it seemed as though blue light radiated from his right eye. No, it was not just an illusion. There was indeed blue light emanating from it. Moreover, within the pupil of his right eye, a pattern identical to that of the enlightenment ritual manifested. This lasted only a few seconds before the blue light dimmed, and the pattern vanished, leaving his pupil once again black. How do you feel? Lindy and Julie inquired, stepping closer. There is some swelling pain in my right eye, but otherwise, I feel fine, Ferlin replied after a moment of reflection. That's normal. It should subside by tomorrow. During this time, make sure to rest your eyes and refrain from using the capabilities of the appraisal eye, Julie advised. With her photographic memory, she had perused a multitude of texts on the arcane, possessing an extensive understanding of various mystical arts. Were it not for the Bureau's confidentiality regarding arcane practices, which forbade borrowing texts not aligned with one's own, she would have known even more. This is the tome for the appraisal eye. Be careful not to misplace it or take it outside the Bureau. Lindy handed him a book with a leather cover. Ferlin took it, glancing through it, noting it contained only a few dozen pages, which left him somewhat perplexed. Is this truly the complete guide from the first ring to the second ring? No, it encompasses the entire curriculum from the first ring to the 12th ring of the appraisal eye, Lindy clarified, shaking her head. The entire curriculum from the first ring to the 12th ring, and it's so brief. Ferlin expressed disbelief. The guide for the mystery gun alone spanned hundreds of pages just for the first to third rings. The notion that the complete guide for the appraisal eye from the first to the 12th ring could be contained within just a few dozen pages seemed implausible. Most texts on arcane practices are lengthy, but a few, like the appraisal eye, are exceptions with brevity. However, brevity does not imply ease. In fact, The challenges of progression may surpass those of average texts. You will understand this once you delve into this tome, Julie explained with a smile. Perhaps it is even more challenging than typical arcane texts. Ferlin mused, taking the tome detailing the appraisal eye's teachings from the 1st to the 12th ring. What could those scant pages possibly contain that led Julie to believe its study might be more arduous than that of standard arcane practices? After bidding farewell to Lindy and Julie, Ferlin returned to room 201. Upon his return, Ivy glanced up at him, curiosity evident in her eyes regarding the deputy director's summons. However, she refrained from asking, instead lowering her gaze back to the book in her hands. Her curiosity had not yet reached the point of prying into Ferlin's affairs. Unaware of Ivy's expression, Ferlin settled onto one of the sofas, his mind restless. Logically, he should be continuing to explore the text on the mystery gun, hastening his mastery of the 2nd ring to 3rd ring progression. Yet, at that moment, he was consumed by an intense curiosity. He was eager to uncover why the guide for the appraisal eye from the 1st ring to the 12th ring was contained within a single volume. What exactly was the nature of the teachings for the appraisal eye? With only a few dozen pages, I should be able to finish it before the end of my shift, he thought. Unable to suppress his curiosity, he momentarily set aside the study of the mystery gun and turned his attention to the newly acquired tome on the appraisal eye. Time passed slowly, and his hours slipped away. The end of his shift arrived. Ivy had already risen to leave before him. So it is, Ferlin, having reached the last page of the appraisal eye tome, closed the book, his expression a mix of astonishment and delight. The teachings of the appraisal eye distilled into a singular concept. Appraisal.to conduct appraisals on various objects, amassing diverse appraisal data through extensive practice, thereby enhancing the appraisal eye. The speed of advancement depended on one's innate talent for the arcane appraisal eye and the uniqueness of the objects being appraised. Moreover, continuous appraisals of the same object yielded no benefits beyond the initial attempt. It appears simple, yet the difficulty is considerable, Ferlin mused inwardly. The method for enhancing the appraisal eye seemed straightforward. Simply engage in continuous appraisals of various items to facilitate improvement. However, the actual challenge was substantial. The number of appraisals he could perform daily was inevitably limited. It was impossible to appraise without interruption. This limitation meant that after reaching a certain level of advancement, even if he exerted himself, he could not accelerate his progress. Furthermore, the restriction against gaining benefits from consecutive appraisals of the same object posed another hurdle. Once he reached a point where all available items for appraisal had been exhausted, he might find himself in a situation where there were no items left to assess. In such a scenario, his progress would naturally stagnate. Just as Julie had remarked, enhancing the appraisal eye might indeed prove more challenging than advancing other arcane arts. However, for me, the appraisal eye may very well be the most suitable arcane art. Ferlin felt a surge of excitement. The unique characteristic of the appraisal eye's teachings was that while the process of learning was simple, the challenges of advancement were not trivial. Moreover, the methodology for enhancement from the 1st to the 12th ring remains consistent. In other words, he has now acquired the means to elevate the eye of appraisal from the 1st to the 12th ring. Theoretically, as long as he possesses a sufficient number of mysterious points, he could elevate the eye of appraisal to the 12th ring all at once. Unlike the mysterious gun, which necessitates not only an adequate amount of mysterious points for each enhancement, but also a considerable investment of time to read and comprehend the corresponding cultivation techniques. Of course, this is merely his conjecture. Whether it holds true must await the panel's response. Panel. He invoked the panel, which materialized before his eyes. Name. Failing eye of appraisal. 1st ring, upgradable. Mysterious gun. 2nd ring, non-upgradable. Corpse inspection. Master level, non-upgradable. Mysterious points. 16. 7-inch indeed, it has become upgradable. Upon seeing the designation of upgradable appear at the end of the Eye of Appraisal section, Phelan felt a surge of excitement within. The Eye of Appraisal had indeed transformed to become upgradable, and he was now able to enhance it. However, whether the sufficiency of mysterious points would allow him to elevate the Eye of Appraisal to the 12th ring in one go remained uncertain. Only through a single upgrade could he ascertain whether the upgradable notation would persist. Suppressing his excitement, Phelan closed the panel. His right eye throbbed with pain, likely due to some damage incurred during its transformation into a mystical organ. To be prudent, he resolved to wait until the swelling and discomfort subsided before enhancing the Eye of Appraisal to validate his earlier hypothesis. After a night of sleep, Phelan awoke to find the swelling and pain in his eye had vanished. It seems to have healed. He rubbed his eyes, still sensing no abnormalities. He deduced that the damage from the mystical organ transformation had likely mended, as the injury was not severe. I wonder what the appraisal capability of the Eye of Appraisal is like. What shall I use to test it? His gaze drifted around his room, finally settling on the bedside table. This table was one of the second-hand pieces he had purchased previously. Despite moving into a new house, he had retained it for use. Appraisal. Once one acquires a certain mystical technique, activating the corresponding extraordinary ability is merely a matter of thought. Phelan attempted to activate the Eye of Appraisal, and immediately, a transformation occurred in his right eye. The black pupil turned blue, and mysterious ritualistic patterns appeared on its azure surface. As he focused on the bedside table, several lines of blue text materialized beside it. Item: bedside table material. White ash wood manufacturing duration. 8 years craftsmanship. Ordinary condition. Some wear and tear. Functionality intact. Is this the appraisal capability of the Eye of Appraisal? Phelan gazed in astonishment at the blue text that had emerged beside the bedside table. The blue text meticulously detailed the item's name, material, manufacturing duration, craftsmanship, and condition, effectively listing all the critical information about the table. With this information, anyone with a modicum of knowledge about second-hand furniture could easily appraise its value. The mirror does not reflect this text. Phelan's gaze shifted to the mirror atop the nearby wardrobe. The mirror faced the bedside table, yet it revealed none of the blue text. This indicated that the text was visible only to him, inaccessible to others. The results of the appraisal manifest as floating text, invisible to outsiders, quite reminiscent of the panel. Unable to resist, Phelan compared the Eye of Appraisal to the panel, discovering numerous similarities. All information appeared as floating text, exclusively visible to him and not to any bystanders. Could the panel be a form of power akin to the mystical arts? The resemblance between the Eye of Appraisal and the panel prompted Phelan to entertain a hypothesis. Might the essence of the panel embody a certain extraordinary ability? Chapter 40. The side effects of yesterday's bell. After much contemplation, Phelan remained unable to determine whether his hypothesis was correct or erroneous. His understanding of both the panel and the mystical arts was exceedingly limited. Attempting to accurately define the panel based solely on this scant knowledge would be as futile as a blind man attempting to grasp an elephant. I can only leave it to future exploration for now. Let me see if my conjecture from yesterday holds true. Phelan summoned the panel, directing his gaze toward the Eye of Appraisal section. According to his previous conjecture, having mastered the methods of enhancing the Eye of Appraisal from the 1st to the 12th ring, he should be able to continually upgrade it, provided he has enough mysterious points. Yesterday, due to the swelling in his eye, he had been unable to verify this hypothesis. Today, with his eye restored, he was ready to conduct the test. Upgrade. Phelan chose to enhance the Eye of Appraisal, and his mysterious points decreased by 2, leaving him with 14.7. The designation First Ring vanished, replaced by Second Ring. Whoosh! A torrent of memories flooded into Phelan's mind. These memories depicted his own persona appraising a myriad of objects. The items appraised numbered in the thousands, encompassing everyday objects as well as jewelry, antiques, and even alchemical and cursed items. However, due to the Eye of Appraisal being at the first ring, the information gleaned from appraising alchemical and cursed items was minimal. Whoosh! As these memories surged within his mind, Phelan's right eye underwent an involuntary transformation. The pupil illuminated with a blue glow, and a circular ritualistic pattern materialized. The pattern spun rapidly in his eye, resembling a whirling windmill. After a considerable duration, the rotation finally ceased. Upon examining the ritualistic pattern again, he noted it had changed, while the overall shape remained circular. The internal design had become more intricate and enigmatic. If sketched on paper, it would undoubtedly evoke a sense of mystery. Buzz, a cool sensation emanated from his eye, coursing throughout his body. Under this refreshing aura, his physical attributes began to enhance. If his assumption was correct, such a transformation should have occurred when elevating from master level in jewelry appraisal to the Eye of Appraisal, but he had not perceived it due to the intense pain in his right eye at that time. Once the transformation concluded, the ritualistic pattern dissipated and the blue glow faded, restoring Phelan's right pupil to its original black hue. Without a doubt, the Eye of Appraisal had now reached the second ring. However, more than the elevation of the Eye of Appraisal, he was anxious to ascertain whether the designation, upgradable, would still appear in the Eye of Appraisal section. Hastily, he glanced at the relevant section. Name, Phelan Eye of Appraisal. Second ring, upgradable, mysterious gun. Second ring, non-upgradable, corpse inspection. Master level, non-upgradable, mysterious points, 14. 7-inch. My hypothesis was indeed correct. Upon seeing the upgradable notation still present in the Eye of Appraisal section, Phelan was elated. His conjecture had proven accurate, having mastered the methods for enhancing the Eye of Appraisal from the 1st to the 12th ring. He could continuously upgrade it as long as he possessed sufficient mysterious points. With 14.7 mysterious points remaining, even if I reserve some for upgrading the mysterious gun to the 3rd ring, I still have ample points to elevate the Eye of Appraisal by another tier. Mysterious points can only be spent to enhance my strength, and with increased strength, I can more safely acquire more mysterious points. With this thought in mind, Phelan resolved to upgrade the Eye of Appraisal once more. The mysterious points reduced by 4, leaving him with 10.7, and the designation 2nd ring transformed into 3rd ring. Whoosh! An even more substantial influx of memories surged into Phelan's mind. These memories, too, depicted him appraising a wide array of objects. In this memory, the number of appraised items soared to several thousand. Whoosh! As before, with the emergence of these memories, Phelan's right eye involuntarily changed. It glowed with blue light, and the circular ritualistic pattern reappeared. The pattern altered once more, enhancing his physical attributes. He experienced this transformation again, reminiscent of the earlier one. After a while, the transformation concluded, and his eye returned to normal, confirming that the Eye of Appraisal had now reached the 3rd ring. Although he felt that the previous confirmation of the upgradable notation after the elevation from the 1st to the 2nd ring had validated his conjecture, he still hurriedly checked the Eye of Appraisal section to see if the upgradable designation remained. The upgradable notation still exists. Upon seeing that the upgradable notation was still present, Phelan exhaled a sigh of relief, transitioning from the 2nd to the 3rd ring. The presence of the upgradable notation solidly confirmed that as long as he had sufficient mysterious points, he could continuously enhance the Eye of Appraisal. With only 10.7 points left, if I were to upgrade the Eye of Appraisal again, I fear it would leave insufficient points for enhancing the mysterious gun. Phelan's gaze fell upon the remaining mysterious points, and upon realizing he had only 10.7 left, he suppressed the urge to continue upgrading. The previous upgrade from the 2nd to the 3rd ring had consumed 4 mysterious points. Should he proceed with another enhancement, the required points would likely double. In this case, the remaining mysterious points would be inadequate for upgrading the mysterious gun. Given his current reading speed, he would be able to upgrade the mysterious gun in half a month, and he needed to reserve enough mysterious points for that upgrade. The hour is late. It is time to wash up and prepare for work. With that, Phelan closed the panel and left the bedroom. Making his way to the washroom, he picked up a toothbrush crafted from wood and pig bristles, dabbed it with some toothpaste powder, and proceeded to brush his teeth vigorously. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the room as the toothbrush snapped in two, with one half still clutched in his hand while the other half tumbled into the wash basin. Could this be a remnant of the misfortune board, he wondered, his mouth frothy as he gazed incredulously at the broken toothbrush. Ever since he had used the misfortune board, he had noticed a persistent streak of bad luck. Now, with the toothbrush unexpectedly breaking, he harbored serious doubts about lingering misfortune. No, this isn't a remnant of misfortune. Rather, after rinsing his mouth several times to clear the foam, Phelan looked at his hands. The sudden breakage of the toothbrush was not due to misfortune, but rather a testament to his significantly increased strength, which he had yet to adapt to. Just yesterday, his mastery of antique jewelry appraisal had elevated to the level of the appraisal eye, resulting in a physical enhancement. This morning, he had further upgraded the appraisal eye from 1 ring to 2 rings, and then from 2 rings to 3 rings, undergoing 2 enhancements in quick succession. Such rapid strengthening had led to a surge in his power, yet his body had not yet acclimated to this newfound strength, causing the toothbrush to snap in two as he exerted force as he had previously. By the highest standards of secret arts, I should now be a 3-ring sorcerer. However, due to my dual mastery of 2 secret arts, my strength likely surpasses that of other 3-ring sorcerers. It seems only sorcerers specializing in physical enhancement could rival my power. Discovering this advantage of dual mastery brought a sense of joy to Phelan, and the earlier frustration over the broken toothbrush evaporated instantly. As for the surge in strength, he believed that with careful attention, it would not disrupt his daily life. The human body's self-adjustment capability is remarkably strong. In a few days, he should fully adapt. Upon arriving at the security bureau via carriage, Phelan enjoyed breakfast in the bureau's cafeteria before entering the lounge designated as Room 201. There, he found Ivy already present. Today, she was dressed similarly to yesterday, in a sweater paired with a skirt, though the color and style differed. The outfit looked equally stunning on her. She truly embodied the term walking hanger. He greeted her. "Good morning." "Morning," Ivy replied, not engrossed in a book, but rather preparing tea. It was not the complimentary tea provided by the security bureau, but rather her own premium tea leaves. The lounge was already infused with a rich aroma of tea, indicating its high quality. Upon hearing Phelan's greeting, she acknowledged him briefly before continuing her task, pouring the brewed tea into a cup. Filling it to 7/10 full, she glanced at Phelan and turned over a clean cup. Pouring tea into it and sliding it toward the side where he usually sat, saying, "If you don't mind, please try this tea." "All right. Thank you," Phelan responded, momentarily taken aback by her kindness. After that, their conversation ceased. Phelan settled onto his usual sofa, lifted the cup Ivy had prepared, and took a sip. The tea was black tea of exceptional quality, undoubtedly a premium variety. The only other time he had tasted such exquisite black tea was in Lindy's office. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a knock resounded at the door. "Come in," Phelan called out. The door swung open, revealing Julie, who entered the lounge with her golden hair framed by delicate glasses. She was dressed in a blouse and long trousers, and Phelan had yet to see her in a skirt. Her gaze fell upon Phelan as she spoke. "Phelan, the deputy director wishes to see you." "Oh, all right," Phelan replied, though he felt a pang of unease. Just yesterday, he had been summoned, and now, here he was again, which struck him as rather unexpected. Could they have already discovered that my appraisal eye has reached the 3-ring level? That shouldn't be possible. I haven't used it publicly. And even if I did, it would be quite challenging to ascertain its level. Although he wished to showcase his talents to the Security Bureau to gain their recognition, the notion of advancing 2 levels in a single day was simply too far-fetched. He had no intention of revealing the recent upgrade of his appraisal eye to the Bureau just yet. With a sense of trepidation, he made his way to Lindy's office, where he found her lounging on the sofa. Her posture relaxed, revealing the curves of her figure. "Take a seat. How are your eyes?" Lindy adjusted her position to sit upright, gesturing for Phelan to join her on the sofa before inquiring. "They have recovered." "Deputy Director, what did you need to discuss?" As soon as he sat down, a hint of anxiety crept into his voice. "We'll discuss that shortly. For now, please use your appraisal eye to examine this clock," Lindy instructed. Pointing at a clock resting on the coffee table, one that had been borrowed from Christine yesterday, Phelan had already noticed it upon entering. "Understood." Unsure of Lindy's intentions, Phelan felt his anxiety rise as he activated the appraisal eye. His right eye glowed with a blue light, and the intricate patterns of the Enlightenment ritual materialized in his pupil. Item: Cursed object name, Clock of Yesterday grade, Type 2 extraordinary ability, Temporal rewind. Allowing glimpses of past events through time. Side effect: for every half hour of use, it randomly erases half a month's worth of memories. Weakened side effect: for every half hour of use, it randomly erases half a minute of memories. "Did you see the side effect of this cursed object?" Lindy inquired, noticing that Phelan had already activated the appraisal on the clock. "The side effect is that after use, one randomly loses a portion of their memories. The higher the level of the appraisal eye, the more detailed the information obtained during the appraisal." Phelan refrained from disclosing the full extent of the side effects, instead sharing what a first-ring appraisal eye could perceive. His knowledge of what a first ring could discern stemmed from the memories infused into him during the upgrade process, which included information related to cursed objects. To be precise, it's every half hour that one randomly loses half a month's worth of memories. Your appraisal eye is currently only at the first ring, so it can only access this level of information, Lindy remarked. From her words, Phelan confirmed that she was unaware of his appraisal eye's elevation to the 3-ring level, and his anxiety dissipated, connecting this to the missing aerial soto and the extraordinary abilities of the cursed object. He surmised Lindy's intention and asked, "Deputy Director, do you intend to leverage the appraisal eye to mitigate the side effects of this cursed object in order to search for aerial soto?" Lindy's expression turned serious as she locked eyes with Phelan. "If you, with your first-ring appraisal eye, were to use this cursed object, the side effect would entail randomly losing half a day's worth of memories. Based on the experiences of several users, losing half a day's memories has minimal impact, and memory gaps rarely occur. This is because memories are interconnected. Even if one loses half a day's worth, there will invariably be related memories during other times. Thus, I hope you can utilize this cursed object to seek aerial soto." After a brief pause, Lindy continued, "Of course, this is not a mandatory order. You may choose to decline, and the Security Bureau will not compel any member. I am willing to use this cursed object to search for aerial soto's whereabouts." After a moment of contemplation, Faline made his decision. Given that his appraisal I had reached the 3-ring level, the cost of using this cursed object was far lower than Lindy imagined. Instead of losing half a day's worth of memories every half hour, he would only lose half a minute. Moreover, as Lindy had noted, memories are interconnected. Even if he lost half a day's memories, the impact would be negligible. For instance, losing memories from yesterday afternoon would not create gaps, as he could recall them through memories verified upon waking this morning. The recollections of yesterday would merely become somewhat hazy. Chapter 41. Searching for Ariel Soto at 8 o'clock in the evening. Darkness had completely enveloped the sky. Laborers, having toiled throughout the day, returned to their homes. Meanwhile, the wealthy and nobility had long since retreated indoors, for winter had settled in, and the night brought an unbearable chill. The frigid wind cut through the streets like a knife, rendering them nearly devoid of pedestrians. However, a carriage appeared outside the building where Ariel Soto's remains were stored, drawn by 2 white horses. The carriage's doors stood ajar. Looking inside, one could see Faline, Lindy, Julie, and Ivy. "Let us begin," Lindy directed, glancing at Faline, who held the clock of yesterday. "Understood," Faline acknowledged, flipping the clock over onto his lap, that on the back of the clock of yesterday. 3 knobs were visible. Among them, one knob was noticeably larger than the other 2, designed in a butterfly shape for easy gripping with 2 fingers. This was the winding knob, connected to a resilient mechanism that allowed the clock to function without electric power. Of course, the clock of yesterday, now a cursed object, possessed extraordinary powers that enabled it to continue ticking even without winding. The remaining 2 knobs, smaller than the winding knob, were positioned below it, serving as the hour and minute hands of the clock. It is now 8 o'clock in the evening. Approximately 99 hours since I last saw Ariel Soto. Having contemplated in his mind, Faline turned the knob on the left counterclockwise, and in an instant, he observed the hour hand of yesterday's clock begin to rotate in the same direction. As the hour hand of yesterday's clock spun backward, a peculiar transformation unfolded. The exterior sky abruptly brightened, as if dawn had suddenly arrived. Yet, this was inconceivable. It was currently 8 p.m., and at least 10 hours remained until sunrise. Upon closer inspection, the illuminated area was undeniably centered around the carriage occupied by Faline and his companions, extending merely a few meters around them. It was not the dawn breaking, but rather a localized illumination surrounding them. Observing intently, one could even discern bizarre scenes. Birds soaring through the sky were inexplicably flying backward, and a stray cat that happened to pass by appeared to be walking in reverse. This phenomenon was a consequence of Faline activating yesterday's clock, causing time to rewind and the surrounding imagery to retreat. 0.1 circle, 0.2 circles, 7 circles, 0.8 circles. After the hour hand had rotated 8 times, the surrounding imagery had regressed to 4 days prior. Faline halted the rotation of the hour hand and began to turn the minute hand on the right. As he was nearing the moment he would encounter Ariel Soto, suddenly, a carriage approached from the opposite street, driven by a man clad in black, appearing to be in his 30s or 40s. With somewhat darkened skin, Faline recognized this man. He was the one seen on that day, assisting Ariel in transporting the body. Thus, it was evident that this carriage was the very one from which Faline had previously detected the stench of decay. Upon sighting this carriage, Faline promptly ceased the movement of the minute hand. Lindy and the others understood that this carriage was very likely the one Ariel Soto had been riding, and they all fixed their sharp gazes upon it. The carriage collided with Faline's, but instead of a crash, it simply passed through, coming to a halt outside a building. After all, it was merely a past image, devoid of any physical form. From the carriage emerged Ariel Soto. Adorned with an eye patch over his left eye, he alighted from the carriage, approached the door, unlocked it with a key, and pushed it open. The man in black then drove the carriage into the courtyard. Faline, follow them, Lindy urged with a hint of urgency in her voice. The area that yesterday's clock could influence was limited to a mere few meters. Beyond that range, Ariel Soto would no longer be visible. I understand, Faline replied hastily. Leaping down from the carriage to follow Ariel Soto into the courtyard, Lindy, Julie, and Ivy trailed closely behind him, entering the courtyard as well. Not only does he possess an exceptionally high talent for the mysterious spear, but he also has the aptitude to learn a second secret art. Ivy, walking last among the 3, gazed at Faline's back with astonishment, due to being part of the same team as Faline. She was permitted to partake in this operation and had learned that Faline had already acquired the secret art of the Eye of Appraisal. The fact that Faline had elevated the mysterious spear to the second ring in just over a month had already astounded her. Yet she was even more taken aback to discover that Faline possessed the potential to practice a second secret. To possess two secret art talents was a prerequisite for reaching the 12th ring and beyond, which implied that Faline might indeed have the potential to attain that level. The revelation of such talent in a teammate left her utterly dumbfounded. Upon entering the courtyard and locking the gate, Ariel Soto and the man in black commenced transporting the bodies into a basement marked by a massive blood-red hexagram. During the process of moving the bodies, Ariel Soto and the man in black exchanged words. However, despite being able to see the images, the sounds remained inaudible, rendering them unable to discern their conversation. Julie, what did they say? Lindy inquired, having anticipated this moment. Given her photographic memory, Julie had developed a strong aptitude for learning, including the skill of lip reading. Although she lacked the corresponding master-level talent to elevate these skills to a mystical level, they sufficed for everyday use. Ariel Soto said that these bodies are very important. They are required by Lord Minaval and must be handled with utmost care to avoid any damage, Julie relayed, interpreting the movements of their lips. Lord Minaval. This implies that there is indeed a higher-ranking cultist above Ariel Soto. A glimmer of contemplation sparkled in Lindy's eyes. Based on her investigation into Ariel Soto, she had long suspected that he was merely an operative within the Tooth of Devour, not the highest-ranking member in the city of Constan. Now, her suspicions had been confirmed. There was at least one cultist of a higher rank than Ariel Soto, and his name was Minaval. Undoubtedly, they had obtained critical information. Following Ariel Soto's image, they traversed the basement multiple times, yet no further useful information emerged. Once the bodies had been moved, the images of Ariel Soto and his companion prepared to depart in their carriage. The four swiftly boarded their own carriage, tailing the one occupied by Ariel. Align our carriage with theirs, Lindy instructed the trustworthy driver, a veteran of the military. The driver hastened slightly, ensuring that their carriage coincided with that of Ariel Soto. This allowed them to once again glimpse Ariel Soto within the carriage. Inside, Ariel Soto sat alone on the seat. Being the sole occupant, he remained silent, merely sitting in quiet contemplation. Even so, Faline and the others kept their gazes fixed intently upon Ariel Soto's image, fearful of missing any crucial intelligence. Approximately 10 minutes later, Ariel Soto's expression suddenly shifted drastically, as if he had received some dire news. The timing coincides with my encounter with the eyeless creature. He must have discovered that I killed it, Faline explained to Lindy and the others. They nodded in understanding, continuing to observe Ariel Soto. The man, whose expression had changed dramatically, appeared conflicted, seemingly grappling with a decision. After a moment of inner turmoil, Ariel Soto drew back the curtain and spoke to the man in black. What did he say? Lindy quickly inquired. He instructed the man in black to change direction, not to return to their residence, but to divert towards, Julie responded. Having uttered this, Ariel Soto returned to the carriage, settling back in with a discernible look of anxiety upon his face. After another 10 minutes, the carriage carrying Ariel Soto came to a halt on a deserted, abandoned street. Ariel Soto lifted the curtain and communicated something to the man in black, who then bent down to enter the carriage. With a sudden thrust, as soon as the man in black entered, Ariel Soto swiftly covered his mouth with one hand, while the other plunged a dagger into his chest. Blood spurted forth, although the sound remained unheard. One could easily imagine the visceral noise of a heart being pierced, accompanied by the splatter of blood. The man in black struggled momentarily, then collapsed limply, devoid of any further motion. Ariel Soto set the man's lifeless body down, wiped the blood from his dagger and hands, uttering a phrase before exiting the carriage. Do not blame me. It is merely unfortunate that your luck and mine have run out, leading to this exposure. Julie hastily interpreted Ariel Soto's words through lip reading. The four exited the carriage, pursuing the image of Ariel Soto. They saw him depart from the carriage, swiftly leaving the abandoned street, head bowed to evade the pedestrians, and entering an old street, ultimately arriving at a budget apartment suite. This was likely one of his hideouts. Previous searches had failed to uncover it. The door is locked. He must not be here anymore. The four felt a surge of excitement, believing they had located Ariel Soto's hiding place. However, their hope was soon dashed as they realized the door was indeed locked from the outside, and no one was inside. Ivy, break the lock, Lindy commanded, to which Ivy nodded slightly, the cross-shaped gemstone on her ring radiating a golden light. Accompanied by the dazzling glow, a gleaming golden cross sword materialized. With a crisp sound, the iron lock was severed and fell to the ground. The four entered the room, where Ariel Soto's image was seen pacing anxiously. They began to search the room for clues related to the Tooth of Devour. However, aside from some clothing and basic necessities, no leads pertaining to the Tooth of Devour could be found. After half an hour of restless pacing, the outside world had plunged into night. Ariel Soto ceased his agitated movements, his mouth moving as he muttered to himself. "Julie, what did he say?" Lindy urgently asked. Sensing the importance of Ariel's words, he said that only by hiding with the adult can he evade the searches of the Security Bureau. Julie quickly replied, "Is the adult he refers to the previously mentioned Minaval?" Ivy inquired, furrowing her brow. "It is uncertain. He merely referred to an adult without specifying who it was." Julie shook her head. Ariel Soto's image disguised himself, donning the garb of an ordinary citizen, wearing a wide-brimmed hat that obscured most of his face, and departed the suite under the cover of night. The four hastily followed suit. Exiting the suite, Ariel walked down streets that were nearly devoid of people due to the nightfall. After traversing several streets, he ultimately entered a road where the surrounding houses appeared better maintained than elsewhere. This marks our entry into the East District, where the individual he seeks resides. Upon observing the superior living conditions compared to other streets, Faline remarked, "The East District." A cold glimmer danced in Lindy's eyes. Those who inhabit the East District are either nobles and their affiliates or affluent individuals and their associates. Essentially, the esteemed figure referred to by Ariel Soto is either a noble, a wealthy person, or their respective affiliates. Within a lavishly adorned chamber illuminated by a massive yellow crystal chandelier, two individuals Saturday. One was a corpulent man, the very one who had silenced Ariel Soto. The other was a lady of exquisite form, clad in a black gown that accentuated her alluring figure. The V-neck of her gown revealed the fair skin of her décolletage, exuding an irresistible allure. Cradling a pure white cat, she was the one whom Ariel Soto addressed as Lady Minaval. Each reclined on a separate sofa, each holding a glass of red wine. Between them, on the coffee table, sat an open bottle of fine red wine, a vintage from the renowned Roselle winery, boasting a history of 70 years. Minaval gracefully brought her wine glass to her lips, savoring a gentle sip, leaving a distinct mark of her crimson lips on the glass's rim. The corpulent man gazed at Minaval, who drank with such elegance, his eyes ablaze with desire, his throat visibly working to swallow. He had encountered numerous noble women and had engaged in intimate conversations with many. Yet none possessed the captivating charm of Minaval. Unlike those women who would eagerly rush to his bed at the slightest beckon, Minaval held a status in the organization that equaled his own, making her unattainable. Sensing the fervent gaze of the corpulent man, Minaval set her glass down on the coffee table and playfully remarked, "If the organization's plan unfolds flawlessly, sharing a night with you may not be out of the question. Is that truly the case?" The corpulent man's countenance brightened with excitement, his eyes blazing as if they might melt Minaval. "I have never gone back on my word." However, Minaval smiled at him. "You may find that the opportunity has slipped away." Chapter 42, The Box of Flesh and Blood. What do you mean by that? The corpulent man felt as though his surging desires had been doused with cold water, his expression shifting as he turned to Minaval. "After you eliminated Ariel, although you erased his scent and presence, preventing the Security Bureau from tracking him through those means, they have acquired an object cursed as the bell of yesterday, capable of tracing through visual recollection. The Security Bureau will conduct a visual retracing tonight, uncovering the locations Ariel visited before his disappearance." Minaval lifted her wine glass, stating, "You managed to acquire such a cursed object?" The corpulent man's expression darkened considerably. If the Security Bureau truly possessed an object capable of visual retracing, they would inevitably discover his involvement, his identity would be revealed, and he would face a fate worse than death. Yet, he was no ordinary person, otherwise he would not have ascended to his current position within the teeth of the Devourer. He quickly discerned the irregularities in her words and regained his composure. "No, you must be deceiving me. If the Security Bureau were on the verge of finding me, you wouldn't be here now. No, I am not deceiving you. The Security Bureau has indeed obtained such a cursed object, as for why I am here. It is to save you." Minaval caressed the white cat in her arms, explaining, "If something were to happen to you, the organization's plans in Constance City would be all but doomed, and that is not something I wish to witness." "What means do you have to rescue me?" the corpulent man inquired hastily. "I possess a cursed object known as the Box of Flesh and Blood, capable of erasing all traces, including images from the past. As Minaval spoke, she patted the white cat in her arms. The cat leaped from her embrace, visibly expanding in size. In an instant, it transformed into a monstrous being nearly 6 feet tall, possessing a human body and a feline head, with claws resembling those of a cat. Wow! It opened its mouth, its abdominal muscles undulating, as it regurgitated a box the size of an adult's palm. Glistening with yellow-green slime, it picked up the box and placed it on the coffee table, retreating behind Minaval as if acting as her guardian. Upon closer inspection, the box was neither wooden nor metallic, but rather composed of flesh. The dark red flesh resembled the slimy skin of some creature, its surface riddled with wrinkles. The top, 2 eyes and a mouth filled with sharp teeth were present. At this moment, the eyes were moving, eerily surveying their surroundings. I shall fetch someone. The corpulent man rose, preparing to find someone to utilize the box of flesh and blood. The use of cursed objects requires a price, and he certainly would not bear that burden himself. As for whether the person he selected would comply, that was beyond his concern. The box of flesh and blood side effects include the loss of a portion of flesh and blood, and the effects will vary depending on the user. If the user is too weak, even sacrificing all their flesh and blood may not suffice to activate it. Minaval shook her head. So it must be me who activates it personally. The corpulent man halted, frowning as he inquired. Precisely, it can only be you who activates it, which is why I sought you out. Minaval nodded. If it were as simple as finding any random person to activate it, I would have long since found someone to erase Ariel's traces. The corpulent man's brow furrowed deeply. Without employing the box of flesh and blood, he risked exposure. Yet, using it would cost him a portion of his flesh. After mere seconds of contemplation, he made his decision and asked, "How is the box of flesh and blood to be used?" "Simply extend your hand into the mouth of the box of flesh and blood," Minaval instructed. Taking another sip of wine, the corpulent man approached the coffee table, extending his left hand toward the box. As he did, the box of flesh and blood seemed to sense his intention, opening its mouth filled with sharp teeth. With a crunch, the box bit off half of his hand. After a few chews, it swallowed it down. Having consumed this half hand, the box's eyes moved, seemingly satisfied. An invisible wave radiated outward, permeating the villa and extending further. With this wave, all traces of Ariel Soto, including his past images and the body buried by the corpulent man, vanished entirely. This was no mere erasure of traces. It was as though the individual had evaporated from existence. What if it were a living person? Clearly, the box of flesh and blood was an object of extraordinarily high caliber, its effects transcending mere trace removal. Minaval glanced at the pale-faced corpulent man who had lost half his hand and waved to the monstrous figure behind her, which bore a cat's head. The creature approached the coffee table, picked up the box of flesh and blood, and swallowed it whole. Then rapidly shrank back down, transforming into a fluffy white cat, which nimbly leaped into Minaval's arms. "Then I shall take my leave." Minaval stood, donning a black fur coat draped over a nearby hanger. After bidding farewell to the corpulent man, she turned and exited, quickly boarding a carriage that departed from the villa. Inside the carriage, Minaval's expression shifted to one of disdain. How utterly useless. I must assist in cleaning up the mess, after lying low for over a decade. This is the organization's first operation in years, and it cannot fail. Ariel Soto may not know her residence, but he knew her name. However, she did not fear the Security Bureau discovering her, for she had always used an alias to the outside world. On a street in the East District, Phelan and his companions were following the visual trace of Ariel Soto, drawing ever closer to the villa of the corpulent man. Suddenly, Ariel Soto's image shattered like a bubble, disappearing before their eyes. "What just happened?" Julie hurriedly inquired of Phelan. "I did not cease the visual retracing of the bell of yesterday," Phelan replied, bewildered. He could sense that the bell of yesterday was still in operation, with past images lingering around, yet Ariel Soto's image had vanished entirely. How could Ariel Soto suddenly disappear? "I do not know," he admitted. "It is likely that they sensed our pursuit and, by some means, erased the traces left by Ariel Soto in the past," Lindy speculated, surveying the surroundings for any remnants of Ariel Soto's image. "So what now?" Phelan asked. "This is as far as we can go," Lindy replied, a hint of regret in her tone. "We were so close to capturing a cultist of a higher caliber than Ariel Soto, only to have them detect us at the last moment." Julie's expression reflected her disappointment. "This indicates that the adversary is formidable. They must be a high-ranking cultist with significant standing within the teeth of the devourer," Lindy concluded. "Moreover, We have not left empty-handed. We have already come to know the name Minivar, which can serve as a clue for our investigation. I worry that this might be an alias or that they might use a different name in public. Julie expressed her concerns. Regardless of whether it is a pseudonym, it remains a significant lead that necessitates further inquiry. Furthermore, we should be close to the location where that high-ranking cultist is hiding. We can use this place as a central point to delineate a specific area and conduct a thorough investigation of the nobles and affluent merchants within that range. After speaking, Lindy turned to Fairlin and said, "Fairlin, we can cease the use of the past clock now." "Understood," Fairlin replied. Deactivating the past clock that as he did so, the hands of the clock began to spin rapidly in a clockwise direction. The surroundings transformed. This time, it was not a reversal, but rather a swift progression. Pedestrians, carriages, everything in motion accelerated as if fast-forwarded. After several rapid rotations, the hands of the clock halted, and the imagery faded, returning to the present moment. "So, did you notice any anomalies in your memory?" Lindy eagerly inquired of Fairlin, who had just concluded the use of the past clock. Julie and Ivy also turned their attention to Fairlin. "I did not sense anything unusual," Fairlin replied after a moment of reflection. Shaking his head, he had not experienced any irregularities. The total time spent using the past clock was less than 2 hours, and after the diminishment from the third ring of the eye of identification, he had lost merely 4 minutes of time. Losing less than 4 minutes of memory had negligible impact on him. "That's a relief," Lindy sighed in relief, although past users had reported no adverse effects. She still felt a tinge of anxiety. Fortunately, Fairlin, like previous users, exhibited no memory disturbances. "Everyone is weary this evening. We shall take a half-day of rest tomorrow and resume work in the afternoon." In the days that followed, the Security Bureau mobilized its intelligence capabilities to investigate the name Minivar and the nobles and wealthy merchants within the specified area, due to heightened vigilance. The Tooth of Devouring had ceased its activities, and missions related to monsters had significantly diminished. Fairlin received no assignments, so he continued his daily routine, utilizing his time to peruse the grimoire of the mysterious gun. The surging power had become entirely manageable over these days, eliminating any instances of excessive force that could result in damaging objects. 2 weeks later, Fairlin gently closed the grimoire, which contained hundreds of pages detailing the methods for advancing from the second ring to the third ring. After dedicating a fortnight to his studies, he had finally comprehended the complete methodology for the transition from second ring to third ring. To elevate the mysterious gun from the second to the third ring, one must master the characteristic of armor-piercing, enabling the bullets to possess armor-piercing effects. The method involves inscribing ritual patterns with the armor-piercing attribute onto the surface of bullets infused with mysterious power. When the bullet is fired, the ritual pattern activates, channeling the mysterious power that constitutes the bullet, endowing it with the effects akin to armor-piercing ammunition. The difference in power between armor-piercing bullets infused with mysterious power and ordinary mysterious power bullets is substantial, exceeding several times. According to the grimoire's description, a bullet inscribed with the armor-piercing ritual pattern would possess a potency several times greater than that of a standard mysterious power bullet. This disparity arises because the armor-piercing ritual pattern enhances the efficiency of utilizing mysterious power. A bullet devoid of the armor-piercing pattern is akin to using mysterious power as a mere stone to strike an opponent, while a bullet inscribed with the armor-piercing pattern is comparable to transforming mysterious power into gunpowder. One is a stone, and the other is gunpowder, leading to a vast difference in potency. Given the complexity of the armor-piercing ritual pattern, it will not be easy for someone without a photographic memory like mine to inscribe it onto the mysterious power bullets. Upon completing his reading of the grimoire, Fairlin recognized the challenges inherent in the methodology for advancing from the second to the third ring. To inscribe the armor-piercing ritual pattern onto the mysterious power bullets, one must commit the intricate pattern to memory and achieve a profound level of recollection. The armor-piercing ritual pattern comprises numerous intricate lines and designs, making it exceedingly complex, even surpassing the patterns used in the Enlightenment ritual of the mysterious gun. Memorizing it in its entirety presents a formidable challenge, requiring considerable time investment. Even more challenging is the need to apply it in combat. It must be inscribed in an instant. The mysterious power within the mysterious gun exists in a consolidated state, only separating to form mysterious power bullets during use. This necessitates the on-the-spot creation of armor-piercing bullets during battle, as the circumstances can change rapidly. In such tense situations, It is impractical to inscribe the armor-piercing ritual pattern gradually. At the very least, the inscribing process must be completed within 1 or 2 seconds. Otherwise, the pattern may not be inscribed before an enemy or their extraordinary abilities close in. If I were to learn methodically, even a year of study might not suffice to reach a practical level. Fortunately, with my panel, I possess a shortcut. Fairlin exhaled deeply, summoning his panel.name. Fairlin Eye of Identification. Third ring, upgradable, mysterious gun. Second ring, upgradable, autopsy. Master level, non-upgradable, mysterious points, 10. 7. He glanced at the mysterious gun section, which had indeed become upgradable. After reviewing the section on advancing the mysterious gun from the second ring to the third ring in the grimoire, he had grasped the methodology, and the mysterious gun had transitioned from non-upgradable to upgradable. He felt fortunate to possess the panel and its seemingly cheating ability. Otherwise, despite holding the title of an exceptional talent, he would not have attracted the attention of such a large organization as the Security Bureau, nor would he have been able to join a mysterious organization. He would be akin to Detective Coffee Cologne, yearning for the world of the arcane yet unable to push open that door and join the ranks of the enigmatic. The upgrade will create a stir. I will wait until after work to enhance the mysterious gun. After finishing work in the afternoon, Fairlin stopped by a restaurant for dinner before returning home. Once inside, he locked the door, seated himself on the living room sofa, and took several deep breaths to calm his mind. He then summoned his panel and selected the option to upgrade the mysterious gun. With a swish, as he chose to upgrade the mysterious gun, his mysterious points decreased by 4, resulting in 6.7 points, and the inscription second ring transformed into third ring. A deluge of memories surged into his mind. Chapter 43, the Book of Records. The memories involved him inscribing the armor-piercing ritual pattern onto the mysterious power bullets. Initially, he spent considerable time memorizing the intricate design. He then devoted extensive efforts to repetitively inscribe the armor-piercing ritual pattern onto the surface of the mysterious power bullets. Throughout this process, his speed in inscribing the pattern improved significantly. At first, every attempt ended in failure. Although he had memorized the armor-piercing ritual pattern in its entirety, memorization alone did not guarantee successful inscribing. It was akin to individuals who can recite mathematical formulas perfectly, yet still make frequent errors during calculations. Eventually, he managed to inscribe the pattern completely, but each attempt took over 10 minutes, which was clearly insufficient. As time passed, he honed his skills to inscribe the pattern within a minute. While this remained inadequate, it was a marked improvement. Ultimately, he reached a level where he could inscribe the armor-piercing ritual pattern within 1 or 2 seconds. Although this was not as instantaneous as conjuring mysterious power bullets with mere thought, it was now feasible for combat. With a swish, as a multitude of memories flooded Fairlin's mind, the silver tattoo of a handgun on the back of his left hand began to radiate warmth. Accompanied by this heat, the mysterious gun materialized from the tattoo, seemingly unaffected by gravity, and hovered above his hand. It began to automatically absorb the memories or insights regarding inscribing the armor-piercing ritual pattern onto mysterious power bullets. Insights serve as nourishment, fostering the evolution of the mysterious gun. Not only the mysterious gun, but nearly all mystical arts draw upon insights as sustenance for enhancement. This clearly requires correspondingly high talent. It is precisely for this reason that organizations, including the Security Bureau, actively recruit individuals with exceptional talent who have attained mastery in specific fields rather than seeking out ordinary people. As the memories were absorbed, the silver body of the mysterious gun transformed to a crimson hue. Becoming intensely hot on the left side of its grip, a pattern began to emerge, as if a heated chisel were inscribing it onto the surface of the molten metal. After some time, the pattern solidified, revealing itself as the very design of the armor-piercing ritual. Having absorbed Fairlin's memories of inscribing the armor-piercing ritual pattern onto the mysterious power bullets, the mysterious gun etched this pattern onto itself. Thus, the transformation came to an end, and the enigmatic gun reverted to its silvery hue. With a sharp hiss, accompanied by a searing pain, the revolver penetrated the tattoo on the back of his left hand. The tattoo began to shift, revealing a ritualistic pattern of armor-piercing properties at the grip's location. Furthermore, a wave of heat coursed through the tattoo, spreading from his left hand to encompass his entire being. Under this intense warmth, his already formidable physical attributes, speed, strength, reflexes, and more, were further enhanced. Prior to this moment, he had far surpassed the most elite soldiers in the military, and now, Phelan found himself unable to ascertain the extent of his capabilities. He believed that, with his current physical prowess, he could potentially engage in combat with a creature like the eyeless woman purely based on his physical abilities. It is time to learn some combat techniques, Phelan mused internally. Although he possessed an impressive physical constitution, his lack of fighting skills prevented him from fully harnessing his potential to fully realize his extraordinary physical capabilities. The most effective approach would naturally be to acquire some martial arts techniques and elevate them to a masterful level. Mastery in combat would undoubtedly unleash the true destructive power of his formidable physique. With his physical attributes, combined with masterful fighting skills, he would be akin to wielding a third secret technique. Moreover, this third secret technique would not require the expenditure of mysterious points. It would enhance alongside the growth of both the enigmatic gun and the eye of appraisal. After all, each enhancement of the enigmatic gun and the eye of appraisal would inherently strengthen his body. The enhancement of physical attributes is secondary. The primary focus should remain on the advancement of the enigmatic gun. Phelan summoned the enigmatic gun, which emerged from his left hand. The ritualistic pattern of armor-piercing properties etched upon its grip, and he grasped it firmly with his right hand. Upon holding it, he immediately sensed the immense mysterious power contained within the gun. Compared to its state during the second ring, the mysterious power had multiplied several-fold. At the second ring, the gun contained enough mysterious power to produce approximately 30 mysterious power bullets. Now it could generate around 100. Though this figure was still a far cry from infinite bullets, it was nonetheless a considerable quantity, especially in the hands of a sharpshooter capable of striking at the enemy's vital points with every shot. Among the most perilous encounters he had faced, none were as dangerous as battling the injured werewolf creature. Even in that confrontation, he had expended merely a handful of bullets, illustrating the durability of ammunition in the hands of a marksman like him. Mysterious power bullet. Armor-piercing ritual pattern. Phelan attempted to create a mysterious power bullet, inscribing the armor-piercing ritual pattern upon it, in under 2 seconds. The entire process concluded. Within the enigmatic gun, a mysterious power bullet adorned with the armor-piercing ritual pattern emerged. According to the book, a mysterious power bullet inscribed with the armor-piercing ritual pattern can amplify its power by over 10-fold. Phelan's fingers lightly brushed against the trigger. A strong desire to pull it and witness the destructive potential of the inscribed bullet surged within him. Yet he refrained, knowing that such an action would undoubtedly breach the walls of the building and potentially endanger surrounding structures and people. Even the shooting range of the security bureau is no longer suitable for testing. The innermost wall of the shooting range was reinforced with a thick steel plate designed to intercept bullets. Primarily intended for ordinary ammunition, even intercepting mysterious power bullets was already a daunting task, and bullets enhanced by over 10-fold due to the inscribed armor-piercing pattern would undoubtedly penetrate the steel plate, causing collateral damage elsewhere. It seems I can only seek an opportunity to test it outside the city. Phelan allowed the inscribed mysterious power bullet to revert to its basic form, storing it within the enigmatic gun, which he then returned to the tattoo. The following day, Phelan arrived at the security bureau. I have no books left to read. Sitting on the sofa, he realized he had exhausted his reading material. He had completed all the text related to the enigmatic gun's first to third rings, leaving him with no further tomes for applying to the security bureau for subsequent manuals on the enigmatic gun. He would need to report that it had reached the third ring. However, he did not intend to do so just yet, having elevated the enigmatic gun from the second to the third ring in less than a month. A feat accomplished in even less time than transitioning from the first to the second ring. He feared that reporting it now might raise suspicions within the bureau to avoid drawing attention. It would be prudent to wait a bit longer before making the report. Thus, he found himself without reading material for the next few days. Perfect. I can take this time to seek out books related to the mysterious, particularly those concerning secret techniques that I wonder what would be the most suitable choice. With this thought in mind, Phelan glanced toward another individual in the 201 lounge, namely Ivy. Today, she was adorned in a flowing, light-colored long-sleeved gown. Her azure hair cascaded down her back, and she sat with impeccable posture, her spine straight in her slender, fair hands. She held a book, her gaze focused intently on its pages, elegant and intelligent. Encountering her in such a state, he couldn't help but think of the word. Miss Ivy, may I trouble you for a moment? He hesitated briefly before speaking. What is it? Upon hearing Phelan's voice, Ivy set her book aside and looked up. Her voice cool and inquiring. I wish to visit the library to borrow a book that introduces various secret techniques that I wonder if you could recommend one, Miss Ivy. Phelan articulated, compared to searching on his own. Seeking the advice of someone as experienced as Ivy was undoubtedly the best option, but of course, he was uncertain whether Ivy would provide a suggestion. Their exchanges had mostly occurred during missions rather than casual conversations. As Ivy tended to speak more during tasks, likely due to necessity, upon hearing Phelan's request, Ivy did not respond immediately. Just as he began to think he might not receive an answer, she spoke up. You may borrow the book titled Secret Techniques. Thank you. Grateful for her recommendation. Phelan expressed his thanks and departed the 201 lounge, making his way to the library. Although referred to as a library, it would be more accurately described as a bibliotheca. The Security Bureau's library was a two-story building housing tens of thousands of volumes. In addition to books related to the mysterious, it contained literature pertaining to various professions and industries. The origins of secret techniques were rooted in common professions, thus maintaining a close relationship with them. Literature related to ordinary professions could sometimes inspire secret practitioners. At the library counter sat a bespectacled middle-aged man engrossed in a book, presumably the librarian. Phelan had seen this man in the cafeteria but had never exchanged greetings. The cafeteria was a space reserved for secret practitioners, while ordinary employees of the Bureau dined elsewhere in a less refined setting. Since the middle-aged man could access the cafeteria, he was undoubtedly a secret practitioner. Yet, Phelan was curious as to why he had taken on the role of a librarian. I would like to borrow the book Secret Techniques. Phelan approached the middle-aged man and stated, Second room on the second floor. Third shelf, the 32nd book from the left on the top row. The middle-aged man glanced at Phelan before responding. Thank you. Phelan expressed his gratitude. With tens of thousands of books spanning 2 floors in the library, he had merely sought to ascertain the general location of secret techniques, and he was surprised that the librarian could provide such precise details. He wondered whether the librarian possessed a photographic memory akin to Julie's, or if it was a result of his own secret technique. What should I call you? As a fellow secret practitioner within the Security Bureau, Phelan felt it appropriate to introduce himself to the middle-aged man. I'm Quentin Chris. There's no need for you to introduce yourself. I already know who you are. You're Phelan Socks. Recruited by the Security Bureau under Special Standards. In just over a month, you've elevated the enigmatic gun from the first to the second ring. Few within the Bureau are unaware of you, Quentin Chris remarked. Phelan was not surprised by his newfound recognition within the Bureau, as he often felt the weight of curious gazes upon him as he traversed its halls. This was even before the second secret technique had been made public. Should it be revealed, his notoriety would likely increase further. Driven by curiosity, he posed a question that had been on his mind. Do you possess a photographic memory? How is it that you know the exact location of a specific book in the library? No. Only Julie possesses a photographic memory within the entire Constant City Security Bureau division. Quentin Chris shook his head. I can remember the precise location of each book because my secret technique is the Book of Records, which allows me to document relevant information for easy retrieval. I see. Phelan realized that such a secret technique existed, that a lawyer aspiring to pass the bar exam would find it advantageous to possess this ability, enabling them to easily navigate the extensive legal regulations they must memorize. However, since Quentin was already a secret practitioner, he no longer needed to take the bar exam, unless one were a top-tier lawyer. Their earning potential would never rival that of a secret practitioner. Then I shall not intrude any longer. With his questions answered, Phelan nodded at Quentin Chris before ascending to the second floor of the library. Quentin Chris cast a glance at Phelan as he made his way to the reading room before returning his focus to his book. Having joined the Constant City Safety Bureau for over a decade, he has encountered several exceptional talents throughout his tenure. Some have rapidly ascended and now serve as the Bureau's public face, much like Deputy Director Lindy. Others, however, have tragically fallen midway due to unforeseen circumstances. Reduced to mere cold names recorded in the archives, IT remains uncertain how the current individuals will ultimately fare. Ascending to the second floor of the reading room, he located the 32nd book from the left on the top shelf of the third row in the second room, confirming that he had indeed found the tome titled Arcane Arts. Carrying the book, he returned to the counter, prepared to check it out. I have already pre-registered it. You may take it now. Quentin Chris waved his hand, indicating permission. Very well, he replied, nodding as he departed the library. It was winter, and the cold air greeted him as he left the reading room. He hurried back to lounge 201, settling onto the sofa. He opened the tome Arcane Arts. The arcane arts are the means to invoke the mysterious, transforming ordinary professions into extraordinary ones. Their origins are shrouded in obscurity, with the earliest records dating back to before the Empire of Night. Chapter 44. The Three Great Laws of Extraordinary Power before the Empire of Night. Historians have divided the history of this continent into three distinct eras: the Empire period, the Principality period, and the Kingdom period. The latter being the current age, the Empire of Night, which ruled the vast territories of the three great kingdoms for millennia, existed a millennium ago. However, based on the scant remnants unearthed, it is speculated that there may have existed. Prior to the Empire of Night, an expansive empire that worshipped dragons, the Empire of Night was established on the ruins of this previous dominion. The scarcity of evidence regarding this empire could be attributed to its great antiquity, with most traces having been erased by the passage of time. Alternatively, it is conceivable that the Empire of Night, once founded, obliterated all evidence of its predecessor for some ulterior motive. Was the arcane arts created by that empire? Revered for its dragon worship and referred to by a handful of historians as the Dragon Empire? He mused. The remnants of the so-called Dragon Empire are exceedingly few, with no substantial evidence to suggest that these artifacts belong to a powerful empire. The majority of historians assert that the Dragon Empire never existed. Rather, humanity was in a tribal civilization before the Empire of Night, and the remnants discovered are likely those of a pre-empire tribal civilization. Only a minority of historians believe in the existence of a Dragon Empire prior to the Empire of Night. He leans toward the belief that the Dragon Empire was real, as the discovered remnants exhibit an exceptionally high level of craftsmanship, inconsistent with what a tribal civilization could produce. Continuing to read, he found, there exists a vast array of arcane arts, with hundreds of varieties known to date, yet this is not the limit of their existence. New arcane arts are birthed periodically. For instance, the arcane art mystical spear emerged over a century ago, followed by mechanical heart several decades past. However, whether existing or yet to be conceived, all arcane arts must adhere to the three great laws of extraordinary power. Intrigued by the term, three great laws of extraordinary power, he delved into arcane arts for a detailed explanation. After poring over dozens of pages, he finally grasped the essence of the three great laws of extraordinary power. The origins of these laws remain unknown, yet they carry immense significance for the realm of the mysterious. Their guiding importance parallels that of Newton's three laws in physics. These laws are applicable not only to arcane arts, but also to dark arts, alchemical items, cursed objects, and even the bizarre entities that include, but are not limited to, monsters. The first law: extraordinary powers counteract each other. There is no absolute invincibility in extraordinary power. The principle of mutual counteraction signifies that every form of extraordinary power can be countered by one or several other extraordinary powers. The multitude of extraordinary power types, encompassing arcane arts, dark arts, alchemical items, cursed objects, and bizarre entities, is vast, with new types occasionally discovered. Regardless of whether they are known or yet undiscovered, all forms of extraordinary power must comply with this law. For example, the mystical spear he practices boasts considerable physical destructive capability, ranking among the top 10 arcane arts. Yet, this formidable power is vulnerable to the likes of phantoms, which lack physical form. His choice to study the second arcane art, the Eye of Appraisal, which can mitigate the side effects of cursed objects, was a strategic move to compensate for this vulnerability. Since extraordinary powers counteract one another, the notion of an absolute invincible power is rendered moot. Even the most seemingly insurmountable extraordinary powers must have a counter, or if not yet identified, it is simply a matter of discovery. The second law: extraordinary power is indestructible. Extraordinary power never ceases to exist. Extraordinary power possesses an enduring nature, not extinguished by the death of its wielder. Rather, it disperses and transfers upon their demise. Primarily, dispersal occurs. The transfer can happen on occasion. In instances of transfer, it may lead to the emergence of materials imbued with the mysterious and cursed objects. The extraordinary powers of the monsters he has slain since joining the Bureau dispersed upon their deaths, failing to yield materials imbued with the mysterious or cursed artifacts. Extraordinary power behaves like a substance, absorbed into humans, bizarre entities, cursed objects, and alchemical items for myriad reasons. Upon the death of a person or a bizarre entity, and the destruction of cursed objects and alchemical items, dispersal and transfer ensue. The third law: extraordinary power is conserved. The total amount of extraordinary power remains constant. not only does extraordinary power not perish, but it also does not increase, resulting in a perpetual total that remains unchanged. Based on this premise, great arcane masters have proposed two hypotheses. The first hypothesis posits that when individuals with extraordinary abilities and bizarre entities reach the limits of extraordinary power, no new extraordinary beings or entities can emerge, as there is no capacity left. The second hypothesis suggests that if a particular entity masters all extraordinary power within a specific path, no new entities or individuals can arise within that domain. Both hypotheses remain unverified and are challenging to substantiate. Nevertheless, a mysterious phenomenon serves as partial evidence. Whether human or bizarre entity, the highest attainable single extraordinary power level is capped at the 12th ring. Never reaching the 13th to transcend the 12th ring, one must incorporate a second type of extraordinary power. However, this incorporation does not constitute crossing into the 13th ring. The 13th ring likely represents the entirety of extraordinary power within a particular path. Yet, to monopolize all extraordinary power within a path is clearly impossible, as others will invariably possess some of that extraordinary power, thus ensuring the 13th ring remains perpetually out of reach. I wonder if I could reach this unprecedented 13th ring with the aid of the panel, he pondered. Under normal circumstances, achieving the 13th ring would be impossible. However, his possession of the panel places him in an extraordinary situation. Is it conceivable that he might attain the unparalleled 13th ring? Yet, to reach this level presents a challenge. There is no established method for progressing from the 12th to the 13th ring. He does not consider himself a research-oriented individual, so devising a method to advance from the 12th to the 13th ring is unlikely. Whether the panel might offer the means to devise such a methodology remains uncertain. Nonetheless, some methods for practicing arcane arts are quite unique, and earlier training methods may indeed be applicable for advancing from the 12th to the 13th ring. For instance, the training method for the Eye of Appraisal could potentially be adapted for this progression. In such circumstances, could he leverage the panel to attain the 13th ring? Perhaps only time will reveal the answer, he mused, shaking his head. For now, he was merely a third-ring arcane master. The 13th ring, situated well above him, was not a concern he needed to entertain. After contemplating the three great laws of extraordinary power, he felt a sense of relief and, after a period of reflection, continued to read further. The essence of the arcane arts lies in invoking the mysterious, transforming extraordinary power into arcane organs, which, in turn, attract extraordinary power for growth through corresponding insights. Due to the distinctiveness of each type of extraordinary power, the arcane arts can be categorized into three variations. The first differentiation: different arcane arts possess varying degrees of difficulty at the same stage. Assessing talent solely based on the speed of cultivation at a particular ring is not entirely accurate. The second differentiation: the same arcane art may present differing levels of difficulty across stages, where higher rings may be easier than lower ones. The third differentiation: the same individual may experience varying comprehension speeds at different stages of the arcane arts, as there are areas of proficiency and deficiency within a single discipline. Upon reaching this point, he exhaled in relief. It seems I was overthinking. Previously, he had been concerned that the month it took him to progress from the first to the second ring of the mystical spear was indicative of a problem. While the leap from the second to the third ring took less than a month, he resolved to report his achievement of the third ring to the Safety Bureau at a later date. The intention was to prevent the Security Bureau from suspecting any irregularities, thereby avoiding unnecessary troubles. However, it appears that such precautions were entirely unwarranted. According to the second distinction of the secret arts, the difficulty of high rings is less than that of low rings. That is to say, the transition from the second ring to the third ring is less challenging than from the first ring to the second. This is a rather common occurrence. Furthermore, according to the third distinction of the secret arts, an individual's comprehension ability varies across different stages of mastery. One might excel in the understanding of the secret arts at one stage, yet struggle at another. Armed with these two distinctions, even if he were to report to the Security Bureau that his mysterious gun had already reached the third ring, they would find nothing amiss. Indeed, mastering knowledge related to the mysterious is essential. Otherwise, one may fall into the trap of rigid thinking formed in the past. Flane reflected with a hint of melancholy. In both his past life and the present, he had observed that all subjects he had studied progressed from easy to difficult, leading him to mistakenly believe that the secret arts followed the same pattern. Yet, in truth, this was not the case. The same secret arts might not necessarily become more difficult in subsequent stages. and could, in fact, be easier. As noon approached, Flane ceased his reading, standing to stretch his body in preparation for heading to the dining hall for lunch, having been engrossed in his studies for several hours. He felt a bit stiff from maintaining the same posture that moment. He noticed that Ivy had also set her book aside and stood up from the sofa, ready to head to the dining hall as well. Without exchanging words, the two departed the lounge of room 201 and took a seat at the same table in the dining hall. This had become a routine for them each noon. A silent understanding established between them. In the dining hall, Flane encountered Quentin Chris, whom he had previously met in the library, along with Lindy and Julie. Lindy was dressed in a long blue gown with a fur coat over it, adorned with exquisite blue earrings, embodying both beauty and allure. Julie wore a fur top paired with long trousers, maintaining her usual style. The two were seated at the same table, engaged in conversation while eating, during which the topic of searching emerged. Flane suspected they were discussing the hunt for high-ranking cultists of the Devouring Fang. He wondered how the search was progressing and whether they had pinpointed the identities of these high-ranking cultists. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch consisting of braised lamb, salad, sautéed chicken breast with mashed potatoes, and fresh silverfish soup, Flane left the dining hall. However, he did not return to room 201 with Ivy, but instead quickened his pace to catch up with Lindy and Julie, who had left the dining hall before them. "Flane, is there something you need?" Lindy inquired as she noticed him catching up. "Deputy Chief, I would like to request the secret arts book for the mysterious gun after reaching the third ring," Flane stated. Knowing that even if he claimed to have reached the third ring, the Security Bureau would not find it suspicious, he felt no need to conceal the truth. He resolved to report this as soon as possible and apply for the secret arts book pertaining to the mysterious gun after the third ring. Requesting the secret arts book for the mysterious gun after reaching the third ring. Has your mysterious gun truly achieved the third ring? Before Lindy could respond, Julie gazed at Flane in astonishment. Flane's application for the secret arts book after the third ring implied that he needed to learn the methods of practice for the mysterious gun at that level, which naturally indicated that his mysterious gun had indeed reached the third ring. "Yes, it has reached the third ring," Flane affirmed with a nod. "To ascend from the second to the third ring in less than a month. Truly remarkable," Lindy remarked with a faint smile, her voice tinged with admiration. Although she was aware of Flane's exceptional talent with the mysterious gun, hearing that he had achieved this advancement in such a short time still left her quite impressed. "You have not brought shame to the Deputy Chief. It was worth it for her to advocate for such a precious alchemical item as the substitute puppet on your behalf," Julie added with a smile. "Advocating against the odds." Flane keenly picked up on the phrase, casting a probing glance at Julie. "The substitute puppet is not only a Type 2 alchemical item, but also one of the most valuable among them, comparable in worth even to Type 3 alchemical items. Such a precious item will naturally incite envy." When the Deputy Chief applied for the substitute puppet, the three captains fiercely opposed it, Julie remarked with a hint of derision on her face. Within the Security Bureau, the highest position was held by Director Dorgy, followed by Deputy Chief Lindy. Beneath her were three captains, each a mid-ring practitioner, possessing strength at the 5-ring level or higher. Though their status was inferior to that of Deputy Chief Lindy, they were nonetheless qualified to participate in meetings and could oppose her proposals to some extent. Ultimately, it was the Deputy Chief who withstood their opposition and persuaded the Director to secure this alchemical item for you, she said, adjusting her glasses. "Now that you've swiftly reached the third ring, those three captains will find it even harder to contest your progress." "I never knew there was such a backstory," Flane exclaimed, surprised that the acquisition of the Type 2 alchemical item, the substitute puppet, had such a convoluted history. When the Deputy Chief had handed him the puppet, she had not mentioned this, leading him to believe the process had been smooth. Reflecting on this, he felt a surge of gratitude toward Lindy. Chapter 45, Recruitment Trap. "All right, that matter is in the past. Let us leave it at that," Lindy interjected, halting the conversation between Julie and Flane. Discussing such affairs within the Security Bureau was not conducive to internal unity, and she wished to avoid any tension between Flane and the three captains. Given Flane's potential, it was inevitable that he would soon reach the 5-ring level and ascend to captain rank. Thus, maintaining amicable relations with the three captains would be beneficial for future cooperation. Moreover, although the three captains harbored some self-interest, their motivations were not entirely incomprehensible. There are inevitably individuals devoid of self-interest, and she was no exception. Her particular attention toward Flane stemmed from his talent, but also from the fact that he was someone she had personally recruited, bearing her mark and belonging to her faction. Understood, both Flame and Julie acknowledged. Ceasing their discussion, recognizing that such matters were indeed inappropriate for discourse within the Security Bureau. Should their conversation be overheard, it could undermine internal cohesion. Naturally, knowing of this situation, it would be impossible for Flame to maintain an intimate relationship with the three captains in the future. Julie, in my stead, please retrieve the secret arts book for advancing the mysterious gun from the third ring to the fourth. Lindy instructed Julie before turning to Flame. Flame, when you collect the new secret arts book, you must return the book for the mysterious gun from the first to the third ring. Both Julie and Flame acknowledged with a nod before departing. Point 1 headed to the storage for secret arts books to collect the subsequent volumes for the mysterious gun, while the other returned to room 201 to retrieve the book for the mysterious gun from the first to the third ring. Shortly thereafter, the two reconvened in Lindy's office. Deputy Chief, here is the secret arts book for the mysterious gun from the first to the third ring. Flame presented the now unneeded book. Lindy examined it briefly, confirming its accuracy before setting it aside and picking up the newly acquired secret arts book for the mysterious gun, handing it to Flame. This is the secret arts book for advancing the mysterious gun from the third ring to the fourth. There truly is an entire book, Flame exclaimed as he received the tome, which, although dedicated to the transition from the third to the fourth ring, was as thick as the book covering the first to the third rings. He felt a pang of trepidation, as Julie had previously mentioned. Each subsequent ring after the third required a complete volume. Just reading through it from beginning to end and mastering its methods of practice would likely take him at least a month. In contrast, the secret arts book for the Eye of Appraisal, spanning from the first to the 12th ring, consisted of only a single volume, with merely a few dozen pages, truly a rarity. It seems even geniuses have their weaknesses, Julie remarked playfully. Noticing Flame's expression of dismay upon seeing the secret arts book, witnessing the highest talent in the Security Bureau appear troubled brought her an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. This perhaps encapsulated the essence of joy being built upon the sufferings of others. Miss Julie, you, with your photographic memory, cannot fathom the struggles of an ordinary person, Flame replied with a wry smile. If a graduate from the prestigious Jamerson Academy in Constant City is considered an ordinary person, then there is no such thing as a genius, Julie chuckled. Possessing a photographic memory, she was well aware of Flame's past experiences. I too had to diligently study to gain admission, believing that once I secured a job, I would be free from such burdens, only to discover that I still had to study after entering the workforce, Flame reminisced, a hint of lament in his tone. This is entirely normal. Learning is what fosters progress. Whether in ordinary professions or in the realm of practitioners of the secret arts, Lindy interjected with a kind smile upon hearing Flame's complaints. I have good news for you. According to the regulations of the Security Bureau, after reaching the third ring, your weekly salary will be increased to 100 gold pounds. Yes, please allocate the additional 50 gold pounds entirely towards repaying the 3,000 gold pounds debt, Flame replied after a moment's consideration. Previously, to repay the debt incurred from studying the second secret art, he had been dedicating half of his weekly salary to repayment. At this rate, it would take him over 2 years to settle the debt. However, if he applied the newly increased 50 gold pounds entirely towards the repayment, he could reduce the time frame to approximately 9 months. The debt of 3,000 gold pounds can be repaid gradually. The Security Bureau will not press you for it. Why not withdraw a little more for your daily expenses? Lindy inquired, in her perspective. A mere 25 gold pounds per week was hardly sufficient for living costs. Sometimes, even minor purchases exceeded that amount. For me, it is ample. Phelan shook his head. To Lindy, who regarded a single dress as worth several hundred gold coins, 25 gold pounds a week seemed utterly inadequate. Yet, to him, it was more than sufficient. It is noteworthy that when he first opened the appraisal office, his weekly income was only around 4 gold pounds. Even then, he managed to save a portion of his earnings, accumulating over 100 gold pounds in 2 years. We are secret practitioners. Making money is relatively easy for us, so there is no need to be overly stringent with oneself. Seeing Phelan's steadfastness, Lindy offered a gentle reminder but refrained from further comment. After leaving the Deputy Bureau's office, Phelan returned to the lounge of room 201. He did not peruse the secrets of the mystical gun's third ring progression to the fourth ring, but instead locked the book away in the safe. He believed that, rather than focusing on the practice methods for the mystical gun's advancement, he should prioritize acquiring esoteric knowledge. In his view, Such knowledge was of utmost importance, as its effective application could significantly influence the outcome of battles. Picking up the book titled Esoteric Arts, he continued to explore its contents. Upon reaching the latter sections, he discovered introductions to several common esoteric arts, which were precisely the knowledge he urgently required, prompting him to examine them closely. The hypnotic hand. Could this be the esoteric art that Ivy practices? Upon encountering the hypnotic hand, Phelan's gaze instinctively drifted towards Ivy in the room. The hypnotic hand, utilizing the hand as the conduit for esoteric practices, allows the practitioner to hypnotize targets through physical contact. The prerequisite master-level profession is hypnotist. This esoteric art enables the first ring to touch and hypnotize, the second ring to induce hypnosis through sound generated by the hand, the third ring to hypnotize multiple targets simultaneously, and the fourth ring to hypnotize with mere gestures. Anyone who sees the hand as the esoteric organ will succumb to hypnosis. Compared to previous methods, this approach is undoubtedly more discreet. The fifth ring possesses the ability to implant hypnosis, akin to a time bomb nestled within the target's mind, set to activate under specific conditions or stimuli. This method is far more enigmatic and difficult to guard against. One can imagine a friend who appeared completely normal suddenly launching a surprise attack. Such an ambush would be exceedingly challenging to anticipate. Moreover, even if the ambush were to fail, there would be no concern for personal danger, as the hypnosis is time-activated, leaving the practitioner safely away from the target. From the description, the hypnotic hand bears a striking resemblance to Ivy's esoteric art. Likely being the very one she has mastered, he recalled witnessing Ivy deploy touch hypnosis, sound hypnosis, and the ability to hypnotize multiple targets. From this, it could be inferred that Ivy is indeed a third-ring practitioner, or perhaps even of a higher ring, yet has not revealed her abilities beyond the third ring due to their irrelevance. As he continued to read, he became acquainted with various common esoteric arts. Although the book offered only brief mentions of these arts for confidentiality reasons, lacking detailed methodologies, it provided him with enough understanding to recognize these arts when encountering corresponding practitioners. Spatial maze, a spatial-type esoteric art that can create a maze environment to confine enemies. Requires the condition of having a photographic memory. Could this be the art practiced by Julie? Phelan glanced at the description of the spatial maze. Given Julie's remarkable memory, it was logical that she would practice this esoteric art. Yet, he was curious about the connection between photographic memory and the spatial maze. Why was photographic memory a prerequisite, rather than some other profession? I see. After reading the introduction to the spatial maze, Phelan finally grasped why photographic memory was necessary. The spatial maze is a uniquely exceptional art, not merely for its spatial nature, but due to its esoteric organ. Unlike typical esoteric arts, whose organs are visible, the organ of the spatial maze remains unseen. It exists within the soul's realm of imagination, forming a labyrinth constructed by thought. To create such a maze, one must have intimate knowledge of every brick and tile. Furthermore, to expand the maze, one must possess the same level of understanding of every brick and tile involved in the expansion, realistically fabricating it. Whether in the initial creation or subsequent expansion, an extraordinary memory is essential. Photographic memory is indispensable. This explains why such an esoteric art mandates photographic memory as a prerequisite. Although this esoteric art lacks offensive power in its early stages, as long as one does not encounter a counteracting extraordinary force or beings of significantly higher rank, one can maintain an undefeated position through the ability to confine enemies. Phelan couldn't help but recall the events that transpired when Lindy came to recruit him. Aside from the Security Bureau, other mysterious organizations sent representatives, but they all arrived belatedly, only showing up after he had reached an agreement with the Security Bureau. In hindsight, it seemed these individuals had been ensnared within Julie's spatial maze until she chose to dissolve it or time elapsed, freeing them. If the Eastern District is known as the residence of aristocrats and affluent merchants in Constantine City, then the Western District is where the economically disadvantaged reside. Rat Street, even within Constantine's Western District, could be deemed a filthy and dilapidated thoroughfare. The ground is comprised of dark, cracked stones, surrounded by graffiti-laden walls, with heaps of foul-smelling garbage scattered about, sometimes even witnessing rats scurrying across the street in broad daylight. Many of the inhabitants here lack stable employment and a reliable income. Bang, bang, bang. A gaunt man clad in tattered cotton clothing rapped on a door with frostbitten hands. After a moment, the door swung open, and a burly man peered out, asking, "What is it? I heard that work can be found here. Come in." The burly man glanced around before sizing up the gaunt man, then invited him inside. The gaunt man followed the burly man into a room furnished with an old sofa, where two young men and a middle-aged man were seated. After entering, the burly man addressed the middle-aged man, saying, "He is here looking for work. I am currently hiring miners, and I have plenty of positions available, with a weekly salary of 10 shillings. The middle-aged man, dressed in black, cast a sidelong glance at the gaunt man as he spoke. However, the minimum commitment is 1 year. During this year, you must remain at the mine and cannot return to Constantin City. 1 year without returning to Constantin City." The gaunt man's expression shifted to one of hesitation. The urgency behind his job search stemmed from his family's dwindling funds. His wife and child were on the brink of starvation. Even if he earned money during that year, his family would likely have perished from hunger long before he could return. "Of course, I understand that you would come to me out of necessity, so I will allow you to withdraw a year's salary in advance, which amounts to 25 gold pounds, the middle-aged man explained. "I can withdraw a year's salary in advance." The gaunt man's face lit up with joy. With the 25 gold pounds, his wife and child would not go hungry, and their living situation for the coming year would be secure. He quickly replied, "I am willing." "Excellent." A smile spread across the middle-aged man's face as he successfully recruited another worker. A short time later, the gaunt man, clutching the substantial sum of 25 gold pounds, made his way back home. But he was not alone, as one of the two young men he had previously encountered followed him, clearly wary of the possibility of him absconding with the money. Upon arriving home, the gaunt man handed the money to his wife and explained his plan to work away for a year. "Why does it have to be so long?" his wife asked. Concern etched on her face. "The mine is quite far from Constantin City, making travel inconvenient, which is why a minimum commitment of 1 year is required," the gaunt man replied. "What if you look for another job?" his wife suggested. "If I miss this opportunity, I may not find another as favorable." The gaunt man glanced at their 5-year-old son and shook his head. Though his wife was reluctant, she recognized this as the only viable means to improve their family's financial situation and ultimately agreed. After bidding farewell to his wife, the gaunt man returned to the earlier location and was promptly assigned to a different lodging, sharing a room with others preparing to depart. That night, a creature with a human body and a wolf's head, its hands and claws tipped with sharp talons, gently pushed open the door and stood at the foot of the beds. Its eyes glowed red as it gazed at the sleeping individuals. And with its gaze, each person, including the gaunt man, ceased to breathe and lost their heartbeat. Chapter 46. The Freeman Family. The day following his application for the method to progress the mystical gun from the 3rd to the 4th ring, Phelan did not report to work, as he and Ivy were scheduled to rest for the next 2 days. Although he was eager to acquire more knowledge regarding the mysterious arts, he decided to take this time to relax and not rush. In the morning, he purchased some pastries from the House of Happiness and made his way to his sister's residence. "Uncle," upon the arrival of Phelan, the fair-haired, blue-eyed little Kasha, resembling a porcelain doll and clad in a white leather jacket, chirped cheerfully, "What a good girl." Phelan reached out and gently patted Kasha's head, inquiring, "What has Uncle brought you?" Kasha eagerly accepted a paper bag filled with pastries, her bright blue eyes sparkling with anticipation as she peered inside. Upon discovering its contents, her small face erupted into delight. "Wow, it's strawberry cake and cream puffs from the House of Happiness. Are you resting today?" Her sister, Roland, approached with her hair tied up, dressed in casual home attire. "Yes, I'm off today and tomorrow," Phelan nodded in response. "With your current job offering a high salary and 2 days off each week, you must work diligently and avoid any mistakes that could jeopardize your position," Roland cautioned. "Don't worry, I won't lose it," Phelan replied with a smile. Given his evident talent, he knew that unless he committed a grievous error, the Safety Bureau would not dismiss him. As a civil servant, he felt as though he held a solid job, and with ample opportunities for promotion and salary increases. His current pay of 100 gold pounds was the best testament to his success. However, he refrained from disclosing this to his sister, knowing it would likely shock her and raise doubts about his role at the Dawader auction house. After all, even a chief appraiser should not earn such a hefty salary. Don't take it lightly. Recently, a friend of your brother-in-law, whom you've met, made a minor mistake at work and was caught off guard, resulting in his dismissal, Roland stated sternly, observing Phelan's nonchalance. "Yes, understood." Phelan quickly assumed a humble demeanor, aware that failing to do so would subject him to a verbal onslaught from his sister, something he had come to expect. "That's more like it," Roland conceded. Satisfied that Faline was taking her words to heart, after enjoying lunch at his sister's home, Faline departed in a carriage, not returning to his residence but heading straight out of the city. Once outside, he traveled to the outskirts and, upon reaching a stony wasteland, instructed the driver, Kin Darby, to halt. As the mysterious gun reached the third ring, he had contemplated finding an opportunity to leave the city and test the power of the mysterious power bullet, inscribed with the armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern. This outing was solely for that purpose, ensuring that no one else was around aside from himself and the driver. Faline approached the stony desolation. This spot will do. He quickly located a flat, slab-like boulder, approximately a meter thick, resembling a steel, mysterious gun. He removed the glove from his left hand, revealing the tattoo on his wrist, and summoned the mysterious gun. Mysterious power bullet, armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern. First, he crafted the mysterious power bullet, then inscribed the armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern upon it. In less than 2 seconds, a bullet imbued with the armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern emerged, though it was invisible to the naked eye. Faline could sense it through his connection with the mysterious gun. Within the mysterious gun lay a bullet entirely black, its surface adorned with a purple armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern, resting quietly. Bang! He fired, and the bullet inscribed with the armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern was propelled from the muzzle, striking the steely-like boulder. The purple armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern activated, emitting a glow akin to purple fluorescence. With a soft thud, the bullet pierced into the boulder, creating a hole on its surface. The bullet traversed through the boulder as if it faced no resistance, ultimately exiting and embedding itself into an adjacent stone before its power finally dissipated. Its strength is sufficient to penetrate a meter-thick rock. From Faline's vantage point, he could clearly see a hole that pierced through the boulder. Pleased, he nodded in satisfaction. Although rock is not as hard as steel, its meter-thick mass is formidable, and even in his previous life, few firearms could breach it. Truly, the bullet's penetrating attribute did not disappoint him. Capable of piercing through a meter-thick rock, it could rival the most powerful sniper rifles of my past life. Faline mused. In his previous life, the Barrett sniper rifle left a profound impression on him. To experience its formidable power, he had even spent money in a game, which was the only game he had ever paid for. Based on his judgment, the mysterious gun, now possessing armor-piercing bullets, had surely reached a level of power comparable to that of a Barrett heavy sniper rifle. Bang, bang, bang. He continued to inscribe the armor-piercing attribute ritual pattern, firing one bullet after another. Soon, the boulder's surface was dotted with numerous front and back holes. What power? Not far away, the driver, Kin Darby, observed Faline's shooting with keen interest, as such displays of a mystic testing their craft were rare. Yet, upon witnessing Faline breach a meter-thick rock, his pupils involuntarily narrowed. As a veteran, he was well aware of the power of firearms and understood the implications of what he had just witnessed. This was a fearsome force capable of effortlessly tearing through flesh. If it struck a person, it would likely be severed in two. Only 2 months since joining the Safety Bureau, and he has already demonstrated such prowess, truly deserving of being recognized as the most talented individual in the Constant City Safety Bureau in recent years. He couldn't help but marvel. Spending most of his time on standby at the Safety Bureau, he had heard others discuss Faline and knew he was regarded as the most gifted individual in the Bureau's history. Meanwhile, in the meeting room of the Guard Department, a conference was underway. The participants included the Minister of the Guard Department, Duff Campbell, and 8 police officers at the rank of sergeant, including Jemana. Minister, recently a gang has emerged in the Western District, recruiting minors with high salaries. Dozens of individuals have already vanished after joining this group in Constant City. Jemana addressed Duff Campbell, who sat at the head of the table. I believe this gang poses a significant threat, and we should investigate them, she asserted. Duff Campbell, a portly man wearing black gloves, surveyed the other 7 sergeants and officers present, excluding Jemana. What are your thoughts? I see no need for concern. This is likely just a mining operation hiring workers. There is no reason to waste police resources on this. A man in his 30s, with a slight beard on his chin, countered. He was Sergeant Henrik Sherlin, a seasoned officer with over a decade of experience. I concur, it is indeed unnecessary to expend energy on this matter, another moderately built young man chimed in. He was Sergeant Carol Kane, a capable officer who had solved numerous cases despite his relatively short tenure. However, the recruitment of minors typically occurs during the Spring Festival. It is unusual to begin hiring in winter. Jemana pointed out her concerns. Indeed. The timing is somewhat early, But that alone does not warrant suspicion. They may have discovered a new vein and are urgently in need of workers. A lean, dark-skinned man responded. He was Sergeant Scott Cook, a seasoned officer skilled in combat, and also served as an instructor within the guard department. As more sergeants voiced their opinions, all echoed their opposition to Jemana's proposal, dismissing the idea of investigating the minor recruiting gang. Since the majority disagrees, Jemana, this matter is dismissed, Duff Campbell concluded. I understand, Jemana replied, feeling somewhat discontent. She remained convinced the gang posed a threat, but faced with the minister's orders, she had no choice but to comply. In the evening, at the Freeman Villa's dining room, a bright yellow crystal gas lamp hung overhead, illuminating the space. A long rectangular table adorned with white tablecloths. 5 individuals dined, each attended by a maid. Among them was a middle-aged man with blue hair, exuding an air of authority. Beside him sat a middle-aged woman adorned with a large red gemstone, exuding opulence. Another was a young man in his 20s, also with blue hair, who displayed a composed demeanor. A beautiful young woman with brown hair and gemstone earrings graced the table, along with another young woman, even more striking than the brown-haired beauty, also with blue hair, none other than Ivy. The table was laden with gourmet dishes such as golden caviar, duck breast, and pan-seared sole, all meticulously prepared by the chef. However, the 5 diners appeared largely unfazed, as if they had long grown immune to such exquisite fare. Ivy, how is your progress in mystic training? Inquired the authoritative middle-aged man. Ivy's father, Welton Freeman, who held the dual position of mayor of Constant City and a highly esteemed nobleman in the capital. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and turned his gaze toward Ivy. I advanced to the 4th ring of mystic mastery half a month ago. Iway, who had already finished her meal, responded, having become a 4th ring mage in less than 8 months at the Security Bureau. This pace of advancement surpasses that of ordinary elite talents. Indeed, Iway, your innate talent is remarkable, praised the young man with blue hair and a composed demeanor. He is Aruro Freeman, the elder brother of Iway and the eldest son of Wilton Freeman, and he has always maintained a close relationship with her. Recently, when Iway was feeling down, he took the initiative to organize a banquet to help lift her spirits. Quite so, Wilton Freeman nodded in satisfaction. As a highly esteemed earl in the kingdom, he wields significant influence in many spheres, yet there is one domain where he possesses no authority whatsoever, the Security Bureau. Upon discovering Iway's extraordinary talent for magical arts, he enrolled her in the Bureau with the hope that one day she would ascend to a high-ranking position, thereby granting him a voice within its ranks. In good spirits, he boasted, to achieve the status of a 4th ring mage so swiftly. One must not only be gifted but also diligent. It is evident that you have worked tirelessly during this time. Should you desire a gift, do not hesitate to ask. No need, I don't want anything, Iway replied. Shaking her head, her father, Wilton Freeman, has always treated her well. Throughout her life, she has never lacked for the finest provisions compared to her peers, and his affection for her rivals that of her brother. However, the sole downside is that her father harbors a deep desire for power and is never satisfied, constantly seeking to expand the Freeman family's influence within the kingdom. Iway, your rate of advancement within the Security Bureau should place you at the top. Correct? Aruro Freeman inquired, taking a sip of red wine as he turned his gaze toward Iway. Upon hearing her brother's question, Iway couldn't help but think of Faline, her teammate. While her innate talent is indeed formidable, it pales in comparison to Faline's. She shook her head, responding, not quite. Not quite. Both Wilton and Aruro Freeman looked at Iway in astonishment. The elegantly dressed middle-aged woman and the young woman with brown hair. Iway's mother, Lena Lee Freeman, and sister-in-law, Heidi Freeman, also turned their attentive gazes toward Iway. Although they do not fully comprehend the implications of her current progress as a mage, they can discern from their husbands' reactions that something extraordinary is afoot. Indeed, there is one individual whose advancement surpasses mine, Iway confirmed with a nod. Who is it? Wilton Freeman asked. The Security Bureau has regulations against disclosing such information, Iway replied, withholding specifics. Iway, while the Bureau may have rules, such regulations likely pertain only to ordinary individuals, Aruro Freeman remarked. You know that although the Freeman family lacks influence within the Bureau, we can still uncover information. It is my teammate, Faline Socks, Iway admitted, recognizing the truth in her brother's statement. Is it him? Aruro Freeman expressed surprise. Aruro, do you know this person? Wilton Freeman inquired, having detected his brother's familiarity with Faline. Yes, at the recent banquet, there was an unfamiliar individual who interacted with Iway. It was him. My investigation revealed that he is affiliated with the Great Wheater Auction House. And thereafter, he ceased all contact with Iway, leading me to abandon the inquiry. Now it seems that his connection to the Great Weeder auction house is merely a facade arranged by the Security Bureau. His true identity is that of a Bureau member, Oruro Freeman clarified. His concern for Iway is profound, and he investigates all males who have interacted with her for her protection. What is his background? Wilton Freeman inquired. From an ordinary family, his parents perished in an accident. And his sister is married to a baron's family, Oruro Freeman replied. Wilton Freeman pondered for a moment before addressing Iway. This individual possesses considerable potential. Provided he survives, he is destined to become a key figure within the Security Bureau. Since he is your teammate, perhaps you could invite him to the Freeman family for a visit when convenient. Iway acknowledged. Chapter 47. A plea for help on a night a few days later. A man, clutching his wounded right hand with his left, staggered through the lightly snow-covered streets, leaving a trail of blood behind him. In his 30s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black coat. He was none other than Detective Coffee Cologne, who had advised Faline and aided him in successfully joining the Security Bureau. Days prior, he had accepted a commission funded by several families. Each had a relative who had gone missing after responding to an advertisement for minors. And sensing something amiss, they pooled resources to investigate their loved ones' whereabouts. He undertook this task and began probing into the minor recruitment gang. However, he soon discovered that this gang was far from ordinary. They detected his surveillance and promptly dispatched 3 armed men to hunt him down. Outnumbered, he suffered a gunshot wound to his right hand, causing him to drop his firearm and flee in desperation. The blood he shed, mingling with the snow on the ground, betrayed his location, and he could not shake off the relentless pursuit of the trio behind him. As he lost more blood, his condition worsened rapidly. The pursuers were closing in, and the nearest guard station was still far away, placing him in a dire situation. It is too late to reach the guard station. I must hope that Mr. Socks, who lives nearby, is willing to lend a hand. Gritting his teeth, he changed direction and dashed toward another street. After suggesting how Faline might attract the attention of a mysterious organization, he had kept a close eye on Faline's progress. Not long after, he learned that Faline had closed his appraisal office, joined the Great Weeder auction house, and moved into a standalone house on Valent Street. As a detective, he was astute enough to deduce that Faline had successfully infiltrated some clandestine organization, which filled him with envy. Now, in a perilous predicament, he thought of Faline, who had proven capable of handling monsters even before joining the organization. Now, he could only hope that Faline would be willing to come to his aid. Bang! 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 Just as he reached a 2-story standalone house, he knocked frantically on the door, shouting, "Mr. Socks! Who is it?" Despite having gone to bed, Faline's heightened senses, sharpened by his recent enhancements as a mage, alerted him to the commotion. He quickly turned on the light and opened the window on the 2nd floor facing the street. "Mr. Socks, I am Detective Coffee Cologne, and I am being pursued. Please, help me." Being pursued. The hesitation lasted only a moment before Faline hurried downstairs. He certainly remembered Detective Coffee Cologne. Not only had they faced danger together during a ghoul attack, but the detective's advice had also facilitated his entry into the Security Bureau, leaving him with a significant debt of gratitude. Now that Coffee sought his assistance, it was only right that he extend a helping hand. "Come in." Upon reaching the ground floor, Faline swiftly opened the door, ushering Coffee inside before shutting it firmly. Noticing Coffee's blood-soaked hand and his labored breathing, he inquired, "Who is pursuing you?" "They are likely members of a gang, 3 in total, all armed," Coffee replied hastily. Before Faline could press further, he heard footsteps approaching from a distance, growing louder by the second until they halted right outside the door. "The footprints and blood trail end here. They must have hidden in this house," one man declared. "Break down the door," another ordered decisively. Hearing their intentions to force entry, Faline's brow furrowed. The wooden door would offer little resistance against their assault. He called out to the intruders, "Who are you? And why are you pursuing my friend?" "There are others inside. Not a single one can be spared," came the menacing reply, revealing their intent to eliminate Coffee and him as well. "Deputy Sheriff Jemana is my friend. Would you consider letting this matter end here tonight?" Faline invoked the name of Deputy Sheriff Jemana, hoping to deter the assailants. To gang members, the authority of a sheriff should carry significant weight. If he could intimidate the 3 outside using his connection to Jemana, it would be the best outcome. "Break down the door." The earlier speaker reiterated his command. Even upon hearing Faline's mention of his acquaintance with Deputy Sheriff Jemana, the assailants remained resolute, intent on forcing their way in. That moment, a bald man stepped back a few paces before charging at the door. Creak, As the bald man reached the entrance, he was halted in his tracks not by the door, but by the cold barrel of a gun pressed against his forehead. It was Phelan, who, knowing the door could not withstand the impact, had taken the initiative to prevent the breach. Not good. Upon seeing the door swing open and a figure brandishing a gun at his companion, the other two men instinctively prepared to fire. Bang! Bang! 2 shots rang out, and the 2 men aiming their weapons fell to the ground, blood oozing from the gaping wounds and despite the fact that Phelan has now become a sorcerer. His physical prowess far surpassing that of the elite soldiers in the military, he is still unable to withstand bullets solely with his body. Furthermore, the 2 men clearly intend to end his life, prompting him to take decisive action. As for the unease that accompanies his first act of killing, it exists, albeit faintly. He is a sorcerer and had long anticipated this day, having neutralized the threats posed by the 2 men. Phelan repositioned his gun, pressing it against the bald man's temple. Speak. Why are you pursuing my friend? He saw. What he shouldn't he have? The bald man, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead, hurriedly replied as his companions were swiftly dispatched, the weapon still aimed at his head. What should he not have seen? Phelan inquired, glancing at Ka-Fei with a questioning gaze. They belong to a gang that recruits minors, all of whom have vanished without a trace. The miners' families found this suspicious and commissioned me to investigate, Ka-Fei elucidated. And where did these recruited miners go? Phelan's gaze returned to the bald man, determined to unravel the entire affair. At the very least, he needed to ascertain the identity of the enemy. Should a threat emerge, he would not hesitate to act himself or enlist official assistance to eradicate it completely. As a member of the Security Bureau, he possessed a license to kill, and if his adversaries were part of a gang, he would bear no responsibility for their total annihilation. They are dead, the bald man replied. Dead? How did they die? Phelan queried, his brow furrowing. I don't know. After being brought here, they slept one night and were dead by the next day, with a strange smile on their faces. The bald man shuddered at the memory of their deaths, a chill running down his spine. A strange smile on their faces. Phelan felt a jolt of alarm, recalling the characteristics of those slain by werewolf monsters. These miners had likely fallen victim to such beasts. However, if the recruited miners had been slain by werewolves, why had the bald man and his associates not met the same fate? The answer was clear. The werewolves were under someone else's control, selecting their victims. Connecting this to the cultist Ariel Soto, who was known for smuggling corpses, Phelan sensed that this matter was likely related to the Tooth of Devouring. He quickly asked, where were their bodies taken? I don't know. We were only responsible for the transport. There are others who handle the body disposal, the bald man replied, shaking his head. Phelan's expression shifted between light and shadow. It was evident that this gang recruiting miners was under the influence of the Tooth of Devouring, aiming to acquire corpses without the Security Bureau noticing. He immediately contemplated reporting this to the Bureau, suggesting they use the miner recruitment gang as a lead for investigation. It may already be too late. He recalled the attempt on Ka-Fei's life. That hideout had been discovered, and the miner recruitment gang was likely already in the process of relocating. If the Security Bureau received word and dispatched personnel, they would surely arrive too late. Mr. Cologne, where is this gang's hideout? At 41, Rat Street. Keep an eye on him. Phelan handed the handgun to Ka-Fei and swiftly ascended the stairs. Moments later, he returned with a medical kit, a birdcage, and some rope. He entrusted the medical kit to Ka-Fei, instructing him to tend to his wounds while he bound the bald man with rope. Afterwards, he briefly scrawled some information about the miner recruitment gang on a piece of paper. Opening the birdcage, he retrieved a pigeon, inserted the note into the metal tube affixed to its leg, and released it as a member of the Security Bureau. He naturally had means for urgent communication with them. Mr. Cologne, this matter is of great significance. I must step out for a moment. Please keep an eye on this man. Without waiting for a response, Phelan darted out the door. It would take time for the Security Bureau to receive the message and send reinforcements. During that interval, the miner recruitment gang could very well escape, and he prepared to head to their hideout alone. While this was undoubtedly perilous, he resolved to proceed. All signs indicated that the Tooth of Devouring was plotting something in Constance City, and failing to uncover their scheme beforehand could lead to grave consequences. Living in this city, he certainly wished to avoid such a fate. Moreover, if the Tooth of Devouring's conspiracy were to unfold, both his sister and little Kasha could be in danger, and he himself might face dire threats. Whoosh! As a native of Constance City, he was well aware of Rat Street's location. Upon exiting, he sprinted towards his destination. Chapter 48. Shadow Beasts outside 41 Rat Street. A middle-aged man dressed in black glanced nervously at another man. "Sir, are we moving now? Shouldn't we wait a bit longer?" The three subordinates I sent out Haven T returned. The man he was looking at was his superior. A figure with a dark bag in hand and a cold, elongated gaze. He had witnessed this individual wield extraordinary powers firsthand. Those miners who had met their bizarre fates were undoubtedly connected to him. "No more waiting. We must relocate immediately." The cold-faced man shook his head. "Everyone, scatter as previously discussed. Once the storm passes, I will contact you." "Understood." Although the cold-faced man spoke in a low tone, his words brooked no argument, compelling the middle-aged man in black to comply. He then addressed the remaining four subordinates after accounting for the three he had sent out. "Withdraw. Immediately." The middle-aged man in black and the other four each chose a different direction and hastened away. The cold-faced man with the black bag cast a glance at the five before also selecting a direction and departing swiftly. Their location had likely been compromised. Ordinarily, he would have killed these individuals and fled without delay. However, he refrained from doing so, not out of reluctance, but because the snowfall made it difficult to erase traces. He needed these individuals to divert attention and buy himself time to escape. The information these individuals possessed regarding the organization was minimal, so he was not overly concerned about them compromising the plan if captured. They're dispersing. In a dark alley some distance from 41, Rat Street. Faline, who had been sprinting towards the location, concealed himself. Due to the distance, he had not overheard the conversation between the middle-aged man in black and the cold-faced man. Observing the six individuals scattering, he found himself in a dilemma. With only himself, it was impossible to follow all six simultaneously, and if he attempted to confront them all at once, he had no confidence in prevailing, uncertain of how many among them wielded sorcery or their levels of mastery. Acting recklessly would be akin to gambling, a perilous gamble indeed. "I can only choose one to follow," he quickly resolved in his mind. Given the current circumstances, acting rashly was too dangerous, so he would have to select a single individual from among the six to track. Once he made this decision, his gaze swept over the six, seeking a target for pursuit. Since he intended to follow someone, it would be prudent to track an individual likely to possess sorcery and hold a significant position within the tooth of devouring. Such a person would undoubtedly hold valuable information. What is in that bag? He soon noticed one of the six carrying a black bag, curiosity peeking within him. Could it be? A hypothesis formed in his mind, prompting him to follow the individual with the bag. The werewolf monster that had caused the deaths of two households could disguise itself as a harmless puppy before and after its killings. Using its innocuous fade, it could gain shelter from humans, only to embark on a new hunt thereafter. Those miners who had perished with strange smiles on their faces had likely fallen victim to the werewolf monster. The contents of that black bag could very well be the disguised werewolf. If this individual were to flee with the werewolf monster, his rank among the six must be relatively high. Thus, he chose to follow him. Woo! As the cold-faced man holding the black bag walked through a narrow alley, a whimpering sound of a puppy emanated from within. Upon hearing this, the man's pace did not falter, but his eyes darkened with murderous intent. The puppy in the bag was, of course, the werewolf monster, alerting him that he was being tracked. If he did not eliminate the pursuer, escaping would likely prove difficult. Whoosh! From his shadow, three dark, human-shaped silhouettes silently emerged, lurking into a corner of the alley, while he continued his forward march. These three shadows were shadow beasts, creatures he had conjured through dark sorcery by separating the shadows and lives of the living. These monsters typically hid within his shadow, capable of transitioning between the real and the unreal, emerging as tangible entities whenever he required them, serving as his instruments of death. Unaware that he had been detected, Faline quietly trailed the cold-faced man. Soon, he approached the hiding spot of the three shadow beasts, which began to stir as he drew near. Whoosh! Almost simultaneously, the bodies of the three shadow beasts shifted from ethereal to solid, transforming into three dark, human figures, almost identical to a human shadow. The only distinction lies in the hands, one resembling an axe, another akin to a cleaver, and the last akin to a sword. Together, they launched an assault on Faline. Bang! 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 3 gunshots echoed as 3 bullets imbued with mysterious power shot forth, each aimed at the 3 shadow creatures attacking Faline. The 3 shadow entities, now struck in the head, bore gaping holes from which light could pass through, their bodies propelled backward by the force of the bullets. Faline remained oblivious to the fact that he had been discovered. However, The interface had detected the 3 shadow creatures and provided a notification regarding the acquisition of mysterious points. Naturally, he became alert, quietly bracing himself for possible impending attacks. As the 3 shadow creatures lunged towards him, he decisively retaliated with his mysterious gun. Boom! The 3 shadow creatures were hurled back, crashing against the walls of the alley. Although their skulls were pierced, as entities of abnormal life, they did not perish. Instead, they rose again, continuing their assault on Faline. Not dead. Encountering creatures that could survive having their heads blown off was a first for Faline. Though surprised, he resolutely fired again. Puffed, puffed, puffed. 3 more mysterious power bullets erupted from the barrel, this time targeting the torsos of the shadow creatures rather than their heads. Once more, the 3 shadow creatures were sent flying against the walls of the alley. Yet, they remained alive as shadow beings. They lacked the vital weaknesses typical of biological entities. Without waiting for the 3 shadow creatures to rise again, Faline unleashed a relentless barrage of shots at them. Pft, pft, pft. The mysterious power was unceasing, and as long as the bullets flowed, he continued to fire, unleashing over 10 shots in one breath. The bodies of the 3 shadow creatures suffered extensive damage, riddled with numerous holes. Ultimately, there exists no immortal form. The 3 shadow creatures could not rise again, their bodies disintegrating into nothingness. Whoosh! Just as Faline dispatched the 3 shadow creatures, a sudden gust of wind rushed towards him. He beheld a creature with a wolf's head and a human's body, its dagger-like claws aimed at him. Simultaneously, a line of text flashed before him, appearing and vanishing in an instant. Contact with the mysterious 3.1 mysterious points. There was no time to shoot. Instinctively, Faline dodged to the side. Despite his enhanced physical capabilities and swift speed, he could not evade the werewolf creature, which was fast enough to dodge bullets. Swoosh! The werewolf's claws grazed his chest, tearing his clothing and leaving 4 bloody scratches. Blood splattering forth. Bang! 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 His body was sent flying. While the werewolf lunged after him in midair, he fired 3 shots in quick succession. Clang! 2 of the bullets were evaded by the werewolf, while the 3rd was deflected by its claws. However, Faline was no novice in confronting werewolves. He anticipated their speed and fired not ordinary bullets. Puffed! The 2 bullets that had been avoided curiously curved and struck the werewolf from the side. The werewolf, realizing too late, was struck on both sides of its head by bullets. Nevertheless, the werewolf possessed formidable physical resilience. Even with 2 bullets lodged in its skull, it was not gravely injured. What a pity! Faline, having crash-landed, quickly regained his footing. In that critical moment, he had no time to inscribe a ritual pattern for armor-piercing bullets. Otherwise, he might have slain the werewolf. Fortunately, he had achieved his goal of preventing the werewolf from closing in. A whoop! The injured werewolf howled, its eyes glowing red as it lunged at Faline. Bang! 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 Faline fired continuously, unleashing a barrage of mysterious power bullets from his gun. Despite the werewolf's incredible speed and its ability to deflect bullets with its claws, it could not close the distance to Faline, who fired bullets that did not require reloading and could arc toward their target, inflicting wounds upon the creature. If he were still at the 2nd tier. Given the previous battles with the shadow creatures and the recent encounter, the mysterious power within his gun would likely be depleted. However, upon reaching the 3rd tier, the capacity for mysterious power within the gun surged, enabling him to produce around 100 mysterious power bullets without concern. Bang! Just as the werewolf was compelled to dodge the barrage of bullets, 1 bullet, adorned with purple markings, was discharged from the barrel, hurtling toward the werewolf. This was a bullet inscribed with the armor-piercing ritual pattern. It took over a second to complete the inscription, slightly slow for combat, but still applicable. Clang! The werewolf, possessing keen instincts, sensed the imminent threat from the bullet and swiftly swiped its claws to intercept it. The metallic clash resonated as the werewolf's claws shattered upon contact with the armor-piercing bullet, which continued its relentless trajectory toward the creature. Pfft! A gaping, gruesome wound appeared on the werewolf, blood flowing profusely from the openings. The armor-piercing bullet, capable of penetrating even a meter-thick rock, proved too formidable for the werewolf's robust physique, which could not withstand the assault and was pierced through. Wounded, the werewolf staggered, its agility diminished, and a flicker of fear arose within it, prompting it to turn and flee. Naturally, Faline would not allow the creature to escape. He swiftly wiped the mysterious gun and inscribed another armor-piercing bullet. Bang! Another bullet, marked with blue patterns, was fired, targeting the werewolf's back. Aware of the danger posed by such a bullet, the werewolf hastily attempted to evade, but its weakened state rendered it less agile. Puffed. The werewolf narrowly avoided a shot to the heart. Yet the armor-piercing bullet pierced through its body once more, leaving another gruesome wound. Having endured 2 severe injuries, the werewolf's movements grew increasingly sluggish. Phaelin quickly inscribed yet another armor-piercing bullet and fired again. The bullet struck the werewolf in the back of its head, emerging from its forehead. Blood and a white substance oozed from the 2 holes in the werewolf's skull. The werewolf's body collapsed like a machine devoid of power, falling lifeless to the ground. Phew! Seeing the werewolf down, Phaelin exhaled in relief. The werewolf, equating to a 3rd-tier extraordinary being, had been slain due to a multitude of factors. Upon reaching the 3rd tier, his reflexes quickened. The capacity for mysterious power in his gun increased, and he learned to craft armor-piercing bullets. It was this confluence of elements that enabled him to vanquish a werewolf in its prime. Whoosh! A cold-faced man sprinted swiftly down the alley, fleeing rapidly. With 3 shadow creatures and a werewolf joining forces, they should be able to kill him. Even if they cannot, they should buy me some time to escape. After unleashing the 3 shadow creatures and enlisting the werewolf's aid in battle, he did not wait for the outcome but decisively retreated. Although he believed that the combined forces of 3 shadow creatures and a werewolf should be sufficient to surround and eliminate his pursuer, he opted for the most prudent course of action: immediate withdrawal. The 3 shadow creatures are dead. Suddenly, while running, he halted as the creator of the 3 shadow creatures. He was linked to them, so he instantly sensed their demise. The enemy is formidable. My decision to retreat immediately was indeed correct. Grateful. He pressed on. Though the 3 shadow creatures had fallen, the werewolf remained. With strength comparable to a 3rd-tier sorcerer, the werewolf was superior to the 3 shadow creatures, likely capable of stalling the pursuer long enough to grant him a chance to flee. As dawn approached, once he mingled with the morning crowd, he would be able to evade his pursuer entirely. Chapter 49. Fangs of Frenzy. After slaying the werewolf, Phaelin intended to pursue the cultist who had fled some time ago. But at that moment, ding! Contact with the mysterious 2.8 mysterious points. Words flashed before him, appearing and disappearing in an instant. Upon seeing the notification on the interface, his body tensed up, and he became wary of his surroundings. Previously, when ambushed by shadow creatures, a similar situation had arisen, indicating the potential presence of new monsters lurking nearby, preparing to launch a surprise attack. However, after waiting for about half a minute without any ambush occurring, he began to sense something was amiss. He scanned his surroundings cautiously, and upon glancing at the werewolf's corpse, a flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Beside the werewolf's body lay a wolf's fawn, separated from the corpse and resting on the ground, its color surprisingly silver. During the battle with the werewolf, he was certain that it did not possess silver teeth. How could this fawn have turned silver? Is it tainted with some mysterious material? No, it could also be a cursed object. A hypothesis formed in his mind. The extraordinary is indestructible. One of the 3 iron laws of extraordinary power states that extraordinary traits do not perish, but rather disperse and transfer upon the owner's demise. Upon the occurrence of a transfer, there exists the possibility of contamination by mysterious materials or cursed objects. This wolf fawn is likely tainted by such enigmatic substances or curses. Since joining the Security Bureau, he has slain 11 monsters, and now fortune has finally smiled upon him with the extraordinary trait transfer, Eye of Appraisal. He picked up the silver wolf fawn and activated the Eye of Appraisal, his right eye transforming into a vibrant blue as the description of the silver fawn materialized before him. Type: Cursed Object Name: Frenzied Fawn. Grade: Type 1 Extraordinary Ability. Upon use, the wielder undergoes a physical transformation into a werewolf, acquiring the formidable physique and keen senses characteristic of such beings. Side effects: During the transformation, the user loses rationality, becoming a frenzied beast. Post-diminution side effects: The user retains rationality, but experiences heightened emotional volatility, becoming easily enraged with violent tendencies. It is indeed a cursed object. Upon reading the description of the silver wolf fawn, also known as the frenzied fawn, Phaelin felt a surge of delight. The contamination by mysterious materials and cursed objects clearly indicates that the latter possesses greater value. Moreover, it grants me the extraordinary ability I most urgently require. Due to the interference from shadow creatures and werewolf monsters, the cultist had managed to escape for a considerable time, and Phaelin lacked confidence in tracking him down. However, the werewolf sense, one of the extraordinary abilities of this cursed object, greatly boosted his confidence. The side effects, diminished through the eye of appraisal, were acceptable, although he would experience emotional turbulence. He could retain his sanity, preventing him from becoming a mindless beast, which was already sufficient. Frenzied Fang. Grasping the frenzied Fang, Faline immediately utilized its power. A thick coat of black fur sprouted across his face, his eyes turning a blood-red hue. His physique grew robust, stretching his previously fitted clothing to its limits. His hands and feet transformed into formidable claws, ripping through his shoes and rendering them completely useless, under the influence of the side effects. His mood shifted to irritation, and he violently tore apart the damaged shoes. Sniffing the air, he detected a scent distinct from that of shadow creatures or werewolf monsters, and he swiftly pursued it. Moving with incredible speed, each stride covering several meters as if he were leaping. Snow erupted beneath his feet, accompanied by a resounding thud. The sun has risen. The streets must be bustling with people heading to work. If I can traverse this alley and blend into the crowd, I shall evade pursuit. In the depths of an alley, Jin-Ku White felt a jolt of adrenaline, forcibly squeezing out the last remnants of energy from his fatigued body. Accelerating his pace, soon, he reached the mouth of the alley, spotting passers-by on the street beyond. Steadying his breath, he prepared to step out and merge with the throng to escape his pursuers. Yet, at that moment, snap! A clawed hand emerged from behind, seizing his neck and pulling him back into the alley. Gah! The sudden turn of events sent Jin-Ku White into a panic, just as he thought he would shake off his pursuers. He found himself ensnared at the last moment. Unable to make a sound due to the grip tightening around his neck, he struggled desperately, clawing at the hand constricting him in a futile attempt to break free. However, the extraordinary abilities he had honed in the dark arts provided limited physical enhancement, and while he was stronger than the average person, he was no match for the hand's owner. The grip on his neck felt like a vice, and no amount of effort could pry it loose. He was dragged deeper into the alley. Once they reached the depths of the alley, the grip finally relented, but it was not the release he had hoped for. The owner of the hand hoisted him up and flung him violently against the wall. Thud! With a muffled thump, he crashed into the wall, causing debris to rain down as the structure trembled precariously. Pain surged through his body where he collided with the wall, and he feared his bones had fractured, his head spinning in disorientation. Struggling to raise his head, he caught sight of his assailant, a creature with claws on its hands and feet, fur covering its face, and eyes gleaming crimson. A werewolf monster. Wait, this is not the same werewolf monster. Initially, he mistook it for one of his own kind, bewildered as to why a werewolf would attack him. However, he swiftly dismissed that notion. The fur of the werewolf monsters was white, while the creature before him sported a coat of black. In the throes of the frenzied Fang's effects, Faline's emotions surged with an overwhelming desire for destruction. He yearned to witness bloodshed and to tear apart the body of this cultist in the most brutal and sanguinary manner possible. Fortunately, he still retained some semblance of rationality, recognizing that this cultist was a vital lead and that he could not kill him, at least not yet. Thud! Jin-Ku White struggled to rise, but before he could regain his footing, Faline swiftly closed the distance. Stomping down on Jin-Ku White, he forced him back to the ground. Cough, cough, with a foot heavily pressing against his chest. Jin-Ku White nearly lost consciousness, gasping for breath, his face turning a shade of blue. Thud! Realizing that if he continued in this manner, the cultist might very well perish, Faline finally released his foot. Even so, in his agitated state, he instinctively kicked the cultist, eliciting another muffled gasp that he crouched down, reaching for the pockets of the cultist's clothing. Moments earlier, as he approached the cultist, the panel had indicated a mysterious acquisition of two mystery points. This cultist, clearly human rather than a monster, prompted a response from the panel, suggesting he possessed a cursed object. Cursed objects are perilous, and this cultist could very well leverage one to turn the tables. So Faline needed to preemptively seize any cursed objects before they could be employed. However, after thoroughly searching every pocket on the cultist's person, he found nothing but some currency. Where are you hiding the cursed object? His gaze turned fierce as he demanded an answer from the cultist. Cough. Cough. I don't have any cursed objects, Jin-Ku White gasped, struggling to breathe. Still daring to lie? The cultist's defiance ignited Faline's fury, and with a violent kick, he struck the cultist again, prompting a pained groan. I swear to my master, I truly have no cursed objects. Cold sweat beaded on Jin-Ku White's brow as he spoke through gritted teeth. Do you think you can deceive me? Faline's emotions were akin to a powder keg, ready to explode. The panel's indicators could not possibly be erroneous. This cultist, even now, remained unrepentant, utterly oblivious to the danger he was in. Channeling the strength granted by his werewolf state, he forcefully stomped down on the cultist's leg. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the cultist's leg twisted unnaturally, clearly fractured. "Ah, I truly have no cursed objects," White cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face from the excruciating pain. He was not lying. He genuinely did not possess any cursed objects. He could not comprehend why Phelan was insistent that he did. "Is it possible that you truly don't have any?" Phelan pondered. Given the circumstances, if the cultist remained obstinate, could it be that he was indeed devoid of any cursed objects? Yet how could the panel be so mistaken? He was acutely aware of his own emotional volatility, recognizing it as a consequence of the frenzied Fong's side effects. Even with the eye of appraisal's mitigation, the residual effects were alarming. Without its influence, he would likely have lost his sanity entirely, becoming a mindless beast. Release. The cultist before him posed no further threat, and he dispelled the frenzied Fong's influence, watching as the werewolf traits faded and the storm of emotion subsided, while remaining vigilant of the cultist. He conducted a thorough search of the latter's body. After scrutinizing every conceivable spot, he confirmed the absence of any objects. How could there be no cursed objects, yet still provoke a response from the panel? He frowned at the incapacitated cultist, who could not rise due to a broken leg. Now free from the anger-fueled state, he recalled an earlier encounter with Ariel Soto, a cultist whose presence had similarly elicited a response from the panel. Initially, he had assumed that Soto possessed a cursed object, yet it seemed evident that this cultist was likely in the same predicament, devoid of any cursed artifacts. Why can cultists evoke a response from the panel, but sorcerers cannot? In the Security Bureau, he had encountered numerous sorcerers, yet none had ever triggered a panel response. From this, he surmised that only the bizarre and cursed objects could elicit such reactions. However, it appeared that this was not the case. Practitioners of dark arts were also capable of invoking a response. What commonality exists among practitioners of dark arts, the bizarre and cursed objects? It was now evident that practitioners of dark arts, the bizarre and cursed objects could all elicit responses from the panel. There must be some underlying commonality that allowed the panel to react to them. It seems this matter has been resolved. Suddenly, a voice that did not belong to either Phelan or White echoed through the alley. "Who?" Phelan spun around, his gaze fixed on the source of the voice. The master of the voice was alarmingly close. Yet he remained oblivious to it, which was perilous indeed. Fortunately, the master of the voice did not appear to be an adversary. Otherwise, the situation could have turned dire from the depths of the alley. A man emerged. Dressed in a thick black overcoat, he had tousled brown hair parted to the side. His face, in the exposed skin, bore a faint, unnatural pallor. With an affable demeanor, he spoke. "Socks, though we have not formally greeted each other. You ought to recognize me. I am Jonas Olson." "Ah, Captain Olson." Farron readily acknowledged the man before him. Jonas Olson was one of the 3 captains of the Constant City Safety Bureau. Prior to this encounter, they had not crossed paths. There was neither camaraderie nor animosity between them. However, when Lindy applied for a Type 2 alchemical substitute puppet on his behalf, he had faced Olson's opposition. This was not due to any inadvertent offense on his part, but rather because Olson had succumbed to a fit of envy, coveting the substitute puppet for himself, given its value comparable to a Type 3 alchemical artifact. Though this artifact lacked any combat prowess, it could potentially be life-saving in critical moments. Having discovered traces of cultists, and even apprehended one, you have once again proven your merit, Olson remarked with a smile, casting a glance at White, as if genuinely pleased for Farron's success. "I merely had the fortune of circumstance," Farron replied. Had he not learned from Julie that Jonas Olson had previously obstructed his acquisition of the substitute puppet? He might have been deceived by Olson's affable facade and smile. However, that was no longer the case. One must remain cautious around those who present one face in person while harboring another behind closed doors. "Would you like me to assist you in rendering him unconscious?" Olson inquired with an uninvited familiarity. "That would be greatly appreciated," Farron replied with feigned enthusiasm. Olson's willingness to assist was indeed welcome. Lacking any martial training, Farron found it challenging to gauge the force required to strike. An ill-placed blow could easily result in the cultist's demise. With a smirk, Olson extended his index finger. Suddenly, a vine adorned with leaves sprouted from its tip, sharp as a serpent's fangs. Before White could register what was happening, the vine had already pierced him. Struck by the vine, White was rendered powerless, his body going limp as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 50. Interrogation. It is the secret art of the Tree of Possession. Upon witnessing the vine sprouting from Jonas Olsen's finger, Farron contemplated thoughtfully. Having recently perused the tome on secret arts, he was no longer entirely ignorant of their workings. The art practiced by Olsen was likely the tree of possession, a technique that involved implanting a mystical seed into oneself through an enlightening ritual. Contingent upon being a master-level horticulturist, the faint bluish hue of Olsen's skin was likely a consequence of the seed's parasitism. The vine contains a compound that induces unconsciousness. He should remain asleep for an hour or two, Olsen informed Farron with a grin. Thanks for your assistance. Captain Olsen, Farron expressed his gratitude that A.S. Olsen maintained a veneer of civility. Farron saw no reason to forego the same decorum. Yet internally, he recognized the importance of keeping a safe distance from this individual. Why the formality? We are all members of the Safety Bureau. Given your rapid advancement, I believe it won't be long before you attain the rank of captain. Olsen chuckled lightly. This man seems rather heavy. Do you require my assistance in transporting him? There is no need to trouble yourself. Captain Olsen, I am more than capable, Farron replied with a smile, declining the offer. He remained wary of Olsen's duplicitous nature. Having successfully captured a cultist was a significant accomplishment, and he was unwilling to allow Olsen to usurp the credit. Approaching the unconscious Kink White, Farron lifted him effortlessly onto his shoulder. With both the mystical gun and the eye of appraisal having reached the third tier, the dual enhancement these arts provided made carrying a single person, or even two, a trivial task. Olsen observed as Farron carried Kink White forward, restoring his demeanor to a subtle smile. After a few paces, he caught up with Farron, engaging him in light conversation as they advanced together. Half an hour later, Farron arrived at the Safety Bureau in a carriage arranged by the agency, with Kink White in tow. Upon arrival, he learned that Lindy and Julie had already arrived ahead of him. Clad in a purple dress draped with a black fur coat, exuding an air of nobility, Lindy greeted him with a smile. You managed to capture a cultist alive. Well done, Farron. In contrast to Jonas Olsen's smile, hers was undeniably more genuine, at least from Farron's perspective. I was merely fortunate to cross paths with him, Farron replied modestly. How wonderful. I too wish for an opportunity to distinguish myself. Yet alas, luck has not favored me, Julie remarked playfully. Her long legs accentuated by her fitted trousers, her tone more teasing than envious. Luck must be accompanied by skill. Discovering leads is fortuitous, but capturing this cultist is a testament to your prowess, Lindy noted with a smile. Evidently in high spirits, A.S. Farron belonged to her faction. His success in apprehending a cultist brought her pride. As they conversed, the trio entered the interrogation room, where Farron secured Kink White, whom he had carried on his shoulder, to the interrogation chair with cuffs. Contrary to rumors of various torturous implements, the Safety Bureau, populated by an array of mystics, had no need for such tools. Are you injured? With Kink White no longer obscuring Farron's chest, the wound he bore became visible. Both Lindy and Julie cast worried glances at the injury. It is not a grave wound. I will attend to it shortly, Farron reassured them. The absence of the substitute puppet's activation indicated that the injury was not overly serious. Julie, I have special ointment for external wounds in my office. Please escort Farron there and assist him with the application, Lindy instructed. Of course, Julie replied, turning to Farron with a teasing smile. Wounded one. Follow me. I can manage on my own, Farron hastily interjected. Are you certain you know where the medicine is kept? Wouldn't want you to mistake it for poison, Julie quipped seriously, adjusting her thin-framed glasses. I appreciate your help, Miss Julie, Farron conceded, realizing that mistaking poison for medicine could lead to disastrous consequences. After treating his wound and wrapping it with bandages, Farron and Julie returned to the interrogation room, where the captured cultist had regained consciousness, and Ivy had also appeared. Ivy possessed the secret art of hypnotic hands, enabling her to induce a trance in her targets, likely intending to utilize this extraordinary ability during the interrogation. With a snap of her fingers, snap, the sound echoed in the interrogation room. While Lindy, Farron, and Julie remained unaffected, the cultist's eyes glazed over, his expression vacant as if rendered a simple automaton. What is your name? Ivy inquired. Kink White. The cultist replied in a monotone, devoid of any emotion, like a programmed response. Which cult organization do you belong to? Ivy pressed on. The Devourer's Tooth, Kink White answered. What task has the Devourer's Tooth assigned you? Ivy continued her questioning. As she interrogated him, Julie took out a notebook, swiftly recording the proceedings. Her memory would allow her to recall every detail verbatim, but the written records served to inform others, to entice ordinary people into becoming miners with rewards exceeding market value. Then kill them and transport their bodies to other followers, Kinkwhite responded. Disgraceful. Hearing this, Farron and the others exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. The actions of the Devourer's tooth were utterly devoid of humanity. A crime beyond forgiveness. Ivy's countenance soured. While she was already aware of the cultist's inhumanity, witnessing it firsthand was still shocking. After a brief pause, she resumed her questioning. What do you intend to do with the bodies? To utilize them in a dark ritual to create monsters, Kinkwhite replied. How many have already been killed? Approximately over 100. I cannot recall precisely, Kinkwhite stated. Julie had discovered dozens of missing persons, but in reality, the number of the vanished was likely higher, as some recruits lived alone. Such a staggering number of victims already. What has the guard department been doing? Lindy's expression turned icy. A rare occurrence. This missing persons case seemed to lack any mystical involvement and should have been under the jurisdiction of the guard department. Yet, with so many casualties, they had shown no initiative. The guard department? Farron furrowed his brow. This was indeed a serious dereliction of duty. Had they acted sooner to investigate the missing persons case, they could have saved numerous lives. Where exactly are the bodies being transported, and what is the name of the cultist who is the contact? A portion of the corpses was transported to 52 Bannington Street in the northern part of the city, with the contact person being Naven Price. Another portion was sent to 27 Lawntree Street, with the contact person being Jenger Goodman. Yet another was dispatched to 68 Xianhua Street in the southern part of the city, with the contact person being K2 Diddy. Kinkwhite recounted the locations to which the bodies were sent along with the respective contacts, detailing a total of 13 locations and 13 contacts. The interrogation must pause here, in order to prevent the cultists at these locations from receiving word and fleeing. Immediate action must be taken for apprehension, Lindy interjected, her tone grave. Within mere minutes, over a dozen carriages departed from the security bureau, heading in various directions throughout the city. Among them, one carriage contained Fairling and Ivy. Although Fairling bore injuries, the sheer number of locations requiring apprehension, 13 in total, left the security bureau somewhat short-staffed, thus compelling him to partake in the mission despite his wounds. Inside the carriage, Ivy glanced at Fairling, whose tattered clothing revealed the bandages beneath, and remarked, "You are injured. Simply cooperate with me." "All right," Fairling acquiesced. Ivy, acting out of concern, left no room for refusal. The carriage fell silent again, and after 20 minutes, it halted on a secluded street known as Whalen Street in the southern part of the city. Fairling and Ivy swiftly leapt from the carriage, striding purposefully towards their target at number 25. The building was a two-story structure, not dilapidated but certainly aged, likely over a decade old. "I will attack from the front. You block the rear." As they may attempt to escape that way, Ivy whispered to Fairling, surveying the tightly shut doors and windows of the house. Nodding in agreement, Fairling quickly made his way down a narrow alley beside the building to approach its rear. After a moment's estimation, Ivy determined that Fairling had reached the back and boldly strode up to the closed door, delivering a powerful kick. Bang! Even back when she was a three-ringed sorceress, she could kick down a locked door. Now, as a four-ringed sorceress, the door flew open with ease. Who goes there? In a living room directly facing the door, two men were startled as they played blackjack with tarot cards on a tattered sofa. The sudden entrance of the door sent them jumping up, reaching for their waists. Beneath their garments, the outlines of holsters could be seen. Realizing the imminent threat, they prepared to draw their weapons, snap, before they could react. Ivy waved her right hand before her, as if performing an ancient rite. The men froze mid-action, their expressions vacant and lifeless. Ignoring them, Ivy swiftly traversed the living room towards the other rooms on the first floor. Bang, bang. In one of the rooms, a man and a woman had already reacted, drawing their guns and aiming at Ivy as she approached. Snap. Ivy ducked out of their line of fire and snapped her fingers. The extraordinary power of her hypnotic hand resonated through the air, reaching the ears of the man and woman. Their shooting halted abruptly, their eyes glazing over like wooden puppets. Unlike Fairling's mysterious gun, her abilities could bypass walls and other barriers, rendering them nearly impossible to counter. Casting a glance back at the man and woman, Ivy hurried toward the other rooms. "Not good. It's a sorceress. Quick, run." From the upstairs staircase, someone peered down to assess the situation. Upon witnessing Ivy's extraordinary display, they realized that the intruders were not ordinary foes but sorceresses, and they immediately called out to their companions upstairs. There was a staircase leading to the back door for emergencies. Faced with a sorceress, they had no chance of winning. Their only option was to flee. Near the back door, Fairling, armed with his mysterious gun, concealed himself behind a discarded wardrobe, patiently awaiting developments. The sounds of commotion within indicated that Ivy had engaged, possibly already confronting the cultists practicing dark arts. Fairling had no cause for concern regarding Ivy's strength. She was a special talent who had joined the security bureau before him. Her formidable background provided her with rare alchemical items, likely making her even more powerful than he was now. Indeed, someone is attempting to escape through the back. Just then, he heard footsteps approaching the back door. Raising his mysterious gun and fixing his gaze on the entrance, creak, the back door swung open, revealing 3 individuals, a man and 2 women, armed with handguns, spilling out dye in their haste. They nearly collided in the doorway. At that moment, Fairling sprang into action, firing at them. Bang, bang, bang. With each shot, he aimed at their hands holding the guns. For him, the guns posed a significant threat, and given the need to capture them alive, disarming them was the top priority. Accompanied by 3 cries of agony, the bullet struck their hands, leaving bloody wounds and causing their weapons to fall. It's a trap. Split up and escape. Panic-stricken, the trio fled in 3 different directions. However, Fairling had no intention of allowing them to escape, continuing to fire at them. Pop, pop, pop. They had barely taken a step before a bullet struck one of their legs, causing them to collapse in pain. If you don't upon their return, Lindy and Julie, who had also just completed a capture mission, hurried over to inquire with the 2. No, just half an hour before we arrived, the cultist adept in dark arts received word and made an early escape. Phelan and Ivy replied, shaking their heads. Hearing their response, both Lindy and Julie felt a pang of disappointment. Lindy sighed and remarked, both my team, along with several others who have returned, are in the same predicament. The adversary was forewarned about our exposure. A fact that is nearly certain. It must have been the 3 we failed to apprehend who leaked the information. If only I were stronger, perhaps I could have attempted to capture all 6 at once, preventing any leaks. Phelan lamented, abandoning the other 5 in pursuit of the possibly highest-ranking Kincaid White was, under the circumstances, the correct decision, for even a single Kincaid Vant had inflicted some injuries upon him. Had any of the other 5 been adept in dark arts, he might have found himself in grave danger. Yet, if he had possessed greater strength, such concerns would have dissipated, allowing him the choice to capture all 6 and avert any leaks. After all, you've only been with the Security Bureau for 2 months. Despite your exceptional talent, time is essential for growth. Under those circumstances, you performed admirably, Lindy countered, shaking her head. Phelan's capture of a cultist skilled in dark arts was already the best possible outcome. She then turned her gaze to Ivy and stated, Ivy, it will be your task to diligently interrogate these cultists, particularly the one named Kincaid White that Phelan brought back, to see if we can extract any valuable information. The absence of dark arts mastery indicated that the cultist held a low position within the teeth of Devour, making it nearly impossible for them to access any secrets. Only those who wielded dark arts would possess a higher rank within the teeth of Devour and thus could access its confidences. Understood, Ivy replied. As Ivy was directed to the interrogation room, Phelan opted not to observe the proceedings but instead returned to room 201 to rest, as he still bore injuries. Upon returning to room 201, he took out the silver fong of frenzy and toyed with it in his palm. This cursed object was his trophy and did not require surrender to the Security Bureau. Should I consider selling this cursed item to the Bureau to offset that debt of 3,000 pounds? Phelan pondered, but quickly dismissed the thought. This cursed item was of type I, and its severe side effects meant that if sold to the Bureau, it might only fetch a little over 1,000 pounds. In contrast, keeping it as a trump card rendered it far more valuable. Only by retaining possession of cursed objects could he unleash the true power of his mystic eye of appraisal. As a practitioner skilled in the mystic eye, how could he be without such a cursed item? When I have the time, I should visit a jewelry store to have it fashioned into a pendant for easier portability. He resolved to keep the fong of frenzy close to his skin, allowing for its use without the need to grasp it directly. If only the side effects were somewhat diminished. He recalled the previous volatile emotions experienced when using the fong of frenzy and raised an eyebrow. That state of rage had left him feeling as though he were an entirely different person. An experience he found utterly dreadful. I wonder if I now possess enough mystical points to elevate my mystic eye to the next level. With this thought, Phelan summoned his panel. Name, Phelan Mystic Eye. 3 rings, upgradable, Mystic Gun. 3 rings, non-upgradable, Corpse Examination. Master level, non-upgradable, Mystical points, 16. 3-inch I already have 16.3 points. Capturing the cultist King K White, although it left me somewhat injured, has likely netted me close to 10 mystical points. Phelan felt quite satisfied. The 3 shadow creatures had contributed mystical points, as had the werewolf monster, the Fong of Frenzy, and the cultist King K Veet. The combined mystical points from these 4 sources had nearly reached 10, causing his total to surge. The presence of the upgradable note next to Mystic Eye indicated that he had sufficient mystical points to elevate it. As for reserving mystical points for the enhancement of the Mystic Gun, I haven't even had the chance to examine the Mystic Gun's transition from 3 rings to 4. It's entirely unnecessary. Phelan decided to upgrade his Mystic Eye, immediately locking onto that section and selecting the upgrade. In a flash, his mystical points decreased by 8, leaving him with 8.3 points, and the inscription 3 rings vanished, replaced by 4 rings. A torrent of memories flooded his mind, wherein he found himself endlessly appraising a multitude of items, many of which he had never encountered before. As these memories surged, his right eye glowed with a blue radiance, revealing a circular enlightenment ritual pattern that began to spin rapidly. During this process, the enlightenment ritual pattern underwent significant transformation. Moments later, the alterations concluded. After 2 advancements from 1 ring to 2 and 2 rings to 3, the enlightenment ritual pattern had diverged markedly from its original form. And now this distinction had grown even more pronounced, an aura of mystery enveloping him. With a hum, a refreshing essence emanated from his right eye, coursing through his body. Under this cool sensation, his already formidable physique received yet another enhancement. Thus, the transformation from Mystic Eye 3 rings to 4 rings reached its conclusion. The transition from 1 ring to 2 cost 2 mystical points, from 2 rings to 3 cost 4 points, and from 3 rings to 4 cost 8 points, establishing a clear pattern of exponential increase in mystical point expenditure. Observing the consumption of mystical points, Phelan deduced this pattern. Based on this, he calculated the consumption for future rings and found himself astonished. The cost of mystical points escalated alarmingly, particularly after reaching 10 rings, where the requirement would exceed 1,000 points. I can only hope that as the levels of cursed objects, monsters, and cultists rise, so too shall the mystical points they provide. Phelan could only wish that with the elevation of his mystical capabilities, the mystical points he could garner would also see a substantial increase. Rising from his seat, he jumped about in the lounge, throwing some punches into the air to gauge his current strength. He felt considerably lighter and more powerful compared to before, a testament to his enhanced physique. I wonder how my current physical prowess compares to that of a 2-ring mystic who specializes in body enhancement. Phelan mused. Unable to suppress his thoughts, the advancement of mysticism is heavily skewed. Simply put, it is extremely specialized. Strength in one area can grow immensely with each advancement, while growth in weaker areas remains minimal. Neither the Mystic Gun nor the Mystic Eye pertain to physical enhancement, thus limiting the gains to his physique with each upgrade. However, with both types of mysticism combined, he had effectively reinforced himself 7 times. Lacking quality, he relied on quantity. He felt confident that his current physical attributes might rival that of a mystic specialized in body enhancement who had undergone 2 boosts. It would be a pity not to capitalize on such a strong physique. Studying combat is imperative. Next holiday, I shall seek out a martial arts academy for training, Phelan resolved in his heart. Now, let us see how the side effects of the Mystic Eye have diminished with its upgrade to 4 rings. He settled onto the sofa, retrieving the Fong of Frenzy once more to utilize his Mystic Eye. His right pupil transformed to blue, and beneath its azure gaze, the description of the Fong of Frenzy materialized. Type: Cursed Object Name: Fong of Frenzy. Grade: Type 1 Extraordinary Ability. Upon use, it induces physical frenzy, transforming the user into a werewolf, temporarily enhancing muscle strength to match that of a 3-ring werewolf in terms of physical prowess and olfactory senses. Side effects: Loss of rationality upon use, becoming a frenzied beast. The only means to halt this is by rendering the user unconscious. Diminished side effects: While rationality is preserved, emotions may exhibit slight irritability. With the Mystic Eye elevated to 4 rings, the information gleaned about the Fong of Frenzy had indeed become more detailed. Phelan observed the noticeably enriched description. The information obtained through the Mystic Eye is contingent upon both the level of the item being appraised and the Mystic Eye's level. For items of the same level, a higher-tier Mystic Eye yields more information, while lower-tier Mystical Eyes provide less. The diminished side effects, now described as slight irritability rather than the previous violent tendencies, were a significant improvement. reducing the side effects to a level sufficient for regular use of extraordinary powers. Phelan felt quite pleased with the reduced side effects. He stored the fong of frenzy away and, rather than consulting mystical literature, opted to take a nap on the sofa, having risen far too early that morning. Several hours later, he awoke to hunger, arriving at the dining hall, which was devoid of others due to having missed lunch. He then proceeded to the interrogation room. Within, he found Lindy, Julie, Ivy, and 3 others. One among them, clad in a heavy black trench coat with a faint bluish hue to his skin, was none other than the team leader, Jonathan Olson, whom he had encountered earlier that morning. One of the individuals is a woman of above-average appearance, adorned with a gem-encrusted bracelet on her left wrist. She possesses a mane of black hair that leans towards a grayish hue. Distinct from Phelan's pure black locks, this woman is none other than Ula Lopez, one of the 2 other captains. The final person in their midst is a tall man with a metallic arm on his right side. He is the last of the trio of captains. Stefan Johansson. It is evident that he is a practitioner of the arcane art known as the mechanical heart, with his mechanical arm serving as irrefutable evidence of his craft. Phelan glanced at Ivy and noted the signs of fatigue etched upon her otherwise beautiful visage, clearly indicating that the relentless questioning had taken its toll. Leaning closer to Lindy, Phelan quietly inquired, "Deputy Director, have you extracted any useful information? The cultists who had contact with Jink White but fled beforehand have been confirmed to be using aliases," Lindy replied, shaking her head. "Additionally, attempts to trace them using the misfortune board have proven futile." At this juncture, her gaze shifted to Phelan. "I fear we may have no choice but to employ the yesterday's bell for our search. I have no objections. But it is evident that the devouring tooth possesses means to counteract the effects of the yesterday's bell, and I am concerned about the possibility of failure in our search." Phelan did not refuse. When his eye of appraisal was merely at the 3rd tier, the side effects of the yesterday's bell had already been diminished to losing 30 seconds of memory at random every half hour. Now that the eye of appraisal had ascended to the 4th tier, the side effects would be even less pronounced, making it highly unlikely for him to be adversely affected. His concern lay in the fact that the devouring tooth might indeed possess methods to counteract the yesterday's bell, potentially leading to another failure akin to the last. Before we resort to the yesterday's bell, the devouring tooth did not deploy that extraordinary item to erase past imagery. It was only upon our utilization of the yesterday's bell that they resorted to that extraordinary item. I surmise that this extraordinary item is likely a cursed object, and its usage comes at a steep price. This time, we have 13 targets to track. The devouring tooth should not be capable of affording the cost of employing it consecutively 13 times, Lindy articulated her hypothesis. "Indeed, that seems quite plausible," Phelan pondered, recognizing the validity of her assertion. If the usage did not entail a significant cost, or if the cost were negligible, the devouring tooth would undoubtedly have employed it in advance. It was highly likely they could not afford to use it consecutively 13 times. Even if they could, the repercussions would be dire. "Deputy Director, when shall we proceed?" "The yesterday's bell has been returned to the Alchemical Society. We must make another trip there to reclaim it. I anticipate we will act tonight," Lindy stated after a moment's consideration. As Phelan conversed with Lindy, Captain Ula Lopez approached them. Having evidently overheard their discussion, she interjected, "Deputy Director, I have heard of the yesterday's bell and its cursed nature. It is said that with every half hour of use, one randomly loses half a month of memory. Phelan's socks is a precious asset of high security. It would be ill-advised for him to bear the side effects of wielding the yesterday's bell," Ula Lopez remarked, her gaze scrutinizing Phelan as she feigned concern. While ostensibly defending him, she was in fact sowing discord, attempting to create a rift between him and Lindy. Like Captain Jonas Olson, it was clear that she was not a simple character. "This is the most prudent choice after careful consideration," Lindy replied, keenly aware of Ula Lopez's ulterior motives, her tone growing frosty. "The best choice after due consideration?" Ula Lopez feigned surprise. "Deputy Director, from what perspective have you arrived at the conclusion that a valuable asset should endure the side effects of a cursed object?" As she spoke, she cast a glance at Phelan, her eyes filled with a false sympathy. Had it been anyone else, they might have been touched to see a captain advocating for them. However, Phelan remained indifferent, his expression unchanging despite her apparent concern. He was well aware that this captain, who now pretended to have his best interests at heart, had previously made concerted efforts to prevent Lindy from applying for a reward on his behalf. "Since we are at this juncture, I might as well disclose something to you all." Gazing at the still prying Ula Lopez, Lindy's expression hardened as she stated coldly, In addition to his talent in the arcane art of the mysterious gun, Phaelin possesses the gift for the eye of appraisal, and he has already mastered it. Another arcane skill. Ula Lopez's face registered shock, her gaze fixating on Phaelin. This exceptional talent, personally recruited by Lindy, not only exhibited remarkable aptitude in the mysterious gun, but also possessed the potential for a second arcane skill. The second skill was essential for those aspiring to reach the 12th tier and beyond, signifying that Phaelin's socks might very well ascend past the 12th tier. The thought stirred a twinge of jealousy within her. Lindy had indeed struck gold with her recruitment. This exceptional talent surpassed ordinary individuals and even harbored the potential to achieve heights beyond the 12th tier. To think he possesses the talent for a second arcane skill. Within the room, both Julie and Ivy were already aware of Phaelin's dual proficiency in the Eye of Appraisal. However, Jonas Olsen and Stefan Johansson, the other captains, were taken aback, their gazes filled with astonishment as they regarded Phaelin. They welcomed Ula Lopez's attempt to sow discord between Phaelin and Lindy. Lindy's influence within the Security Bureau was formidable. Her singular power could rival that of the three of them combined. If they could use manipulation to diminish Lindy's ranks, it would be a fortuitous outcome. However, they had not anticipated that their scheme would not only fail to undermine Lindy's power, but would also reveal that her subordinate, Phaelin, possessed even greater potential than they had imagined. This was decidedly not good news for them. Arranging for Phaelin to use the yesterday's bell is indeed the most optimal choice after careful consideration. Of course. Even so, I will respect Phaelin's wishes. If he is unwilling to use it, I will not compel him, Lindy stated solemnly. I have now reached the second tier with my Eye of Appraisal. And given the reduced side effects, the impact on me is minimal. I am willing to use the yesterday's bell to contribute to our organization, Phaelin declared. His willingness was not born from any noble inclination to sacrifice for the organization, but rather from the fact that the side effects had become nearly negligible for him. Furthermore, it was clear that the devouring tooth was scheming something in this city, whether for his own sake or for the safety of his friends and family. He felt compelled to contribute in unearthing the devouring tooth's intentions. Already at the second tier, Lindy expressed her astonishment, echoed by Julie and Ivy, since Phaelin had begun his studies with the Eye of Appraisal merely a month and a half ago. He had astonishingly reached the second tier. This indicated that his aptitude in the Eye of Appraisal was on par with, if not surpassing, that of the mysterious gun. If the second arcane skill conferred upon Phaelin the potential to ascend beyond the 12th tier, then the rapid progress he exhibited in both the mysterious gun and the Eye of Appraisal signified that he not only held potential, but an immense one at that. With Ula Lopez, Jonas Olsen, and Stefan Johansson present, Lindy intentionally refrained from discussing Phaelin's rapid advancement in the Eye of Appraisal. Casting a glance at Ula Lopez and the others, she shifted the topic. Let us now discuss the borrowing of the yesterday's bell and tonight's operation. The trio of Ula Lopez, Jonas Olsen, and Stefan Johansson discerned Lindy's deliberate attempt to change the subject. From her demeanor, it was apparent that Phaelin Sox's talents in the Eye of Appraisal were likely quite remarkable. A sense of unease settled within them. Should Phaelin Sox truly mature, they would inevitably find themselves overshadowed by Lindy's faction. After this, we must prioritize talent acquisition if we could uncover another exceptional talent like Phaelin Sox. They mused. Internal competition was permissible, yet collusion with external adversaries was an absolute taboo for the Security Bureau. Thus, to avoid being overshadowed by Lindy's faction, their only avenue lay in discovering and nurturing talent to bolster their own power. In a windowless chamber, the door sealed tight, illuminated by the flickering glow of dim candles, sat a total of 8 individuals. Among them was a robust man clad in black gloves, the very one responsible for the demise of Ariel Soto. At this moment, his countenance was grave, and the other 7 individuals shared his solemnity. I never anticipated that a mere detective could bring about our downfall, a man with a slight beard exclaimed in frustration, slamming his palm onto the table. Even if he were just an ordinary detective, we could have suppressed the news by reporting it to the guard department, keeping it from the Security Bureau. Who would have thought that this detective was acquainted with someone from the Security Bureau? The information reached them directly, resulting in Jink White's capture before he could escape. A lean, dark-skinned man spoke in a low, tense voice. Fortunately, Lord Minaval was aware of the exposure and informed us in advance, enabling Navin and the other 13 to flee in time. Jink White had no direct contact with us. Only Navin and his associates had dealings with US.as long as they remain uncaught by the Security Bureau. We will remain undiscovered, a tall, slender man exhaled in relief. You underestimate the Security Bureau far too much. The fact that Naven and his associates have not yet been apprehended does not imply that they will remain free forever. A young man of average build shook his head. To my knowledge, during Ariel's last exposure, the Security Bureau utilized that as a lead, employing a cursed object capable of temporal reflection, which nearly led to the exposure of our superiors. As Roll has stated, the danger of exposure has not yet passed. A corpulent man spoke solemnly. My lord, how did you evade the Security Bureau's search last time? The young man inquired. My lord, is there a possibility of employing the same method to bypass the Security Bureau's search this time? The others gazed at him with anticipation. Such means would undoubtedly come at a great cost. The corpulent man's expression darkened under their expectant stares. He removed his left glove, revealing a hand that was only half intact. This is the price I paid for circumventing the Security Bureau's search last time. This time, we need to erase traces for as many as 13 individuals. A cost that even I cannot bear. To think such a steep price is required, the sight of the man's mutilated hand sent a chill down the spines of the onlookers. My lord, could it be that the cost of this cursed object is related to the user's strength? Roll Kane furrowed his brow. He did not believe the corpulent man would willingly sacrifice himself. There must have been compelling reasons for his use of such a cursed object. Indeed, the weaker the user of that cursed object, the greater the price they must pay. Even a typical devotee, if they were to offer up their flesh and blood, would find it insufficient to meet the cost. The corpulent man nodded. That cursed object belongs to Minavel, and it is not currently in my possession. Utilizing it is out of the question. Then what should we do now? The expressions of the 7 others, excluding the corpulent man, ranged from grim to anxious, clearly understanding that the peril of exposure was encroaching. Do not panic. There is still a chance, the corpulent man said, rapping his fingers on the table to draw their attention. According to the information I have obtained, the cursed object capable of temporal reflection is known as the Bell of Yesterday, and it does not belong to the Security Bureau, but rather to the Alchemical Society. If we can seize this cursed object, or even destroy it, we can avoid exposure. If it is not the property of the Security Bureau, there remains a glimmer of hope. The expressions of the group relaxed slightly as one of them suggested, I propose we strike the Alchemical Society's branch in Constant City before the Security Bureau can borrow it, and seize the Bell of Yesterday. I do not recommend such an action, the young man of average build countered. Though the Alchemical Society's alchemists may lack combat prowess, they excel in the art of poison, making them unpredictable. Even if we manage to seize the object, the cost will be significant. Then what do you propose we do? Another asked. The Security Bureau will undoubtedly send someone to borrow the Bell of Yesterday. I suggest we wait until they have borrowed it, and then conduct a surprise attack. That would indeed reduce the risks considerably. Let us proceed with this plan. After a brief deliberation, the corpulent man agreed. A carriage came to a halt before the hospital belonging to the Alchemical Society. From the carriage emerged Phelan and Ivy, who entered the hospital. Shortly thereafter, they exited, but this time, Phelan was holding an additional item. It was a flat object, measuring half a foot long and a foot wide, shrouded in a black cloth bag. The two quickly boarded the already turned carriage, and the driver flicked the reins, prompting the carriage to gradually pick up speed, returning in the direction from which it came. After more than 10 minutes, the carriage appeared on a street far from the hospital. On this street, several pairs of eyes, both intentional and otherwise, were fixated on the carriage, quietly awaiting its approach. As the carriage drew near, one middle-aged man among the observers suddenly extended his palm forward, pointing at the carriage. In that instant, chaos erupted. Crack. One passerby lightly stomped his foot. The ground before the horse split open, and a grotesque head, covered in brown lumps, emerged, opening its gaping maw and taking a bite out of half the horse's body. Splatted is precisely for this reason that she can effortlessly sever the legs of the two cultists. Werewolf transformation. In the midst of his flight, the middle-aged man's body undergoes a metamorphosis. Gray fur sprouts from his exposed skin, and his hands and feet morph into formidable claws. His head transforms into that of a wolf, and beneath his clothing, a streamlined musculature emerges. This is the dark sorcery of werewolf transformation. Through this wicked art, he can assume the form of a werewolf beast at will, thereby acquiring the extraordinary powers of such a creature. With a swift motion, Jonas casts a frigid gaze towards the newly transformed werewolf and the individual now resembling a green monstrosity. He extends his hands, directing them towards the two. In an instant, his hands swell and morph into numerous tendrils, rapidly pursuing the middle-aged man and the green creature, the latter towering at an impressive 2.5 meters. is surprisingly sluggish. Soon enough, the tendrils catch up and ensnare him, rendering him invisible as he struggles against the bindings, exhaling clouds of green mist. Yet the tendrils are remarkably resilient, akin to steel cables, despite his formidable strength. He cannot break free. The green mist he expels is absorbed by the tendrils' verdant leaves upon contact, vanishing without a trace in mere moments. Previously, Jonas had employed this very method to prevent his companions from succumbing to poison. Suddenly, the werewolf transforms man moves with extraordinary speed, narrowly evading the tendrils as they close in. With a deft sidestep, he manages to escape, prompting the tendrils to alter their course in pursuit. However, he swiftly changes direction once more. Eluding capture again, the tendrils cannot grow indefinitely, and it soon appears that he is on the verge of escaping their reach. Jonas lets out a cold snort, causing the shapes of the tendril leaves to morph into hardened, sharp points. With a flurry of sound, the leaves detach and transform into numerous green projectiles, raining down upon the werewolf man with relentless precision. In the face of such a dense barrage, even his swift reflexes cannot save him from the onslaught. He is pierced by a multitude of leaves, which embed deeply in his flesh, causing blood to flow profusely. Thud! The werewolf man collapses, unconscious, as the tendrils seize the opportunity to advance and bind him tightly. At this moment, as Ulla and Jonas conclude their battle, several carriages come to a sudden halt at either end of the street. A multitude of soldiers disembark, swiftly cordoning off the area to prevent civilians from fleeing. An officer steps forward, addressing the crowd. Please remain calm. What you witnessed was merely the aberrations created by cultists through human experimentation. The cultists and these grotesque beings have been entirely subdued, and you are now safe. However, there may be cultists lurking among you, so we kindly request your cooperation in undergoing a military investigation. Should these ordinary citizens, who had just witnessed the clash between sorcerers and cultists, be allowed to disperse freely, the news would undoubtedly incite widespread panic and societal chaos. Thus, certain measures are deemed necessary. Upon seeing the soldiers, the civilians, still shaken from the extraordinary battle, breathe a sigh of relief. They are far more inclined to trust the kingdom's military than those possessing unfathomable powers. In no time, the civilians who had witnessed the extraordinary conflict are gathered in a nearby building. Naturally, there are those who, due to their perceived status, refuse to comply. For such individuals, the soldiers are not averse to employing some coercive measures. One by one, please proceed for questioning. All are assembled in a vast room, where soldiers escort individuals one by one into a smaller chamber. Inside, a middle-aged man with thick glasses sits at an interrogation table, a book open beside him. This man is Kunyan Chris, the librarian of the Security Bureau. You just witnessed a deranged cultist attacking innocent citizens with a firearm, and you were terrified, opting to flee. Kunyan Chris states, his gaze fixed on a housewife seated at the opposite side of the table. As he speaks, the book on the table emanates a faint blue glow. More specifically, it is the words memory rewriting on the page that radiate this azure light. With the manifestation of this blue luminescence, an invisible extraordinary force envelopes the housewife, causing her head to grow heavy as she unconsciously repeats, I just saw a mad cultist attack innocent citizens with a gun. And I was scared, so I chose to flee. Bring in the next person. As the blue glow dims, Kunyan Chris waves his hand, signaling the soldiers to take the housewife away and to bring in the next individual. The sorcery he practices is the Book of Records, a mystical art that utilizes a book as its medium. The purpose of this sorcery extends beyond merely recording information for easy reference. Its true efficacy lies in its ability to document extraordinary abilities, including but not limited to sorcery. Once recorded, he can utilize these abilities by merely turning to the corresponding page of the book. The limitation is that the recorded extraordinary abilities cannot exceed his own level. Furthermore, each advancement in rank allows for the addition of only one record page. In the rest area, Faline is engrossed in a book, while a fatigued Ivy reclines on the sofa, resting her eyes. The continuous use of the hypnotic technique has drained her energy significantly. Additionally, as she is to partake in the operations later that evening, she is taking advantage of every moment to recuperate. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupts both Faline and Ivy. Come in, they respond, and the door swings open to reveal Julie, adorned with thin-framed glasses. Upon noticing Faline and Ivy, she speaks up. Just now, Jonas and Ulla, the captains who went to retrieve the bell of yesterday, have returned, bringing back 4 cultists. They brought back 4 cultists. Did they truly come under attack? Faline and Ivy immediately comprehend the gravity of the situation. Their hearts racing with apprehension. Originally, they had intended to send the two of them to fetch the bell of yesterday, but considering the possibility of cultists attempting to seize it, Jonas and Ula were disguised as them for the mission. What began as a precautionary measure turned into a genuine confrontation. Fortunately, it was Jonas and Ula, both of whom possessed strength at the mid-tier level, who went. Otherwise, their safety would have been in jeopardy. Ivy, how is your recovery? We will need your sorcery again shortly. Julie inquires. I've recuperated somewhat. I should be fine to assist. Ivy responds, though fatigue lingers in her voice. That's good to hear. We mustn't delay. We should head over now, as the deputy director wishes to unearth leads on the gnawing tooth as soon as possible. Julie exhales in relief. As the two converse, they exit the rest area and make their way to the interrogation room located in the basement. I'll join you as well, Faline says, hastening to catch up with them, eager to be part of the proceedings. Based on his assessment, interacting with cultists possessing sorcery could yield mysterious points, and he is keen on not missing such an opportunity. Seeing Faline's enthusiasm for the unfolding events, Julie and Ivy do not impede his pursuit. The trio descends into the basement and enters the interrogation room. Within the dimly lit chamber, Lindy and 3 captains are present. Against the wall, 4 iron-cast interrogation chairs are embedded into the floor, with 4 cultists bound by chains and gagged. The werewolf cultist and the green monstrosity, unable to maintain their monstrous forms for extended periods, have reverted to their original appearances. One bears numerous wounds, while the other is draped in tattered clothing, resembling mere rags. The 2 cultists who have had their legs severed have received rudimentary bandaging to prevent death from blood loss. Should their legs be reattached using extraordinary abilities, it is possible that they could be saved. However, as one of the kingdom's enforcement agencies, the Security Bureau is hardly inclined towards a merciful approach and does not treat captives with leniency. Engage with the mysterious. Gain 4.1 mysterious points. Engaged with the mysterious. Gain 2.7 mysterious points. Engaged with the mysterious. Gain 3.2 mysterious points. Engaged with the mysterious. Gain 2.5 mysterious points. As Faline steps into the interrogation room, 4 lines of text swiftly appear before him, only to disappear just as quickly. His expression remains steady, yet his spirits soared at a total of 12.5 mysterious points gained, confirming that cultists adept in sorcery are indeed a source of such points. Chapter 54. Mr. D. Upon Ivy's arrival, Captain Jonas approaches and removes the gag from the middle-aged man's mouth. You will not extract any information regarding the gnawing tooth from me. The middle-aged man, pale from blood loss, nonetheless displays a defiant demeanor. As soon as the gag is removed, he exclaims loudly, Humph! Once you are in the Security Bureau, you will have no choice. We possess ample means to make you speak. Jonas chuckles coldly. While the guard department may find themselves at a loss with obstinate prisoners, such is not the case within the Security Bureau. Whether through sorcery or extraordinary items, methods to compel someone to speak abound. You shall not succeed. Realizing the fate that awaits him, the middle-aged man transforms into his werewolf form, struggling fiercely against his bonds. The chains clank ominously with his every movement, as though on the verge of snapping. Futile, Jonas asserts. These chains are forged from materials infused with the essence of mystery. Even if you possess extraordinary physical enhancements, you cannot hope to break free unless you attain the mid-tier level. Jonas scoffed with disdain, showing no concern that the middle-aged man would break the chains. As he had anticipated, even in his transformed werewolf state. With enhanced strength, the man could not shatter the chains. Realizing the futility of his struggle, the middle-aged man reverted to his human form and venomously declared, You faithless ones, my master will not spare you. Divine retribution shall descend upon you, and you shall face the utmost punishment. Upon hearing these words, Jonas's expression changed for the first time, but he quickly regained his composure and coldly retorted, Only if he is able to descend. Only if is able to descend? Farron keenly discerned the implication in Jonas's words. The master spoken of by the middle-aged man did indeed exist, but he could not manifest. Farron's heart was thrown into turmoil, as if tumultuous waves were churning within him. For 2 decades, since his previous life and his traversing into this world, he had believed that gods were mere figments of imagination, spiritual crutches conjured by cult organizations to brainwash their lower-tier followers and foster cohesion within their ranks. Yet, the dialogue between the middle-aged man and Jonas had unveiled a paradigm-shifting revelation. Gods might truly exist. Do evil gods truly exist? Farron exclaimed in astonishment, turning to Julie and Ivy. Upon hearing Farron's inquiry, Julie and Ivy exchanged hesitant glances but refrained from responding. Given their respective backgrounds, one a deputy bureau secretary and the other hailing from an aristocratic family, they were privy to many secrets unknown to ordinary individuals, even to common practitioners of the arcane arts. However, despite their knowledge, they were bound by confidentiality agreements and could not disclose such information freely. Evil gods indeed exist. Farron received an answer, but it came not from Julie or Ivy but from Lindy, who approached him and stated, "Typically, this secret is known only to at least intermediate practitioners, but considering your rapid growth, you will soon attain that level, so informing you sooner will not pose a problem. Evil gods truly exist. The malevolent arts practiced by cult organizations are derived from these evil deities. And every cult organization harbors the shadow of an evil god." Farron's face was etched with disbelief. It took him a considerable time to regain his composure, still reeling from the shock as he queried, "What exactly is their nature?" "They are beings that dwell beyond our world, existing on a plane far superior to humanity, possessing unfathomable powers. Even the practitioners above the 12th circle are but robust children in their presence to humanity." "They are indeed gods," Lindy said with a grave countenance. "Even the practitioners above the 12th circle are merely robust children." Farron gasped in horror. Practitioners above the 12th circle represent the pinnacle of power among large factions. They are the strongest pillars sustaining these factions. The very reason they are deemed large. The thought that such formidable beings would be nothing more than strong children before the evil gods was almost inconceivable. Such entities, possessing that level of power, could never coexist peacefully with us. In their eyes, we are merely livestock to be herded. Fortunately, the conditions required for their descent into our world are exceedingly stringent, rendering it nearly impossible for them to manifest here. Lindy's serious expression softened slightly. Nearly impossible to descend. Farron exhaled in relief, though a lingering unease remained in his heart. Lindy's words suggested it was nearly impossible, but not absolutely so, implying that the evil gods could potentially come into this world. What calamity might ensue if one day an evil god were to arrive? The mere thought sent shivers down his spine. The reason cult organizations are pursued by the three great kingdoms is not solely due to the gruesome nature of the dark arts they practice. It is also because their ultimate goal is to create conditions for the descent of evil gods. We must not allow evil gods to descend into this world, for it would lead to unimaginable disaster. Thus, we cannot afford to overlook the cult organizations that seek to facilitate their arrival, Lindy asserted solemnly. Just then, a loud shout erupted, "My master shall inevitably descend, and that day will mark the end for you faithless ones." The middle-aged man's face was ablaze with fervor and madness, and in the next moment, he suddenly bit down on his own tongue, attempting to sever it to prevent disclosing information about the tooth of devouring. "This is bad. Stop him quickly." Realizing the man's intention, Farron and the others in the interrogation room exchanged alarmed glances. They had not anticipated the middle-aged man's determination to bite off his own tongue to prevent leaking information. Snap! Ivy swiftly snapped her fingers, and with the sound, the middle-aged man's biting action abruptly halted. He fell into a trance, his self-harm thwarted. However, his expression was not blank. It bore signs of struggle. Ivy was a fourth circle practitioner, while the middle-aged man was also a cultist of the same level. Due to their comparable extraordinary capabilities, he was not entirely defenseless against Ivy's hypnosis. Aware of this, Ivy quickly inquired, "What is your status within the tooth of devouring?" "Hi, follower." The middle-aged man struggled to resist, but ultimately spoke under hypnosis. "A high follower." Upon hearing this, Farron and the others in the interrogation room were invigorated, focusing intently on the interrogation. Within cult organizations, followers are typically categorized into shallow followers, ordinary followers, intermediate followers, high followers, priests, bishops, and popes. The individual Farron had previously captured, who possessed dark arts, was an intermediate follower. The middle-aged man was the highest-ranking follower of the Tooth of Devouring they had apprehended thus far. As a high follower, he was bound to possess more secrets regarding the Tooth of Devouring. "Who is your superior?" "You will never know," the middle-aged man roared. Having broken free from hypnosis, he fiercely bit down on his tongue once more. Snap! Ivy had been vigilant and quickly reinitiated hypnosis as soon as she noticed the middle-aged man escaping again. His biting action ceased, and he fell under hypnosis once more. "Who is your superior?" Ivy continued her questioning. "Mr. D." The middle-aged man answered, his face contorted with struggle. Mr. D, aside from Minaval, there is indeed another high-ranking cultist lurking in Constance City. Lindy's eyes gleamed with cold light. During her pursuit of Ariel Soto, she had gleaned the name and navel through lip-reading from Ariel's past footage. However, her investigations had failed to uncover any individual corresponding to that name in Constance City, leading her to suspect it was a pseudonym or that the individual used another name publicly. Moreover, she had also heard Ariel refer to a master in the past. Based on naming conventions, she suspected that the master referred to by Ariel was not the same as Minaval. Now, it was confirmed that aside from Minaval, there was indeed another high-ranking cultist hidden in Constance City. It was highly likely that Minaval and Mr. D were the ones orchestrating the Tooth of Devour's machinations in the city. The middle-aged man broke free from hypnosis once again and bit his tongue violently. Snap! Ivy swiftly re-hypnotized him. Ask him about Mr. D's true identity. Lindy instructed Ivy. What is Mr. D's true identity? Ivy nodded and promptly asked the middle-aged man. I do not know. Mr. D has never disclosed that to me, he replied while resisting hypnosis. No sooner had he spoken than he again escaped hypnosis, only to be rehypnotized by Ivy, who had been closely monitoring him. It is unfortunate that while the Security Bureau has practitioners of the eye of the mind, they have not reached the intermediate level and lack the ability to enter dreams, Captain Ula remarked with some regret upon hearing that the middle-aged man did not know Mr. D's true identity. The eye of the mind is an advanced technique of master-level psychological practitioners, and upon reaching the intermediate level, one gains the ability to enter dreams. This allows them to force a target into slumber, enter their dreams, and sift through their memories. Thus, they could see Mr. D's visage and thereby uncover his true identity. Ask him where the creatures manufactured from the bodies are being held. Lindy stated again. From the information gathered from the intermediate follower, Kincaid White, Farron had learned that all the bodies of those killed by the recruitment mining gang had been delivered to various cultists to create monsters. Theoretically, over 100 bodies would yield over 100 monsters, and if such a horde were to be unleashed across the city, it would spell disaster. Therefore, it was imperative to locate and eradicate these monsters before the Tooth of Devouring released them. Where are the creatures that have been manufactured being held? Ivy inquired. I do not know. They have already been taken away by Mr. D's people, the middle-aged man replied. And just as he finished speaking, he broke free of hypnosis again. What is the name of the person sent by Mr. D? After re-hypnotizing the middle-aged man, Ivy asked. Glenn Taylor, he answered. His face contorted in struggle. After responding, he once again broke free from hypnosis. I fear this is yet another pseudonym. Ask him if he knows this person's true identity, Lindy said, frowning. Do you know this person's true identity? Once again hypnotizing the middle-aged man. Ivy inquired. I encountered him on the street once. At that time, he was dressed in a guard uniform, presumably a police officer. The middle-aged man replied. What, a police officer? The response of the middle-aged man astonished everyone in the interrogation room. The individual dispatched by Mr. D to meet with the middle-aged man turned out to be a police officer holding a public position. The initially discovered cultist, Ariel Soto, was a police officer, and the one meeting with the middle-aged man is also a police officer. Farring's expression was filled with uncertainty. The revelation of a cultist among the rigorously vetted police officers had already left him bewildered, and now the emergence of a second cultist was even more alarming. How could the security department, known for its stringent scrutiny, be infiltrated by cultists consecutively? What are the external characteristics of this individual? Lindy inquired with a grave expression. The external characteristics of this person? Ivy resumed the hypnosis of the middle-aged man and asked. He has a slender but sturdy build, a darker complexion, a scar on his left eyebrow, and some missing eyebrow hairs. The middle-aged man struggled to respond under hypnosis. Julie, do you have any impression of this person? Do you know who he is? Lindy turned to Julie, who possessed an exceptional memory. It's Sheriff Court Cook, Julie exclaimed, astonished that if he were an ordinary officer, she might not have been able to identify him based solely on those physical traits. Although she had a photographic memory, she had not taken the time to learn about every member of the security department. However, as sheriff, Court Cook held a significant position within the department, and she had naturally invested time to familiarize herself with him. First, Ariel Soto, and now Court Cook, two cultists have appeared in succession. The security department undoubtedly has a serious issue. Lindy's face darkened as she addressed Ivy. Pause the interrogation of this individual and interrogate the other three, focusing on the physical characteristics of the individuals Mr. D sent to meet them. Ceasing the questioning of the middle-aged man, Ivy proceeded to interrogate those capable of transforming into green monsters and the two individuals with severed legs. Ultimately, they uncovered 3 more cultists lurking within the security department. Sheriff Carol Kane, Sheriff Henrik Sharon, and Sheriff Dean Kelly. 4 out of 8 sheriffs in the security department are actually cultists, Captain Jonas remarked. Aghast, how could so many cultists be concealed within the security department without any prior indications? Captain Stefan Johansson furrowed his brow. It is likely due to possession of exceedingly high-level extraordinary items that can mask their presence, Captain Ula speculated. The emergence of such numerous cultists within the security department, especially in high-ranking positions, suggests it has potentially become a stronghold for cultists. Lindy's expression was grave as she proclaimed, "We must immediately secure the security department and conduct thorough examinations of all officers." Chapter 55, The Grand Red Rite. In the office of the security department's minister, aside from Sheriff Jemana, the minister and the other 7 sheriffs were present. Sitting on the sofa, the corpulent minister of the security department, Duff Campbell, wore an exceptionally grim expression. On the surface, he was the highest official of the Constant City Security Department, dedicated to combating crime and maintaining public order. However, long ago, he had succumbed to temptation and allied himself with the Devourer's Tooth, becoming its leader in Constant City. The 7 sheriffs before him were his senior followers cultivated over the years within the department. "Sir, why the urgent summons? What has transpired?" Noticing Duff Campbell's troubled demeanor, the 7 senior followers asked anxiously. "I've just received word that the attempt to seize the bell of yesterday has failed, and furthermore, Navin and his 3 companions have been captured," Duff Campbell replied somberly. "How could this happen? With the strength of Navin and his companions, how could they fail in their attempt and end up captured? Could it be an ambush?" The 7 senior followers appeared flustered, even though they had inferred from Duff Campbell's grim expression that he was about to deliver unpleasant news. The announcement of the failed attempt to seize the bell of yesterday and the capture of Navin's group still weighed heavily on their hearts. The Security Bureau had anticipated a potential heist and dispatched Captain Jonas Olsen and Ula Lopez to disguise themselves as ordinary mystics to borrow the bell of yesterday. Navin's group was ambushed and unable to withstand the opposition, ultimately being captured by the 2, Duff Campbell explained, his expression darkening as he recounted the events. "Sir, with Navin's group captured, we are at high risk of exposure, if we haven't already been compromised. We must prepare for contingencies," the youngest among the 7 senior followers, Raoul Kane, said anxiously. Although they had not divulged their real names or identities to Navin's group, they had not concealed their faces during their encounter. In the realm of the mystical, there are numerous methods to delve into an individual's memories and ascertain their appearance. Consequently, the Security Bureau could potentially uncover their true identities. With Navin's capture, exposure is merely a matter of time. We must initiate the Grand Red Rite without delay. Duff Campbell made a decisive proclamation. However, the number of monsters we have nurtured has only just reached 200, barely meeting the minimum requirement for the Grand Red Rite. If we commence now, the likelihood of being thwarted is substantial, one senior cultist expressed concern. "We can't afford to hesitate any longer," Duff Campbell gritted his teeth. As dusk fell, the Security Bureau saw the assembly of over 30 mystics. Among them were regular mystics like Faring, as well as Captains Ula, Jonas, and Stefan, along with Deputy Director Lindy and the rarely seen Director Dorji White, who had health issues. Nearby, a procession of carriages awaited. "Let us depart." Director Dorji White coughed lightly and solemnly instructed. Upon receiving the command, the group promptly prepared to board the carriages. At that moment, swish, 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 from various corners of Constant City, streams of crimson light soared into the sky, exceeding 200 in number. Like a series of blood-colored fireworks, they stood out vividly against the twilight sky. The crimson beams ascended and exploded in the sky, transforming into a blood mist resembling fireworks. The blood-colored fireworks intertwined, forming an enormous and intricate design that enveloped the entirety of Constant City. Within the blood-red pattern were grotesque and eerie figures, resembling a bizarre compendium. The vivid crimson, as if painted with the blood of thousands upon thousands, radiated a sanguine glow that shrouded the entire Constant City. As the blood-red light enveloped the city, a wave of panic and dread surged within all its inhabitants, including the mystics. Animals like cats and dogs, already more sensitive than humans, became exceedingly agitated, howling incessantly. "What is this?" Faring gazed upward, horrified at the enormous blood-red design in the sky. An indescribable fear gripped his heart, a foreboding sense that a great calamity was about to descend. "What is happening? What on earth is going on?" This is a ritual pattern. There's no mistaking it. It's undoubtedly a ritual pattern. What kind of ritual pattern is this? It's colossal enough to cover the entire constant city. The other mystics, too, looked skyward, their hearts filled with uncertainty. Julie, can you discern what this ritual pattern signifies? Sensing an ominous premonition, Lindy turned to Julie. From the pattern's lines, it closely resembles the Devourer's Tooth ritual pattern, but I cannot ascertain its specific effects, Julie replied. Although she possessed a photographic memory, she could not determine the effects of a ritual pattern she had never encountered before. Cough. Cough. This is the Grand Red Rite ritual pattern of the Devourer's Tooth. Director Dorji White coughed and spoke gravely. The Grand Red Rite. The Devourer's Tooth intends to initiate the Grand Red Rite. Lindy, Julie, and the others who heard Director Dorji White's words all changed their expressions dramatically. The Grand Red Rite is one of the blood sacrifice rituals of the cult organization. This blood sacrifice ritual aims to consume the vitality or even the lives of all individuals within its range as an offering to the evil god. In return, the cultists presiding over the sacrifice would receive blessings from the evil god, gaining terrifying enhancements to their powers. Several years ago, the large cult organization Crimson Blood successfully executed the Grand Red Rite in the Urkaner Kingdom, sacrificing a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. That particular sacrifice resulted in the emergence of a 12-ring cultist, 3 11-ring cultists, and numerous high-ring cultists, with a population of over 1 million in Constant City. If the Devourer's Tooth successfully executes the Grand Red Rite, not only will it claim the lives of hundreds of thousands, but it will also produce a cultist of over 12 rings. Julie gasped, her scalp tingling. The implications of both the loss of hundreds of thousands of lives and the emergence of a 12-ring cultist were extraordinarily grave. The former would deal a severe blow to the Heidelberg Kingdom, while the latter would significantly bolster the strength of the Devourer's Tooth cult. Was this the plan the Devourer's Tooth has been scheming all along? Lindy's expression turned ashen. The activities of the Devourer's Tooth within Constant City had led her to suspect their machinations, and she had finally unraveled their intentions, though not in the manner she had hoped. Had we detected the situation within the security department sooner, perhaps we could have thwarted the initiation of the Grand Red Rite. She clenched her fists. Had we been able to detect earlier the insidious infiltration of the Devourer's Teeth within the guard department, capturing the cultists lurking therein, we might have thwarted the commencement of the Great Red Rite. Even though we could not prevent the Great Red Rite from unfolding. It is not necessarily a misfortune, Director Dorjibai remarked, shaking his head. Director, what do you mean by that? Lindy inquired, her surprise evident as she gazed at Director Dorjibai, struggling to comprehend his implication. To orchestrate a ritual that envelopes the entirety of Constant City requires meticulous preparation. The Devourer's Teeth, exposed due to their infiltration of the guard department, have hastened their initiation, clearly indicating insufficient readiness. This lack of preparedness has resulted in a slower activation of the ritual than usual, affording us a precious opportunity to halt its complete execution. If we can disrupt the ritual nodes before it fully commences, we can prevent its culmination, Dorjibai articulated. A slower activation than normal? Lindy's eyes sparkled with realization, grasping Dorjibai's meaning and glimpsing hope in stopping the ritual's consummation. Although the personnel of the Security Bureau may still be too late, rallying other mysterious organizations in Constant City could indeed facilitate the disruption of the ritual before its complete initiation, Dorjibai asserted. Director. Deputy Director, I have a hypothesis, Julie interjected at that moment. What hypothesis? Both Lindy and Dorjibai turned their attention to Julie. The Devourer's Teeth have been secretly creating anomalies, and I suspect they have placed the nodes for the Great Red Rite upon these anomalies, Julie responded. Anomalies, as extraordinary entities, can indeed serve as nodes, and by spilling blood, they can expedite the ritual's activation. This is quite plausible, Dorjibai mused, his hand resting thoughtfully on his chin, acknowledging Julie's insight, before addressing the 30 or so gathered mystics. The plan has changed. The Devourer's Teeth are initiating the Great Red Rite. Our foremost objective now is to dismantle the nodes of the Great Red Rite and prevent its full activation. All personnel, heed my command. Disperse and proceed to locations where red beams of light appear. Destroy the objects radiating crimson light, or the anomalies themselves. Understood, the 30-odd mystics responded in unison, fully aware of the gravity of the situation. Those mystics familiar with the Great Red Rite comprehended the seriousness of the matter, while those like Faline, who were unaware, grasped the urgency through the conversation between Director Dorjibai and Deputy Director Lindy. Whoosh, 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 the 30-odd mystics scattered, each selecting a direction and sprinting swiftly. Some moved with a speed that even the most elite soldiers could not match. Clearly reaching an inhuman level. In this tense moment, every second counted, and they could afford no hesitation. Whoosh, Phelan ran at full speed down the street, heading purposefully in one direction, aside from not utilizing the frenzied tooth. He had fully exhibited his speed, enhanced through 7 augmentations. Had he not feared being attacked by other mystics as a monster, he might have even resorted to using the frenzied tooth. His expression was fraught with anxiety, his mind racing with unease. If he had not seen incorrectly, one of the red beams emanated from Guania Street, located near the Eastern District. Guania Street, a relatively prosperous thoroughfare, was home to many financially well-off individuals. His sister's family resided on this very street. Based on Julie's conjecture, the nodes of the Great Red Rite were likely to be one anomaly after another. The appearance of an anomaly on the street where his sister lived filled him with dread. Whoosh! After running approximately 2 miles, Phelan approached Guania Street. The sounds of terror and screams reached his ears, tightening his chest with concern. The worst he feared was unfolding. The anomaly serving as a node within Guania Street was currently engaged in slaughter, hastening the ritual's activation through bloodshed. Chapter 56, Heart Whoosh. With a powerful leap, Phelan maximized his speed, swiftly closing the remaining distance and entering the street of Guania. Contact with the mysterious mystery points increased by 0.1. Before him lay the body of a woman sprawled on the street, her face frozen in terror. Dressed in a beautiful yellow cake dress, her chest bore a gaping wound. Not only was the dress marred, but a large hole also revealed the interior of her chest cavity. The space where her heart should have been was conspicuously empty. Strangely, despite the large void in her body, the ground showed no traces of blood. Even within her, no blood flowed out. The terrified scream of a woman echoed from a nearby house. Ignoring his confusion, Phelan hastened toward the residence. Upon arriving, he discovered the door lay shattered behind him, bearing clear signs of violent entry, evidently breached by the anomaly. Contact with the mysterious mystery points increased by 0.1. He darted inside, where another corpse awaited him. This one belonged to a man clad in a formal 3-piece suit with a black waistcoat, likely the head of the household. Similar to the woman in the yellow dress, the man's chest bore a massive gaping wound where his heart had vanished without a trace. However, unlike the previous victim, torrents of blood gushed forth from his wound. Observing the flowing blood, Phelan understood why no traces remained around the woman in the yellow dress. The blood was rapidly evaporating, transforming into a crimson mist that ascended toward the enormous ritual pattern in the sky. Not only the blood but other substances from the male corpse were also evaporating, drifting skyward toward the enormous ritual diagram. The man's body visibly shriveled before his eyes, akin to a dehydrating mummy. Is this what Director Dorji referred to? The acceleration of the ritual's activation through slaughter. This thought flashed through Phelan's mind as he forcefully pushed off the ground, sprinting up the stairs toward the second floor. The terrified scream he had heard belonged to a woman on the second floor, where the anomaly should be lurking. Don't come near. In a second-floor bedroom, a woman pressed her back against the wall, trapped with nowhere to flee, her eyes wide with terror as she gazed at the monster advancing toward her. It was a humanoid creature, emanating a crimson light, dressed in tattered clothing, its hunched form exuding a putrid odor akin to decaying flesh. The creature's hands were as black as iron, their tips resembling razor-sharp blades, capable of easily piercing flesh. Indeed, it was with these very hands that the creature had pierced the chest of the woman in the yellow dress and the man downstairs, extracting both their hearts. Many such creatures have a penchant for devouring human organs. This one, known as the Heart Eater, was particularly fond of consuming hearts. For it, the hearts of both humans and livestock served as a kind of sustenance. The more it devoured, the stronger it became. Smack! With the last morsel crammed into its mouth, the Heart Eater regarded the woman cornered against the wall, as if she were food. Whoosh! Its hand shot forth, swift and precise, aiming for the woman's heart, striking true. As a Heart Eater, it possessed an uncanny ability to sense the hearts of other beings, ensuring it could locate them with unerring accuracy, one of its extraordinary capabilities. Realizing her impending demise, the woman let out a scream filled with terror and despair. Moments before, she had been enjoying dinner with her husband when the creature had burst through the door, invading their home. Witnessing her husband's heart ripped from his chest by the monster, she had fled upstairs in fear, yet still found herself unable to escape the grim fate. She could vividly imagine the creature's claws piercing her chest and extracting her heart. Thud! The sound of flesh tearing echoed. However, the flesh torn apart was not that of the woman. but rather the arm of the heart-eater. Its arm, which had been swiftly reaching for the woman's chest, suddenly exploded in the middle, severed into two pieces. Blood and bone scattering. The wall beside the heart-eater was breached, revealing the neighboring room. Even a hole had been punctured into that space. Contact with the mysterious mystery points increased by 2. 1. At the doorway, Faline, wielding a mysterious gun, cast a cold gaze upon the heart-eater, words rapidly appearing before his eyes. Just moments before, he had shot the heart-eater's arm, preventing it from attacking the woman. The bullet's remarkable power, capable of shattering the heart-eater's arm, was due to it being an armor-piercing round. Armor-piercing rounds, as they were known, referred to bullets imbued with the power of a ritual pattern that could penetrate even a meter-thick stone. Thus, dismantling the heart-eater's arm was a trivial matter. Taken by surprise, the heart-eater spun around, baring its rows of sharp teeth, its eyes filled with fury as it glared at Faline, the disruption to its feast evident. Thud, thud, thud. Unlike the woman beside it, the heart-eater sensed a potent threat emanating from Faline. Acknowledging this danger, it activated its aggressive extraordinary ability, its heart thundering like a war drum, accompanying this sound. Invisible waves radiated outward. The woman beside it immediately clutched her chest in agony, collapsing unconscious. The waves continued to spread, extending toward Faline. Bang, bang. Almost simultaneously with the heart-eater's activation, Faline launched his assault against the creature. He was oblivious to the capabilities of the heart-eater and had no desire to witness them. With remarkable speed, he aimed at the heart-eater and fired twice. Whoosh! Sensing the imminent danger, the heart-eater hastily attempted to evade. Yet, lacking the agility of a werewolf, it was unable to dodge the precision of Faline's marksmanship. Thud, thud. 2 gaping wounds appeared in its head, and propelled by the force of the bullets, its body was sent crashing backwards that it fell to the ground, dark crimson blood mingling with yellowish substances oozing from its form. After convulsing a couple of times, it lay still. With its stillness, the sanguine glow that emanated from its body also faded away. Undoubtedly, its connection to the Grand Red ritual had been severed. Casting a glance at the woman who had merely fainted, Faline swiftly descended the stairs and departed. The woman's memories regarding the monster must be erased, but that would have to wait until after the Grand Red ritual was successfully thwarted. If he failed to prevent the ritual from commencing, everyone would perish, rendering the erasure of memories moot. After dispatching the heart-eater, Faline exited the house and sprinted towards his sister's residence, upon seeing that the iron gate to the yard remained intact. He felt a slight sense of relief. It seemed the monster had not breached the premises. With a leap, he entered the house, finding it devoid of people, and made his way directly to the basement. Having occasionally assisted his sister in retrieving provisions from the cellar, he was well aware of its location. Discovering that the basement entrance had been locked from within, he felt a profound sense of relief. His sister and the others must be inside. Without disturbing those in the basement, he silently departed, heading for the next node. The immediate priority was to dismantle all nodes and prevent the Grand Red ritual from fully manifesting. Otherwise, even if his sister and little Kasha had not fallen victim to an uncanny attack, they would still perish due to the ritual's unfurling. As for escaping the city with his sister's family, he had little confidence. They were merely ordinary individuals, lacking the speed he possessed, and traveling by carriage would be even slower than running. It was likely that they would not escape the city before the Grand Red ritual commenced. Within the locked basement, Roland, little Kasha, Claude, and the hired maid were hiding. "Mommy, I'm scared," little Kasha whimpered, curling up in Roland's embrace. "Don't be afraid." "Kasha," Roland replied, though anxiety gnawed at her heart as she tightly held the trembling child, turning to her husband Claude. "Claude, what exactly is that?" Just moments before, they had heard screams emanating from the streets below, prompting them to ascend to the second-floor balcony for a better view. What they witnessed was a scene of unimaginable horror. A person clad in tattered garments, hunched over, had plunged their hand into the body of a woman strolling down the street. Extracting her heart, this person had pierced another's flesh solely with their bloodied hand. Extracting the heart as if it were the most mundane act. It was a sight she had never seen, nor could she have ever fathomed. Utterly shattering her perceptions, Claude's countenance shifted dramatically upon seeing this person, revealing that he was aware of something sinister. He had quickly ushered them into the basement and locked the entrance behind them. "That is an anomaly." Claude wiped the cold sweat from his brow, stating gravely, "Coming from a baronial family, he, though lacking inheritance rights, had the privilege of knowing certain secrets unknown to ordinary folk. In urban legends, anomalies like that, are they not non-existent? Roland's voice trembled. They are not non-existent. Rather, they are deliberately concealed by the authorities. If such matters were to spread, it would inevitably incite panic. Claude shook his head. Then what do we do now? Will this place be discovered by the anomaly? Roland's expression turned frantic. When we initially renovated the basement, I specifically replaced the panels with iron sheets. Ordinary anomalies cannot breach iron. Moreover, the government has a department dedicated to handling such occurrences, and it shouldn't be long before they arrive to eliminate that anomaly outside, Claude reassured her. What about Phelan? Is he safe from anomalies? Roland's anxiety eased slightly, but her concern for Phelan resurfaced. Rest assured, anomalies are not common. There surely won't be any near Phelan, Claude replied, shaking his head. Chapter 57. The choices of various mysterious organizations on a certain street. A disheveled figure in tattered clothing, radiating a red glow, was hunched over a woman. The woman offered no resistance. In truth, she had already become a lifeless corpse, incapable of any struggle. The figure, feasting upon the remains of the woman, exposed her stark white bones as flesh was devoured. This was a ghoul Phelan had encountered before. A soft sound of footsteps echoed, and the ghoul, with its keen senses, detected the disturbance. It halted its feeding and turned towards the source of the sound, revealing a pair of cold, yellow eyes. In its line of sight stood a tall man with a mechanical arm, Stefan, one of the 3 captains of the security bureau. Upon spotting a living being, the ghoul sprang forward with the agility of a beast. Whoosh! In the face of the lunging ghoul, Stefan merely extended his index finger, pointing at it. Thud! A beam of light shot forth from his finger, effortlessly piercing the ghoul's skull. The ghoul staggered momentarily, then collapsed to the ground, lifeless, its red glow extinguished. The secret art he practiced was the heart of machinery, with the mechanical arm serving as its organ. Due to its nature as a mystical organ, he could modify the mechanical arm with mere thought, unrestricted by craftsmanship limitations, allowing him to create advanced mechanical weapons that surpassed the technology of his era, thus wielding formidable power. The drawback, however, was that such modifications could only be made to the mechanical arm and could not be widely implemented. Within a house, a sightless creature, devoid of eyes, burst in, clad in ragged clothing. It glimmered with a red light. Despite lacking eyes, it seemed to perceive its surroundings, swiftly pursuing a man within the house. Beads of cold sweat trickled down the man's face as he fled in terror. But in his panic, he chose his path poorly, finding himself cornered by a wall. The sightless creature lunged at him, its razor-sharp fingers poised to gouge out his eyes. Ah! The man screamed in abject horror, losing control of his bladder. Just then, a hand emerged from the wall behind him, gripping his back and pulling him through the wall, placing him on the other side. As the man vanished, the sightless creature's hand struck the wall, creating 2 holes. Puzzled by the disappearance of its prey, the creature turned to search, when suddenly, a man clad in a magician's outfit with short, light-colored hair emerged from the wall. Caught off guard, he delivered a swift kick to the sightless creature. Whoosh! The creature was sent flying, crashing to the ground. Before it could rise, the short-haired magician opened his mouth and exhaled. However, what escaped was not air, but a torrent of searing flames. The flames engulfed the sightless creature, which writhed for a moment before succumbing to silence. Its body turned to char, emanating a stench of decay and burning. The short-haired magician was Don Beating, a mystic of the Security Bureau, who practiced the art of the Grand Magician. This mystical practice required the prerequisite of being a master magician, allowing him to gradually acquire extraordinary abilities previously achievable only through magical means, thus becoming a Grand Magician, which is the origin of the practice's name. A phantom, radiating a red glow, emerged from the body of a man, leaving behind a visage of terror. Strangely, the man bore no wounds, yet he collapsed lifelessly to the ground. His breathing and heartbeat had ceased. He was indeed dead. This was a ghost, possessing the extraordinary ability to consume souls. As it entered the man's body, it devoured his soul. It was precisely because the soul had vanished that the man succumbed to death without any visible injury. The ghost drifted upwards, searching for its next target. At that moment, a man with brown hair appeared. Without hesitation, the ghost lunged at him. To strangers you encounter for the first time, kindness is paramount. Harm should not befall them, the brown-haired man stated calmly upon seeing the approaching ghost. As he spoke, the ghost halted its advance, hovering in midair, Confusion clouding its ethereal face, it felt compelled to treat this human kindly, devoid of any thoughts of harm. Yet, instinctively, it recognized the man as a delectable meal. Your weakness lies in your fear of sunlight and flames. Fire is lethal to you. The brown-haired man produced a match, striking it to life, then tossed it towards the ghost. Sizzle, the burning match made contact with the ghost's form, and despite being only slightly harmed by a torch's assault, the ghost disintegrated as if snow met sunlight. Its ethereal body crumbled before the naked eye, swiftly vanishing from this realm. The brown-haired man turned and set off towards the next node. He was Kevin Long, a mystic of the Security Bureau, practicing the art of the grand lawyer, with the prerequisite of being a master lawyer. Lawyers excel in argumentation, adeptly seizing and utilizing advantageous conditions and loopholes, steering outcomes towards their desired conclusions. By practicing the grand lawyer, he had distorted and amplified this ability. Just moments ago, he employed this distortion and amplification to thwart the ghost's assault, ultimately extinguishing its existence with a single burning match. While Phelan and the adept sorcerers of the Security Bureau scurried through the city, various clandestine organizations concealed within the urban sprawl also received the Security Bureau's commission. The Golden Rose, a bustling jewelry store located on the thriving commercial avenue of Constance, spans 5 stories and attracts a significant clientele. This establishment serves as the branch of the formidable Golden Society in Constance. The Security Bureau's commission, very well, I shall accept this task, but know that my favors come at a steep price. Upon receiving the Security Bureau's mandate, Nick King, the cunning leader of the Golden Society's Constance branch, revealed a sly grin, exposing his gold teeth. As a practitioner of the arcane arts of alchemy, he possesses extraordinary capabilities for crafting alchemical items. Each of his gold teeth is a product of his alchemical prowess, imbued with a myriad of exceptional abilities, rendering him truly armed to the teeth. Shortly thereafter, Nick King, along with more than a dozen associates, departed from the Golden Rose, dispersing in various directions. The Silver Arena, the largest martial arts venue in Constance, is where one can learn a diverse array of weapon combat and unarmed fighting techniques. Many noble offspring frequent this place to acquire self-defense skills, yet few are aware that it serves as the branch of the Silver Sword, a prominent organization of the mystical faction in Constance. The venue's master, Nikolai Johansson, clad in a black martial arts uniform, bears a sword at his waist and sports long red hair. Upon encountering the Security Bureau's commission, his brow furrowed. To orchestrate such a large-scale crimson ritual indicates that not only was the tooth of devouring not eradicated, but it also retains considerable power. Shortly thereafter, he departed the Silver Arena with a contingent of 20 individuals, dispersing outward. Outside the hospital housing the Potion Society, Christine, the Constance representative of the Potion Society, donned a white lab coat, her brown hair elegantly tied up, exuding a refined aura. In her presence stood 4 individuals, similarly attired in white coats, 2 men and 2 women, among whom was Helen, who had previously interacted with Phelan. The Potion Society operates on a teacher-student relationship, and the 4 before her are her pupils. She gazed at them and commanded, "The Potion Society's mission is to heal and save lives. We cannot stand idly by in such circumstances. Everyone, center on the hospital, seek out the anomalies, and eliminate them." Understood. The 4 responded in unison, dispersing in various directions. As practitioners of the arcane arts of potion making, they lack extraordinary combat abilities, but are not devoid of means to engage in battle. The diverse effects of their potions serve as their combat methods, instilling fear in other mystical organizations. When the Tooth of Devouring contemplated seizing the bell of yesterday, it chose to ambush rather than directly assault the Potion Society. A testament to this fact, one by one, various mystical organizations accepted the Security Bureau's commission, joining the hunt for the anomalies plaguing the city. However, some organizations declined the Security Bureau's request, opting to remain uninvolved and swiftly vacate Constance. Not every mystical organization is willing to take risks to eliminate anomalies and save a city that bears no relevance to them. Their decision is justifiable. Afterward, the Security Bureau cannot use this as justification for retaliation against these organizations. Nevertheless, the Bureau will inevitably report to the Kingdom, revoking the privileges these organizations hold within the Heidelberg Kingdom. After all, power and obligation are intertwined. Enjoying privileges provided by the Heidelberg Kingdom while neglecting one's duties cannot be permitted. One of the beams of light must have ascended from nearby. Departing from Noble Bird Street, Faline arrived several blocks away. As he searched the streets, he soon encountered a monster. Contact with the mysterious mystery points 2.7. It was a creature that retained a humanoid form. Half of its face rotting, while the other half bore fish scales. The moment of discovery, the scaled monster was manipulating a mass of water to submerge a woman within. Upon sensing Faline's arrival, the scaled creature turned towards him with excitement, discarding the woman and directing the water toward him. The woman broke free from the water, yet remained motionless, for she had perished moments before. My apologies for arriving late. Faline sighed inwardly, aiming his mysterious gun at the scaled creature, ready to pull the trigger. Just then, he felt the air around him solidify, rendering his finger immobile. Contact with the mysterious mystery points 3.5. Simultaneously, words rapidly appeared and vanished before his eyes. Behind him stood a woman with beast-like pupils. In addition to the scaled creature, there was another cultist present. The accumulation of 3.5 mystery points indicated that this was a cultist wielding sorcery of the 3rd tier. Chapter 58. The lethality of armor-piercing rounds controlled by some invisible force. Faline found himself unable to move. Even the act of pulling the trigger was beyond his reach. He struggled, attempting to break free from the invisible bonds with sheer physical strength. Yet, he soon realized that his current power was insufficient to escape such intangible restraints, for this was an extraordinary ability of the 3rd tier. The water surged toward him, threatening to engulf him. Should he succumb to its depths, he would swiftly meet the same fate as the woman moments prior. Despite being a sorcerer, he clearly could not hold his breath indefinitely. At most, he could only prolong his ability to do so. Fangs of Frenzy. He invoked the cursed artifact. Fangs of Frenzy. His eyes turned blood red, and black fur sprouted from his body. He became more robust, his clothing tightening around him. Sharp claws emerged from his hands and feet, tearing through the new shoes he had donned that morning. Crack. The invisible restraints could no longer bind him. He broke free as if snapping a rope, with the dual enhancement of the mysterious gun and the eye of appraisal, even without employing the cursed artifact. His strength rivaled that of a 2nd-tier sorcerer specializing in physical enhancement. With the Fangs of Frenzy activated, he gained the augmented power of a 3rd-tier werewolf. Combined, his strength surpassed that of a 3rd-tier sorcerer specializing in physical enhancement. In a flash, before the water could engulf him, he vanished from his original position, reappearing over 10 meters away. He glanced back at the spot where he had stood, only to see a woman there. Though her appearance was unremarkable, her eyes possessed a chilling, icy blue hue reminiscent of a beast's gaze. Connecting this to the panel's alert during her attack, the answer was evident. This was a 3rd-tier cultist of the Tooth of Devouring. The Security Bureau sought to exterminate the anomalies within the city, disrupting the Crimson Ritual, and the Tooth of Devouring naturally aimed to hinder their efforts by dispatching cultists lurking in the city to assassinate the sorcerers disrupting their nodes. Extraordinary item. Upon witnessing Faline's transformation, the woman with beast-like pupils immediately deduced that he had employed a cursed artifact or perhaps an alchemical item. After all, Faline's sorcery was clearly the mysterious gun, and he lacked any inherent sorcery for beast transformation. With a splash, the scaled monster directed the water toward Faline once more, while the woman with beast-like pupils charged at him. Her extraordinary ability could only impact foes in close proximity. Bang, bang, bang. Faline would not grant the scaled creature or the beast-eyed woman any opportunities. Claws sprouted from his hands. Gripping the gun felt peculiar, yet his marksmanship quickly adapted. Maintaining his accuracy, he fired 2 shots, one aimed at the scaled creature's head and the other at the head of the beast-eyed woman. Thud. The scaled creature attempted to use the water to shield itself, but the bullets effortlessly penetrated through. The bullets broke through the watery barrier, striking the scaled monster in the head. A gaping wound the size of a baby's fist appeared, causing its body to collapse backward. The red glow surrounding it extinguished. However, the beast-eyed woman seemed to possess an invisible, impenetrable barrier before her. As the bullets approached, their velocity diminished, ultimately expending their force just a foot away from her. This invisible force must be the same that had previously ensnared Faline. Having blocked the bullets, the beast-eyed woman realized the scaled creature had perished, rather than attempting to close the distance to Faline. She quickly retreated. With the scaled creature dead and the node compromised, even eliminating the sorcerer before her would prove futile. What was crucial was that this sorcerer not only possessed a commendable level of sorcery, but also wielded a formidable extraordinary item. Without the scaled creature's assistance, she likely stood little chance of victory. The beast-eyed woman sought to flee, yet Phaelin was determined to prevent her escape. Bang, bang, bang. He fired 3 shots, the bullets racing toward the beast-eyed woman. One bullet flew directly toward her, while the other 2 veered off, one to the left and the other to the right, aiming for her flanks. Sensing a mortal threat, the beast-eyed woman's pupils dilated, and she summoned her extraordinary powers to their fullest. Regardless of whether the bullets approached her from the front or the sides, they were met with an unseen barrier that slowed their speed. Once again, before they could reach her, their force diminished and ceased. This time, the distance between the bullets and her was less than an inch, indicating that blocking them was no easy feat. Just as she began to breathe a sigh of relief and prepared to continue her escape, Phaelin fired once more. Bang! This time, only a single bullet was fired, yet it was a bullet adorned with purple patterns on its surface. This was an armor-piercing round. Seizing the moment while the beast-eyed woman was preoccupied with deflecting ordinary mysterious power bullets, Phaelin swiftly etched an armor-piercing attribute ritual design onto the bullet. Whoosh! The armor-piercing bullet soared towards the beast-eyed woman, and this time, she sensed a far more lethal danger. Every hair on her body stood on end. Her extraordinary abilities pushed to their limits, all concentrated at the front to withstand the impending assault. Thud! However, the invisible barrier that had previously thwarted ordinary mysterious power bullets failed to stop the armor-piercing round. The bullet, powerful enough to penetrate a meter-thick rock, effortlessly pierced through the barrier and entered her head. Her skull shattered like a watermelon, splattering red and white matter everywhere. The secret technique of the mysterious gun that Phaelin practiced was regarded as one of the top 10 in terms of destructive power, possessing terrifying physical devastation. Even though they were both at the 3rd ring, she was unable to withstand Phaelin's most formidable armor-piercing round. Whoosh! Casting a fleeting glance at the headless corpse of the woman, Phaelin hastily departed the scene, searching the surroundings. The 2 locations where the red light pillars had risen were the only ones he had committed to memory. From here on, he could no longer rely on the positions of the light pillars to locate the anomalies. Nevertheless, he had another method for tracking them. Now, with the use of the frenzied fang in his werewolf state, his sense of smell was extraordinarily heightened, allowing him to utilize this acute sense to search for the anomalies. Moreover, after reaching the 4th ring with his eye of appraisal, the side effects of using the frenzied fang had diminished significantly, causing only a slight agitation that he could easily endure. The only concern was not to be mistaken for an anomaly by other practitioners of secret techniques. The scent of the anomaly. While racing down a street in search of clues, a peculiar odor suddenly wafted into his nostrils. It was a scent so potent that it could alert beasts to danger. Anomalies often bore such scents, and it was precisely this that Ivy utilized to hypnotize stray cats into searching for anomalies. Without hesitation, he altered his course, sprinting towards the source of the scent. Thud, thud, thud. As he drew closer, sounds of commotion reached his ears. Is this the sound of battle? Are other practitioners fighting an anomaly? This thought flashed through Phaelin's mind as he pressed on. However, he ceased using the frenzied fang to avoid being mistaken for a new anomaly by the battling practitioners. In a narrow street, Phaelin beheld the 2 parties engaged in conflict. On one side stood a young man wielding a double-handed sword. The young man, around 20 years of age, sported short red hair. The sword, 5 feet long, was entirely blood red, as though soaked in blood, emanating a sharp aura. Just the sight of it sent a chill down Phaelin's spine. On the opposing side, contrary to Phaelin's expectations of an anomaly, stood another man. The man was clad in a security uniform, presumably a police officer. Yet, at that moment, his appearance was far from that of a typical officer. Bone spikes protruded from various parts of his body, ripping through his uniform, making him resemble a hedgehog.